Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects, UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And you all have the Bigelow Foundation to thank, as you know, for this program. And thank them, you should. When you get an opportunity, give them a call. We'll get their number on the air during the course of the show. Well, all right. I think you're going to enjoy this evening's program. My guest is going to be Ray Fowler, but first we're going all the way to Michigan, where we're going to find Linda Howe. We'll have to find out what she's doing in the state of Michigan. Good evening, Linda.
Hi, Art.
What in the world are you doing in Michigan?
Tonight I'm in Grass Lake, Michigan, near Ann Arbor. This weekend, a seminar was held in which abduction investigators Bud Hopkins and Professor David Jacobs of Temple University, both of whom have been on Area 2000 in the past few months, talked with mental health professionals and teachers about the UFO abduction syndrome. The seminars were provoked by the Robert Bigelow-sponsored Roper Survey in 1991, which focused on unusual personal experiences. According to Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs, that survey indicated that perhaps 1 in 50 Americans fall into the human abduction syndrome or aspects or characteristics which may indicate some kind of involvement with that syndrome. If so, education about the phenomenon is important, especially in the mental health profession, and this was the sixth in a series of such seminars that have been held around the country. And your guest tonight, Raymond Fowler, has been an important and long-time investigator in the abduction syndrome, doing the very important books about the Betty Andreessen case, and I think this will be a very important program for listeners because the human abduction syndrome is perhaps one of the most puzzling subjects right now in this entire phenomenon. I've also visited the laboratory of Dr. W.C. Levengood, the biophysicist from the University of Michigan, who has worked so hard the past 3 years on analysis of plants from crop formations in the United States, Canada, Australia, and England. One of his most important findings is a change in plant cells that indicate an intense energy has been applied to these plants in a very short period of time, only seconds, compared to the 2 or 3 hours that known hoaxers have taken to create man-made formations. I'd like to play an excerpt from a conversation that I recorded today with Dr. Levengood as he talked to me about evidence for rapid heating.
For the 3 years I've been looking at these crop circles, there is a consistency to alterations. There is a consistency within alterations of the plant cell which indicate a very rapid heating. Now, how do we know that that's a very rapid heating? We know that because there are tiny anatomical structures in the cell of the plant called cell wall pits. These cell wall pits, as we found through our research, this didn't come about suddenly. But we found that when the cell is heated, it expands like a balloon. And these cell wall pits expand on the surface just like there would be a spot. You blow up a balloon, there'd be a spot on it, and they expand. When the heating disappears, the cell goes back to its original state. But the cell wall has properties, it's called viscoelastic properties. This means that it's partially like a rubber band that's stretched that doesn't quite return to its original shape.
So when you would look under a microscope, let's say at a plant that came out of one of the formations in England, you might find a change in just if it may be more oval than a plant that wasn't affected by some energy that's yet unknown.
That's right. The pits are measured, and we make it's called a statistical analysis. We measure a lot of pits on the normal plants, or what we call controlled, and we measure a lot of pits on the from the crop formation. And you can say, well, how do you know the heating is rapid? Well, what we found is if the heating is continued, we can duplicate this in a microwave, but only if it's heated very briefly in a microwave. And this is like an ordinary microwave in your kitchen, where the heat is created internally in the plant cell very rapidly. If that heating continues beyond a few seconds, then the cell expands, but then it begins to collapse, and the average size of these cell wall pits ends up smaller.
And it would cook the plant, wouldn't it?
And it would cook the plant, right.
Now that seems to me to be one of the fundamental points that the general public has not understood. Whatever's happening in the crop circle, it's some kind of an energy from a biophysical, biochemical point of view, but whatever it is rapidly enough that it's not cooking the plant because these plants continue to grow.
Exactly. Anything that's heated this fast and with this amount of energy would indeed, with time, cook the plant cells. It would kill them. And we never find that, in fact, the plant goes right on growing.
And one of the hoax circles last year, the people who made it said it took them 2 hours to make one of the formations.
Yeah, that's right. You could never, you apply that kind of energy, it wouldn't...
You'd have nothing left to grow.
Right. Absolutely. Now, the other factor, which sort of puts the icing on the cake and answering that question, but rapid heating is a factor that we received about 2 years. This was from a grass formation that a lady found in England in a field beside her house of grass. There was a ring about 18 inches wide and about 70 feet in diameter of down grass. Then inside this ring was a Y formation, also a perfect Y, and everywhere where the Y crossed the ring, the Y also was about 18 inches wide and extended across this ring. Wherever the arms of the Y lapped over the ring, the plants were dead black, but only in these crossing places.
Now, the carbon surface.
Yeah, right. We had no idea what this was when it was sent into the lab, but as examination continued, we eliminated various things like mold and fungi and so on, and the one thing that was left was carbon black. Now, this was verified as being exactly that by 2 different laboratories.
And carbon black would only come about by heat.
By heat of a special kind. I'll get to that in a second. This layer was very puzzling because you could rub the leaf of the plant, the black would come off on your fingers, very typical of carbon black, and underneath the cells of the plant, although they were dead, they were not burned, they were not particularly injured, and they looked the same as those outside this intersection area. This was an extremely thin layer, so the big problem is here, where could this carbon come from? Well, it finally dawned on us that this was not coming from anywhere. It was right on the plant itself. It was a very, very superficial layer, and it consisted of all plants, house plants, if you look at their leaves, they tend to be shiny. This is due to what's known as a suberized layer. This is a hydrocarbon substance.
Like a waxy coating on leaves.
Like a waxy coating, exactly. That is the suberized layer. That's just a hydrocarbon wax. And what was happening here is this energy, this heat energy, was so rapid, and it also was of a special, it's called a reducing atmosphere, as opposed to the normal oxidizing atmosphere when you burn wood in your fireplace. It literally reduced in a very rapid way this paraffin to pure carbon, leaving the under structure of the plant essentially normal. So this was another factor that showed that there was a very obvious rapid heating.
And Art, Dr. Levengood is now studying soil samples and plant samples from people in Michigan and other parts of the country where they have had either rings or circles in their backyards or front yards seemingly associated with what we now call the human abduction syndrome. And what is interesting is that in that soil, that in some cases in the abduction syndrome appears to be hardened or baked or dead, he has found that when some of the plants from these rings and circles in the yards of abductees are planted, they grow at an accelerated rate, exactly as he has found from plants sampled in these various countries that he has studied the last 3 years.
Wow. Do you find yourself now drawn more to the abduction aspect than you have been, Linda?
I think it has been equally interwoven in my own investigation and work since I did A Strange Harvest back in 1980 because of the Judy Doherty case. I had not been aware of the whole abduction syndrome until I started working on A Strange Harvest, and that is what led me to the Judy Doherty and Cindy Tyndall case, and that was the mother and daughter who had been traveling with their family in Houston, Texas in May of 1973, and it was an incident in where 5 people in a car apparently all lose time, all at the same time, but no one has any conscious memory of what happened during that event. And that's something that Ray Fowler probably tonight could go into, the whole issue of there are multiple witnesses and there are cases of where there are people in a car that seem to be simultaneously affected by amnesia. It's part of this manipulation of our minds that we don't understand very well.
Has there been any hypnosis done in that case yet?
Yes. When I did A Strange Harvest, I worked with Dr. Leo Sprinkle, who was then head of counseling and testing at the University of Wyoming, with Judy, who was the mother. And that case came about in one of the ways that researchers often receive cases. She had been suffering very severe headaches, and she had been having nightmares, but she had no conscious memory of any event that related necessarily to these headaches and the nightmares. She sought out a medical doctor for treatment of her headaches, and it was the medical doctor that suggested that perhaps this was related to some sort of psychological trauma. That led to eventually hypnosis, and in the hypnosis she could see a beam of light that had an animal going up in it, but she could not clearly see what the animal was in that first hypnosis session. Later, while I was working on A Strange Harvest, that case became known to a group in Arizona that were also working on the entire UFO phenomenon and all its complicated facets. They got me in touch with her, and eventually we did the hypnosis session in which she broke through her amnesia completely and saw a brown and white calf going up in this beam of light. 10 years later, her daughter, who had been a teenager in 73 and had rejected everything about that night, had rejected her mother's claim that there was something unusual, finally sought out help herself, and in her own independent hypnosis with John Carpenter in Missouri, she also saw a brown and white calf going up in a pale beam of yellow light into yet an unidentified object in the sky. And that's how, throughout my entire research of mutilations, I came into the human abduction syndrome.
Boy, this multiple witness business is particularly interesting, isn't it?
Yes, because you have at least some kind of verification. And in their case, the mother never talked with the daughter, and in fact, the family have stories about how the daughter never wanted to hear anything about what her mother or anybody would have to say, no matter what. So you had a resistance to the entire idea of UFOs or anything else.
So perhaps some sort of psychological protective mechanism.
Yeah, the daughter was extremely resistant in avoidance of the subject, and then eventually, which does happen sometimes, and Ray probably has cases himself where something, whether it's in dreams or some other way, people are nagged by something, and eventually, as Cindy got older, something bothered her, and she eventually went into hypnosis, and out came a very, very similar story.
Well, I sure do thank you for all of this, Linda. Fascinating stuff.
Well, and to know that there's a circle in a yard in Michigan right now that soil and plant samples are being studied by a biophysicist who absolutely did not 3 years ago think that he was dealing with anything but meteorology.
All right. Linda, are you going to be back in Philadelphia next week?
Yeah, next Sunday.
All right. We'll look for you and your report then.
Thank you, and my best to Ray Fowler.
Thank you. And Ray Fowler, indeed, coming right up. Raymond E. Fowler was born in Salem, Massachusetts, and received a BA degree from Gordon College of Liberal Arts. His career includes service with the USAF Security Service and with GTE Strategic Systems Division. He retired early as a task manager and senior planner involved with major weapons systems development. He is quite a contributor to ufology. He's respected by UFO researchers throughout the world. His investigative reports have been published in congressional hearings, military publications, newspapers, magazines, and professional journals in the USA and abroad. The USAF UFO Project's chief scientific consultant, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, has called Raymond Fowler, quote, an outstanding UFO investigator. I know of none who is more dedicated, trustworthy, or persevering. Ray currently serves as National Director of Investigations on the Board of Directors for the Mutual UFO Network, an international group investigating UFOs. He has appeared on over 200 radio and television shows around the United States since 1963. He is a 3 times published author. He is director of his own planetarium and observatory, and a very popular speaker. And this evening, he will speak with you. Here, all the way from Massachusetts, is Ray Fowler. Good evening, Ray. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening, Art.
Excellent. I don't know about excellent. Now our telephone connection seems to be a little bit noisy.
Maybe it's on my end. I can try a different channel if you'd like to hold for a second.
Let's try it. Let's switch and see if we can clean it up. Or on the other hand, it may just be in the line itself. We have quite a long connection here.
Is that better?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Here we go again a little bit. No, a little better. Leave it alone, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll see if it clears up. If it doesn't, at some point, I'll simply redial the number and we'll reconnect. Ray, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I take it that you heard Linda's report.
Yes, I did. Very, very interesting. I had heard about his work before, but it was nice to hear him personally describe it.
You have been a investigator for MUFON for how long, Ray?
Oh, I started out as a state director for the state of Massachusetts, probably back in the 70s, after I got out of NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. So it's been quite a long time, probably since 1970.
All right. You must run into all kinds of fascinating stuff. Tell us a little bit about MUFON, if you would, and what exactly do you do? Do you go running about to different parts of the country or the world investigating some of these cases, or how do you pursue it?
Well, when I was the state director for Massachusetts, for MUFON and for NICAP, I did a lot of on-site investigations, hundreds of them. When I was made director of investigations for MUFON, I really didn't do too many of the on-site investigations of just regular reports. I was more involved with abduction reports and also in putting together a field investigator's manual from MUFON, keeping that up to date, and receiving telephone calls from people all over the country who had UFO experiences, and then my duty was really to refer them to the state directors from MUFON for investigation. So instead of doing an awful lot of on-site investigations now, I refer a lot of cases, and I pick a few cases that I'm very interested in and give them the FBI treatment, maybe spend 2 or 3 years investigating just one report rather than just an on-site investigation of a regular UFO report. I'm spending more time on the abduction phenomenon. Right now, I'm concentrating on a facet of the abduction phenomenon that I think deserves further study, and that's the paraphysical nature of some of these abduction reports. The one that Linda just mentioned, for example, the Judy Doherty case, is fascinating because it involved an out-of-the-body experience as well as a physical abduction. And in my correspondence with I must have gotten around 4,000 letters in response to the watchers. And personal contacts, I find that a certain percentage of the abduction reports involve OBEs. And being a nuts and bolts person for so many, many years, I sort of ignored things like this, and a lot of other investigators are too. So right now I'm concentrating on that facet of the abduction phenomenon. It's fascinating, and I think that it should be given the FBI treatment as well, and I'm trying to do that right now.
I talked to a lot of serious investigators, Ray, and many of them now seem to feel that the abduction aspect of the whole UFO controversy is the best path to follow in trying to prove something or trying to finally put our hands on some real evidence. Would you share that view?
Yes, I would. And another thing I'm very interested in is the physical marks left on abductees. I'm collecting dozens of photographs of scoop marks in exactly the same location. In fact, if you lay these out on the table, many of them you would think were on the same person, in the same place, the same size. They may vary a little bit. I think this is one aspect that has to be looked at, too.
Where are these marks generally on the body?
Well, usually, but not always. Usually, they're on the leg over the tibia or shin bone.
Mm-hmm.
Another place it would be on the arm or on the spinal column, sometimes on the back and forehead. But the most common one that I'm finding is just over the shin bone.
Are these marks, when you see them, always in a healed condition, or are some of them that are more recent actually not healed all the way, or what do you find?
Most of the ones I've seen are healed. If you've read The Watchers and know about some of the things I reported from my own personal life, when I went to the dermatologist, he said it was in the process of healing. But I haven't been able to get to anybody except Jack Wiener, and his seems to be healing as well. He was one of the Allagash abduction abductees. I have never been able to get to someone other than myself the next day to see, what it looks like. Usually you get these reports, months or years after they happen. Most people don't even know what these things are. They'll have a close encounter UFO sighting, and they'll have flashbacks or dreams of an abduction experience, and finally, a certain percentage of them get involved with a UFO investigator, and lo and behold, they look at that scoop mark and they say, wow, this is a benchmark of the abduction phenomenon, and ask them, when did they get that? And if they remember, it usually coincides with a UFO experience.
How many people do you suppose, and this is speculative, I guess, have had these abduction experiences, and what percentage of them seem to recall it? I know that the Bigelow Foundation did a big study on it, indicating as many as 1 in 50. Would you think that to be credible?
I would say that 1 in 50 have exhibited the typical benchmarks or characteristics of an abduction experience, but that doesn't perhaps qualify them as an abductee, because there may be some other phenomena that are involved that coincides with the abduction phenomenon. I would say that probably a high percentage of that 1 in 50 may have had an abduction experience, but there's no real way of telling. I think this is the first step, a statistical study like this, and I think it must be refined. I think that these people, or a certain percentage of these people, should be chosen and investigated further, and then a percentage maybe come out of that.
All right, Ray, hold on just 1 sec while I ID the station, and we'll be right back. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. It's Sunday evening.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. This is Area 2000. My guest is Ray Fowler, all the way from the state of Massachusetts. And we're talking about abductions this evening. Ray, are you still there?
I sure am.
Good. What in the world, I'm going to backtrack a little bit now, got you interested in this whole field of work? I mean, how did you come to it?
Well, I was interested in experimental aircraft and space travel as a teenager back in the mid-40s, and when flying discs appeared in headlines all over the country, and the Air Force immediately took an interest, I took an interest as well, and as a teenager just began collecting information on the subject. And then on July 4th, 1947, had my own daylight disc sighting. When I was working on a farm in broad daylight, I saw this disc-shaped object, which I thought was a parachute at first, drifting along. And as it got closer, I saw that there was no person and no shroud lines, and it descended in a falling leaf motion. So that really piqued my interest. In fact, the newspaper, a few days afterwards, that was on a Saturday, the Monday newspaper, the local one, had banner headlines of the discs seen in the area. I think that when it became apparent that the discs were not experimental aircraft and that our government and other governments launched investigations, I became extremely interested. During my tour with the Air Force Security Service, I came across various people who had been directly involved with the UFO study, and it was being taken very seriously. So when I got out, I began to perform on-site investigations myself and send unsolicited reports to Project Blue Book and to NICAP. And then NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena at that time, sent their state director, Walter Webb, who was assistant director of Hayden Planetarium in Boston, to see me, and sort of took me on as an on-the-job trainee investigator. And from there I became state director and then became involved with the University of Colorado Air Force-sponsored study, and with Dr. J. L. Hynek Center for UFO Studies, and from UFON. So it's been sort of an evolution.
It sounds as though, if I had to guess, that your own sighting did it for you.
Yes, and when I look back in retrospect, and after I did the Andreessen Affair investigation and some other abduction reports, and recognized what had happened in my early childhood, also might have been involved with these experiences, I think that perhaps my interest might have been subconsciously influenced by that. That's just sheer speculation on my part. But there has been a burning interest as soon as they, appeared in the 1947 wave.
Can you tell us about the Andreessen case?
Yeah. There was sort of a lull in activity in Massachusetts, and no one had really looked into an abduction report locally here, and we contacted Dr. Hynek and asked him if there were anybody in Massachusetts that had reported an abduction experience, and he sent a copy of a letter that came from Betty Andreessen, who lived in South Ashburnham, Massachusetts. And she was a very religious person, a fundamentalist Christian, and she interpreted her experience as being religious, but when you lifted that out of the experience, it was a typical abduction experience. The same type of entities and so forth entered the house, but all she could remember was them entering the house.
I'm a little curious. In what way did she connect it to her religious faith? What did she feel had occurred to her?
She felt that because these things could come through the door and do the things they did, that she was involved with angels. And so we decided to give it the FBI treatment. I did a real rugged character reference check on her, for example, and decided that she was a sane person. And we conducted a couple of years of hypnotic regression sessions, and for the Andreessen Affair Phase 1 investigation. Actually, it's been 3, and I'm on a 4th now. And she relived being taken out of the house. Her family were left behind with one entity. They were put in sort of a state of suspended animation, except for her daughter. Once in a while, the entity would let her out of this state. But she was taken and given a physical examination, and a lot of strange things happened to her, and then returned to the house. And we thought that was the end of it. But while she was on the operating table, they took something out of her nose. And we tried to find out how that got in there at that time, but she became so emotionally upset that the hypnotist didn't want to push it any further. So it wasn't until later on, when she was available again, she had moved to Florida, that we did a Phase 2 investigation and found out that something had been, her eye had been taken out and something had been put somewhere within her head. We assumed behind the eye maybe. And that's probably how that got in there, and they were taking it out that way. It's been a long investigation. I'm doing the Phase 4 investigation now. There's just a wealth of detail, not only with Betty, but with members of her family. It seems this is a family phenomenon.
She must be a very patient lady to go through these years of research.
She feels that she's supposed to be doing this. They told her that she was supposed to be doing this if you accepted at face value. And so she is very willing, but sometimes I feel very badly for her when she's reliving some of these experiences.
What kind of detail did she give you about the beings that had taken her?
Well, the beings that had taken her initially were probably about 4 to 4.5 feet tall, with head shaped much like an inverted pear, with large mongoloid eyes, a diminutive nose, slit for a mouth, and holes for ears, maybe a tiny earlobe. They communicated by telepathy. They didn't walk. They floated, almost like a skater, along just above the floor or above the ground. They could make right-angle turns. When they came into the house, they left one behind, and they came in a row. And as they came in through the door, they would appear and disappear, and there'd be sort of a wisp of vapor behind as they came in. They came in, appear, disappear, appear, disappear. And when they went out, there was a slot in this line of entities, and she was swept off her feet and floated in this line, and she went right through the door as well, which is another typical characteristics of people being taken through doors, through walls, through windows with these beings. That was that particular type of entity. Another type of entity that she has seen and others have seen with these.
That first one that you described, though, that is the one commonly described again and again and again, isn't it?
It is. And another type of entity that seems to be controlling the activities of these entities look very much like us. They don't have the jumpsuit garments that these small ones have, these almost skin-tight garments, but they look anything like what an extraterrestrial would look like. They wear white robes. They're about 7 feet tall. Some have blonde hair, some have gray hair. They have blue eyes. And they, like the entities, communicate by telepathy and seem to be behind the whole thing. There is an intermediate entity that looks just like the small ones but taller that seems to be in control, too. There seems to be a pecking order here, if you accept all of this at face value.
Phew. Have you concluded through your research anything at all about motive? In other words, what they're doing or why they're doing it?
Well, it's hard to know at this juncture. What we do know is that one of the things that usually happen during these abductions is that sperm and ova are extracted from male and female abductees. Then there's a big leap of faith. If we take at face value what some abductees, including Betty, are told by the abductors, there seems that, and I can't explain this really, I've tried to in the watches, but I'm not really sure about this, there seems to be a symbiotic genetic relationship that exists between them and us. In fact, what they told Betty was that those 3.5, 4.5 foot beings were actually human fetuses that had been removed from human surrogate mothers and grown outside the womb. And when you hear things like that, and when you look at these things, these hairless things, and you look at the mongoloid eyes, and you say to yourself, wow, and so many people describe them as looking like fetuses. You wonder if what she allegedly was shown is real.
In other words, you would expect more human characteristics from a human hybrid.
Yeah. It would seem, again, if you take them, what they told Betty at face value, that they claim that they're doing this because mankind is becoming sterile. And, several years after that was said, I began to read newspaper reports about this very thing.
Because mankind is becoming sterile? I'd always heard it the other way, Ray, that they were taking some sort of genetic something or another from us because their genetic code had become...
I was just going to get to that as well.
Uh-huh.
They're having problems as well. But what they're saying is that mankind is becoming sterile. And as I mentioned, several years after this was told her, a number of major newspaper articles came out that indicated, I think, was 50% drop over the last several decades of sperm count in males.
I believe I just heard that not long ago.
Yeah, so that's very interesting. Well, I guess all you can say it right now is that they seem to be interested in the reproductive systems of male and female. They take sperm and ovum, and they seem to be doing what we might call a genetic engineering program of some kind. If you accept at face value the surrogate mother and removal of fetuses, then you probably could go all the way and say, yes, that what Betty witnessed on board a craft, the woman, 2 fetuses taken from a woman and put in tanks and so forth, it could be true.
That, Ray, that sounds as though, if you take it as you say at face value, they have some sort of proprietary interest in us, and you can choose not to answer this question if you wish, but would you think that might mean that they would be our creators or interested in us after the fact?
I claim, and again, you see, as an investigator, I'm more or less a reporter, and what they told Betty, since we're talking about Betty, that they have been around since our beginning, and that would probably imply
yes, it would.
That they may have had something to do with our beginning. There's a tremendous leap in evolution, back... If you go back and look at the beginnings of man, one could speculate that they tampered with a pre-human being, if you would, and made them in their own image. But that again is sheer speculation at this point.
Wow, that would indicate they would have a lot more genetic knowledge than that which we've amassed about ourselves so far, and it looks as though an awful lot of diseases, maybe even cancer and AIDS and some of the rest of them, may have genetic solutions, if there is ever to be a solution, and one would almost long for them to assist us in one of these areas.
No, that brings up another question. Why don't they? Why haven't they? Or are they doing something that we are unaware of over the centuries and so forth that has been helpful to us through these abduction experiences? You know what? You wonder why over and over and over again that they're doing these things. Not just talking about the alleged fetus removal, but why are they making punch biopsies? Why are they taking sperm? Why are they taking ovum? Why are they interested in us physically? And so many people, there's got to be a symbiotic relationship between them and us. What they seem to be saying is that their survival is dependent upon our survival. Now, you can speculate what that might mean.
Has anybody toyed with the idea? I understand that a lot of people who claim to have been abducted are frequently abducted and then re-abducted and re-abducted, and I wonder if it might be possible to, crazy as this may sound, in a sense, send them a message.
Send who the message now?
Well, send the abductors a message through an abductee. In other words, with the presumption that somebody is going to be abducted once again, as seems to be the case so many times, simply give them a message from us and try to open some channel of communication.
Well, they can communicate. My opinion is that's no problem. They could communicate any time they want. I think this is one of the reasons that a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons that they're considered a threat to national security is I was talking to scientists who work for the Air Force, one of the Air Force projects, and they felt because of the evasiveness of the phenomenon.
Hello there?
Yeah, okay, I don't know if that was. Evasiveness of the phenomenon, that you had to treat something like that as a threat. In fact, some of the early documents that released through the Freedom of Information Act indicate that I have one right here, that action which must be considered evasive when sighted or contacted by friendly aircraft and radar. So when you have something that violates a country's airspace, doesn't identify itself, can outpace anything that you send up to do something with it, you don't know where it comes from, you don't know what it's doing here, and it disrupts weapon systems and does all kinds of things, you can see from a military point of view that this must be treated as a possible potential threat.
And I'm certain they do. That brings us to the whole cover-up question, but I want to ask you a question about contact, Ray. I've come to the conclusion, after doing talk shows about this for years and years, that there are a lot of people with religious faith out there, a strong religious faith, that would be terribly challenged by contact by these beings. If there was some great official, the saucer lands on the White House kind of deal, a White House lawn kind of deal, that unless they were protected, if they made contact in the wrong way, a lot of people would try to do these beings in. In other words, society really may not be ready for contact. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm a devout Christian myself, and I must say that this has caused me to really expand my faith, much to the consternation of some of my peers, who some of them would feel that even the existence of extraterrestrial life is nonsense. And you're right. A study made by Brookings Institute for NASA back in 1961 indicated that two groups in this country would be the most devastated if just alien life was discovered, never mind in discovering us and making contact. The first group was fundamentalist Christianity. The second group, believe it or not, was science and engineers, because technology, they felt, would be so above our science and technology that you could compare it to Western scientists with all their equipment and so forth going into an Aborigine tribe, and sort of the witch doctor there would probably be their equivalent of science. And there would be a huge gap between scientific knowledge. And when you make that comparison, you're talking about Homo sapiens sapiens on the same planet. We have PhDs from MIT on this planet, and we have Aborigines still in the Stone Age. It must be very interesting for an extraterrestrial race to be studying.
Yes, indeed. If you had evidence, and I frequently ask this too, Ray, if you had incontrovertible evidence that they existed, and you sat down and thought about it yourself, that is, whether you would release it or not, would you?
Sure. I feel it's part of man's evolution. I think that when you look back, and we're talking about the impact, for example, on science and religion. When you look back to the early days, prior to Galileo, Copernicus, and the rest of them, Kepler, you had a system that was wed to Aristotle's thought about the universe. You had a geocentric universe, and then you had a discovery that sort of turned the world upside down. All of theology, all of science was wed to Aristotle, and you had what was called a Copernican revolution. And it was a very painful process for people to go through. But, here we are. We accept these things now as, common knowledge. But it was a part of man's evolution. And I think holding information like this back, as disruptive as it might be, is part of man's heritage and evolution. I know that if something like this, the abduction phenomenon, for example, the crash retrieval bit, all of this was made public as the President of the United States get up and showed positive evidence that all this was going on, that it would cause disruptions. And you don't have to do much to cause the stock market to crash, for example.
No, you sure don't.
There are a lot of things that would happen. But, again, I feel very strongly that that's something that it's growing up pains for the human race, and it's something that we've got to go through. And I think that UFO investigators who come into this with their own worldviews, their own religious systems, including myself, have gone through almost a grieving process because our world has been turned upside down, as it were. The things that we thought were normal, the way things should be, turn out not to be that way at all, and it is a painful process when you have to start expanding your worldview or your religion or whatever.
Ray, with all that you've investigated, I'm curious, have you come to any conclusions about whether these beings are friendly and one should not fear them, or given an opportunity in an abduction situation, would you advise somebody instead, if they could, to run like hell?
Well, first of all, I don't think you could run. And second of all, I think if they were hostile, and like we consider hostile, that they could have done something a long time ago. I think they're only hostile because they're something that's completely out of the ordinary to to everybody. I mean, anything unknown is hostile.
Well, it produces fear, that's for certain.
Yeah, fear. I mean, to have an abduction experience is not even the equivalent of having your dead grandmother sort of float through the wall and start talking to you. It's so completely out of the realm of possibility, of even probability, that it's awfully hard to accept that something like that can happen. And even after it happens, and you mentioned how many people remember this, I think Dr. Bullett's study indicated that maybe 30% of abductees remember most of the abduction without hypnosis. And sometimes it will come back with a complete flashback, for example. And it affects a person for life because there are questions that will never probably be answered. They never can tell if it's going to happen again. I talk to people sometimes for almost an hour on the telephone, just listening to them. They're afraid to go to bed. They go to bed, they leave the lights on, they lock the doors, they keep the radio going because they don't know when it's going to happen again. It can really disrupt a person's life.
What do you tell them about the probability? They must ask. In other words, they would ask you, look, in all the cases you've investigated, how many of them have turned out to be multiple abductions of a single individual? What are the chances, in other words, that I'll be abducted again? What are the chances?
I think the chances are very good. I think it usually starts at least around 5 or 6 years old, and it continues. I think Bullett's study indicated that it continues maybe the 30s or 40s, and sometimes even after that. But I would say that probably is the baseline, 5 or 6 years old, probably earlier, but how can you tell? Except in a few cases where the parents might be witnesses of it, until they're 30 or 40 years old. And then...
Well, that's not much comfort for an individual, is it?
Oh, no, it isn't. And I've dealt with a lot of people who, including the Allagash abduction case that I just finished a short while ago. That,
yes, that's the next thing I'm going to ask you about, Allagash.
Yeah, well, see, that started when the twins involved in that were, again, 5 or 6 years old. They didn't know that. They thought they were dealing with ghosts and paranormal phenomena.
Sure. I can imagine that people would attach all kinds of different scenarios to it based on their life. In other words, if they're devoutly religious, they're probably having a religious experience. Or if they're into sort of a new age sort of thing, they calculate they've had an out-of-body experience. They probably attach all kinds of scenarios to this, don't they?
Yeah, and I think that it's possible with the Andreasen affair that Betty has superimposed her religious beliefs on her experience, but I wouldn't be dogmatic about that. It could possibly be that they, in turn, are using her religious beliefs to help to calm and assuage her fears, and then it could be a possible connection. You've got three things there, and what I try to do is stay neutral and say that these are three possibilities because she's not the only one that seems to have a theological content, as it were, to their abduction experiences. And at the MIT conference, I guess it was Bud Hopkins was saying that he felt that that theological content should be ignored and that it was a waste of time to look into it. And a lot of investigators are saying that the paraphysical part of the abduction is a waste of time. Let's deal with the nuts and bolts.
What's your feeling about that aspect of it, the out-of-body?
The aspect is that I've come across so many cases, including the one that Linda Logan Howe was talking about, involving an out-of-the-body experience abduction and the physical body being left behind. I've come across so many of those that I'm saying that my next, well, I'm working on it now, book, and will deal with this particular aspect. I think that you can't ignore these things. See, what a report written by an investigator usually reflects that investigators, unfortunately, because no one's completely objective, his or her own worldview.
Sure.
And if you are strictly a nuts and bolts UFO researcher, if you have a paranormal thing happen, you ignore it. It never comes up in the report. And there are a lot of other things. If there's a religious aspect to it, that may be dumped too. And what you do, unfortunately, is you just give one facet of the UFO phenomenon in that particular report. I feel that if you're going to investigate these reports,
You've got to follow it wherever it leads.
Wherever it leads, you've got to have a baseline that includes everything.
Yes.
And then if you find this over and over and over and over again, not just a few isolated incidents, you just find a few isolated incidents, you say, well, this could be, the personality of the person and so forth. But if you find it over and over and over again, that will be your real baseline, not what happens to be a mirror image of what you think should be or shouldn't be.
People can put themselves in an altered state, and I wonder, Ray, if you think that one of these altered states is likely to bring on an abduction. In other words, if you wanted to experiment with an altered state, would you think that it might have a chance of bringing something like this on?
That's possible. Usually, I think the altered state comes from the outside upon the abductee. I don't think that the abductee can call. As far as I know, I don't know of any case where someone can cause something like this to happen. I think there are some people, and there aren't too many people, that can, of their own volition, have an out-of-the-body experience. But even then, I've challenged these people sometimes to do various things for me, and they haven't been able to perform yet. So that the real OBE seems to be something, for the most part, something that comes from the outside. It may be a near-death experience, for example, or someone, I don't know how many cases I've read about someone who's actually not dead, physically dead or pronounced dead, but is in a situation, for example, a car going over a cliff, and they're in the car, and all of a sudden they're outside of the car and they're watching everything.
Wow. Ray, we have a 5-minute break here at the top of the hour, and then we'll be back. So relax for about 5 minutes, and we'll be right back to you. That's Ray Fowler, and Ray, I'm going to redial your number during this break.
Okay.
All right. You're listening to Area 2000 on a Sunday evening. From KDWN, the Talk of the West, I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. Good evening again. Welcome back to Area 2000 on a Sunday night. By the way, for those of you that have not yet had an opportunity to view it, the shots of the space shuttle working on the Hubble telescope are absolutely astounding. And they can be seen in a couple of places. CNN is running them with occasional breaks. If you want it uninterrupted, I'm not sure if they're carrying it tonight, but C-SPAN, if you have access to cable or satellite, C-SPAN has also been running the shuttle video uninterrupted, and it's quite spectacular and should be going on shortly. So you may want to get that locked in on your television set. My guest is Ray Fowler. Fascinating stuff. We're talking about abductions, and we have redialed Ray, but there's a significant storm, I guess, going on in the Northeast, and so we may be troubled by this same static. Ray, are you there?
I sure am.
All right. Well, it sounds a little better. We'll see how it... What kind of storm are you having, Ray?
Well, we had a tremendous rainstorm with maybe a couple of inches of rain, and now we're getting a sort of a cold wave behind it, a lot of wind blowing, and I think it's probably blowing the telephone lines. I've changed to a couple of different channels here. I think it's a lot better.
Yeah, it does sound better. Good. All right, to finish up with the out-of-body experiences, it is a fascinating aspect, and you're right, I found that a lot of researchers, if it involves this aspect or the religious aspect, run away from it. And that seems to me to be sort of a deviation from what ought to be a real scientific approach.
Yeah, I've finally decided that, well, I watched Dr. Hynek and I watched Dr. Jacques Vallée move from a strictly nuts and bolts interest in the phenomenon to more interest in the paraphysical side of it. And
well, yeah, in other words, some of the nuts and bolts might not be nuts and bolts that we recognize, and so I guess
that's correct. And when you have an object disappear and appear on radar, as you're watching it visually, as if it were going somewhere else and then coming back into the space-time continuum, we might be, I think Dr. Hynek in his later years was thinking that they may be extraterrestrial, but maybe they travel in another dimension that...
Well, you're just ahead of me.
They're not the same.
I was about to ask you about the possibility of it being dimensional travel as opposed to travel through space itself. Why not through time or another dimension? Is that not at least as likely?
Well, yeah, and this is why I'm interested in the paraphysical aspects of this, because when a person is taken and his body is left behind, he or she is taken by the same entities. And don't ask me how to explain it. They are physically examined, quote unquote, the same way that they would have been if their physical body had been taken with them, and then they are returned.
Do you think this will, Ray? Do you think this is going to lead you into perhaps some research with the people looking into near-death experiences?
Already have. In fact, Dr. Ring has just written a new book, and he's probably one of the leading advocates or researchers into this. And he had kind of the same conclusion as I had in the Watchers, where I think that there's a definite connection between. And this sounds incredible. I never thought I'd even be saying this to anybody, let alone on radio.
On a radio program.
When you talk to people who have gone through what Dr. Bullitt says, the tour and the other world and the theophany, which most abductees don't go through, what they describe is very similar to what people who have the near-death experience describe, so much so that this is another aspect of the abduction phenomenon I'm concentrating on as well. And it's caused Dr. Ring, who has been working with the near-death experience for many, many years, to look at the UFO phenomenon for the first time after he met Betty and Bob Andreas, Lucas now, Betty and Bob Luca. And the Andreas affair and the investigations into them has led him to look into the whole UFO abduction phenomenon. So all of a sudden, you have the NDE expert coming from one direction and so-called UFO expert coming another direction and meeting each other.
Fascinating, because those are the exact two aspects that this program is concentrated on.
I was surprised. Well, surprised. I'm pleased to hear that.
And so am I, in view of the fact that the research may now be moving, the two areas of research may be moving toward each other. Fascinating. How are you now going to proceed as you move into these areas? Are you going to start contacting these investigators more and more, or how are you going to move now direction-wise in your investigations?
I guess I'm going to concentrate on those reports, including the Andreas affair, on those reports that report the OBE and the NDE type characteristics, and if I look into enough of them, try to come up with some kind of analysis of the similarities, much the same way that Dr. Bullitt did with his study of the abduction phenomenon in a general way, but specifically look at these particular cases and see how they stand up in comparison to each other. And it's going to be a long study. You know, I've just really started this.
Ms. Feller, is there anybody else doing similar work now and moving down some of the lines that you're anticipating or have begun to move down?
I know of, and I was really surprised to hear it, is Dr. Ring. And again, he has started at the other end, starting from the NDE and working toward the UFO, and I'm working toward the UFO and working toward the NDE and interviewing people who have had out-of-the-body experiences and near-death experiences as well, I mean, aside from the UFO phenomenon, as well as people who have had the UFO abduction experience and have had these experiences. One of the things that have happened to even people who haven't had the abduction experience, I find over and over again, people who have had a close encounter of any kind with a UFO, that they, a lot of them, a large percentage of them, begin to experience a variety of psychic phenomena. Some of them had no interest in psychic phenomena. Nothing like that had ever happened to them. Sometimes it goes on for a few weeks and it stops, and sometimes it goes on and on and on. Poltergeist phenomena, out-of-the-body experiences, strange synchronistic things happening, and how this connects with the UFO experience they had, I don't know. One can say that the experience enhanced their so-called psychic ability, so that they were able to detect things that they were always there, but for some reason the experience somehow enhanced their psychic abilities. Or one could say that it's a continuation of the experience, and all they are seeing is sort of the visible tip of something that's going on, a monitoring system or something that's going on. But as an investigator and a reporter, all I can say is that you have A, close encounter with the UFO, and B, coinciding with that, in many cases, you have an eruption of psychic phenomena, so-called. We call it psychic phenomena, that's just a name. You really don't know what it is.
Oh, you're really following a fascinating area of research, and I'm going to stay close to you if I can and find out where it goes. I really think you might be on the right track. I'm curious about this. The UFO community itself, for years, has faced, people like yourself who would come out, would face some sort of ridicule, and I wonder if now, following the path that you're following, you're liable to face ridicule from the standard UFO community.
Oh, I'm sure. I had a business meeting with some people this afternoon, and two very, very enthusiastic people who have been involved in the nuts and bolts study for years, and they're very, very rigid in their particular beliefs, and they wouldn't have anything to do with what I was talking about. It was interesting to talk to them face to face and so forth, and I guess why it didn't interest them is that they feel, and I feel too, that the scientific method for proof of UFOs can't possibly apply to paranormal phenomena. How can you capture something like that, and how can you measure it and test it and so forth, except in a statistical way? What they're looking for, and what I'm looking for too, is the physical evidence, something that you can measure in a laboratory, just like the gentleman that's examining the crop circle. This is the physical part of the phenomenon, or examining physical traces that are left behind ground effects, or...
True enough, and I'm not discounting it, Ray, but gee whiz, years and years and years of examination of physical evidence, and we still have no real answers, so...
No, all it does is give you some evidence to support the anecdotal data that comes forth from a witness, indicating that, I saw an object sitting there in the field. You go to the field and you see what looks like microwave radiation that's baked the earth down to maybe a foot or something, and you see 3 or 4 pad marks, and you take a penetrometer, and it looks like a ton set on each thing, so you can say, well, something was here, and they described that something was here, therefore something must have been there. But it really doesn't tell you where it comes from, what it's doing here.
Right.
What, if anything, you can do about it. I guess it gives you very, very strong evidence that there was a machine-like looking object sitting there, and it took off, just like the witness said, because there'd be no way for the witness to be able to, duplicate what is left behind. But it really doesn't give you the answers. If the abduction phenomenon is real and not illusory, and whatever this is behind it wants to communicate through that means, that's the only way we're going to know. My own opinion is that we are like the donkey being led by a carrot. I think that the phenomenon, slowly but surely, is going to allow us to very slowly but surely come to terms with it. And when you look back, and I've been in this since 47 as far as interest goes, and 63 since an investigation goes, it has been a process. I mean, you had the flyovers, and that was very hard to accept. Then you had the close encounters. I can remember researchers back there when people would say that they saw a machine-like object rather than a distant object close by, that they were scoffed at, and that was hard to accept. Then you had the landed objects, and the researchers scoffed at that for a while and then finally accepted that. And then you had the close encounters of the third kind, where entities were seen and associated with the object, and people were laughed at. Reports were thrown in the wastebasket, and then finally that was accepted. Now you've got the abduction reports, and finally that's being accepted. It's getting into out of the UFO research community into the health professional community. It's sort of been...
and here you are, one step ahead of that.
Yeah, maybe. What it seems to be is that we've been undergoing a conditioning. It reminds me of a story I heard where some missionaries were trying to contact this tribe, and they overflew the village with an airplane, scared the living daylights out of them. But after they saw the airplane for a long time, they didn't run, so they rigged up a rope with a basket on it, and they dropped it down, and they were able to circle the plane so the basket would stay fairly still. And the natives finally would come out and start getting closer and closer to the basket, and they put some machetes in it and some tools and so forth. And finally they grabbed those, and finally they were trading back and forth. And then finally they landed the plane, and they made contact. Unfortunately, their intentions were misconstrued, and they got killed.
Well, if we, Ray, if we are the natives, and the conditioning is underway now, how far through that process do you think we might be?
I don't know. I just have this strong feeling that, we started out at the base of a pyramid, and over the years, the lines on either side are getting closer and closer to the top. And the people that I talk to have had the abduction experience have the same impression. I'm trying to be very objective, and I say maybe not. But I feel the phenomena wouldn't waste its time to be doing all it's been doing since 1947, and it's been doing an awful lot just for the fun of it. There has to be a purpose behind it. It's not a natural phenomenon. It's an intelligently controlled phenomenon. They interested in our weapon systems. When I worked for GTE Government Systems, I was involved with the development, research and development and production of the Minuteman missile, and talked to launch control facility officers and fellow Sylvanians, or GTE Sylvanians we were at that time, and other subcontractors and contractors out at the sites. And they were disrupting our equipment.
Oh?
Disrupting our equipment, and we couldn't do anything at all about it. Why were they doing that? Were they testing our defense systems, or they were trying to tell us something?
Disrupting our equipment in what way, Ray?
Well, and Dr. Hynek confirmed this when I talked to him. One launch control facility officer told me that this thing was tracked by radar 100,000 feet up, and it was disrupting the total communication system of the launch control facility. In other words, the LCF, as they call them, would have found it very, very hard to communicate to the launch facility to fire a missile. Other launch control facility officers told me sometimes the whole flight would just go down. There were guidance control systems.
And you don't think you were the victim of some sort of electronic countermeasure?
Yeah, I got in a big trouble with my company for publishing some of that stuff. The Pentagon called, and the Strategic Air Command called, and they threatened to send a letter of displeasure to my company if I didn't stop this stuff. That would have meant the massive, and I thought we would get their clearance, and that would have put me right out of the defense industry, so I had to be very careful after that. But
you had a crypto clearance. There's an interesting avenue to follow and probably go nowhere with. Ray, as a result, without being able to tell us anything specific, which would be a violation of law, was there anything you ever found out for subclass other than what you just explained that would lead you to believe that we're dealing with extraterrestrials?
When I was with the United States Air Force Security Service, we each were in buildings. We weren't supposed to know what each building were doing. We were actually doing electronic spying on the Russians with sophisticated direction finders, and we would conduct mock raids on Russia, and they'd tune up their air defense command and send up fighters to meet aircraft approaching. And what we would do is, using direction finders, we would know where every one of those radar sites were. We had people who were linguists were recording everything that was said, all the procedures. There were people taking Morse code and so forth. I talked to another person who wasn't really supposed to tell me this stuff, but he was saying that they used crypto channels to relay UFO information from England to, the Pentagon. I never got involved because I wasn't involved with the teletype that he was involved in.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You mean after Project Blue Book, the government's interest actually did not wane?
Well, this is back in the 50s.
Oh, I see, okay.
Back in the 50s, well, after Project Blue Book, our recommended cases the influence Denison involved. In fact, Janet 146 Revision E specifically states that the Aerospace Defense Command is responsible for collecting information on unidentified flying objects from both civilian and military sources, regardless of Project Blue Book.
I see.
Project Blue Book, since 1953, was probably just a public information group that was used to, they did send some of the better reports onward somewhere, but basically it was just a three-person group at the Pentagon that, not the Pentagon, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and a public information officer at the Pentagon that essentially tried to assuage public panic or interest in the subject by explaining them away as natural phenomena or man-made objects or hoaxes and so forth. But the real reports that had scientific value would go somewhere else. But this is back in the 50s. I talked to a person, a very reliable person, who was in photography, and he told me that he had seen many gun camera and stills that he developed them himself. He wouldn't give me any details. All he would do is admit that this was being done and it was standard operating procedure. Dr. Hynek told me that when fighter planes took gun camera photographs, that they would land and they would be debriefed, and the canister would be taken somewhere and never to be seen again. Gordon Cooper has gone on record stating that when he was at what was called Muir Air Force Base, which is now Edwards Air Force Base, that they were there, they had equipment set up to take photographs of something, I've forgotten what it was, when they had a UFO land, and they actually were able to photograph the UFO. And he said, again, the canisters were taken, and they were debriefed, and as he said in his drawl, off to Washington, never to be seen again.
Well, then you obviously are a believer in the government cover-up.
Yeah. I wouldn't call it I would call it a cover-up, but I'm not sure that's the right reason. I wouldn't think it was more of a cover-up than keeping stealth and some of these other things secret. I think there's a number of reasons why something like that would be done. I mean, I think I explained that any object that penetrates our airspace without permission is automatically considered a potential threat, and just normally all the regulations that center around national security would center on that particular incident or incidents.
Something I always wonder about, Ray, we have come a long way with stealth technology ourselves. I mean, that's the state of our art. And one has to imagine with a technology that would be greatly in advance of ours, if they didn't want to be seen, we wouldn't be seeing them on radar, or with our eyes, for that matter.
You have cases where you get a radar lock on, and
suddenly it's gone.
And then they change the radar frequency, and it'll be there. As soon as the radar waves, make contact with the object, it's gone. They change frequency again, it's there. That's documented. In fact, at one time, it even got out in the local newspaper that had happened before, it got to where it was supposed to go, and then quelled.
Well, I'm surely not an expert on stealth technology, but that capability is different, I think, is it not, Ray, than the normal stealth technology we have, which would...
That is, but, you know, the fellow I was talking today, Barry Greenwood, I don't know if you ever talked to him before, he's probably got one of the largest civilian libraries on government documents and everything to do with UFOs. We were talking about stealth today, and he was saying that he had documents that go way back, I think into the 60s, where the Air Force was trying to, came up with the conclusion that a disc-shaped object would have very little visibility on radar, and that's when they were starting a joint project with Canada to build a disc-shaped object, the Avro company. And the problem was that it was very unstable, and there was really no room to have a lot of fuel. I mean, you have airplanes, you've got these wings that fuel, and then you have the fuel tanks and so forth, but you have this disc-shaped thing, and it was very unstable. It only got a few feet off the ground. In fact, I've actually seen movies of it tested.
So a disc, to be stable, would require the kind of technology we've heard about that's very different than that which we have to propel one in normal aerodynamic flight.
My own opinion is the flying discs, so-called, the flying saucers, don't fly. They're the equivalent of what we would call a diving bell. What you have is it's something, usually you don't have an object that comes down and goes from point A to B. You do at some point sometimes, but most of these sightings they come down, they go around a very, very local area, and it's like something pulls them up on a rubber band. You know, it's almost like, and they come down in a falling leaf motion, almost like they didn't have any weight or mass, and then they just suck right up. It's almost like they aren't aerodynamic. They're just lowered down to do their thing, and then taken up again.
Oh, that's fascinating. All right, Ray, we're at the bottom of the hour, and I'm going to ID the station, and then perhaps we'll take a few calls if you're up for it. All right, stay right there. Ray Fowler is my guest. This is Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening from Las Vegas. You're listening to Area 2000 on the Talk of the West, KDWN Radio. All right, here it is. The phones are going open. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, you can reach us at 383-8255, 8255. If you're calling from outside the state, toll free, it's 1-800-338-8255. 1-800-338-8255. The wild card lines are area code direct dial, in other words, area code 702-385-7214, 7214. And then finally, if you have never called the program at all, feel free to use the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7213. 7213. And Ray Fowler, are you still there?
Right.
All right. Let's experiment with the great unknown for a moment and go to the lines. Good evening on our first-time caller line. You're on the air with Ray Fowler. Hello there.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Oh, yes, I'd like to ask you, I read your book on Watchers, actually, and I wanted to know, you said that these craft can go through space-time. I've actually, that they could,
Okay, he gave up. He got nervous, Ray, and gave up.
Okay.
Wildcard line 3, you're on the air in Las Vegas with Ray Fowler in Massachusetts. Good evening.
Hello?
Hello. Turn your radio off, sir.
Okay.
Off. And then give us some idea of where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Santa Cruz, California.
Santa Cruz. All right, go ahead.
And I just wanted to mention something about some stuff my dad told me when he was in the Air Force.
All right. Go ahead.
Are we live?
Yes, we're live. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my father was in the Air Force for 23 years, and he told me he was in the missiles. And I guess he started, I don't know what exactly happened, but he within the last couple of years, he was sick in the retirement home, and he was telling me all kinds of stories about some stuff they were doing down in Dreamland, working with some weird flying equipment I guess they recovered.
Well, that does present a good opportunity. Thank you, caller, from Santa Cruz. Ray, I had my own sighting. I live in the Pahrump Valley, which is about 65 miles west of here, and just about a valley or so over from what they call Dreamland.
Right.
And in all my life, Ray, I've never seen a thing until just a few months ago, and I saw this incredibly large triangular craft, totally black, floating, not flying, and I know the difference, just about 150 feet above me. Didn't make a sound, utterly silent. And I wonder what you can tell us about what's going on at Dreamland, if you know of anything at all, and whether an awful lot of these craft that are sighted may not be the kind of craft that you're talking about, but something we are doing.
I'm sure we're doing a lot there. The Stealth was flying a lot longer than, they were willing to
admit.
And I'm sure there are a lot of other things flying there. I think the rumors that we have retrieved crashed saucers there, for want of a better term, and that we are somehow flying them is strictly a rumor, no matter what Bob Lazar and William Cooper and Jim Leah might want us to believe. I think that we need a lot more evidence. I think when you have an experimental test range and you have state-of-the-art equipment being tested there, it's going to look very, very unusual. And very rarely, in fact, unless there was an accident, you just don't fly experimental aircraft out of a test range. If it crashed, the security aspects would be horrendous.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that we're dealing with extraterrestrial stuff there. The triangular craft is very interesting because we've had reports of that in this area. We just had one reported a couple of weeks ago in Vermont, flying at treetop level, making no noise. And then Belgium, several years ago, they had lots of reports of these things. But again, what you saw, doesn't sound like something that we could do. Maybe it is. I have no answer to that question, except that I'm sure there's an awful lot of exotic things going on.
Well, I'll tell you this, Ray. I had never even heard of a triangular craft until I had my sighting. I went on the radio on my syndicated program, and I told the story quite extensively, and all of a sudden my fax machine lit up, and I have never seen so many triangular craft in my whole life. So there
are a lot of them. In fact, boomerang-shaped craft as well. Upstate New York, back in the late 80s, thousands of sightings in upstate New York. Dr. Hynek and Philip Imbrogno wrote a book about it. There were so many of them. And the interesting thing is that news of what was going on there, and these things were hovering over reservoirs, atomic plants, and houses, and moving without any noise at all. Some people describe them almost as big as a football field, very similar to what happened in Belgium. The interesting thing is that usually the news about these things were just confined to the local newspapers and the local TV stations, and this seems to be true about the UFO subject in general. In the old days, if you had something like that happen, the Associated Press and UPI would pick it up and it'd be in the newspapers. But what I find now is unless you subscribe to a news clip service that looks into all of these various local sightings all over the United States, you wouldn't that UFOs existed.
Well, you may find this of some interest. About a week or 2 weeks after the sighting I had, a most unusual story appeared in my little Pahrump Valley Times, which I still have. Somebody gave me. And I'll just read from it for a second. The low-flying aircraft over Pahrump late last week and again Sunday night, which is when I saw it, were probably part of a classified training exercise, according to a spokesman from Nellis. A number of Pahrump residents were talking about a big aircraft that passed over their homes last week, and judging by the areas that people live in, it appears the C-130 circled most of the valley and buzzed some homes several times. So it was a classified mission, and they're trying to sell us on the fact that it was a C-130. I was never so insulted in all of my life. I've flown on C-130s, and I guarantee this was no C-130. They could have tried to sell a lot of things, but a C-130, frankly, I found to be insulting.
Oh, they have done this over and over again in the Blue Book days. Incredible explanations like that. Now, whether they're trying to cover for an experimental aircraft or they're trying to cover for a UFO, which they most likely knew was there because of the radar installations they have there, I don't know. But this is typical of the old Blue Book days.
Fascinating. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Ray Fowler in Massachusetts.
Oh, good evening, Art, and Mr. Ray Fowler.
Good evening.
As far as I'm loud noisy in here, and I live up here in Blair's in Northeast California, and they've been sending B-52s, Art, over our region, I guess over that scrapyard in Arizona. Anyway, I'll get quick to the point. I've been hearing a lot about these missing children, and, a lot of them can't be found. I was just kind of wondering if Ray knew that, has any information about maybe, are they being abducted, or what's the situation of a lot of these children that can't be found?
Yeah, good.
Listen off the air.
All right, it's a good question. There are a lot of missing children. Ray, some of them are coming to no good because of foul play right here on Earth. I wonder how many of them might be meeting some other fate.
I haven't the slightest idea. I think that's in the realm of speculation, and until you had some eyewitness reports of a child being taken by a strange object or a beam of light or something like that and not returned, I would say that this most likely has to do with human abductions. And depending upon the age of the child, you have a lot of runaways, for example, as well as abductions. I mean, this horrible thing that happened in California recently where someone actually came into a house and took someone out of the house.
Exactly.
Things are going on like that. So I would...
The man alleged to have done that has now been officially charged with a crime. Ray, there is a space mission, a very complex one, underway right now. And the reason I bring it up is because I've been watching the spacewalks, which are fascinating. And one would have to imagine that if they were here, they would take particular interest in anything taking us off our own planet. And I wonder if you've heard anything about that. The astronauts, what have they seen officially or unofficially? What do you think's going on there?
Well, astronaut General McDevitt saw a cylindrical UFO with a pole sticking out of it back in Gemini 4. Gordon Cooper stated at a United Nations meeting that we were trying to get the United Nations to get involved in UFO research, stated that there were NASA officials that had encounters with UFOs. A very respectable professor was sharing the same program or podium with one of the astronauts, and I won't mention names, but was talking to the astronaut, and the astronaut said that they see them practically every mission. He says, but if you quote me, I'll deny it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's hearsay, but I trust the person who told me. It was he trust the astronaut personally. You're right. I think this is going on. Gordon Cooper, I was told by one fellow from NASA, was not a player, and I don't think that he was very well liked by some people because of the statements he was making.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when he was in the Air Force back in '51 for 2 days, he was the leader of a fighter squadron, and they chased UFOs that were coming over the base, and they were just above the operating capability of the F-86s that they had, but they were round, metallic, they were making right-angle turns, whatever they were under intelligent control, and they were made of a metallic material. But it seems that most likely the astronauts, as well as any military person, even an airline pilot, I don't know if you're even aware of this, but what also applies to commercial carriers. And once a commercial airline pilot makes what we call a service report, which they're supposed to do, they see anything that might be a threat to national security, but UFOs are one of the things on the list. If they divulge the this was imposed upon all the major airline carriers in over 400, I think it was 450 pilots protested and signed a petition against it, but it didn't do any good. Well, I can see why the military wants the information from the pilots. It's a shame, though, that they're being civilians. Aren't allowed to talk about it.
Sure. Another aspect of this, Ray, would be something that's not talked about a lot, and that is we have a gigantic series of KH satellites and Landsats and other satellites that are capable of looking down on Earth. And one would imagine that if there were things flying about, there would have been significant evidence gathered from that.
Sure, I'm sure that there are. I talked to an Air Force colonel, for example, that was working with the recently, when I was at DCT. He was recently discharged, and he was the commander of one of the optical factories. A huge telescope, and they would be tracking things in orbit, things that are known and things that are unknown, and giving the azimuth elevation, right ascension, declination, or whatever they use, to what was the North American Air Defense Command, now Spacecom.
Right.
He claimed that there were things coming into orbit and out of orbit, and he started asking questions about this, and he was just told to mind his own business, that there was a blue ribbon panel looking into this, and that his job was just to send the data in.
I'll tell you, there's an awful lot of people that want to talk to you, so let's keep it in here. Good morning, line 3. You're on the air with Ray Fowler.
This is Fritz from Los Angeles. Thanks again to the Bigelow Foundation for that most outstanding educational program. I want to say to Ray that his book definitely has changed the rules. He has the advantage of most of the UFO researcher and scientists because he has the metaphysical background, the knowing, I would say, the cosmic ABC. Ray, you also pointed out in your book the acceleration of UFOs activity is directly related to man's increasing inhumanity to man. Can you tell us about the coming event? The planet must change as a phase because of man's ignorance.
All right. Thanks, Fritz. What about it, our behavior down here connected to the...
No, I don't think that was in my book. I think maybe he read some of his own ideas into that. I think what indicated in the book was that according to what they told Betty, that because of what we were doing to life on the planet, with pollution and most probably disposal of atomic waste and things like that, so they didn't go into any detail, that man was going to become sterile, and therefore they were collecting sperm and ova not only from man but also from a variety of life forms on Earth. But they never indicated anything about man's humanity to man or to her, and nor did they mention anything spectacular coming in any detail. They indicated that something was going to happen, but they didn't say what.
There are a lot of people these days, Ray, with the feeling that something is imminent. Do you get those vibrations as well?
Yeah, I do, and from the abductees. But again, I think you've got to be very, very careful. I think because of the state that the world is in right now, that people are probably looking for something from the outside to help, feeling that yourselves are helpless to do anything about our situation. Therefore, something has to come from the outside. So you've got that mentality, that mindset, and then you've got the abductees, and you wonder whether that, where you draw the line between what the abductees are allegedly told and or whether they're part of the same mindset and hoping that whatever this is that's happened to them, it's going to be helpful.
Sure. Sure, I understand. Good evening. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air with Ray Fowler. Where are you calling from, please?
Henderson.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm fairly convinced that this probe into Mars that they lost recently.
Yes, the Explorer.
Yeah, I'm convinced that was a big cover-up. I think they know where it's at, and they evidently shut it off or something. I would just like to have your thoughts on that, and I'll listen up.
All right. right, thank you. What about the Mars Explorer, Ray? There are a lot of theories firing around out there about it, that there was a lot on Mars they didn't want us to see, and so they shut it off. And what do you feel about that?
I have no opinion. I've read articles by people who feel that that's so, but again, that may be wishful thinking on their part. You have the so-called face on Mars enthusiasts. You may indeed have some artifacts up there. We really don't know until we get there. It seems that there has been, not only with the United States probes to Mars, but Russia's Phobos 1 and Phobos 2. Mm-hmm. They've had serious problems, and if you can believe what came out of Russia from an astronaut, that Phobos 2 actually photographed a cylindrical object approaching it prior to its going off the air. If you can believe things like that, if that really happened, then maybe there are some things going on up there that we don't know about. You look back at some of the news clippings of concerning what the NASA used to call the galactic ghoul, where very strange things would happen to our satellites in the early days, especially with they would go off the air and not transmit and then come back on like something had repaired them or something. But all of this stuff is speculation. These things happen. You don't know the answer. I think it's very unscientific to come to any specific conclusion of why they're happening. Most likely, the most probable thing is that we had problems with our last Mars probe. And not saying it's possible that they shut it off and so forth, but right now that's just sheer speculation and maybe wishful thinking on some people's part.
All right. Well, there may be a lot of wishful thinking involved in this entire area, and what we sometimes want to just separate from reality. On our first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Ray Fowler. Oh, well, try again.
Okay, here we go. I wrote it down this time, so it'll be better. I've read your book, The Watchers, and the book you talked about men becoming sterile, and the aliens could see the future but do little about it, about changing it. Also, the aliens were like showing abductees the films about like Earth being destroyed, by possibly. What I'd like to know is, do you think the aliens could possibly be from the future, possibly now that they need help, they're coming back for reproductive things, and they're taking the hybrids to the future? It sounds kind of wild, but...
Actually, not that wild. Thank you. You did very well there. You finally got it together. That's kind of what we've been talking about, isn't it, Ray?
Yeah, I hadn't talked about time travel with Dr. Michael Swords, who you might want to get on sometime.
We've already had him on.
He has hypothesized that they may be from our future. They may be us from our future and coming back to get some genetic material. But again, that's... there are a lot of answers, or possible speculative answers that you can give, but you can't really prove any. All you can say is that there is a phenomenon going on, and if you accept at face value what's going on, that they're very interested in our reproductive systems and our reproductive material. I guess that's as far as anybody can go. Then you can start speculating why, and all depends on how much you take at face value that the abductees tell you as well. So, as an investigator, a reporter, one can only, record what has allegedly happened and maybe do some speculating, but really, not coming to any specific provable conclusion.
Well, at least you're holding a nice open mind about all this, and I think that's to be applauded, because I'm desperately afraid that a lot of the rest of the UFO community, for years and years, concentrating on a very narrow area of physical evidence, may have missed something very important.
I think it's the same thing with medical doctors. For years, ignored the near-death experience because they had been trained that things like that just don't happen. They must be hallucinatory.
Just as doctors ignore alternative treatments that many times are very effective.
Oh. But now you have medical doctors writing books on NDEs, and
exactly.
It's got out of the grassroots interest into the medical, profession. I think the same thing is happening with the abduction experience. It's getting into the area of health professionals, and look at Dr. Mack at Harvard University. Who would have ever thought that the professor of psychiatry at Harvard University would become an abduction researcher?
Precisely. All right, short on time. Wild card. Good evening from Jackie Gons Plaza Hotel. You're on the air with Ray Fowler. Where are you calling from, please?
San Diego.
San Diego. Go ahead.
Yes. What can you tell us about Area 51?
Nothing.
He can tell you nothing. And if he did know something with the security clearances he had, he could probably not tell you. Thank you.
Know anything about it, even with the security clearances, except for the rumors that come out of there, and I consider them rumors until I see something more substantial.
All right. Wildcard line 3. Good evening. You're on the air with Ray Fowler.
I'm calling from Reno.
Reno, Nevada. Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Have the aliens told anybody anything telling or profound other than just directions to lay on the table and
that's
remember anything? Have they communicated anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. What have they said, Ray?
Well, again, it may reflect the personality or belief system of the individuals. For example, Betty Andreasen has indicated on several occasions that they equate themselves with the origin of the part and parcel of the Judeo-Christian tradition. But, that's, you can't prove something like that, and as I mentioned before, when you have something like this happen, not only with Betty or someone else, you have three alternatives. You can say that the individual is superimposing their own religious belief system over the phenomenon. You can say the phenomenon knows about the belief system of the individual and is using it as part of their control system. Or you can say that, they are part and parcel of the Judeo-Christian tradition and the aerial phenomena reported in the Bible, allegedly, and so forth. I don't know. When people ask that question about these profound things coming out, those are the profound things that are coming out.
That's fairly profound, actually.
Oh, it's very profound, and as I mentioned at the MIT conference afterwards, a bunch of the experts got together, and they said, well, when things like that come out, that's a danger. We don't want to talk about this. We ignore this stuff and get on with
with the real work. Yes.
So you've got to take everything into consideration, and you might not believe it to be so, but you at least include it as part of your baseline.
Indeed. Line 2. Good evening. You're on the air with Ray Fowler.
Hello.
Hello.
I was sleeping about 3-4 years ago. I woke up, somebody told me to look down. I looked down, I saw my body stretched out in bed, still asleep. I was literally sitting there beside myself, watching myself sleeping. Then the wall in front of me lit up. It turned an intense, bright light. And then black hole images appeared in this web of white light. And the images, they seem to be symbolic or symbols of events or things that happened during the course of my life. But I was so freaked out about what happened and what I was looking at.
Colin, I'm curious, how did you end up with that impression from the black holes that it was symbolic of events in your life? Was this just a feeling, or was it?
They were like they were almost like pictures of there was one particular image that still stays with me, because when I saw this, I couldn't sit there and look at it.
All right, caller, I'm terribly sorry. We're at the end of the program, and I'm going to have to go. Thank you very much for the call. Is that, from what you heard, Ray?
Oh, it's similar to someone who's had a near-death experience and has their whole life flash before them. I mean, he I think what he was going to say, that he freaked out and somehow just popped back into his body again before he saw anything else. But I'm not sure exactly what he was going to say.
All right. Well, I guess we're not going to be this week. Ray, it has been a pleasure. And there's just not enough time to explore these sorts of areas fully. You need hours more, maybe days or weeks. But the time is up. The clock is a clock, and I've got to go.
You can give a plug for the Allagash abductions by Wildflower Press, Target, Oregon, sometime during your program. Would be appreciated.
Well, you just did.
Okay.
Ray Fowler, thanks a million.
Okay, thanks.
Take care. And that's Area 2000. As I said, I'm really sorry that we don't have more time, but we don't. That's it. Thank you, folks. See you next week at 8 o'clock for another Area 2000.
And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. And now, Area 2000.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Area 2000. Sunday, 8 o'clock is when it happens. I'm Art Bell on behalf of the Bigelow Foundation that makes this program possible. And I think you're going to find it indeed a fascinating one this morning. We've done a number of programs on Mars and on the artifacts that may or may not be on Mars. And this morning we have Professor Stanley McDaniel with us, who is going to talk to actually the author of the book, the McDaniel report that got all this going, and so we'll see if we can get to the bottom of it. As is the case just about every program, we're going to go all the way first, though, back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we're going to get yet another glimpse into another reality, glimpses of other realities. It's her segment. Her name is Linda Howe, very popular, and so now all the way back to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and good evening, Linda.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I also will have something to contribute on the Mars story tonight.
Good.
But first, since our mysterious subjects on Area 2000 often involve the sky, I thought that it would be perhaps worthwhile to update listeners on some current sky events that are occurring around us right now. A phenomenon that happens only twice a year occurs again on December 21st at 3:26 p.m. At that moment, the sun will stand still in its winter solstice. The word solstice comes from Latin, which literally means sun to stand still. At the solstice, the sun stands, in a sense, in the same place as its southward motion relative to the background stars comes to a stop. After the solstice, which is only a day and a half from now, the sun's path starts shifting northward again, back toward longer and eventually warmer days. And all this is because our Earth tilts on its axis by 23.5 degrees as it orbits the sun. If that were changed for a slightest bit, you might have an always cold north and an always hot south, or some other combination. But as it is, we have a path that is tilted in just such a way that we have the seasons and the changes that we do in life and living. For those of you who stayed up late on December 13th or 14th to see the Geminid meteor shower at its peak, there is another coming in the early morning hours of December 22, only 2 days from now. That is the Ursid meteor shower, which appears to come from the direction of the Little Dipper constellation. After the crest around midnight on December 22, you should be able to see 20 meteors an hour until sunup. After Christmas and New Year's, conferences begin again and in their exploration of the unknown. The Triad Research Conference series begins January 22nd to 23rd in Scottsdale, Arizona. Triad is focusing its conference this year at the beginning of '94 on the question, are there intelligent life forms out there? Triad says that its goal is to bring challenging fields of research to locations around the country so that professional education can reach more people in more parts of the country more frequently. For ticket information, there is a phone number to call in Springfield, Missouri. That number, if people can write this down, is area code 417-882-6847. That's for ticket information for the Triad Conference in Scottsdale, Arizona, January 22 to 23 on the question, are there intelligent life forms out there? Researcher Angela Thompson with the Bigelow Foundation also has received a report from Freeport, Texas, that a radio man aboard a Coast Guard cutter said that around 1:30 in the morning on Sunday, December 14th, a large oval-shaped object moved overhead. He said the object had an orange glow and that through the binoculars he thought he could see windows. According to the report, the object rose into the sky, turned a blue color, and then disappeared. The Coast Guard radio man said that shortly afterwards, two very bright objects shot up from the ground in the direction of the object, and they also disappeared. Tonight, our guest on Area 2000 is Dr. Stanley McDaniel, Professor Emeritus and former Chairman of the Department of Philosophy at Sonoma State University in California. This year, he published an analysis of research on unusual surface features in the Cydonia region of the planet Mars and raised some serious questions about NASA's mission priorities, or lack of priorities, in the Mars Observer regarding the Cydonia region. Now, the observer appears to be lost for yet unknown reasons, but Professor McDaniel's report emphasized that the scientific analysis by several scientists of an unusual face-like feature and nearby pyramid-like features in 1976 Viking orbiter photos suggests that the features might be artificial. Artificial structures on Mars, if proven, would force a redefinition of human evolution in a larger cosmos that has other life forms. Tonight, I discussed that issue of possible artificial structures in the Martian Cydonia region with Dr. Mark Carlotto, a Ph.D. in electrical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1981. He has worked in fields of image processing and satellite remote sensing for over 10 years. Dr. Carlotto has authored scientific papers about his computer enhancement work of the unusual Martian features in such prestigious journals as Applied Optics, Digital Signal Processing, and the Journal of British Interplanetary Society. He also authored a recent book about his work entitled The Martian Enigmas that shows how computer enhancement has helped to get more details from the original Viking photographs. Tonight, I began by asking him if he thought the face was artificial, not made by nature.
I think that there's a 51% chance that it's artificial.
Only 51?
Well, I like to be conservative. However, I think the 1% over even odds is more than enough to justify the work that I've done and others have done, because the payoffs are so great. I like to try to be careful not to oversell this. There's really no way of verifying when you're dealing with remotely sensed imagery, and Mars is one example. But whenever we're doing studies of using satellite imagery of the Earth and doing landform analysis, you really need to look at the ground truth, because you can be fooled by imagery, and you really need to go there to know for sure, or you need to have imagery that's just so good that there's no question about it, and that's not the case. Quite frankly, I think I feel that, and I always have felt that there's a fairly good chance that this is artificial. But I like to be conservative and kind of keep things conservative in my estimates on this.
What were your own personal first thoughts when you began to think, my God, this is artificial?
Like I said, it was almost an intuition when I first saw the face on Mars in the newspaper article, that something about it just sort of grabbed me, and even on the caption, kind of there being real artificial face staring up the surface of Mars, even though it kind of made light of it. There's something about it that just sort of grabbed me.
And the more you worked with it,
the more I've worked with it, the more I'm convinced there is something there, because essentially every test and experiment that I've done has indicated that it is unusual. But the one thing I did mention was the fractal analysis, and all of his work is published in peer-reviewed journals.
Mm-hmm.
The methodology has evaluated it, and in fact, these are methodologies that have been applied to other imagery, planetary as well as terrestrial imagery. But the fractal analysis showed the face to be the least natural object for an area about the size of the
Rhode Island. This was really all the imagery I had available at the time. What the fractal analysis does is it, if you will, it ranks the image by its degree of artificiality, and it uses fractals as a model for deciding whether something in an image is artificial or natural. Fractals have been used to model a whole range of natural phenomena. In fact, if you've seen the Star Trek II, the Genesis sequence where they create this magnificent planet, it's all done with computer graphics and fractals. Well, essentially what we're doing in the fractal analysis is turning it around. Instead of using fractals to generate images, we're using fractals to analyze it. And when you do this, the face stands out like a sore thumb.
As being totally anomalous.
As being highly anomalous. Right? In fact, being the most anomalous feature over this area I mentioned, slightly greater than the size of the state of Rhode Island.
And then the question that remains is, if it is artificial, why did somebody build something that was 1 mile high and 1.5 miles long, shaped like a primate head?
Well, that's anybody's guess. I mean, that's a loaded question. A lot of people have speculated on terrestrial connections, and I think, basically, I guess I like to take things one step at a time, at least, in this sort of a conversation. Say, just this, that if the basis is artificial, then it's going to change all of our lives. The sort of juncture we're at right now is trying to collect some better imagery to decide whether this is in fact artificial or natural. If it's artificial, then it's going to open up a whole range of investigations.
And the impact of artificial structures on Mars might, in fact, overwhelm the scientific community. Professor McDaniel pointed out in his analysis that in 1960, 33 years ago, the Brookings Institute was contracted by NASA to prepare a report called, quote, "The Implications of a Discovery of Extraterrestrial Life," unquote. And in that report, it said most significantly that the greatest area of concern might be that of the impact upon scientists themselves. Quoting further, it has been speculated that of all groups, scientists and engineers might be the most devastated by the discovery of relatively superior creatures, since these professions are most clearly associated with the mastery of nature rather than with the understanding and expression of mankind. As a result of these possibilities, that major social upheaval and psychological devastation of many scientists might occur, the report spoke of the possibility that scientists and other decision makers might interfere with the release of extraterrestrial information, even to the extent of withholding it altogether. And that, Art, is from a report, 1960, the Brookings report to NASA, right early on, that already implied that if we did have information about other life forms in the universe or the solar system, that the next step might be total repression in order to save the status quo, I guess, of the scientific community. And I think this would be a very important subject to discuss with Professor McDaniel.
Do you really think that would...
Hello?
Hi, Linda. Do you really think that would occur? Do you really think that the scientific community, I'm asking, I guess, for your opinion now, would turn its back to the degree that they would cover it up and just sort of close their eyes and deny it?
I have experienced that personally in my investigations of the animal mutilations for 15 years. I have experienced having people look at the hard data that showed that an excision in an animal was not cut with predator's teeth, that it actually was cut with high heat, and still insist that it had to be Clostridium bacteria. It is a form of denial that is not logical, but it exists, and it has happened in other sciences as well.
Well, not only is it not logical, Linda, but it's also not scientific. How do these people call themselves scientists and block facts?
Well, this is probably one of the cruxes to why there is a government policy of silence on this whole other alien life form issue. And ours is not to debate this tonight, but I think to explore with a man who's done a great deal of thinking about the whole NASA mission of trying to get out into this solar system and to explore, and if in fact there are artificial structures on Mars, why is it that there has been resistance about photographing the Cydonia region again? Why is it that science would not be the first in line to say, let's go back and take a look at these features and let's try to get closer photographs? Right now, we don't have an orbiter up there with a camera. We had hoped that we would. I understand that in January or February, we will be launching another unmanned orbiter to the moon to do a photographing of the surface of the moon. It's called Project Clementine. And that there's a possibility that that orbiter may be also sent to an asteroid. If we are going to be able to do that, it is possible that these kinds of photographic orbiters might be launched again to Mars in the near future. One way or the other, I think that Professor McDaniel would agree, it's important that we at least try to resolve what might be in that Cydonia region to the best of our ability and open our minds to the fact that we are possibly, very probably, not alone.
It is the most important question for mankind, Linda, without question. Another wonderful report. Where will we find you next week?
Let's see. Next Sunday, I think I will be back in Philadelphia again after a trip to Tennessee, and I may have a report from there to share with you next Sunday.
That's excellent. We'll look forward to it, and thank you very, very much.
Yes, and my best to Professor McDaniel. I think his report is going to be coming out in book form. It's extremely important information, and I'm glad he's on tonight.
All right. Thank you, Linda. Good evening. That's Linda Howe. That was a good report, and it relates and makes it a kind of a neat segue to Professor McDaniel. Professor McDaniel is, of course, the author of the McDaniel Report, much discussed in scientific circles, the basis of, as a matter of fact, a couple of other shows that we've done, most notably with Richard Hoagland, and we'll ask him about that. Professor McDaniel has quite an extensive professional background. He's a member of the board of directors of the Alan Watts Society for Comparative Philosophy in Sausalito. Was that, rather, in 1972 to 1974. A member of the Society for the Advancement of American Philosophy. A member of the American Philosophical Association. A founding vice president of the board of directors of the Foundation for Critical Thinking. Professor emeritus at Sonoma State University in 1992. Chairman, Department of Philosophy, Sonoma State University, 1971 through 4, and 1989 through 1992. Professor of Philosophy at Sonoma State University, Rohnert Park, California, 1966 through 1992. And instructor, Brooklyn College, the City University of New York, 1964 to 1966. And I should say many books and manuals published, but most notably, and I guess recently, the McDaniel Report, very, very controversial report. Here is the professor, Stanley V. McDaniel. Professor McDaniel, good evening.
Yes, good evening, Art.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
That's quite a background you've got. When did...
you read the whole thing.
I did. It is fascinating what you've done, and I've had many people talk about it. One of the recent guests we had that covered quite a bit of your report and speaks about it is Richard Hoagland, and I wonder if you're familiar with Mr. Hoagland.
Well, I have spoken with all of the researchers in this area over a period of over a year, and Richard Hoagland, of course, being one of them. So I've had extensive telephone conversations with Hoagland and DiPietro and the others who have done research in this area. Yes.
All right. It's almost hard to know where to start, but what made you publish this report, and how did you get involved with all of this?
I'd be happy to talk about that because it is rather interesting. I had seen a copy of a book by Randolpho Pozos, The Face on Mars, which was published around 1987, I believe. And this book by Pozos, who's an anthropologist, is an account, a blow-by-blow account of a computer conference that was organized by Pozos and Hoagland on the topic of the Martian phenomena, which lasted over a period of around 1984-85. And I had seen that some years back, thought it was interesting, filed it away, and more or less out of my mind for a number of years. And a year ago, September, when I heard of the Mars Observer being launched, I remembered that report and began to inquire, trying to find out whether or not the spacecraft was going to photograph these objects. And I did some searching around, trying to find this out, and stumbled across a couple of documents. One was the 1992 edition of Richard Hoagland's book on the Monuments of Mars, which in its appendix gives an account of the apparent likelihood that the Mars Observer would not photograph the objects. That upset me, and then I saw also an article by a man named Harold Torrance analyzing the possible geometrical shape of one of the objects in Cydonia, what's called the D&M Pyramid. And I was tremendously impressed by the scientific care taken by Mr. Torrance, who is a cartographer with the Defense Mapping Agency in Washington, D.C., and very highly qualified. And so I began to write up some topics that might be used for a radio program on this issue. And, in fact, I was trying to get the PBS radio people to do a program on this, and I was writing up some issues that might arise. And as I got further and further into it, I began phoning the different researchers, talking with them, thinking, well, maybe this will turn into a paper of 30 or 40 pages. And as you see, and perhaps you have it there in your hands, it ended up being a book of almost 200 pages. So that was how I got into it.
All right. Prior to the Viking photos, how good was our imagery, or what imagery did we even have prior to Viking? Anything?
I think there were Mariner 9 images of Mars and even of that area, and I believe the resolution was around 300 meters per pixel, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I may be not quite right about that, because I didn't devote a lot of time to that. And that would have been such a poor resolution you couldn't really tell much at all.
How much of an improvement was Viking?
Well, then I think it's 150 feet, or around 50 meters per pixel for the Viking. So that means that each dot on the digital photo is no smaller than 50 meters across. 50 meters across.
So we went from 300 to 50.
I believe that was correct, yes.
And just as a matter of curiosity, had the Mars Observer done its job, what would the resolution have been there?
It would have been around 5, I think, is what it was.
In other words, it would have actually settled the question.
Oh, yes, probably. Not absolutely, but it would have given such quality that a great deal more information will be obtained. Yes.
All right, Professor, let me quickly identify the station. We'll be right back to you.
Surely.
Professor Stanley McDaniel is my guest. This is Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
It's a Sunday night. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Back now to Professor Stanley McDaniel, author of the McDaniel Report. Professor, are you still there?
Yes, I want to correct myself. I said 5. I was thinking of a different camera at that point. No, it would have been as low as 1.4 meters per.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's very, very precise.
Yes, indeed it is. With what we have right now, and with all the study you've done,
how convinced, I mean, you heard the guest that Linda had. He suggested a 51% probability that the items on Mars, the structures are artificial.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage would you assign?
If I might, can I spend a moment on that? That was Dr. Carlotta who was speaking, with whom I've spoken a number of times. He pointed out that he tends to be conservative on this. But the guiding principle behind my report is this, and it's the one that Dr. Carlotta was also following. That is that any reasonable degree of doubt regarding whether these objects are natural or not creates a profound and compelling ethical obligation for the government and NASA to give extremely high priority to obtaining high-resolution photos of these things. And so that's what Carlotta was saying when he said if there's even a 1% favorable tilt to the data, that produces a tremendous obligation on the part of the scientists to look into it further.
One would imagine that with even a 20 or 30% probability, that would be more than enough under the circumstances.
That would seem to be the case. Now, my judgment is this. I have gone through, as far as I know, all the research that's ever been done on this thing, and I certainly may have missed some, but I think it's not amazing stuff. And I've looked at that research from the point of view of scientific methodology as is understood in the area of philosophy of science. And I have found that the data consistently tilts in the direction of artificiality. There has not been one single test performed on the available data that does not tilt in that direction rather than than tending to disprove the artificial nature of the objects. So I would say that the chances are higher than 51%. As a matter of fact, if you get really deeply into the data, you begin to feel a chill on the back of your neck because it just looks like you've got to say these things have got to be artificial. But being scientists, we have to be cautious, and so I wouldn't want to give a definite percentage, but I think it's more than 51%.
What about hard math in this area? And I don't want to get too technical because it's a general audience, but
sure.
Is there a way, Professor, to do some math and to put probabilities and to input all this to a computer and for it?
Yes, actually, a professor of physics right now is in the process of trying to develop a statistical analysis of the data that's been developed by the other researchers, and I have hope that we'll have soon some statistical results. I would say that in Richard Hoagland's book, he made The Monuments of Mars, he also made a move in that direction. There is a small discussion of that issue there, too, and some formulas in mathematics.
Yes, well, he claims to have developed some new form of physics to apply to some of the equations he used. I didn't quite understand all of it. But even with, I guess my question is, even with standard mathematical formulas, you're suggesting there is a way to approach this.
Right. Actually, those are two different issues. The physics that he's working on has to do with the interpretation of the meaning, the possible meaning of the objects. And what we're talking about here is a statistical effort to show the probability that the things are artificial, which is a little different from that.
All right. What have you done along that line, and what can you tell us about it?
Well, there are at least two that could be brought into view. First of all, maybe I might go back to a comment made by Dr. Carlotto. He said that data taken from a distance, photographs, images from spacecraft, are not proof. And, of course, he asked for what they call ground truth. In other words, somebody actually standing there looking at the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's often mistaken to mean that there's no evidence that the things may be artificial. The general public often confuses the difference or doesn't understand the difference between proving something is true and establishing a probability that it might be true. Now, the data that comes in from the spacecraft, the Viking photos, is evidence, and analysis of the data shows that evidence tilts in the direction of the spacecraft may well be artificial. So it isn't as though if you don't have ground truth, you can never have evidence. The photographs are definitely evidence.
Let me ask this. If an individual were standing there, virtually in front of the face,
yeah,
is it probable that individual would be able to scientifically come to some determination, or would the scale of the object perhaps, in other words, what evidence could one gather on the ground?
It's a question that's often asked. It's hard to say until you're there. If the face happened to be made of some kind of stones that were placed together to form a sculpture, then of course that will be perfectly evident. If it was carved, say, in one huge piece by some means unknown and then weathered over 1 million years, then you'd have to talk about probabilities, I think, because even though it may be severely weathered, there may be such detail in it, and in fact we already see detail that's quite remarkable, that there would be no way to conclude other than that it is artificial.
Professor, what weather would there be on Mars?
Storms, to start with. There are high winds. The dust storms are not common in the area of Cydonia, but from time to time there are planet-wide dust storms. Mm-hmm. So there's wind weathering. There has been water erosion on Mars, although I believe in the area that we're talking about that is not likely to have been the case. There's, of course, heating and cooling that produces fractures of various sorts. Those kinds of things can produce changes.
What is the atmosphere of Mars made up of?
Mostly carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
And it's very, very thin, but it is enough to support winds and weather.
And it would be, I presume, corrosive in nature. The wind certainly would be.
Well, yes, especially dust blown by the wind, yes.
Mm-hmm. There's no way to estimate the age at this point of the objects, is there?
No, there is one hypothesis, which is Richard Hoagland's, and he hasn't put it forward as anything absolutely proven, but there does seem to be a sighting line from one of the objects nearby to the face, which would align with a solstice sunrise about 330 million years ago. And if that was an intentional alignment for a sighting of some sort, then that might be a possible dating. Vincent DiPietro and Gregory Molinar and Dr. John Brandenburg, who are another group of researchers, feel that is not likely, and they believe the objects are in the order of many, many more millions of years old than that.
I'm not totally familiar with all of the objects that are there. Are there any what would appear to be classic pyramids?
Well, there is a group of faceted objects. Facets, in other words, they have sides that seem to be fairly regular, like pyramids, about 8 miles west of the face. Mm-hmm. And then south of the face and south of that group, which is called the city, is the huge object called the D&M Pyramid, which also appears to have evenly faceted sides.
The reason I pursued that is because, of course, the pyramids in Egypt were mathematically quite precise, and I think oriented in a mathematically precise manner.
Yes.
Has anybody taken a look at the objects on Mars for a comparison?
Yes, an architect, actually he's an architectural designer named Robert Feartech in Connecticut, has done a careful analysis of these objects. He studied them for 4 years, and especially the pyramidal shapes in the area called the city. And of course, when we say the city, we don't mean there is a city there, but it's referred to in that way as a metaphor. And he came up with the conclusion that the arrangement of the objects and the regularity of the faces that are visible is very, very hard to explain other than as an architectural complex of some sort. Huh. And in my report, I do a quote from a short paper of his on this topic. So he has found architectural symmetry in this group, and there's even some drawings in my report on this that show some of the measurements. I'll say the most outstanding one is this. In this group of objects, there's a little arrangement of what appear to be 5 little hills. They're probably around 100 feet high, and they're arranged like a cross. There are 4 of them at right angles to each other, and then one right in the middle. and this has been called the city square. Around those objects, these large pyramidal shapes look roughly, when you look at them, they look like they're in a sort of a pentagon. Now, Mr. Firtek made very careful measurements. He checked and rechecked from the apexes, or the tops, the very pointed tops of these pyramidal shapes that surround the city square, and he found that they form an almost perfect pentagon shape with equal angles in the right places for a symmetrical pentagon. This is of significance not only because it is almost impossible that would happen by chance. It'd be very difficult to find 5 mountaintops and measure like that, come up with one kind of regularity, but also because a large structure to the south of that, called the D&M Pyramid, also appears to have itself a pentagonal shape and is about the same size as the pentagon shape that was found in the city area. So that's part of the architectural analysis, and that's of some interest.
Professor, as you look at the cluster of objects that you have studied on Mars, and then you examine the rest of the surface of Mars, are there other areas where there are anomalies very much like this one? In other words, is this a common area or an uncommon area?
No, the researchers have located maybe 1 to 2 dozen objects on other areas of Mars. Some of them have been located by searching in areas similar to the Cydonia location, ones that are located right near what would have been the shore of an ancient seabed, etc., trying to infer what kind of areas would such things be built upon. And I'd say there's a dozen or more, anyway, objects that have been identified as suspicious. Most interesting is one called the Crater Pyramid, which is I think 200 miles or so away from the Cydonian area, and it is a very clear-looking four-sided pyramidal shape that is perched on the rim of a crater. It's the highest thing for hundreds of miles around, and doesn't look like it could have been natural, partly because when the meteorite impacted, it apparently caused no damage to this object, which suggests maybe the object was built on it after the crater was made.
Ooh.
There's no indication that, for example, the material piled up on the side of it where the crater would have impacted, and then there would be what they call an impact shadow behind the object. And so that's a very interesting object. But yes, there are quite a few. Most of those are outlined in Mark Carlotta's book called Martian Venus, the list of these objects.
Well, this probably calls for conjecture, but I'm interested. Would you think which of these two probabilities would you think more likely? That an ancient civilization of some sort that was thrived at one point apparently on Mars did this, or that somebody from someplace else did it as to leave some sort of message, or I'm fumbling here, but I think you understand.
Oh, Art, you just outlined the two major theories on the subject. Vincent D. Pietro, Gregory Molinar, and John Brandenburg have come forward with what they call the Cydonia hypothesis. And it is the hypothesis that these objects were created. By the way, I should say that their theory doesn't cover or doesn't deal particularly with the objects in the city area. They're mostly interested in the faith. But they believe that these objects were created, or they hypothesize that these objects were created by indigenously evolved Martians who grew up and evolved on Mars the way we did here on Earth, and that they did look like human beings, which is why the faces look humanoid, and that they then passed away. Now, that theory requires them to put forward one idea that Mars remained habitable long enough in the past for this evolution to have occurred, and that does seem to be a subject of controversy among scientists. Most scientists seem to believe that that could not have been the case, but this is still in doubt. So it is possible that on Mars there were warm periods. There's certainly signs of water erosion and oceans even, or lakes. And so that's one hypothesis. Richard Hoagland and Earl Cohen, on the other hand, have the viewpoint that this probably didn't happen because of the unlikelihood independent evolution on Mars. And so their hypothesis is more along the lines that this area was settled in by extraterrestrial visitors, probably from beyond the solar system, and for purposes unknown to us. So those are the two main theories.
Do you lean more toward one than the other?
I remain neutral on the topic. I would say this. The conceptual mono-abandonment theory postulates that the people are at a stage of development socially and culturally approximately the same as Neolithic times on Earth. And that being the case, these objects would be more like religious objects and probably not designed to send any specific sophisticated messages to the Earth. On the other hand, the Hoagland theory is that there is a mathematical method embedded in the geometry of the relationship between the objects, and this would have to come from a very sophisticated technological civilization. So since there is, I'm very favorable toward the evidence that there is a geometrical configuration up there of some sophistication, and so I tend to give maybe the edge to the Hoagland-Corn theory.
What do we know about Mars past scientifically? In other words, you said there was water on the planet at one time, or there's evidence there was water. What about atmosphere? Is there any way to know what once was?
I have to bow out on that one. I'm not an expert planetologist on Mars. That wasn't my job here with this document. But I believe that it's understood that there may have been more atmosphere on Mars in the past. There have been some articles come out on this recently speculating about possible warm periods with more atmosphere and conditions that could promote life. But I don't have the data enough to say whether or not there was a richer atmosphere.
All right, let's deal with NASA a little bit. They claim, I guess, that the phase on Mars is a trick of light and shadow.
This is the strangest thing. For a year now, they've been sending out answers to inquiries made by congressmen on behalf of constituents, where NASA says that NASA scientists have determined that the facial appearance is a trick of light and shadow, meaning that the lighting, the way the photograph happens. By the way, they're just cool such photographs that we really know of that are of any value. And that the lighting angles of these photographs were just accidentally, the shadows were thrown in such a way that it happened to look a little bit like a face. And they say the proof of this is that a photograph taken later from a different lighting angle shows no face at all. And that proves that the original photos showing a face were nothing but a Now, it turns out that no one has ever been able to identify any Viking photos made that were taken later in which the face disappears. And on inquiries I made to NASA, to Mr. Donald Savage, Public Information Officer at NASA, I had some conversations with him just as I was finishing my report. He was unable, even after checking all throughout NASA, to say that at this time NASA has any idea whatsoever which photographs there were that they were referring to when they said there was a photograph taken later in which the face disappears.
Oh, boy. Not very scientific.
I'm afraid that they really cannot produce such a photograph, and I was shocked when, after they learned through my discussion with them that they could not identify such a photograph, they maintained and are still apparently sending to congressmen the statement that there's a photograph taken later in which the face disappears. This seems to me to be highly irresponsible.
I've heard this from so many people about NASA. Highly irresponsible, they say. What in the world is going on in NASA, in your opinion? In other words, what are they doing here? They even with the Mars Observer mission, they fought tooth and nail to avoid photographing this region once again.
We have to be very, very careful with what they say. They have made a number of efforts to make it sound as though they're just going to do everything just fine. And the way they do this is to say, well, we are going to photograph the region. Well, the region is some millions of square kilometers. And the Martian occupy only 900 square kilometers, the ones of interest here. And so saying they're going to photograph the region means nothing. Another thing is they will never say that they're going to give high priority to these objects. So what happens is they'll give the illusion that they are really going to do something for the public, but when you really look closely at what they're saying, it turns out to be a false promise. I have a section on this in my report called Misleading Assurances, and that is something one has to be very, very careful about.
Indeed, they had a plan, did they not, to restrict access anyway to these photographs?
Well, this is one of the things that causes one to wonder about what's going on. If I may, take a moment to go over that.
Please.
In previous missions to Jupiter, for example, and so on, where they had photographs, the cameras were under the auspices of the JPL Jet Propulsion Lab and were what they call facility instruments. That is to say, they were facilities that all the scientists involved and as well as the public could utilize. And as a result, there was no delay. As soon as the photographs came in and were converted into visible form, they were broadcast on television, and everyone may remember the Neptune episode a few years back where they did that, and it was very, very exciting. In the case of the Mars Observer, they changed the procedure. They farmed out the camera to a private contractor under what is called a principal investigator contract. Now, these principal investigator contracts have clauses in them that allow the investigator to retain the data for personal use, as it were, for long periods of time before releasing it to the public. This is supposed to be to pay them back for the effort and time they took to develop their experiments. Now, in the case of the Mars Observer, the time period was 6 months. If the photographs, the Mars Observer mission was 2 years long. If the photographs of the Sidonian objects weren't made until late in that mission, say almost 2 years into the mission, then the public might have had to wait as long as 2 years and 6 months to even see the photographs, much less know whether they'd taken photographs of these particular objects. Now, toward the very end, when the Mars Observer was about to go into orbit, there was a lot of clamor. People were saying, we want photos. So they said, well, we're going to give you public photos. You can come to one of 3 locations in the United States, and we'll set up a kiosk. And we'll, one of them was Houston, I believe. And then you can sit there and wait and hope that we might put some photos of the Sidonian area on the screen, but you won't know whether we're going to do that anyway. This was a kind of a joke, but it was an effort to sound as though they were going to disseminate the information to the public. Another excuse they gave for not putting photos of these objects on public TV right away was that it would interfere with their programming of the other NASA broadcasts they like to put out. Somebody pointed out these are mostly reruns of old NASA missions, and to imagine that the Sidonian thing couldn't take priority over reruns of old NASA missions.
Yeah, it just doesn't add up.
That doesn't add up. Now, one final thing on this is very important. NASA then began putting out a document that said that they were not treating the Mars photos from the Mars Observer any differently than in any other mission. Now, what they did was this was a misleading technicality. It's based on a technicality. What they meant was that for all principal investigator contracts, those were not being treated any differently. But the big difference was that in previous missions, the camera results were not part of a principal investigator contract. So for NASA to say they weren't treating it any differently than any other missions was technically correct in a certain sense, but effectively it was radically different. And for NASA to do that struck me as not very sincere.
Well, they have not seemed very sincere throughout all of this. I'm curious, with what you've done, with your report, and Richard Hoagland running about the nation, doing interviews and so forth, what is the NASA attitude?
Let me take exception to that characterization, running about the nation. Every time,
well, electronically and doing interviews.
Every time anybody mentions Richard Hoagland, there's been an effort to build up an image that Richard Hoagland is somehow the bad boy. I don't know how that gets out. but I have dealt with this man for over a year, and I don't find him to be...
Nor do I. I think it has to do, Professor, with his enthusiasm.
He is enthusiastic, and I'll admit that. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to take exception. I think all of the researchers are very people of high integrity. What was your question again, Art? I'm sorry.
Well, my question was, with Richard Hoagland out there, let's put it that way, and with your report and others, what is NASA's attitude?
NASA, I believe the attitude is that these researchers are irritants, they're madmen, they're out to make money off of this. They're just trying to make a buck off of what is a mistake. It's really incredible the ridicule they've been subjected to. Just about 3 or 4 days before the Mars Observer was lost, Dr. Michael Malin, who is not himself a NASA person, but is the principal investigator for the camera we were just talking about, put out a statement on internet in which he tried to ridicule the people, such as Richard Hoagland, saying they've built up a cottage industry with this. They've written books, which he seems to think is bad. And he adds, and of course, National Enquirer and other tabloid published reports. So what they've tried to do is make it look as though the researchers are on the same level as the National Enquirer. And
it seems to me, with the body of evidence that exists and the scientific mathematical probabilities, NASA is the one that should be the subject of mainstream scientific ridicule.
I have to say that I have taken the arguments against the objects being artificial, or probably artificial, put forward by NASA people, and I have found that almost 100% in every case they are fallacious from a strict logical point of view and do not seem to acknowledge scientific methodology. I find them shabby. And as a matter of fact, that's why I really wrote the report once I got into the topic. As a philosopher, I was so shocked by the poor nature of the reasoning that was coming out of NASA that I really went ahead with this report.
All right, Professor, this is a point where we have to take a break for news at the top of the hour. That means 5 minutes to sit back and relax, and we'll be back at it. All right, stay right there, and we'll be back with Professor Stanley McDaniel right after the news. You're listening, of course, to Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. Glad you're with us this evening, and if you'll stay right there, there's a lot more to come. Objects on Mars in the Cydonia region of Mars. I want to remind you, just before we rejoin him, your contact at the Bigelow Foundation is Angela Thompson. She can answer questions if you have a story for her. If you have something that you feel deserves to be investigated, I urge you to contact her. And you can do so during the business week at area code 702-456-1606. That's area code 702-456-1606. Once again, here is Professor Stanley McDaniel. Professor, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Mark.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, well, we're still with NASA, I suppose, and I guess what I want to know is, first of all, why private contractors became involved at all. I mean, this is American taxpayer money that funds all of this. And so why did they get private contractors, and why did they hold on to photographs and so forth? Why not just keep the whole thing, in essence, public?
I don't know the details of that, but I can say that apparently it was to save money because private contractor would develop the experiment, construct the hardware, and place that hardware on the spacecraft. And, of course, the information gathered from these various experiments, although carried out by private contractors, would eventually be made available to the American public. The only problem is that when you're talking about photographs of these controversial objects where NASA has behaved in such a very questionable manner, it raises the specter that during the 6-month period in which the public has no idea what's going on with these photos, that changes might be made in them, and or that they be lost, or for that matter, we don't even know whether they would photograph the objects. So, in particular, the private contractor for the photographs is an especially problematic thing. Now, I have put in my report a set of recommendations, one of which is that in any future private contractor arrangements, the Martian objects will be exempt from what they call the proprietary period. In other words, let the private contractor do what he wants with other images, but every image that comes in from that area where the face is located should be exempt from the proprietary 6-month period.
Has that been officially proposed to NASA?
I have put it in my recommendations, which have been sent to a number of congressmen and also to the president's office. I don't know whether the president has read it or not, but I've done the best I can. That raises one point. I have had to try to distribute this document at my own expense, and I ran out of funds way before I could send any to more than a very handful of congressmen. I'm trying now to raise funds to pay for sending free copies to all of the members of Congress, and it has been difficult to get this done. So I have to say that at this point only 4 or 5 people in the government have actually been sent a copy of this. And as far as NASA goes, I've only managed to send about 3 to NASA officials, which, by the way, have been ignored, received no commentary on them.
This, to me, Professor, it's just a gigantic mystery. In other words, with all of this evidence, more evidence than they have pointing to anything else on Mars that might be of interest, for them to so actively ignore setting this as, you'd think it would be their outstanding #1 priority.
You would think so. There have been theory after theory. One of the first ones I ran into was the theory that NASA didn't want to seem like they were doing something crazy because Congress would cut off their funding. In other words, they say, well, we're going to look for things that were built by aliens, and Congress would say, you are not.
I had not thought about that. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Any evidence that these objects are artificial, I mean hard evidence, would, as was suggested in the first interview this morning, force a redefinition of human evolution.
Right.
And it was suggested that perhaps some of the biggest impact would be on scientists rather than society. I happen to think there would be a gigantic impact on society, but Linda postulated that scientists would be impacted and perhaps would go into massive denial. Do you think that could be?
I'm afraid I have to say I do think it could be the case. With our atmosphere today, where we've seen movies like Star Wars and Star Trek and so on, many people feel that at least the American public or the public who watches those kinds of things is better prepared than they would have been, say, 60 or even 30 years ago. And that's probably true, but there are an awful lot of people still who believe that the Earth was created 6,000 years ago. So it would impact them rather heavily, I think.
What about the social impact? And I love to ask this of my guests, but if somehow you got hold of irrefutable photographs that would show these objects were artificial, would you hesitate before you published? Would you hesitate at all? Would you sit down and think through the social implications? Forget your colleagues, but the social implications.
Well, it's the business of science to put forward the truth, and that information would impact many scientific theories about the nature of the universe, including physics and so on, and planetary science. And so it would be a scientific sin, if I may put it, to withhold such information if that were discovered.
So you wouldn't give it really a moment's thought?
I don't think so. I'll tell you what. There may be some negative effects, and the government could be worried that the power structure will be altered or something. But the positive effects would be incredible. In California alone, if you can imagine what a boost it would give to the space industry, there would be a manned mission to Mars mounted almost immediately, I think.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that not happening. And so the industries that have to do with space and space-related materials would be given a tremendous shot in the arm. It could divert attention away from the craziness we've got on the planet today and begin to alter our sense of who we are in a positive direction.
So then, other than the one possible motive you mentioned on the part of NASA, that they might be the subject of ridicule or a funding cut, more importantly.
Right.
What other motive might NASA or the government have for not wanting any of this to be public?
Well, as I worked on my report, I ran across different theories. I myself don't know what one to choose, but one that was suggested was, of course, the Galileo syndrome, which is the thing that happened to Galileo, namely that the establishment structure depended upon its particular view of the universe, and Galileo's discovery of the moons of Jupiter was seen as undermining that, and so they tried to phase him out, as it were, in order to hang on to their particular viewpoint. That's one. Another one, though, that's interesting is the one that I've come across in the UFO area. The idea that extraterrestrials may have, in fact, contacted government people and so on, and that this whole thing is part of some widespread, massive conspiracy to hide the existence of ETs from the people for reasons unknown, political reasons, I would suppose.
Do you favor that?
Well, I would say this. The Martian objects are concrete evidence of the possible existence of extraterrestrials, either contemporary or past. They're that face sitting up there is a huge, massive statement. And so it's a real mote in the eye for anybody who wants to try to cover up the possible reality of extraterrestrials. So it could be the focus of a real cover-up because it is so obvious, yes.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. I guess that a lot of that has been defunded, or a lot of the funding that was going to flow stopped.
Mm-hmm.
How sound was the science behind the whole project in the first place?
As far as the particular radio telescope project that we identified as SETI went, I imagine the science was quite sound. But the problem with the whole SETI endeavor was that it did not include the concept of looking on other planets in the solar system. It went under the assumption that the only messages we would get from anybody would be from radio waves coming from distant stars. And as a result, the effort was directed only at receiving radio signals and not at looking at anything on the surface of other planets.
Where you're really suggesting that the possible evidence is hiding, in effect, in plain sight, right there on Mars.
That's correct. Now, there's one other very important aspect, though, and that is that the people interpreting the messages and looking for the kind of message you would get are almost all from one very limited range of science. Anthropologists, archaeologists, psychologists, sociologists, none of those people are involved as far as interpreting messages. And in the case of the objects on Mars, the criticisms have come from NASA geologists and astronomers, but they cannot recognize possible information that would be of an archaeological nature, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, Carl Sagan, who is one of those NASA astronomers, recently, just this year, I believe, wrote to someone that the time to call in archaeologists was only after the planetary scientists at NASA had decided that things were artificial. So rather than say that we should use archaeological knowledge to find out or evaluate whether the things are artificial, He says, we astronomers will make the evaluation first, and then if we think they're artificial, then we might call in an archaeologist.
Huh. While we're on the subject, Dr. Sagan, why has somebody who would be such a force for good in these areas seemed to be, I'll use the word obstructionist, with regard to the whole UFO controversy, what evidence exists, the abductions, which have been the center of a lot of recent study, and the objects on Mars. Why is he obstructionist?
Well, I can't guess what his motives are. I don't know him personally. I've never talked to him. I do know that there are some interesting things that took place. For example, Dr. Malin, the camera operator for the Mars Observer camera, had made a statement in rejecting the Sidonian objects that he was not going to assign his priorities on the improbable assumption that Mars may have ever been inhabited.
Yes.
Now, Dr. Sagan had written in around 1960s, and I'm looking for it here in my document, trying to locate it because I actually have it quoted here in my document, but he had written that the chances of extraterrestrials visiting the solar system were 1 in 10,000 years, once every 10,000 years. In fact, here it is here. In 1963, Dr. Sagan wrote a paper called Direct Contact Among Galactic Civilizations by Interstellar Spaceflight. And he concluded that on the basis of probability projections, mathematical formulas, the solar system is likely to have been visited by space-faring civilizations on an average of once every 10,000 years. And in that article, he even suggested that these visitors might have constructed bases with the remnants of them on the moon or other planets in the solar system. Now, if someone as prestigious as Dr. Sagan could imagine that it is a possibility, anyway, that we've been visited more than once, then Dr. Malin's argument that it's very speculative and improbable is apparently at odds with this. So even among these people, they were contradicting each other. Now, Dr. Sagan being someone who says that we might have been visited and so on, it's very strange that he would then take a position ridiculing the Sidonian objects, among others.
Precisely, but that's not been his only area of ridicule.
Yes, I'm not as familiar with the UFO area, so I haven't seen too much of that, but I have seen the ridicule he has lavished upon the face on Mars.
All right, back for a second to the Viking photos.
Surely.
Have we gone as far as we can go? I know that computers continue to get better and faster with more storage, and that video enhancement techniques have come a long, long way.
Right.
How are we doing with that? Have we gone as far as we can go with state-of-the-art?
Well, I don't think so, and I think there's a great deal more that can be done with just the Viking images. That's apparently agreed upon by several researchers. In addition to that, what's very important is for other scientists who are in the fields of geology and archaeology and anthropology and so on to make independent evaluations of even the data that we currently have, so as to spread this information out among the scientific community and give it some air of legitimacy if indeed they find it so. And that is beginning to happen a little bit, but I would encourage interested scientists to try to get involved. So I think that's an area of expansion. Dr. Carlotto has suggested that the entire surface of Mars should be subjected to the fractal analysis that he was speaking of in his interview earlier on the show. And that would be a very, very fine thing to do. So there's a lot that could be done even with the Viking material.
So there's even the possibility that with the Viking material and the right science applied, you could give NASA effectively a scientific kick in the rear end.
That's what I think has to be done. It was mentioned when Linda spoke of Dr. Carlotto's qualifications, she mentioned that he had scientific articles peer-reviewed, published in prestigious journals, such as the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society. What she did not mention was that the major scientific journal of planetary science in the United States, the journal Icarus, turned down Dr. Carlotto's articles, and not for the reason that they were not scientifically sound, but for the reason that the subject was considered unsuitable.
Did they offer any definition beyond that?
No, I believe they just simply refused to have anything to do with any article that had to do with possible Martian artifacts. And as a result, scientists in the United States are not generally privy to, in other words, they're not aware of the nature of the research that's been done. And I think that influences many, many scientists. All they hear is the propaganda put out by NASA that ridicules the researchers, and they don't realize that legitimate research has been done.
This is so frustrating. Is there, do you find any handle in NASA at all? Are there any people in NASA at all that reach out, or is the attitude fairly similar?
I don't know. There's a lot of them. There's some 24,000 employees at NASA, I think. I have no way of knowing. I hope that some of them will see my report and will think carefully about it. But the people I have talked to or seen statements from seem to me to be impervious. So I don't think anything's going to jolt them except a rather large-scale scientific or public movement.
Is there anything, if you could make a wish that the public would get behind something, what would you say to the public, since you're speaking to them at the moment?
Well, I think we have to realize that it may look as though worrying about artifacts on Mars is a minor problem in comparison to all of the social problems we have today, such as violence and gun control and so on. But I think that needs to be thought through carefully and reassessed, that if anything could contribute more to our understanding of ourselves and perhaps bring about a revolution in our way of seeing ourselves and behaving, it might just be knowing that we're not alone, and knowing that at least at some time being similar to ourselves existed elsewhere, and they might even have been our own ancestors. So I think that the level of importance given to this particular study should be a lot higher than many people maybe credit it.
Boy, I'll say. All right, the Mars observer that would have settled this, or at least told us a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Richard Hoagland has a lot of very strong theories on this subject, and he thinks basically the Mars observer was sacked. And I wonder if you agree with him on that.
Well, of course, it's a very strong thing to have to say. People have said that there's no way that it could have been done deliberately because so many people have to be involved in a mission like that it couldn't be covered up. However, I'm not making a judgment on it, but I will say this. I think it's awfully strange. There are a lot of very strange things about it. One outstanding one is that the Mars observer did not cut out on us until after they had uploaded the instructions for putting it into orbit. So it went all the way up there, and it experienced that very same thing. By the way, they turned off the transmitters a couple of times before they got to Mars. And as you may know, it was turning off the transmitter that seemed to trigger the problem. When they tried to turn it back on again, they couldn't get signals back.
Yes.
But they had done that before on the way up, and for it to go out on us when it's about hours, literally hours away from orbit, and after the instructions that would put it into orbit had been given to it, was a very strange coincidence. In other words, it could then go into orbit and we wouldn't know it. But
all right, there are a couple things I want to ask you about. One is I had heard that it was in the process of pressurizing some sort of fuel tank or something or another. Is that correct?
Yes, there had to be some explosive bolts fired which create a vibration, and the reason they turned off the transmitter was to protect a vacuum tube.
I see. So then there were things that were going on that potentially could have meant an explosion?
Yes, it's possible, although for a long time they said they really didn't think that could have been what happened. There was another curious thing, though. Just as it was getting ready to go into this phase, what they had done was they'd initiated a power-in burn, or they were going to do it. I think they actually did it. Now, what this was a way of powering the spacecraft into its initial orbit using fuel that had been saved because of their very precise initial launch, actually. And with that option, they were going to be able to start photographing Mars to start one whole photographic cycle early, mapping cycle they call it. And so they were going to be able to photograph it as much as at least 20 days earlier than originally planned. And there was a time value there because there was a solar conjunction, which is a situation where the sun gets between the Earth and Mars, coming up on around December 16th. And in fact, it just started just a few days back. And that would interfere somewhat with the reception of photographs from Mars. Actually, it would interfere with them sending signals back to control the spacecraft. So getting in 20 days early would have been a great advantage, and they could start taking photographs early. Now, as that started to happen, NASA suddenly changed its scheduling and said that they weren't going to really start their mapping orbit until the originally planned time, even though the spacecraft was going to be going early. This led to the speculation that they wanted an early period to take photographs that the public wouldn't be aware of. It was a very strange occurrence, and this happened just in the few weeks prior to the actual orbital insertion. The public pressure got quite hard on NASA at that time. I was aware of letters being sent to Glenn Cunningham at JPL and so on, and the public was really making an onslaught, I think, there to try to get them to let the photographs out. And then at the peak of all that, they lost the spacecraft, or reported it lost. So there was sort of this funny business going on around there. So I think that Mr. Hoagland's viewpoint, he has said it's speculation, but I think that it's not entirely unreasonable.
He also feels that contact will be magically reestablished with the observer in the first couple of weeks of...
I didn't think that until recently. I've talked to him on the telephone just a few days ago, and as now he thinks with the success of the Hubble mission, there may be not the same need for NASA to recover the spacecraft.
Oh, just hold on 1 second while we once again identify the station.
Surely.
Stay right there, Professor. This is Area 2000 from Las Vegas.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Professor, let's talk a little bit about Hubble. It was a success. Richard Hoagland felt that it would not be, and I really shouldn't say that because it's my understanding it's going to be about 6 weeks, is it not, until we know whether all that stuff they installed up there is functional?
Yeah, that's true. They have to go through many tests.
So, insofar as the installation went, it, I guess, is a success. Would Hubble have any application at all for looking at anything as close as Mars?
I have heard that is more difficult for the Hubble. I have to beg off there in that I don't know the details. Richard Hoagland does know, and I'm sure many others do, but I don't know, except that I have heard that for some reason looking at nearby planets is less desirable for that instrument.
All right, back then to the Mars Observer very quickly.
By the way, I don't think it could, with all of its power, I don't think it could give us what the Mars Observer would have given us.
All right. Back to the Observer for a second. Another thing I heard that puzzled me greatly was they, early on, when they had this failure, they suggested to the public, you may recall, that a transistor, which had given them problems and been reason for a previous failure, was thought to be what was wrong. And something clicked when I heard that, and I said to myself, a multi-million-dollar spacecraft or satellite, and if they've already had one failure and they knew it was one specific transistor, what are the odds they would send a billion-dollar instrument up with the same problem? I mean, that's just scientific ignorance.
What happened to the Challenger? This is a terrible situation. we would assume there will be so many backups and redundancies. Of course, you do have to look at the weight. But, yeah, that does seem very strange. Another thing that is strange is that there were apparently tests they could have performed, which they did not perform. I think they finally did, yes, they did finally try to operate the French-Russian device. There was a signal, a 1-watt signal they could get from another radio on the Mars Observer, and they tried that and were unsuccessful. There was another suggestion that they used a laser altimeter, which was a laser beam that would help the observer find its distance from the planet, and aim it at the Earth, and possibly pick up that signal. I believe they rejected that as too much trouble or too expensive. So it's not clear that they carried out every possible test to get it back.
Do you consider it possible that they may still suddenly announce in some great surprise that, gee, they've located it, or it's back on the air?
If they're running it clandestinely, then it is possible. If they're not, then it might not be possible because the batteries would run down if the solar panels weren't oriented properly during, it would only take a matter of hours before the power would finally go out. So the thing wouldn't have enough power left to return to us unless it had managed to keep its solar panels in the right orientation.
It was Richard Hoagland's view again that it might even be sending pictures back now. And I don't know a whole lot scientifically about frequencies that are used or power levels or who might be able to hear it. And Richard was looking for an observatory, some sort of
right
that might check on signals that are coming back.
Could have. It could have begun taking photographs as early as November 8th, I believe, based on the data up to the moment that we lost it.
Let's approach it from this angle. If you were in NASA and you wanted to do the whole thing secretly, would it be possible? In other words, could you take photographs and either store them for transmission later, or take the transmissions as the pictures were generated, and do the whole thing secretly? Could it be done?
Well, the argument against that is that it takes too many people to run the mission, and therefore it couldn't be hidden. I don't know how that would be. Given the government's activities, it's possible, I think, that a whole clandestine operation could be underground underneath JPL or somewhere.
Or at perhaps another large Earth station somewhere else on Earth.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, if there was a deliberate need to do that, it certainly could be done, I imagine. However, as far as getting the photos and messing around with them, that isn't impossible. That's quite possible, I think. It takes quite an antenna to pick up these things, and you have to know just how to do it. A gentleman named Lee Clinton, who is a radio amateur, has done an article on this, indicating just how amateur radio people with the proper antenna equipment could search for signals. And that's been published in a couple of places.
Do you happen to know the frequency range?
No, I don't, but he wrote this article giving that, and it is available either through Richard Hoagland, or I believe that Lee Clinton is on on CompuServe.
CompuServe, all right.
Yes, and his last name is Clinton, first name Lee, and one could look, I don't have his CompuServe number in front of me here, but one could look on the ID list there and maybe find out how to get in touch with him. I think that he logs on to the space forums there on CompuServe fairly regularly.
Oh, yes. I happen to be an amateur radio operator, so...
Aha! Well, so you could possibly understand what he was saying.
All right, what is assuming that Mars Observer is history, what is the next best, Project Clementine was mentioned. What's going to Mars in the future? What's the next chance?
I understand that the Clementine that is being launched, I believe, in January to go to the moon could be diverted and sent to Mars instead with relatively little expense. The Clementine option was one of the ones put forward at the time when NASA was saying they were going to try to get a quick return mission, one as soon as possible. And I believe that the JPL people, for unknown reasons, refused to look at that option. My understanding now is that NASA has apparently dropped the idea of trying to get a quick return mission and is just going to go for something more elaborate, possibly around 1996.
Well, I'm not a great believer in conspiracies, but it sure does look like NASA doesn't want to go to Mars. And it looks like when they were on their way to Mars, they didn't really want to be. And one can conjecture that they made a choice late not to. And I just, something smells fishy with this whole business, but one has to ask, and I will, Professor, if they were concerned about what was there, or public revelation of what was there, then why launch a billion-dollar spacecraft that you're going to have to end up turning off or taking away from the public as they did? In other words, it was bad PR. It was a bad move, and if you didn't want to go to Mars, then why launch?
Yeah, it could be that they really wanted to find out what was there, that they have very deep suspicions themselves, even though they're not letting us know that, and that their purpose in sending it up was just to do what we wanted them to do, namely find out, but they weren't going to let us know. And in fact, that's one of the reasons that one might think the mission is ongoing secretly, is that now they may be finding out what they needed to know. I grant you that the idea that they're doing it on purpose and that it's still operative is considered very far out by many, and I'm not espousing it, but I want to say that in 200 pages of analysis that took me over a year to research, the thing does smell. That's the way I would put it. It's just not, it doesn't compute, as they say.
Yes. Just very briefly, we do have ground. We had people walking on the moon. We've got lots of good pictures of the moon. Are there any similar objects or areas of interest on the moon?
Well, it's very interesting. Dr. Sagan has argued that the face on Mars is just an accidental formation. No matter how much like a face it looks, he says, well, out of millions of objects on the surface of the planet, you're bound to find one or two that look like a face. Now, the fact is that nobody has ever found anything on the moon that looks like that, and the moon is covered with the most bizarre kinds of shapes and forms. If Sagan were right about it, we'd probably find at least one or two faces scattered around in our own deserts as well as on the moon.
Yes.
So the fact is that nobody has seen anything like that. However, there is a literature of interest in strange occurrences or reflective phenomena that have occurred on the moon, and I think it's still an area for research. That there may be stuff there that isn't being looked at as carefully as it should be, and I think some people are presently following out that course.
Just briefly, we went to the moon. We sent men to the moon. And then we kind of came to not a full stop, but nearly a full stop in terms of exploration. Would you say that a manned mission, for example, to Mars is absolutely justified based on what we know so far?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't think. The future of the human race, I believe, has at least one point of reference in space in the other planets of the solar system. That's one of the economic expansions, if you want to look just at pure economics. And the science fiction writers today have been really hard at work for the last decade or so, speculating and developing scenarios for how asteroids could be used for mining, not to speak of possible even population expansion. So there are many people, including myself, who think that is the way that we need to go.
Do we have the technical expertise now to send men to Mars?
I'm sure we do. I was looking at a video produced by NASA, I believe it is, just recently, and they were saying that the only thing standing in the way was finances, but technically we could do it, yeah.
All right, Professor, I would like to open the phone lines for just a few moments here and take a few questions from listeners. Would you be willing?
Yeah.
All right, good, let's do it.
In the local area, everybody, metropolitan area, it's 383-8255-8255. Toll-free out of state, it is 1-800-338-8255. The wildcard lines, area code 702-385-7214, and the first-time caller line, 702-385-7213. And let's see what we've got here. Good morning from Jackie Gaughan's, good evening from Jackie Gaughan's Plaza Hotel. You're on the air with Professor Stanley McDaniel.
Hi, my question is, what do you hope to accomplish by writing this report?
All right, that's a good question, actually. Where are you calling from?
San Diego.
All right, thank you. What would you say is your prime motive, Professor?
I'd be happy to answer that one because it's one that many people may not believe, but my motive was philosophical ethics. I'm a philosopher, and philosophers have criteria for reasoning, and what I was mostly motivated by was my discovery of the extremely poor reasoning that was being used against the researchers and the very high quality of the researchers' activities. So my primary motive was to study what is called the epistemology of this topic. In other words, the nature of how knowledge is found, and to critique and evaluate that aspect of this whole thing. So my basic motivation was academic, I guess you'd have to say.
All right. Let's see what we've got here. Wildcard line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Professor McDaniel.
Yes, Radio Free America.
Yes, sir.
I would like to ask Dr. McDaniel a question. If taxpayers' money is being used to finance all this, and all of a sudden it's being hijacked by private investors, wouldn't that tend to reflect badly on our government, and namely that the elected officials aren't representing the people of the United States?
All right, thank you.
Well, did you want an answer?
Well, I think he did, yes. And so go ahead and tell him what I think he wants to hear.
Well, certainly it would, and there are some people who are thinking that NASA may be violating its own charter, if not in the letter, at least in the spirit of its charter, which is to make information on outer space freely available to the American public. NASA, of course, is saying they are going to make it available. In the case of the Mars Observer, we get it eventually, but this 6-month proprietary period was simply not appropriate for an issue of such importance as artificial objects that might exist on Mars.
Professor, what would it take to get together a group of scientists, appropriate scientists, to look at all the data you have and to expand on it and put together, in effect, a report that would force NASA to probably talk about a manned mission, or talk, in other words, a fairly significant amount of scientific evidence they could not ignore?
My experience in the response that I've gotten from those scientists who have seen my report indicates that reputable and solid scientists could be brought together in a conference to do just what you're talking about if such a conference were funded. And I don't think it would take a huge amount of money to fund a conference like that. It will be in the order of tens of thousands of dollars, but it wouldn't be millions. It would be within the range of any philanthropist who would be willing to put forward those kind of funds.
Well, other than doing this program, that is my connection with the Bigelow Foundation, but that is certainly the kind of work and the kind of thing that they're funding. And I wonder if you've discussed it with the foundation, or whether they've come to you, or perhaps that's something that should be done.
Well, perhaps that's something that should be done. Let me just put it that way, and I'd be happy myself to talk to anyone, or they could talk to the researchers on that topic. But I really do think, let me say, Art, that you pinpointed just what I thought of. I think that the most important strategy today that could take place would be the one you suggested, namely to get the scientific community involved in a way that no one could say that they're a bunch of kooks. To date, NASA's had a free rein trying to ridicule the investigators, to make them out as crazies.
Right.
And if you get, 20, 30, or even 100 really solid scientists, and they look at the data and come up with a good conclusion, I think that's the best thing that could be done.
All right, very good. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Professor McDaniel.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Doctor. Doctor, just to let you know, according to Richard Hoagland, he had 4 copies of your report supposedly delivered to the president. And from what he hears, it's like NSA. Never says anything.
Yes, I think that is correct, yes.
Well, plus, caller, if you write to the president, you will generally get back a letter saying thank you for your input. I was thinking about it. And there's a mechanical signature at the bottom.
Amazing. Well, I would think that being a philosopher as you are, what probably would have grabbed you, and I don't know your background in mathematics, would be the pure mathematics of it. And that's something that really intrigued me, hearing Richard Hoagland, I would think just the mathematics itself, because to me mathematics is pure science. And there's really no way to alter it that I know of.
Yes, there's material in my report. There's new research that hasn't been put in any other document so far, and it involves a very careful analysis of the what's called the geometry of the D&M pyramid that establishes very strong, very high probability that the model of that pyramid put forward by Errol Thorne is accurate, and this particular side of the mathematics is in my report for the first time ever. As a matter of fact, that research was done while I was writing the report, and I got it from the author of it and was able to insert it on the fly, you might say. So yes, I think you're right. We didn't get to go into that as far as we could have, Art, when we talked earlier, but there's this mathematical side, yeah.
All right. Thank you, fella.
And the Art, it just tells me another thing. Question everything, people tell you.
Yes. Thank you. Again, that seems to be the path to follow, and then to force some hands. Do you think, with good, solid scientific evidence, that the majority of the mainstream scientists would ignore it or would embrace it? And I mean with good evidence.
I think the majority would be willing to embrace it if they were given a fair shot. As it stands, the balance is tilted the other way because of the ridicule. So I think if the data were really got out, for example, if a journal like Icarus would be willing to print this material.
Well, you've already indicated some difficulty in getting some things on this published.
That's right. There's been an information blackout, and they've tried to keep it in the realm of National Enquirer level material, and that isn't fair. So I think, as you said, a conference of that sort that you were talking about would be a good start on that.
All right.
The other thing I'd like to do is send as many copies as I can of this report to scientists. So that's another thing.
What reaction have you had so far to what you have done, to your report? How is it received?
It has not been as widely distributed. It will be published by North Atlantic Press in January, I believe it'll come out, in a regular paper format. Until then, it has been available only in a home-done spiral bound, although it's of good quality. You may have seen it there.
No, not yet. I would like to.
So it hasn't gone around too many. I'd say at the most we've had maybe 200 total that have gone out.
All right, let me understand. In what manner is it going to be published? Is it coming out?
It will be as a regular paperback in large-size format with graphs and diagrams, yes. Yeah. And that should be in mid to late January that'll be available from North Atlantic Press. In the meantime, it has come into the hands of a number of reputable scientists. I could mention, for example, Dr. Robert M. Schoch, who is the Associate Professor of Science and Mathematics at Boston University, and is the man that did the very exciting work on the geological dating of the Sphinx in recent times.
And how would you characterize his reaction?
He believes that it is, I can quote from him, he says, "I am convinced that it is not only worthwhile, but extremely important that the investigation into the Sidonian objects be continued, utilizing the best techniques and resources available among the scientific community." And I have a similar support coming out from a number of other reputable geologists and physicists and astronomers. So those scientists who have seen it have been favorably impressed. Now, I'm sure also if it were given to certain NASA scientists that they would probably throw it in the wastebasket. I did send one of these to Dr. Bevan French at NASA headquarters, and I received absolutely no response from him whatsoever. I never got an answer back.
Boy, to me, this just does not add up. As I always understood science, it is the science is just hard facts, and anybody who would call themselves a scientist and would ignore evidence or ridicule evidence is very suspect.
Well, it's very strange. I talked to Dr. French on the telephone prior to sending him this, and he sounded as though he was interested in the topic and didn't know all that much about it and wanted to know more. And then I send him a 200-page detailed analysis of all of the material and with argumentation, and he doesn't. He never replies. So I don't know what's going on.
All right, Professor. One more quick call. Maybe a couple. On the wildcard line 2, you're on the air with...
Yes, good evening, Dr. McDaniels. Your mention of the professor at a Boston university with reference to the Sphinx, is he the one that has put forth the idea that it is 10,000 years old, also not eroded by sand but by water, and that it may be the establishment of a colony pre-existing the Egyptians and even possibly alien?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes, there was a TV special on this just recently.
All right. 10,000 years old?
I believe that's a minimum number that they discovered, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Could be older.
All right. Wildcard line 3, time grows short with Professor McDaniel. Good evening.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, turn your radio off, please.
Turn it off?
Yes, turn it off. Turn off your radio, please.
Well, I can't reach it.
All right, well, then we'll move on. Line 2, you're on the air with Professor Stanley McDaniel.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, Art, you asked a question earlier that was really interesting. You said, why would they send $1 billion project into space knowing there was a problem with it? Were you talking about the Mars Observer?
That is correct.
Maybe it wasn't $1 billion project. It could have just been an empty can. If NASA is compartmentalized as it's supposed to be, there might not have been anything in there, and they could have diverted the funds somewhere else to some other technology.
Well, that's a lot of conjecture.
Yeah, but with
your conjecture is as good as anybody else's.
Well, it's certainly an interesting option, although I think that at launch time they discovered these contaminations in the camera area and so on and so on. So probably people did see that it had instruments in it. But it's worth considering.
I mean, it could have been nothing. I think cutting the defense budget, they need money going somewhere else. And they say, "Gee, we sent it up there; it doesn't work. Sorry."
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, caller. Anything is, of course, possible, I suppose, when you don't know. So, Professor, I guess, to sum up here, where do you go from here? Where do you want to go from here?
Well, I finished my project, and I would, to some degree, rather leave this one behind now and go to other things. I've got lots of other things I'd like to be doing. However, I'm finding that just being the author of this, I'm having to remain engaged to some degree, and I would like to support what I just told you about, namely trying to get mainstream scientists to look at this and to have someone fund a conference that would allow that to happen.
Certainly, with the publication of this, the widespread publication, you're likely to be right back into the thick of it again, are you not?
That is hard to avoid, but to the best of my ability, I'm going to maintain a low profile.
All right. Well, I'm certainly glad you decided to come on the program this morning. It's been
the opportunity.
Extremely informative, and you're a good interview.
Thank you very much, Art.
Professor, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. That's Professor Stanley McDaniel, author of the McDaniel Report. And I hope you enjoyed all of that. I want to remind you, the Bigelow Foundation, Angela Thompson is your contact. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. That's area code 702-456-1606. And I'm sorry, the clock
is what it is, and we have simply run out of time. We'll be back again with Area 2000 next Sunday between the hours of 8 o'clock right here, 8 and 10 o'clock, right here on KDWN Radio. So thank you all, and good morning.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. Discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Area 2000. Hope you had a great Christmas. I certainly did. My name is Art Bell. This program is kind of a special thing every week. Kind of. It is very special. It is made possible by the Bigelow Foundation, as I said in the open. If you would like to contact the Bigelow Foundation, Angela Thompson is your contact there, and you can reach her during the business week at area code 702-456-1606. 456-1606. All right. We've got a lot on tap this morning. Linda Howe leads it with her report, her look into another reality, another dimension, another area. And then we'll hear from Chad Deatkin. Chad is going to talk to us, and we've heard from him before, actually, in a crowded telephone booth with Linda Howe in England. You may recall that program, and he spoke to us then and will now about crop circles. And so stand by for that. A lot of fascinating discussion this morning. Let us begin all the way back in Philadelphia with Linda Howe. Linda, good evening. Oh, let's see. Perhaps we should be going here. Linda Howe?
Hi, Art.
Hi, Linda.
And Merry Christmas to you and to Bob Bigelow, the Bigelow Foundation, and Chad Deacon in Canada. He is a true colleague, and he and I and others spent two very complex and full weeks in England this past summer investigating the crop circles, and I reported from there with him and on several of the stories that were happening there, and it was only a week or two that I was in Michigan with Dr. Levengood, who has been examining some of those exact same stems, seeds, and various other parts of the wheat and rye plants in England that we brought back, and has found that there have been some kind of fundamental changes at the chemical and the physical level of those plants that, quoting Dr. Levengood, cannot be hoaxed. And I think tonight what will be valuable is that Chad brings perspective on that phenomenon from Canada to England, is up on to speed on what has happened in the United States, and so he has an international perspective. And I thought also that while that phenomenon has been happening, it has happened in parallel with animal mutilations in England, the United States, and other countries, all happening at the same time that crop formations happened this summer. And it seems now, year-round, month after month, whether it is Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, Leo Sprinkle, or any of the investigators using hypnosis, or a researcher like myself who is not using hypnosis but is very interested in the patterns of abductions around the world, all of these phenomena that seem to be having to do with another reality that is outside of the one that we accept every day that we get up and we go to work and we come home. Something else is happening around us day and night, affecting thousands of people globally. Just a month ago, researchers in Canada, psychologists at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada, had spent months doing research with what were considered to be people who, they said, reported at least anomalous phenomena, and some described as UFOs or unusual sightings in the sky. And in the November 1993 Journal of Abnormal Psychology, which is a very respected journal, these investigators in Canada, led by Dr. Nicholas T. Spanos, a professor of psychology at Carleton University in Ottawa, they reported in that journal a summary of their findings over several months concerning people who had reported some kind of an anomalous phenomenon, including what we would describe as unidentified flying objects in the sky. The researchers found the eyewitnesses to be as intelligent and mentally healthy as other people and not more prone to fantasy. Of 49 adults who had seen unidentified flying objects, 10 said that they had seen a craft close up. This is consciously, having nothing to do with hypnosis. 10 said that they had seen an alien being. 7 described verbal contact with alien beings. 8 reported telepathic contact. 7 remembered total body paralysis at some point, and in most cases that would be when they were asleep and waking up and noting that they could not move. 8 reported missing time, which has been reported by Bud Hopkins since 1980. And 2 recalls going aboard a spacecraft. These are conscious memories having nothing to do with hypnosis. And in this summary that was reported, the whole bottom line was that these people were no more different than you, I, or anyone that was considered to be normal in the population. Now, another part of this is, what did the media start doing as a result of this Canadian report that appeared in a very respectable journal? There were newspapers all over the United States and Canada, maybe other parts of the world. And they began doing their own interviews with people that said that they, too, were haunted by something that seemed, from their definition, to fit the category of UFOs. Well, recently in Washington, D.C., a story with a full-color photograph of 2 women in Catlet, Virginia, appeared in the newspaper, and the title of this was Living in the Light on Earth. They are haunted by shadows of UFOs. And in the context of this Canadian report on people who are basically mentally sound, their intelligence is no different from the average population, but that they are reporting some kind of an interaction with something that comes in form of a disc, has light, and seems in some way to have an interaction with humans. These 2 women reported to the Gannett News Service, which made the papers in USA Today and other stories, that in their small town of Catlet, Virginia, these 2 women said that, and this was a quote, sometimes a spaceship, and they described it as a saucer, touches down at the corner of the farm that they live on in a Virginia horse farm 50 miles west of Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. They said that sometimes, and I'm quoting from the Gannett News Service, the beings, and this is their quote, materialize out of thin air. That has been one of the patterns in what we would call the UFO, human abduction syndrome, now for at least 30 years. People say that something that appears to be a being of some sort actually comes into their outside, right out of the air in front of them. In other cases, people report seeing beings coming down a road, and in some cases actually coming out of a new disc. In this case, these women in Virginia, as we speak, during the fall and winter of 1993, are saying that they are seeing what they call beings that don't resemble humans are materializing out of thin air. Then they describe what we all have heard from Bud and from David and from others on Area 2000, of being taken sometimes to something that is full of light, that they have been poked and prodded, and that they have had excisions taken from their skin, and they describe a trauma, but they are returned. They are returned to their horse farm in Virginia, and they discuss it from the point of view of humans who have had an experience that may be akin to a cat that we might take to a veterinarian. And we do it because we want something to happen to perpetuate the life of that cat, and the experience with the veterinarian is frightening and traumatic for the cat, but we, the humans who take that cat, know that there is a good reason. There may be, as is suggested by several abductees, that as traumatic as these abductions are, there may be in the long run some reason for why this is happening to humans globally, that in the long run we may learn might have something to do with our own survival. No proof, and this is still a huge unknown, but I think it is very significant for our Area 2000 listeners to realize that psychologists in Canada, maybe other universities, are taking this syndrome extremely seriously. They're doing research and reporting on it, and newspapers, at least in the United States, are making the effort to go out and do research and contact people to say that they have had contact with something that they think is beyond at least the reality of the day-to-day earthly life that we live here. And if so, the big question is, as we end 1993 and we begin 1994, are we going to have revolutionary moment where we say, as a globe, as government, we aren't alone in the universe?
Well, how would you predict that yourself, Linda? What does 94 look like to you?
Well, I keep hearing from Washington, D.C. contacts that something is afoot from a political level. Now, what that force or energy or whatever it is that is behind these current speculative rumors are, I'm not sure. But there seems to be a growing sense that in this coming new year, that at least some kind of a public statement might be made, maybe by this administration or by another country or another government.
While we're on that subject, Linda, the new Secretary of Defense, Bobby Ray Inman, Secretary-designate, has allegedly made a very interesting statement in the past about UFOs. Have you heard about that?
Well, he was tracked down by a Maryland investigator and was asked if he knew about MJ-12. And for those who have stayed with Area 2000 over the past few months, they would know that MJ-12 refers to possibly an inside group inside the government that has originated from the Truman administration and has been replaced as people have died by others who have, you might say, the keys to the kingdom of the knowledge about UFOs and other life forms. If there's any truth to MJ-12, the one person who might know about their knowledge would be Bobby Ray Inman. He has served in the government and in the intelligence community for a long portion of his life, and I think that the timing right now that he would be tapped to take this particular very important position in the cabinet as Secretary of Defense is, if nothing else, timing is interesting, and he has, if of anybody who may have knowledge about this other phenomenon we'll call another life form in the universe. He may know that we are, in fact, interacting with or being interacted with by other life forms. And if he is a Secretary of Defense, 1994 may be the first year where someone in that kind of position in the government might also be in a position to finally talk to us honestly about what, or at least a portion of what the government knows. My own sense of things is that we have only 6 years until we turn to the year 2000. In those 6 years, if we don't get past this paradigm that we're alone in the universe, something is truly askew. It does not make sense. There are too many eyewitness testimonies, too many confidential military sources, too many intelligence sources that are speaking and saying, yes, we have had ongoing communication, relationships, interactions with something else out there in the universe since at least the 1940s. And now we're in the 90s. We have to come up to speed with the facts. And it may be that the government has been correct, that it may be that in the long run, if we all look back and say, yes, it took half a century to get through all of the old conditioning about our being alone in the universe. It may have taken 50 years to get the population of the United States and other countries up to the point where they could say, all right, we can accept the fact we're not alone in the universe, and that then we have to deal with the implications of the statement, we're not alone.
Well, again, with Bobby Ray Inman, Linda, he is renowned for saying exactly what he feels, not necessarily a team player, somebody who will do what he wants to do when he wants to do it. You have to wonder if it couldn't be something as simple as a question put to the new Secretary of Defense by somebody in the press early on about something like this to break it all open.
Well, we could all hope that would be the case, but you have to also remember he may have been independent of mind in his career, but you cannot have served in the agencies that he has and not be some kind of a team player. And I think personally that the reason that the policy of silence of this government and probably other countries has survived for so long is, Art, this is a story that is very difficult to tell. People don't have the ears and the mindset to hear about another life form or intelligence involved with the planet in all these various facets that we talk about every week. So it may be that it has been easy for the government to wait out a kind of generational shift, one generation, second generation. Now we're moving into a third generation since the 1940s, and even if Bobby Ray Inman knows specific details, he may also be saying, look, we have to wait X number of more years before we can tell the whole story. But my point of view personally is, as a person who has lived in the United States and been a journalist and a writer, is, at least in this government structure, that we as a public, we need to know more about what the truth is, because it may affect our future. And that's the part that I think is the hard nut to crack. The government has a story it doesn't know how to tell, but it also is representing a public that by constitutional rights has a right to know, and by future rights should know in order to make some kind of informed comment or reaction to what it may unfold next year or the year after. And that's the hard part, and it may be something that would be worth asking the radio listeners. If they were in the shoes of an administration and they were faced with the complete and total knowledge that we had another intelligence interacting with this planet that was other than human and more sophisticated, would it make sense to inform the entire planet now, or would there be arguments to perpetuate the policy of silence? That would be a very interesting question to debate.
Well, it sure would, Linda. Of course, once a lie has been told, the older it gets, I think, the more momentum is accrued toward continuing the lie. That's the problem. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger every year, and when you finally admitted it, or if you were to announce it, you would be revealing the fact that for this X number of years, you had been lying to the American public.
Right. And there was one government guy, and I really believe he was talking heartfelt. He said to me, this goes back many years ago, he said, the people associated with, he referred to it as MJ-12, and I think of MJ-12 now as like the word Kleenex or Xerox or kind of a generic term that simply means people on the inside who have had the very difficult challenge of writing an almost impossible story of contact with another intelligence that we don't comprehend, and it apparently does not comprehend us very well, that this MJ-12 generic term would refer to people that this man said, this was the quote to me, they would rather be dead before this story comes out. Now, the only reason that I can think about that is that it has been such a complex horse to ride, so to speak, of dealing with other knowledge that was completely outside of the experience of the planet as a whole on a natural day-to-day basis. And that there were certain people in our government and other governments who had knowledge that was completely outside of the day-to-day survival and activities of our planet. And that over the last 50 years, that they have had to make the hardest decisions about whether or not they kept this information to themselves and monitored whatever was going on, or would they reveal part of it? If they revealed part of the story about contact from another intelligence, how far would it unravel? How big would the story go? And then the only issue would be of our political, religious, and social, and money, and all of that, would it remain in the same status quo as it exists? And it may be that the government has had psychiatrists and psychologists and various other people hired telling them, once you open this Pandora's box, you have to be ready with answers, or you're going to have an unruly mass on your hands.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything like that happened to ours, the policy of silence by governments may not be as insidious as it has been portrayed sometimes. It may actually have been an act of benevolence, an effort to ignorance is bliss.
Well, you know they're going to paint it that way, surely.
Yeah, and in the long run, here we are sitting at the transition of centuries. And it may be that there are a lot of people, we'll call it, inside this generic MJ-12, using that simply as a symbol of people on the inside and not knowing what it's called now. They may want the story out, but that they're afraid of the repercussions.
All right. Linda, as always, a wonderful report, and you generated plenty of questions with it, too. Things to think about.
Well, and when you start with Chad, who is a true friend and colleague, this spillover to the crop circles raises this interesting question that Colin Andrews, George Wingfield, and others 3-4 years ago said, why is it that the English Army seems to be, and that's not proven, but seems to be involved with creating hoaxes in the crop circles in order to convince the rest of the world that there's nothing to this phenomenon but a hoax? We know that the science says the hoax does not answer it. Why would the English military have been called into action to create something to cover it up?
You've really caught me by surprise. English Army, how is the English Army, how are they or were they involved, Linda?
It goes back to the 90 and 91 research that was done where BBC TV, Nippon Television, others brought infrared, they brought star scopes, they brought a whole series of cameras and higher tech technology into the crop circle summers with the idea that they would track it, watch it, monitor it for 2 weeks at a time and see if they could find anything that would give them an insight as to how these circles were made. During one of those watches, it found in the middle of a circle that there was a Bible, some sticks, and some candles and very odd things. Colin Andrews said at the time, George Wingfield said at the time, that they had sources inside of England who said that the Army in England had been, or people were telling them that the Army had been ordered by someone to put those particular elements, a Bible and a candle and some various odd things, inside of the middle of the circle. Whole point being
that they were trying to move the crop circles, apparently, into some kind of, for lack of a better word, we'll just say occult or mystical association, and to take it completely away from the possibility that there actually was something from somewhere else in the universe perhaps involved with our planet. None of us know who is making the crop circles, but the fact that people were in England and getting, we'll call it underground, non-proven, but at least so-called confidential sources saying that the military was even involved in keeping the story quiet. It comes to this huge issue. Why? Why would crop circles around the world be considered a national security issue by any government? Why would the entire planet not be involved with tracking, monitoring, and trying to find out what was behind the crop circle phenomenon?
Well, that's a good segue to Chad Deepkin. Linda, as always, it's wonderful. Next week, where do we find you?
I should be here.
All right, in Philadelphia.
Yep.
Well, I sure appreciate your report, and it's a great segue.
And thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Take care. Thank you, Linda. That's Linda Howe with a glimpse into another reality, actually the reality that we're going to be exploring in just a moment with Chad Deepkin. This is Area 2000.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
And good evening from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell, Area 2000 underway. My guest, Chad Deepkin, is founder of Pacific Research. He has been conducting extensive investigations into the crop circle phenomenon since 1990, both in Canada and in England. His specialty, detecting and photographing physical anomalies which cannot be accounted for, which cannot be accounted for by hoaxing. In 1992, he was a member of Project Argus, the most extensive scientific research effort to date. His findings provided a substantial portion of the Argus report and were recently reprinted in the MUFON Journal. He is founder of Pacific Research. As I said, has written many articles, as well as an 18-page report on Canadian crop circles. He's been interviewed numerous times on radio, television, and in the newspapers, and has lectured in Vancouver, Bath, Glastonbury, England, and the Whole Life UFO Conference in New York. Although he works independently, he is in close contact with key researchers such as Colin Andrews, George Wingfield, Dr. W.C. Levengood, and many others. Here is Chad Deepkin. Chad, good evening. Welcome to the program.
Oh, Art. Thanks very much for having me on again.
Sure. Where do we find you? Where are you this evening?
I'm currently in Seattle, enjoying Christmas with my relatives.
Well, we've got a better connection than we did at that phone booth in England. Chad, I guess I'd like to begin with your career, how and why you got into all this. What in the world led you into this kind of research, Chad?
So, Art, I've been interested in UFOs in the past, but not more than most ordinary citizens. Until 1990, when I saw a TV show, Unsolved Mysteries. It was on crop circles. It was quite a good show, and that was the first time I'd ever been exposed to the crop circle phenomenon. And once I heard about the facts of this strange phenomenon, I realized immediately that there was something very, very odd going on that we cannot explain in any way in traditional terms. Our science and technology was not able to explain what was going on here. And it seemed to me that it was like a door that was opening to possibly another dimension.
When, Chad, did the whole crop circle phenomenon begin? I mean, has it been going on forever? Is it just something that we noticed suddenly and had been going on for some time, do you think? Or did it have a definitive beginning?
It's very, very difficult to trace it back throughout history, although we do find occasional references to a phenomenon that appears to be similar to crop circles. But it really came into public prominence in the late 70s and early 80s. And the
the reason for that is because they started appearing in numbers in one particular area of the world, and that is in south central England, in an area of Stonehenge, Avebury, Silbury, megalithic monuments dating back to pre-Druid times.
Huh.
During the early 80s, the numbers were quite minor. There were maybe 3, 4, 5, half a dozen per year, and progressively each year we saw more and more. And Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado were one of the first researchers that started investigating this on a full-time basis.
But at that point, it was apparently confined to Great Britain?
That's right. Yes, it was. And not only that, but they were just simple circles. That's how it began, very few in number. And over the next few years, through the 80s, each year progressively saw more and more of these circles, and they became more and more complex. So there was a definite evolutionary process involved here.
When you were in England, I had a chance, as you'll recall, to chat with a fellow who claimed that he was faking crop circles and had done many.
Yes.
So you've looked at this aspect of it. It makes the whole thing very controversial. Fellow people like him, I think, convince the public it doesn't take much. One man admitting that he's been faking it, and everybody goes, oh, well, okay. And they dismiss it.
That's right. That fellow was Robert Irving that we had in the phone booth with us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the approach I take to crop circles is it's a physical investigation. I look at the actual way the stems are bent, any sort of anomalous effects on the ground, et cetera, et cetera. I look for footprints and any other signs that I can find in trying to determine whether a person could have been responsible for this. And when we're talking about crop circles to the public, I think this is the most important thing to address, because that is the most obvious answer that comes to people's minds, is that, oh, these things are just hoax, and it's a bunch of college students or whatnot having fun with researchers, and that the more us researchers look at the phenomenon, the more people try to have fun with it. So I think it's important to lay this to rest. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever, and I've spent 4 years at this out, that people, although there have been some hoaxes perpetrated, that people simply are not involved in the vast majority of these crop circles. It's just not possible.
Well, why? I guess is my next question. Why is it not possible? And what do you see in the human-produced crop circles that you don't see in the others, or turn that question around?
Okay, first of all, there are several people involved here. Probably the most prominent ones are Doug and Dave. They were the two elderly gentlemen who first came forward about 3 years ago. They're British, and they went to the press and said that they had created all the crop circles since 1978. Then Robert Irving came along, and also a strange fellow named Jim Schnabel. Now, what these people all have in common is that not one of them has any proof that they had done any of the formations. These are simply claims, and we've put all 4 of them to test. We got them to make crop circles in public. Doug and Dave were filmed making a crop circle, very famous case, and it was presented on video called the Crop Circle Communique.
Yeah, I saw them. They had a board and a chain, and they would tromp about with it. So what did you notice of their efforts? Could they produce one in the time allotted, and did it meet the requirements of other crop circles that you've examined?
No, they actually failed dismally. We allowed them to make a crop circle in ideal conditions, in daylight, in other words.
Mm-hmm.
All crops, the vast majority of crop circles are made at night. We allowed them to use ideal conditions. They only got halfway done in their allotted time. They had to quit. The other reason they quit is because the result was very obviously quite pathetic. Most of the stalks are still standing up. They popped up. It looked quite a mess. There was no beautiful flow to the lay of the crop at all. And when you look at an authentic one, most of them have an incredibly beautiful lay. They're perfectly pressed flat to the ground. They look like they've been combed into place. When the light is shining off them, they have a tremendous sheen to them. Just a very beautiful thing to behold. And none of these people, Doug and Dave, Robert Irving, or Jim Snubbles, have ever been able to produce anything in public that looks like the real occurrence. So that's one reason. And the other reason is that there are so many anomalous effects that I have photographed and recorded that simply can't be done by the human hand. And some of these effects are multiple layering. It's where you get the intersection of, say, a path with a ring or a path with a circle. I have seen as many as 4 different layers, and it's not just one layer of crop on top of the other going in different directions, but they're interwoven with each other without any damage to the stalks. You'll have to remember that the stalks are very brittle. Most of the formations occur late in the harvest season, and they're very dried out. You try to bend them the slightest bit, and they will crick or break. What I saw had no crimps in them. There was no sign of footprints in the soil.
Are you suggesting that the stalks are so brittle that pressed as they are in the making of the circle, whatever it is that does it, they should have broken?
Not in just pushing them down, they will be crimped, but in trying to interweave them, you have to look at it like weaving a cloth. It's quite intricate. In doing that by hand, you have to bend them seriously, and you will find crimps or bends at various places along the stalk, whereas in an authentic crop circle, there's only one single bend, and that is at the ground level. Other things I've seen is, in some cases, literally thousands of individual stalks still standing, single individual stalks. Most of them are just inches apart, and they had never been flattened to the ground. There was no crimp or any mark of a crease. They had simply never gone down.
While getting all the other ones around them.
That's right. And anybody using a mechanical device, it would have had to be just inches wide.
Or even one would imagine a meteorological explanation of some sort would also affect them uniformly. That's weird.
Yes, and we've looked at every possible explanation, and like initially we're just trying to eliminate people because they've caused us the most problems, the claims of hoaxes. So we tried to eliminate those, and with what I've described, and there are literally dozens of other things I have noted that simply couldn't be done by human beings. Not only that, but I've approached Robert Irving and Doug Bauer of the Doug and Dave team, asked them about these strange anomalous effects, and they didn't even have any idea what I was talking about. They had no idea what I was talking about to them. Their answer to me was simply that we just make them. We can't explain to you what you find. You're probably imagining things. So
just out of idle curiosity, why would Dave and Doug, why would they do this? Is it just to get people going? I mean, what reason do they give?
Well, those two fellows claimed that they were doing it for fun. It started out as a prank, and because of the response that they got from us, the attention, that they discontinued it and did more and more and more. Now, first of all, you have to realize that there have been over 3,000 formations just in England since the early 80s. So these two guys are trying to claim having done 3,000 formations only during the 3 months in summer pretty well, because that's the time you find crop circles. Sneaking out at night 3 times a week without their wives knowing that they were out in the field, spending at least 4 to 6 hours at night, usually in very dismal conditions. If you've ever been to England, even in the summer, you know it's pretty rough out there. A lot of rain, cold, dank, muddy fields, and that they were doing this for fun. It really defies the imagination.
Doesn't add up. Besides, where else are crop circles now found? It obviously is not just Great Britain. I know there have been reports here in this country.
That's right.
I would imagine in your Canada. And elsewhere. How much of a worldwide phenomenon is it now?
Well, we've been averaging about 1 to 2 dozen in Canada per season. The same goes for the States. This is just a rough estimate. We've got reports from Holland, from Eastern Europe, from Russia, from Germany, from Japan, from Australia. I've left out a few countries, but there are...
Basically worldwide.
Pretty well worldwide. Interestingly enough, mostly in industrial nations. We don't know why that is, but There have been many, many, many thousands. And let's face it, Doug and Dave don't fly around the world.
No. What evidence is there, Chad, that whatever is doing this is also doing it in other areas? Is there any evidence of that at all? In other words, is there ever any disturbed dirt or anything else that would indicate that had there been a crop there, you would have ended up with a crop circle, if you follow me, in any point other than in the middle of some farmer's crop?
Not really. We get many, many reports from people that we can't substantiate. We get no photographs or real proof. We have had several reports of circles in trees, but we haven't been able to substantiate that. I've heard of a few in ice fields in the north and a few other odd places, but again, we have no evidence of this. I take it just to be mistaken identity, and the numbers have been so small that we're not even paying much attention to them. I would say 99.5% at least of all the ones that have been reported to us have been in crops, which is a very interesting phenomenon in itself, because I look at I don't know what the intelligence is that's making these, but I know it's not an earthly intelligence. It's something alien.
Why?
Whatever it is, if I were them and I were trying to leave traces on Earth to get people's attention, I couldn't think of a better canvas than wheat fields or any kind of planted crop, because if nobody sees it at the time that it's created, it will certainly be found by the farmer at harvest time. It's an absolute guarantee that it will be found, and you can't put it anywhere else on this planet where you get an absolute guarantee it will be seen.
All right, let's say it is that, an alien intelligence is behind it. Chad, what have we made of them so far? Do we see any message? Are we able to decipher any meaning in any of them so far?
Well, there have been tantalizing meanings. We have seen some astrological signs, such as the sign for Venus, Mars, Mercury, but not that often. We have seen tantalizing hints at ancient languages, such as ancient Hebrew, Egyptian, hieroglyphics, etc., but nothing that we can really put our finger on, or nothing that will spell out a message to us. It seems more like these are symbols. Really.
All right, let's try this avenue. How about anything repetitive? In other words, do you see any pattern frequently recurring?
Not really, no. The only pattern that we've seen frequently recurring are simple circles, or circles with rings on them. Sometimes there's a vague resemblance from one year to the next of a few, but most of them are brand new, new designs, new patterns.
When you're looking for some sign of a message, and I realize that I may be looking out of my own dimension, or within my own dimension and not looking out of mine, you look for anything we would understand, as you suggested, planetary symbols, some sort of language, some repetitive nature to what's being done, something that would tell you that it's an intelligence rather than a random occurrence.
Yeah, that's pretty well without doubt. There is an intelligence involved, not just in the placing of the formations in crop fields. We have only on one or two occasions got them to go across roads or anything of that nature. They're always placed quite nicely in fields, so they're well aimed.
What about percentage of fakes? Now, obviously you were unable to examine every one of them that occurred, or even perhaps most of them. But in those you did examine, did you ever find one that you declared a fake, or one that you thought perhaps a farmer did to attract attention or charge admission or whatever?
I haven't personally gone into one that I could absolutely declare a fake, Art. I have gone into quite a few where I can't say for sure whether they're fakes or not. There's just not enough in the formation. There's not enough complexity for me to say absolutely that this is a genuine phenomenon, or a circle, or that this is a fake. I will simply say I don't have enough information on it, therefore...
Well, have you ever detected a farmer, for example, charging admission? In other words, where there was an obvious profit motive?
No. And I'd like to address that aspect. There have been very, very few farmers, and they've all been in England, who have charged admission. And I really sympathize with their plight. When they get a crop formation in their field, first of all, because it's laying so flat, they literally lose hundreds of dollars in lost harvest because they can't pick it up anymore. Not only that, but people will go charging into their fields from all different angles, tromping through more crop.
Right.
They're faced with a loss, and simply what they're really trying to do is recover some of that loss. And it's not a profit-making kind of thing. They never make up for the loss. They have to have somebody in place. They have to pay this person to collect the money. And they really don't get enough people looking at them to make it worthwhile. I only know of 2 or 3 farmers that have done this to date out of the thousands of circles we've seen. So the profit motive is not there.
All right.
I've never seen anything really suspicious.
All right. There are reportedly molecular changes in this wheat, and I wonder if you can catch us up on that at all. That seems an area of fruitful research. In other words, changes that would occur that you would not see occur simply by crushing the crop normally. What do you find?
Okay. Well, first of all, Dr. Levengood, who's a biophysicist in Michigan, a very respected biophysicist, he's retired now. He has taken on looking at crop samples in his laboratory. He's spent thousands of hours, literally, last 3 years looking at this. What he has just recently come up with, first of all, he didn't know what to look for, so it took him quite a long time to know what part of the plant to look for, what changes to look for, etc. He has just come out with his a recent report, which is quite definitive. This is a real bright light for us in trying to prove the difference between a hoax circle or something like wind damage and the real phenomenon. What he has found, just to put it very simply, is in the cell wall of the plant, especially around the seed head, there's what is called a microfibril tissue. Now that is a tissue that looks like cheesecloth when you blow it up on a microscope, and this allows for the transfer of nutrients between the cells. In this tissue, through this tissue is an ion transfer, and he has found that in affected crops, the ion transfer is much greater than in an unaffected crop. These microfibril tissue holes, that I would call them, where the ions transfer through, are enlarged, substantially enlarged, allowing for a faster, freer flow of ions. And that you will not find in a mechanically damaged stock or in wind damage or any other form, only in affected crops.
How would we produce that effect if we wanted to?
About the only known way that he has come up with is through microwave activity. He has put stocks into microwave ovens and blasted them for 20 seconds or something of that nature, and has gotten not identical but similar effect, which leads us to believe that the energy involved in this is of a microwave nature. Not saying it is microwave, we're just saying it's something similar to microwave. And the other thing we realize...
This is going to begin to get a little technical, Chad, but it may well be that the microwave frequency used on the stalks would determine or would vary the effect on the stalks and on the membrane, the cell wall tissue you're talking about. I wonder if Dr. Levengood has experimented at all with varying the microwave frequency.
I don't know if he's gotten to that point in his lab. This report just came out about a month ago, and it's very time-consuming, the test that he's doing. But certainly, if he hasn't done it yet, he will be doing it to see. He's trying to estimate what the amount of energy that is required. He's got a pretty good idea already, and it's massive energy that's involved. I know people have asked me, how do you know it's not coming from a satellite, that this is a Star Wars technology, some sort of a laser beam coming down and curving sinus energy to a field to make a pattern.
Well, that'd be a big star too, wouldn't it, Chief?
No. since it started before 1978, we have a few cases that go back into the 60s. It's unlikely that we had that sort of technology then, and we certainly don't have it even today, not that we know of. Also, the amount of energy required would literally kill animals in the field, such as mice, hedgehogs, birds, insects, and things of that nature.
Oh, now there's a good point. But no matter the source of the energy, wouldn't the effect on the animals arguably be the same?
The effect on the animals would be totally devastating. It would...
Yes, but what I'm saying, Chad, is whether it was Star Wars technology that would produce something, or microwave energy of that magnitude, or whether it's alien, shouldn't the effect on the animals be the same?
Yeah, well, that's a good point, for sure.
And yet it isn't, is it? It's only affecting the crops. Have you detected anything in terms of dead animals, microorganisms, that sort of thing?
We have never detected any dead animals in any of the formations except for 2 cases. And these occurred in Saskatchewan, in Canada. Mm-hmm. Very odd cases. One that I was involved in, and it was a dead porcupine found in the middle of a crop circle. It was not only dead, but it was completely flat and dehydrated. It had been squished to about 2 inches in thickness. Oh. The claws on its back were swirled in the same direction as the swirl of the circle itself.
Oh, now that is significant.
That is very significant. It's one of these oddities that we don't know what to make of it because we haven't seen it before. But one possible explanation here is that porcupines, their natural response to danger is not to run away like all other animals would. It's to curl up in a ball. And that is possibly what happened. This unfortunate creature was caught in an area that was about to be turned into a crop circle. It rolled up in a ball and got caught by the energy and killed.
Wow, that's fascinating. Did anybody work with, do any sort of autopsy or look at this animal, poor animal?
Not on this one, because by the time we found out, it was too late to do a laboratory analysis. But from that case, a farmer phoned me and said that in 1989 he had a similar case, and this is the only other one we know of a dead porcupine found in a crop circle. He didn't know at the time that it was a crop circle. He called the police. He suspected it was some sort of satanic ritual that occurred in his field. Mm-hmm. He called the RCMP. They took tissue samples from the porcupine, or the remains of the porcupine. It was mostly a blackened area, about 3 feet by 3 feet. The only thing that was left of the porcupine were the quills and the bones. It was completely blackened in sort of a soot, covered in sort of a soot. The stalks of wheat were unaffected. It was only the animal itself. They sent some samples off to laboratory to find out if there was any burning involved as from a fire, because they did suspect it was satanic worship. The lab report came back and it was negative. And unfortunately, they didn't do any more testing on it than that. Because
so then it was as if it had been cooked again by microwave.
Completely fried. All the tissue, all the flesh was gone. All that remained were the quills and the bones. But again, these are the only 2 cases we know of, for whatever reason. Now again, getting back to the Star Wars technology, you would have to ask yourself, if this is what's going on, then why would they choose such heavily populated areas in central England to carry out these experiments? Somebody would be sure to be killed at some point. There are people in the fields practically every night watching fields, watching for new formations being formed.
Oh, that's something I certainly want to ask you about. We have a break here at the top of the hour, Chad. 5 minutes of news. It'll give you about 5 minutes to relax, all right?
Okay.
All right, stay right where you are. Chad Deepkin is my guest. The subject, crop circles. A lot more to it than I thought, and we'll be talking more about it in a moment. This is Area 2000. It's Sunday evening, and so here we are, as we are every Sunday, between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Chad Deepkin. The subject, crop circles, and a fascinating one it is. Chad, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, I wanted to ask you next about humans. Indeed, they've had watches out. They've had cameras planted. They've looked for these crop circles to be in formation. Have they ever found it? Have they ever photographed one in the making?
Well, they haven't. We've been incredibly frustrated. People have reported seeing them made, but we don't know what to make of it. The actual crop circle researchers themselves have never seen one being made, and I have spent many, many nights out in the field.
What details have you had from anybody who claims to have seen them in the making? What do they say?
The common thing that they say is that the air is very still before it happens, dead calm. Suddenly, the heads of the wheat start waving back and forth violently, back and forth, back and forth. There is a whistling and howling sound, although there is no real wind around. And suddenly, within a split second, all the crops lays down flat to the ground in a spiral.
With nothing visible seen? The conditions that you just described, Chad, are similar to those described by people who are in the vicinity of a tornado.
Yes. Yes, that is true. It's very similar.
Very still prior to the occurrence. They hear the noise. In the desert, which is where I am, very much in the desert, Chad, we have these mini tornadoes. One did a little damage out near my home recently. They're not really tornadoes as we understand them. They're certainly not spawned by a storm. But they are created through some sort of meteorological condition or swirling of winds, or I don't know precisely what does it, Chad, but have you looked into that?
Absolutely, yes. We've looked into that, all sorts of meteorological conditions. In England in particular, because of the rain and the stiff winds they get occasionally and the rolling hills which catches the wind at odd angles, there's a lot of damage to the fields. I've seen fields that were up to 75% damaged, flattened, or mostly flattened. The crop circles bear no resemblance whatsoever to any kind of wind damage that anybody has ever seen. They are like cookie cutters, stand out. Very, very clean, clear, defined edges, whereas wind damage is just what you would expect. Undefined, usually very lengthy corridors where the wind touches down and then picks up again.
Would seem to eliminate wind then.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, back to humans. Has there ever been a human standing in the middle of a created crop circle?
In the middle of a crop circle as it was created?
Yes.
No. Nobody. No. The closest we got is people who have been several hundred feet away. And these were in the daytime, by the way. They were not at night. And we have to take their word for it. We have no photographic evidence.
Then your best evidence you would consider to be what? About the fact that these are related, for example, the relationship to UFOs. Is it a tight relationship, Chad, or very loose, or what do you think?
Well, personally, no, I'm guessing, but personally, there is a loose relationship to UFOs. It may be a lot tighter than I realize. We have seen strange lights over the fields at night. Last year, in 1992, there was a sighting near a crop circle by a team of researchers of a structured UFO. It wasn't that far away. It was Stephen Greer. You've probably heard of him. I have, yes. There were at least 5 witnesses. They all report the same thing. One of the witnesses is a friend of mine, a very, very rational person. I believe what he says. It was a 3-dimensional structured craft. They saw the light. It went around the hill that he was standing on. It even moved on its side and showed the lights underneath it and disappeared. That was an unusual sighting. Other than that, there have been lights reported at night, and a few times in the daytime, and we have this on film, silvery objects were seen skimming across the tops of wheat fields. And strangely enough, these objects were very small, anywhere from a foot to 3 feet in diameter, but shiny, silvery objects, self-propelled evidence, obviously, you can see from their motion. But other than that, there were a few other reports of strange lights like Ferris wheels in the sky. But I myself have not seen any of these. The best I can tell you is that one night we were on a crop watch, and there was a tremendous flash on the horizon. It seemed to be quite a ways away, sort of like sheet lightning, but in fact it was very close to us. All the lights went out in the village where I was staying, and the electric company had no idea why the lights went out, and they had no idea what the flash was.
So you go on crop watches?
Yes.
And I take it you just pick a high point, and do you use night vision equipment, or what do you do on one of these watches?
We do have night vision equipment, and I personally use a camera. I have a wide-angle lens on it. I put it on a tripod, and I'll take time exposures from anywhere from 5 minutes to half an hour, and then see what I get on the photograph the next day. In one particular incident, this is the best one I've been on, we mostly come up empty-handed, but in one incident, there was a very large formation in a field, and that was in August of this year. Beautiful formation, very, very spectacular, very strange, anomalous effects in the lathe. I had a powerful feeling that this field was super energized, and I wanted to go back that same night. I thought something else might happen. So I went back in my car with a friend, and we parked on a hill overlooking the field. We sat there, I took pictures. We sat there until about 2:30 in the morning. It was quite cold. And we just got cold and tired, and we didn't want to leave the car running all night. So we thought, well, we'll put it in the first thing in the morning, the daybreak, somebody came by, and sure enough, there was a brand new addition to the crop circle that we had been watching.
Oh, boy. I'm sure you kicked yourself around for a while on that one.
It's really typical, Art. When they're not being watched, things happen, even to your back sometimes. 2020, which is ABC TV program, they did a night watch a few years back, sitting on top of a hill with very sophisticated camera equipment with about a dozen people. They were looking down in a field where they had a lot of formation. Had the cameras running all night. Next morning when the sun came up, they looked down, there was nothing. And somebody said, oh my God, look to your back. Right behind them in a field behind, there was a huge formation.
No.
Largest one to date.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Then you share, really, the same frustration that the people trying to research this UFO phenomenon do. It occurs and occurs and keeps occurring, but not so that you can carefully and scientifically document it, and almost seems to avoid areas where there are researchers or foils them, as you have just said. It must be tremendously frustrating.
It's incredibly frustrating. We run into this constantly. About 2 years ago, Colin Andrews and a crew did the same thing. They were on a night watch with sophisticated equipment. They watched a field. They were up on a hill watching a field. They sat up all night. Just before the sun came up, while it was still dark, a fog descended on the field. Now, there are many, many witnesses to this. They have it on film. A fog descended on this field, which is not totally uncommon in England. But just on this particular field, and
let me guess, when the fog lifted,
got it.
There it was.
There it was. What did they say? Right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't penetrate the fog. There it was. And this happens time and time again. It's very, very obvious. The intelligence does not want to be seen. It's taking great lengths to avoid testing it. And you mentioned Project Argus last year.
Yes. What exactly was that?
Well, Project Argus was funded mostly by a very generous grant from the Bigelow Foundation, and it was an international effort by about 2 to 3 dozen people. About half of them were scientists. We went out and we used all kinds of electronic instruments, anything that we could think of, to try to determine mostly what the energy is that's involved in it, to try to detect it coming from the sky, from the ground. We try to find traces of radiation in the crop and the soil. We took soil samples and sent them back to have them analyzed in the labs.
Yes, I was going to suggest, Chad, what about the possibility, if there is the funding, for some sort of microwave energy sensor or sensors placed in a lot of likely locations? That might yield some information, since it seems to be a microwave radiation doing this, or maybe.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be an idea?
It's a great idea, and we actually did it this year. By the way, the Project Argus didn't come up with a smoking gun. We got some very interesting...
What were the final conclusions of the report?
Well, the final conclusions of the report were that electronically we weren't able to detect anything. But again, with the physical anomalous effects on the ground and other things that we couldn't really put under a microscope, we continued to gather tantalizing information. When you put it all together, you cannot get a full picture of it. But we're gathering more and more information. What really came out of Project Argus is that we were able to eliminate tests that we didn't need to do anymore because we have quite frankly exhausted them, which is very helpful. It tends to focus our projects for the following years. And this year, as I mentioned, microwave was one of the detections.
Yes, Chad, will you speak? Do you speak from time to time with Dr. Levengood?
I'm in regular contact with him.
Would you ask him for me if he's considered experimenting with varying the microwave frequency and trying to produce an identical effect to the one he observes on the cell wall tissue? That might yield some interesting results if you could actually pin down the rough frequency that's being used.
Yes. He has done experiments on the amount of energy that's required to get an equivalent effect.
Do you know what he's concluded?
He told me it was about a year ago when he was doing this, that something in the nature of now don't quote me exactly on this, but it's something in the nature of a 20 to 30 second blast of microwave energy from a household microwave oven. Now you have to remember that this is very, very close quarters.
Yeah, I understand.
You're only inches away. And to get the same effect from an airplane or a satellite, the energy is absolutely mind-boggling, and we simply don't have a microwave generator that is capable of creating that much power.
Particularly from that far up in space, it would have to be a geosynchronous satellite that puts it 22,500 miles above Earth.
Yes. And again, it would be so incredibly dangerous that somebody would have been killed by now, or at least somebody would have detected the energy. Now, getting back to Dr. Levengood, I did a test myself on germination. He did some germination tests. In other words, taking the seeds from crop circles and from control samples without outside of the crop circles, so we can get a comparison, and germinating them under laboratory conditions. And I did this under laboratory conditions at home, and the results were the same as his. Very odd. The seeds from the crop circle germinated much faster and at a much higher rate than the seeds from outside.
What happens to the seeds of the stalks that he puts into a microwave oven to try to produce a similar effect? Do you get a similar effect with the seeds?
I don't believe he's done a germination test on them yet, although it's obvious that this will be the next step.
Well, that's a good question, isn't it?
Yes. And furthermore, after the germination, when I began to grow them, I planted them in my garden. And I planted one set under very dark conditions in full shade, and another set in full sunlight to do a comparison of how fast they grow.
Right.
The control, and from the circle sample in the full sun, there was no difference in the growth. They grew normally. But the set that was in the full shade, which is very bad conditions for wheat, they need sun, the seeds from the crop circle grew at a very fast rate, almost normal. Not quite. They were a bit stunted, but almost normal.
As compared to the other sample, which what?
It grew twice as tall. Inexplicable.
Wow.
We have no idea why. Something has affected the seeds. The energy that caused the crop circle has affected the seeds in such a way that it's changed something in the genetic makeup of the seeds.
Well, then he's going to surely want to follow up with the artificially produced radiation and see if he can get a similar effect. That's fascinating.
Yes, he would be doing that this winter.
All right, we're in that weird period of time, Chad, now between Christmas and New Year, and the New Year, and it's traditional to make predictions. So I thought I would ask you to make one in the area of crop circles. What do you think is going to go on in this next year?
Well, that's a tough one, but judging from the past, I would venture to guess that the crop circles are going to become even more complex, and that each year we have gotten more tantalizing information on the crop circles. It's to keep our attention. I mean, these are obviously to get our attention. They're
right.
Whatever reason. I think there's going to be more of that. We're going to get more information, and we may hopefully get closer to what the purpose of these are and where they're coming from.
Well, perhaps you're right. Perhaps up until now it's been to get our attention, and maybe once our attention is fully focused, we'll begin to see some sort of message or... But documentably, you're suggesting every year we're getting more crop circles. That, too, is very interesting.
Not necessarily more. The height of the crop circle numbers were in 1990.
Oh.
Which season there were 1,000 just in England in one single season. 1991 they cut back to about half of that. 1992 about 400, and this year 1993 somewhere around 300.
All right, Chad. Let me ask this: what you're suggesting is not very far off the peak of the sun cycle.
That's right.
And we are now very much in a declining mode for the 11-year sun cycle. Has anybody done any research into a relationship?
Well, Dr. Levengood, being a true conservative scientist, believes that this has to do with the sunspot activity.
Oh.
Yeah. He wanted me to say that because he doesn't believe in alien intelligence or anything of that nature. And to us, that's fine. He's a good scientist. What's really important to us is his research and the results of it.
Well,
I had a discussion with Dr. Levengood, and I said, okay, supposing the energy that's involved here has something to do with sunspot activity, I can accept that. But what I can't accept is that how this energy could randomly affect wheat fields in such a way to create these incredible patterns in the fields.
Well, there is no specific explanation.
Oh, it would have to be a guided energy. And there are two aspects of the crop circles. One is that there's an energy involved in allowing the wheat to go down. Mm-hmm. And the other one is that it is guided, just like a paintbrush. Mm-hmm. I look at the whole phenomenon like an artist, using the energy like a paintbrush to draw on a canvas of wheat these spectacular patterns to gain our attention. That's the closest analogy I can make. And not only that, but I see different, if you would have entities or artists involved, there's some similarities between some of the formations. You can almost see that the same entity is involved in certain ones. They have certain characteristics that are similar. And that goes for Canada, comparing with some of the ones I've seen in England. Some are very, very sophisticated, incredibly beautifully laid down. Others are much more childlike in their nature, and maybe not quite as well laid down. And it also, there are varying amounts of energy that are applied. Some are flat to the ground, others are maybe just a few inches off the ground. They haven't been completely pressed down, as if less energy was involved.
Well, coming back to the sun cycle, of course, spots, what we call sunspots, are actually flares, and we get flares from the sun most frequently at high activity points during that 11-year cycle. But I know of no specific energy, nowhere near that specific, that could affect the Earth through the atmosphere. None at all. Nevertheless, what kind of parallels has he been able to make between sunspot activity and crop circle activity?
Simply that the period around 1990 was the height in sunspot activity, and that coincides with the sheer numbers of crop circles seen.
Yes, and has there been a decline that coincides roughly with the decline in the sunspot cycle count?
Apparently, yes. It is now in a decline, and we're seeing a decline in the numbers of the crop circles. But, again, the complexity is picking up. They're much, much more complex than ever before.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense.
Oh, no, it just doesn't tie in. We have looked literally at hundreds and hundreds of different explanations. We have people with PhDs in all different disciplines, including mathematics, music, you name it.
That's enough to cause a scientist drive him to drink or something.
They will.
It's awful.
Well, it just becomes more and more tantalizing. It's more of a challenge all the time. And I might add, Ed, Art, that not only am I looking at the physical anomaly, the anomalous effects in the field itself, like in the stalks and the soil, etc., but also the strange effects that are noted on equipment that we've been using. And this is another category that isn't talked about very much.
All right, tell us.
It's worth mentioning. I'll give you an example of this year. For one thing, I and most people have noted headaches as we walk into the crop circle. Quite pronounced. Not a painful headache, but just like somebody put their hand on your brain and started squeezing a little bit. And this sensation ends once you leave the area. Not in all of them, but in a lot of them. And in one formation, I always have a tape recorder, a little pocket tape recorder. I put it in the center of the formation where the center swirl is, and lay it on the ground, and I just let it record while I'm photographing and doing my measurements and things. Because in the past, there have been electronic beepings and chirpings that have been recorded, so I'm just curious to see if I can pick any of this up. In this one particular incident, the tape recorder recorded for a full hour. When I took it back and listened to it, I realized that the entire recording, from beginning to end, ran at half speed. Exactly at half speed, and I know that because you can hear us talking. Occasionally you can hear voices. The whole thing ran at half speed. It wasn't because the batteries were going dead, because it wasn't declining in speed. It was exactly the same speed. This tape recorder is not capable of recording at any other speed, and it's never done it before. It's never done it since. There's nothing wrong with the unit. I've had it analyzed. In that same formation, a German film crew came in and wanted to film me pointing out these anomalies. On the ground, we went ahead with it. They had a fully charged battery pack. They had a needle on their camera that showed a full charge. The battery pack normally lasts about 35 to 40 minutes. Their battery was flat, completely stone dead within 8 minutes. They were totally amazed.
All right, that, Chad, would indicate some strong electromagnetic activity of some sort, and that seems to me could be measured.
You would think it could be measured, but we haven't to date found any instrument that'll measure it. And interestingly enough, we have only experienced this sort of rapid battery drain is what we call it, on rechargeable batteries. It hasn't been noted on ordinary throwaway batteries, only on rechargeable.
On NICADs.
That's right. Another phenomenon that occurred again this year, but has been noted in the past, is camera failures. I flew with 3 other people. 2 of us had mechanical cameras like Pentaxes with no electronics.
Right.
The third person had a fully electronic camera. Everything was electronic, an $800 camera. He could not get a photograph of one particular formation when he flew over it. The camera jammed every single time. Yet when he aimed it out the other side of the window of the plane, it worked perfectly. And every time he aimed it back at the crop formation down below, it jammed on him. He never did get a picture of it. That also is quite common. Or film that won't develop. You take pictures and the photographs of one particular formation are all blank, whereas everything else is perfectly in focus, perfectly exposed, everything's perfect.
Well, that would certainly indicate the presence of some sort of energy. Chad, stand by 1 second while I ID the radio station here. So.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
It is, and this is Area 2000. Good evening. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Chad Deepkin, and I'm going to open up the telephone lines now. So let me give you a quick version of the numbers. You're welcome to call us with a question if you like. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, the number is 383-8255 or 8255. Toll free outside the state, it's 800-338-8255. The wild card direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7214. And finally, if you have never called the program at all, use this line, the first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7213, 7213. With all the long-distance lines, please allow them to ring until they're answered. We'll come to you as soon as we can. If you're disconnected, pick it up and try again. Chad, are you there? All right, good. If you're up to it, I would like to let you subject you to a little bit of the great unwashed American public with questions.
That's always a lot of fun.
All right, it is. Let's see what we can do. Wild card line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deacon.
Yes, two questions, one for Mr. Bell and one for Mr. Deacon. First, Mr. Bell, you mentioned that Defense Secretary Designate Inman had been asked by a Maryland investigator about MJ-12, but you did not mention what Mr. Inman's reaction was.
Well, was allegedly. No, you go right ahead if you wish.
I don't know. I was waiting.
I see.
Wait a breath.
All right. Well, we'll get further into that. It was kind of a side topic from what we're now on. So you had a question otherwise?
Yes, Mr. Deacon. I'm interested in whether in Project Argus you had more fully explored the Star Wars technology, microwaves or lasers as possibly being a cause of the crop circles, and whether now you mentioned that you had determined that excess energy would have to be involved, which would have killed mice and hedgehogs. But I understand that there is a very finely focused, finely tuned technology involved with the Star Wars technology, which would be able, perhaps by computerized programs, to create interweaving or multi-layering. And I'm interested in what whether you've explored this more deeply. And again, also I'm interested in what Mr. Bell's reaction is to the first question, and I'll end up and let you answer.
All right, thank you. All right, well, that would divert us entirely from where we are to talk about the Bobby Ray Inman business. So let's just focus, Chad, if we can, on his question to you, and that is the Star Wars technology aspect. How hard did you look at that?
Well, it's difficult to deal with the unknown. First of all, we have literally several hundred miles to cover, even though that most of these crop formations are happening in a relatively small area, say 30 mile circular area. It's difficult to cover all the fields and to get the instrumentation in there. But I would just say again that since crop circles were known before the late 1970s, we have some cases, including in Canada. It's hard to imagine that this sort of technology, even if it exists today, which I highly doubt, and most of us doubt this, that it would have existed back then. And
one might guess, though, that if it did exist, farmers' fields might be a pretty good place to test it.
Yes, they would, but why continue for 15, 20 years?
True.
When there's so much attention, when there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people around in very, very close proximity to these, it just seems like it's too dangerous.
Particularly as people like yourself began to seriously investigate it, you would think at that point they would halt it.
Sure, and if the government were carrying out secret experiments, wouldn't they be more inclined to do it in a closed-off area, say like Area 51, where the public can't get into? Why would they choose a populated area? There are many, many aspects that we have thought about that simply don't add up. They just don't make any sense.
All right. Well, let's keep moving here. On the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deacon. Hello there.
Hi, this is George in Orange, California.
Hi, George.
Well, the comment I'd like to make is that where witnesses of the crop circle said that, that it was a black very cloud and storm is exactly the same experience that people have who observe UFOs or who have become abducted by UFOs. They claim that the atmosphere around them became totally still and quiet at the time of their abduction,
And it just seems like they're...
You see a relationship there. All right, caller, thank you. Chad, what about that? There is a connection between the two phenomena, a kind of a very still atmosphere just before the event.
Yes, exactly. And looking at all the facts, Art, most of us would have to say that the UFO connection is probably the strongest, even though we don't have any absolute evidence. Nothing points to anything else like UFOs.
So while it is a loose connection, according to your own words earlier,
yes,
it is nevertheless the best connection?
The best we can come up with at this time. We know that there's an intelligence involved. It's very, very plain to us. It's playing little games with us, and we feel its presence. It plays little tricks with us. And it's certainly, it must be of an alien nature.
Well, that's really something. All right, wildcard line 3. Good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deacon.
Hello, this is Mike from Redding, California.
Hi, Mike. Turn your radio off, Mike.
Okay.
There is a delay system here, everybody, so please, when you get on the air, immediately turn your radio off.
Yeah, there was a story I heard recently about a crop circle that when they looked at the pattern on the crop circle, they found a coin inside the crop circle that had the same pattern imprinted on it. Have you heard anything about that story at all?
Where was this, caller?
This was supposedly a crop circle in England.
All right. Chad, have you heard anything of that?
Not of that particular one, but it sounds an awful like the one in Germany.
All right, caller, thank you. There was one like that in Germany?
The famous case in Germany of a complex crop formation. It was many circles joined together by lines, and a fellow went into it. A lot of mystery around this one, but we know the facts. That the fellow went into it with a metal detector. We don't know why, because nobody else has done it before. And in the center of the circle, one of the circles, he dug up 3 metal objects, and they turned out to be plates. One was pure gold, one was pure silver, and I believe the third was pure bronze.
Wow.
And it had the imprint, the exact imprint of the crop formation on it. It was taken away very fast. It was bought up by a collector.
Wow.
The gold one was melted down, but apparently the silver one and the bronze one still exist. Now, again, like anything else, there are a lot of strange stories surrounding this. What the absolute facts are, we don't know. It's one of a kind again. It's never happened before. If this is an authentic case.
Well, have there been similar searches, Chad, made of crop circles looking for this?
Well, people will dig up the center of crop circles. I've run into this quite often. If you're not the first one there, if you're there a day or two later, you'll find that the center quite often is gone. Somebody's taken a shovel and taken all the dirt away for souvenir, for testing, or for...
All right, we're talking to a very wide part of the world right now, Chad. A lot of states, a lot of them farming states. If you could give any advice to a farmer who might have a crop circle suddenly appear, what would you tell the farmer?
Number 1, don't let anybody into it until a researcher has been there. This is really, really critical for us, especially for me. I need to get in there before anybody else does to check for footprints, before the stalks are crushed, before any damage has been done to it, to try to get some samples, to do the photography, to look at it very closely. After I or other people like me have spent, say, 2, 3, 4 hours in it, then it could be open to the public. Now, this is really difficult, but that's the one thing I always ask of farmers. Please, please, please save it in its pristine form until we get there.
All right, well, look, I'm going to put myself in the position of a farmer. I go out one morning, somehow I'm on the higher ground. I look out, oh, my God, there's a big crop circle right in the middle of my field. Well, I'm going to go flip open the yellow pages to crop circles. I mean, who do I call?
Generally, the first people they call are UFO researchers, or if they don't have them, they'll phone the press. In England, I'm talking mostly about North America.
Right.
Because of the vast areas we're covering. In Canada, I'm trying to cover 600,000 square miles. In England, we're talking about a very small area with a lot of rolling hills. the vast majority of the crop circles are discovered either by the farmer or by somebody driving by first thing in the morning because there's hills all over and they're easily seen.
Well, if you get a call, Chad, that one's occurred somewhere, even if you did go and investigate, presumably most times they're hundreds or maybe even thousands of miles away.
Yes.
You can't possibly get there fast enough to do any research before, you know, a whole herd of people have gone over it.
Oh, and that's, especially in Canada, this is very true, and it's a problem. Last year, I was fortunate enough to be called by a farmer who I knew from before. He phoned me up and said he had a brand new crop circle in oats. It was a circle with a ring around it. He asked me if I wanted to come out and look at it. A few people had already been there, and I said, well, okay, I'll do it. I may not get another chance in Canada this year, so I flew out to see it. I got there about noon the next day, and a brand new one had formed that very night. He knew it wasn't there before. It was within sight of the road, not a well-traveled road, because he had traveled by it that evening on his way home. It wasn't there in the evening. It was there the first thing in the morning. He knew I was coming, so he didn't tell anybody, and he watched it from across the road to make sure nobody else would go into it. He didn't touch it. I was the first one into that, and that was a really precious one for me. It wasn't very complex, but it was really important. I spent 6 hours in it, crawling on my hands and knees, starting from the very outside, looking for footprints for one in the soil, very dry soil. I didn't find one single clod of earth disturbed, pressed down, or disturbed in any way. In this particular formation, the wheat, this one occurred in wheat, although the one he phoned me about was in oats. The wheat wasn't completely pressed flat to the ground. It was a few inches off the ground, which showed that if anybody had done it with an instrument, you would not have had the wheat popped up a few inches. So no physical object of any kind had been in this crop circle, which proved to me this was one of the rare cases that no human was involved in this.
Wow.
It not possibly have been. Also, in Canada, we don't have any tram lines like they do in England, sort of tractor marks. There's no way to get into the field without leaving a trail. You'd have to be dropped by a helicopter. There's no other way to get in there.
Yeah, what a puzzle. All right, Chad, let's keep moving. Line one, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Dietken.
Yeah, Chad, I had a conversation with Paul Winfield this last week here in Las Vegas at the UFO convention. Apparently, he said, and I was in search of, because I'm studying the old ancient Hebrew text and ancient languages in correlation with the crop circles, it appeared to me at first when I started doing this that if anybody was going to try and give us a message, the first things they'd do is send us their alphabet. And if the simplest crop circles are a form of teaching us their alphabet, the more that we've had time to study them, the more complex the sentences would be. I asked him if he had a copy of any research done on the chronological order of appearance and locations, and he said to date he doesn't know of anybody that has a listing of chronological order of appearance. Do you know where I could get hold of something like that?
I think your best source would be Colin Andrews.
Colin.
Who lives in Connecticut.
And you had said once before that there's been other studies on this. What actual messages have they come up with, or what sentences have they come up with? Because I've come up with at least one.
Yeah, there was a couple of cases where it almost looked like writing. These were crop formations, at least that's what we call them, but they look more like hieroglyphic writing. And one was supposedly translated by a fellow in California, Eric Beckhold, and the translation was so odd that I hesitate to repeat it. It said that fill up your wells. There's a drought coming.
Huh.
That's interesting.
Actually, that would be relevant for a farmer, I suppose. Caller, what did you get?
Well, the one sentence that we were able to depict was the serpent race returns.
The serpent race returns?
Yes.
Which formation would that have been? In England?
Yes, it's one out of the earlier ones in England. But it seems to me that if the government had anything to do with it, they certainly wouldn't be doing it in a field and immediately going out and erasing it.
No.
And if it is in fact a message, then it means that whoever is trying to give the common people the message, the government doesn't want the common people to know what the message is.
Caller, could you supply Chad Dietken with a photograph of the one from which you deciphered that message?
If you give his name and if you give his address and everything out, I'm sure we can get in touch with him.
All right, we'll do it. Thank you. All right, so there you have it. What is your address? How would he send you something, Chad?
Okay, it's Pacific Research, Box 74537, 2803 West 4th Avenue, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and the postal code V6K1R0. Yeah, I would appreciate any information from anyone, because that's what we're doing.
All right, you better do all that again. That's a long address.
Yeah. It's Box 74537, and the street address 2803 West 4th Avenue, Vancouver, Canada, V6K1R0.
That's some address.
Long address, yeah.
All right, good. Well, hopefully he will send you a copy of that. That's fascinating. All right, on the first-time caller line, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deatkin.
Well, are any of these crop circles in Scotland? You've mentioned only England.
True. Thank you, caller. What about Scotland, Chad?
I believe there have been a few, something like half a dozen perhaps at the most, and there have been a few in Wales. But again, the vast, vast majority are in south-central England.
All right. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deatkin.
Good evening. You know, it appears to me that some of these crop circle formations resemble schematics for electronic circuits, especially if you place them in certain configurations. It also it appears to me that some of the characteristics of the crop formations, like you were saying you couldn't take pictures of certain ones, certain anomalies involved with the formation of the circles have characteristics of, I don't know if you're familiar with Wilhelm Reich and his experimentations with Oregon energy.
That's right.
A lot of the characteristics that are displayed in these crop circles were the same type of effects that he got with Oregon energy. Also, are you familiar with radionics at all?
Not really.
All right. Well, let's hold it there. Thank you. Nevertheless, his comment about a schematic is of some interest. Maybe we're looking at it, Chad, in the wrong way. An electronic schematic, I've not seen the similarities, but who's to say that they're trying to give us a schematic of electronics that we understand?
Well, that leads us to one of our biggest frustrations, or at least my biggest frustration. What I say quite often is, if these intelligences are so advanced, why can't they give us language that we can understand? If these indeed are communications or some form of a language or schematics of something or other, why not talk to us on our own level? We have put 12 years of research into this, and there are a lot of really good minds working at it, and we haven't been able to come up with anything of significance in the way of a language or any kind of meaning like that. Why fool around? Why not just put it in English? Why not even Latin, German, whatever?
Sure, if they really intended to communicate with us, that certainly is true.
Sure, talk to us on our own level.
Sure. All right, puzzle after puzzle, more questions and answers. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Chad Deatkin.
Good evening. This is Fritz calling.
Yes.
It's only fair that I announce that tomorrow, Monday, the Mandela Williams Show will also have a UFO program for those out there in the UFO land. I'm sure you're going to tune in. Now, I would say this. It is my firm belief that the crop circle phenomena is definitely connected with UFOs, but with our current level of scientific knowledge and understanding, and Chet just pointed out, it is very difficult to analyze the pattern. After all, it is a conditioning process, or what I call from below. But my scenario is this, that above 1,000 or 2,000 feet in a different dimension sits the spacecraft, looking through a dimensional window, and just like a slide projection to a screen, the focus and through the crop circle formation for our awareness. Since we don't look up, perhaps they catch our eyes looking down.
All right, Fritz. Good question. Another dimension. That the craft itself is in another dimension, Chad. a lot of work being done about other dimensions, period, as it relates to UFOs and travel and all the rest of it. What do you think about that?
Well, sure, that is a definite possibility. For one thing, we're looking at the crop circles not just in a two-dimensional plane, but in a three-dimensional plane, and we're getting using computer graphics to try to do that. And as far as trying to find out where this intelligence is coming from, it could very well be from another dimension, another...
Yeah, toward that end, Chad, have they taken a computer and modeled these circles in different dimensions, looking for some sense to them in other dimensions, as if, for example, you would view them from the side rather than from above?
Absolutely, yes. There's a lot of work being done in that right now. It's relatively new, and we have a long ways to go yet. What we're finding, Art, getting back to the language and symbolism, possibly electronic circuits or whatever, we're finding a very interesting mathematical relationship in the crop circles.
Oh.
It's based on the diatonic scale, which is a musical scale. Taking the diameters and the distances that circles are apart from each other and the widths of paths that connect them, et cetera, there's a very, very interesting relationship there. So possibly, if there is a language, it may be mathematical, and maybe they are trying to talk to us on that level, a very simple mathematical level. Gerald Hawkins has done a lot of work on that. Nothing definite yet, but the most tantalizing area yet to be explored is the mathematical aspect.
Fascinating. All right. Well, hopefully you'll update us. I'd sure like to keep track of what's happening, Chad, so I hope you'll keep in touch.
There are constant developments.
All right. Good evening on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with Chad Deacon.
Yes, hello.
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay. Yes, a question. Somebody has a crop circle to report. How are they going to get through by writing a letter quickly enough? And I have another question after that.
All right.
So is there a phone number?
Chad, is there a number or a central reporting point, or how does somebody do this?
I'll give out my phone number.
Are you sure you want to do that now?
Sure, that's fine.
All right.
It's area code 604.
Okay.
732-0092.
0090?
0092, correct? I'll read it again. Where is that, Chad?
It's in Vancouver.
Vancouver, British Columbia. Area code 604-732-0092.
Right. Okay. And the other thing is that I was in England in '78 around Stonehenge and traveling around the country, and remember seeing these large indentations in these very low-cut grass fields, and it was almost like looking at a golf course and seeing these big round circles that had little channels going into other circles, and there was also mounds that were protruding above the ground that were very strange, and I never got an explanation for those. And
what year was that?
In 77.
77. That is pretty well pre-crop circle time. They may have been mounds, burial mounds. I've been to Stonehenge several times, and all around Stonehenge are very low mounds. They're only about 4 to 10 feet high, and they keep them. They cover them in grass. They're not crops, in fact. They're grass, and they keep them closely cropped. But I don't really know what you were looking at, but I doubt if it was crop circles.
Well, the other, they're not really crop circles, but the other things, they were like just right on the ground and indentions in the ground, maybe 8 inches deep, and perfect circles, and just everything seemed very symmetrical, and they were just all over the countryside.
Could they have been ancient excavations, or excavations for the stones, the large stones that they built Stonehenge with?
Mm-hmm.
In a crop circle, you don't get an indentation in the ground. There's no physical imprint whatsoever. It's only the crop that is bent, flattened to the ground. But the ground itself is physically untouched.
All right, thank you, caller. Chad, again, you know, if that kind of radiation was used, or some sort of radiation, one would think that it would also affect the microorganisms that are normally found teeming in fertile earth. And would that not be another area of investigation?
Sure, yeah, and it has been investigated. The microorganism is very sensitive, of course, and any small amount of energy would affect it drastically. And we have found no effect.
No effect.
But also insects there are tons of insects in the fields at all times. Grasshoppers, aphids, things of that nature. They would also be affected, and they haven't been. Only those two porcupines. I just don't know why porcupines would have been virtually cremated.
This is just enough to drive you up a tree.
It's just no evidence that you can find time and time again. There are little bits and pieces of different things. When you piece them all together, you simply, like a puzzle, it doesn't fit together. You can't get a whole picture, at least not yet.
So this will drive you then to continue to investigate all of this. How are you going to proceed? We're very short on time now. But where does your investigation go from here, Chad?
Back to England.
Back to England.
That's right, yeah. Next year I'll be going back for another month. There will be more scientific testing, more instruments used, more observations, etc. Anything we could possibly think of. There are a lot of very imaginative people, scientists included, involved in this. Until we can get the smoking gun, so to say, we won't stop. Once you're a crop circle investigator, you cannot put it down. It's totally infectious.
All right. Well, you have been a joy to interview. It's been great. I'm sorry. We could use hours more, but we don't have them.
Well, thank you very much, Art. It was a pleasure to be on your show.
Chad, I would like to be sure to invite you back. We're going to have you back again.
Sure. I'll give you an update for the coming year.
Wonderful. Chad Deacon, thank you. And that's it, folks. I'm sorry. We're out of time. We'll do this again next Sunday evening at 8. To all of you left on the line, thank you for being so patient. I'm sorry we didn't get you all in. Remember, your contact at the Bigelow Foundation is Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. For Area 2000, I'm Art Bell.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000.
Plaza Downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
And now, Area 2000.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another Area 2000, 8 o'clock Sunday night. This is the time. I'm Art Bell. You're listening to a program dedicated to an examination of two major topics: UFOs and life after death. And we will consistently be doing that week after week. And as usual, we'll begin the program this morning. I guess I ought to tell you we've got a particularly interesting guest tonight. His name is Mark Davenport, and we're going to be getting to him right after our glimpse of yet another reality, which comes beaming all the way from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with Linda Howe. So let us not waste any time. Get right underway. Linda, good evening.
Hi, Art. Well, the whole issue of are there intelligent life forms out there is a question that the Triad Research Conference is going to focus on in Phoenix, Arizona on January 22nd and 23rd. Speakers scheduled are Professor John Mack from Harvard, Professor Jack Tasher from the University of Nebraska, Yvonne Smith, a psychologist working with abductees in California, Guy Ambrose, an abductee who was on the front cover of one of the national newspaper magazines this past year, John Carpenter, the psychiatric hypnotherapist from Springfield who's been on Area 2000, Colin Andrews, a researcher of the Crop Circle mystery, and Michael Lindemann of the 2020 group in California. They are going to also provide an option for people attending that conference to, they call it Dine with the Researchers Banquet, in which people going to Phoenix to this conference will have an opportunity to sit with some of these people and talk more personally during dinner. They will have workshops for professionals and for people using hypnosis. That will be conducted by Professor Mack and John Carpenter. There will be a group meeting for the abduction syndrome experiencers with Yvonne Smith and Sky Ambrose. The conference will take place at the Sunburst Hotel and Conference Center in Scottsdale, Arizona, and the cost for the two-day event will be $50. For further information, people want to write this number down, they can call 417 area code 882-6847. That's coming up in about 2 weeks in Phoenix. Then, for our Area 2000 listeners interested in Nellis Air Force Base's Area 51, there will be a public hearing on Monday, January 31 at 7 p.m. in Caliente, in Nevada. The issue is whether the Whitesides Mountain and Freedom Ridge above the military site should remain public land. The Air Force has stated that it needs to acquire the land to maintain public safety, quote unquote, without explaining what the danger is. Glenn Campbell, Secretary of the Whitesides Mountain Defense Committee in Rachel, Nevada, would like to see everyone who opposes the Air Force acquisition of more public land to contact both the Caliente Area Bureau of Land Management, the manager there, and the State Director of the Bureau of Land Management, and for everyone to attend the Caliente hearing, again, January 31 at 7 p.m. Closing White Sands Mountain and Freedom Ridge would eliminate one of the few locations from which the public has been able to even try to keep an eye on whatever flies in and out of Area 51, including rumors of silver discs from an alien intelligence. How much the United States government knows and how long it has had knowledge about alien life forms interacting with our planet is one of the most controversial issues today. One man has single-handedly carried on a Freedom of Information Act battle with government agencies for several years, trying to crack the secrecy. That man is Clifford Stone, a retired sergeant first class from the United States Army, who was based in Roswell, New Mexico, Mississippi. Sergeant Stone's interest in UFO phenomena was provoked during his military career, during investigations of strange incidents he was either personally involved in or had knowledge about. Recently, Sergeant Stone sent documentation to his United States Senators and Representatives from New Mexico and to other U.S. Senators Sam Nunn and Edward Kennedy, requesting that congressional hearings be organized about the issue of government suppression of information about alien life forms. Sergeant Stone feels strongly that the American public deserves truth about the interaction of this other intelligence, which he insists he and others have knowledge about. And in the following excerpt, he described for me some of his earliest discoveries in the late 1970s while in the military, including projects named Moondust and Blue Fly. Sergeant Stone says those projects involve the recovery of alien spacecraft and bodies. But so far, no government agency will confirm their existence. And now I'd like to play an excerpt from a man who has spent a good deal of his personal energy and money trying to get some kind of documentation to back up what he says he was exposed to during his years in the Army. This is Sergeant Stone.
And what I found shocking was I knew about Moondust and Blue Fly back at that time.
Can you explain to our listeners what those projects are?
Project Moondust is the Air Force's overall field exploitation program for the recovery of down, non-U.S. space documents.
He is not a good head coach. He doesn't like being a head coach. Everybody's trying to be a head coach. You don't have to be a betting franchise. I would hire him before I hired your first.
Operation Blue Fly is the Air Force's actual team to go out and cover the type of debris.
So what you're saying, it could be satellites from, let's say, the Soviet Union that came down, or there was actually a category of unknown objects.
Absolutely. And the objects of unknown origin I find most fascinating because if they were of Soviet origin. The Soviets would have been just as capable as we are to determine the point of impact that their space debris would have impacted the Earth. If we recovered that space, those objects belonging to the Soviet Union, and didn't return them, I'm sure that the Soviet Union would have filed an official protest through the United Nations, because we are a party to various UN resolutions and UN agreements on the return of space debris if it survives the entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
So during your military duty, did you ever know for a fact or see documentation of an unknown object that fell under Project Moondust and Project Blue Fly that actually was, from your point of view, from somewhere else outside this planet?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we had several situations with stuff happening. I even have documentation on cases that go back into the 60s that to this day the military, the intelligence community, will not talk about. We have a case in Kecksburg. I was at Lockwood Air Force Base when they brought that in. I didn't get to see the object. It was covered with canvas.
This is the one from Kecksburg, Pennsylvania.
I was
in Pennsylvania.
Happened December 9th, 1965.
And it was shaped a little bit like an acorn.
It was shaped like an acorn. Everyone laughs the way I try to explain it, but to me, if you see these old-fashioned concept jobs with steam centers,
right,
that's the best way I can identify it, seeing it under the tarp, because they had it tied down tightly.
Well, what was the either off the record or other scuttlebutt about it when you were in the military?
I went ahead, and the individual that made it possible for me to see it was not a UFO buff. He did not believe in UFOs. Due to the job that he had to be out there. But when he went out, his function only required him to be there maybe 15, 20 minutes. I got to stay in the car, and he parked outside of the fence line, but I could see the hangar where it went into real good from the fence line.
And this was at which military installation?
Lockwood Air Force Base at the time.
Which was located?
It was located about 20 miles south of Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
Anyhow, when he went in there, his intent, he knew I had an interest in UFOs. His intent was, let me see it, and I'm sure he planned to come back out and say, see, it's a Soviet craft, we're going to return it to him. But that's not the way it came out. When he came out, he was white as a sheet, and I asked him if it was Soviet. And his response was, almost verbatim was, no, it wasn't Soviet. And I said, well, what was it? And he said, well, it's best we don't talk about it, but I'll tell you this. Every question you have about UFOs, the answer is underneath the canvas on the back of that trailer.
And that was from Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. What other incident in your military career would have brought you the closest that you could share with us and viewers that it has convinced you that we're dealing with something that is not from this planet?
The closest would be the Bentwater incident.
Tell us about that.
I know for a fact that there were some things that went on there. I know for a fact that there was official talk about entities being involved and being seen. I know for a fact that something set down there in the forest that was not just light reflection from the lighthouse. I believe some people are talking right now but still have a tendency of not wanting to talk about seeing the entities.
Now, where were you serving in the military in December of 1980 when this strange...
I was stationed right there at Hanau, Germany.
And stationed in Germany with this strange event taking place at Bentwater Air Force Base in England, how did you become involved in the investigation?
Once again, with my friend.
Okay. Who?
He went ahead and picked me up on wee early morning hours of December 27th.
So this was unofficial as far as you were concerned?
It was supposed to be unofficial, but I was supposed to be working that day. And I wound up not having to go to work. Since this was something I had an interest in, I could go with him.
All right. And so you traveled from Germany to Bentwaters, England with this man?
We went to England, but we also went to Lindsay Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff from there were photographs, there was film, there was documentation. Now, who did the documentation, I'm not sure of.
And what did you see in the documentation?
The documentation was alluding to a vehicle sitting down there, that there was vehicles seen. Also, some of the people who got to read the documentation was discussing about the entities.
And were you able to read any of this documentation, to see any of these photographs yourself?
If that happened, I can't talk about it openly.
Okay. Can you describe from your conversations with other people your impressions of what was on those photographs?
Oh, I definitely believe that they had photographs of even the entities.
And
also know that the tape recording that has been around within the UFO circles, that is a very condensed version of a much longer conversation.
Okay, let's try to talk about what you know from your experiences there in December of 1980. First, let's start with what were the descriptions, even if they were secondhand, about the entities on the photographs? How were they depicted?
The description was of entities that seemed to pop out of the ship with no opening being seen, appearing to be
coming through the walls of the ship?
Well, like as they would put it, flashbulb type. Flash, they were there on top of the ship, but coming up behind the ship where they couldn't see.
A flash of light, and then a being would be there.
Right.
And how was the being itself described?
They described them as being almost between a gray and a chalkish white.
Head description?
Pardon?
Did they give a description of the head and the torso?
They gave the description of the torso as being slender, and also the head being rather large and out of proportion to the rest of the body.
Anything about eyes?
The eyes were I can't remember whether they, in the documentation, they were referring to them as being like a pear shape. I got that wrong. A tear shape with the larger portion pointing inward toward the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Huge black eyes.
Mm-hmm. And any indication of size?
Between 3.5 and 4 foot tall.
How many of these sort of popped out of the flashes of light?
The one report from which this stuff's being taken from what I gathered from that report, there was as many as 5 entities.
Okay. Did you personally, were you able to talk with anybody who was there the night that those entities flashed into appearance around this object?
I got to talk to some people who were personally there, but I can't talk about that.
Mm-hmm. And
here's the situation I think everyone needs to know, is that even if you get out and you start talking...
Meaning out of the military?
Out of the military. There's certain things you feel safe to talk about. There's other things that you don't feel real comfortable talking about because they're not concerned about what you might say. They're concerned more about what you can prove. And when it gets to the point of you get into an area of being able to prove certain things, that's where they get concerned. And they have forms that you sign. For confidential, secret, top secret, you sign what's called a standard form 4190, or a standard form 312, which is a non-disclosure statement. They can do bad things to you if you go ahead and discuss that material, but not as bad as if you discuss sensitive compartmented information. The 312 is only about a page in length. If you are privy to what's called sensitive compartmented information or extremely sensitive information, which falls under the And what they can do to you there is much, much greater than what they can do to you on merely breaking information that might be confidential, secret, or top secret.
What is so threatening to the military and the government about UFO information?
My personal viewpoint and belief is that they're concerned about the technology falling into the hands of some other country.
I know this was long, Art, but I feel that it is so important to share information for persons who are have had interplay experiences with things that would appear to fall both into the category of some kind of recovered craft that was not considered to be from here, as well as some kind of non-human being.
Right. Linda, earlier you mentioned the Freedom of Information Act, and I'd like to get briefly your view on that from this perspective. Recently there was some nuclear testing, or revelations about nuclear testing on human beings.
Right.
And, Linda, none of that came to pass really until they wanted it to come to pass.
Exactly.
And wouldn't you think generally that you could submit Freedom of Information Act request after request, and until they're ready for you to get something, the odds of your getting it are kind of small?
Generally, I think that's true, especially in the alien life form category. I was told in 1983 that all the really sensitive information was buried in the Atomic Energy Commission files under the Manhattan Project, and all of that would still be classified under a national security concern, and none of that would be released under FOIA request. However, what Sergeant Stone has done is a very practical approach. He knew that there were certain projects, like Moondust and Blue Fly, that he had seen, he said, with his own eyes, and that he knew they had to do with recovery of objects both unknown and other. And he decided that he would at least try with the data that he knew from his own service and from other colleagues in the military, that he would at least try with as much data as he had to access under the Freedom of Information Act.
Sure, and there's always a possibility they will slip up and let something through.
Well, and he's gotten enough information that he felt that he at least had a responsibility to send the material to congressional representatives.
Sure.
And now the question is, will there be any response? He said that in the next few months, if he does get some kind of a response from the congressional representatives, he will let me know, and we can share it on Area 2000. Further, I think his suggestion is one that I know other researchers have shared with audiences, and that is that all of us in the United States should have a more frequent dialogue with our representatives about subjects that do concern us. That is what is supposed to be the heart of the democracy. And in this whole issue of government knowledge and suppression, over 50 years of information concerning something as important as alien interaction with our planet, perhaps if a lot of people wrote letters to their congressional representatives from all of the states that are hearing Area 2000 and hopefully other states in the country, it might begin to build up a pressure that would call for some kind of response. But on the other hand, I also know that we're dealing with subjects that are so difficult that sometimes I put myself in the shoes of whether it's a congressional person, an intelligence person, or whoever in the government, and I know that this is not an easy story to tell no matter what. So I do also have sympathy to a certain extent with what appears to have been a policy of silence.
All right, excellent. Well, as usual, it was a great report, tantalizing information, and we'll have to see where it goes.
Next week, if one of my sources is available, I think what I'm going to do, since I think the Bentwater story is so important, that I may do even a further in-depth for some of our listeners who may not know about the Bentwaters, and I don't have time to go into it in great depth tonight, but I think that I will go in depth on that story, and if I can, I'll do that next week.
Bentwaters appears to be a serious enough
incident that it launched a number of researchers I know into looking into all of this. It's apparently that solid. Linda, we'll look forward to hearing from you next week, same time, same station.
All right, Art.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, that's Linda Howe, and consistently fascinating reports. And now Mark Davenport. He is a lifelong student of UFO phenomena, has researched UFOs and abductions intensively for 20 years. He studied chemical engineering at the University of Missouri at Rolla, worked as a manufacturing engineer for a number of years before becoming a full-time freelance writer in 1985. He is the author of several books, including Visitors from Time, which we will discuss extensively this morning, The Secret of the UFOs, which is the first in-depth analysis of evidence that UFOs warp space-time. His articles have appeared in several popular magazines, including Analog Science Fiction, Science Fact, UFO Universe, and UFO Magazine. He lectures on and debates the subjects of UFOs and abductions, edits works by other ufologists, and has appeared on numerous radio and television programs. He's editor and co-founder of Contact and host one moment
from Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
For the entire western United States, this is the Talk of the West, KDWN. Good evening, Area 2000 in progress. Mark Davenport on the telephone. Mark Davenport, hello there.
Yes.
Good evening. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
You have written a number of works, and will talk to us, I guess, about a number of things that I've been very curious about. Of all the things that we look into, I think one of the most fascinating for me is time travel. And the title of one of your works is Visitors from Time.
That's right.
Have you become convinced that that is what UFOs are in total or part?
I believe that UFOs represent a widespread, a lot of different phenomena. I don't think that it's any one particular phenomenon that we're seeing here. I think we're seeing a very complex grouping of lots of different phenomena. But I think that after you separate out the hoaxes and the hallucinations and the misperceptions of common objects like airplanes and weather balloons and so forth, I think you're left with a lot of reports of things that we have trouble explaining, and I think that many of these are probably craft that are piloted and that utilize some sort of a generator or some sort of machine, or possibly even this may be even done telekinetically, with the mind, but somehow or other these people are able to warp space-time in much the same way that a black hole might warp space-time. And that's how they arrive here from other places, not only other planets, but possibly other stars, other galaxies, other dimensions that coexist with ours, including even our own future or in our own past.
You think it may be all of these together? They may be arriving from other actual times and other actual places, both.
Yes, if you're actually able to warp space-time, and let me just lay this out a little bit here. Einstein said back in 1905 that space and time are interdependent, and together they form a four-dimensional continuum that we call space-time, and the presence of matter warps the space-time continuum. He said that the greater the mass, the greater the curvature. And as we've found out since then, these black holes, they actually warp space-time so much that it turns inside out and time runs backwards there.
Would it be possible, without actually entering a black hole, to simply skim the event horizon and experience this?
Well, according to Dr. Frank Tipler, he says that, yes, this could be done. He says that if you were able to bring a number of rotating black holes together, or rotating neutron stars together somehow, you could actually build a working time machine. Now, Craftsman doesn't make any tools big enough to do that sort of work.
No.
But I think that it's obvious that these people in these UFOs, their technology is so far advanced from ours that they make us look foolish sometimes, and I think that their technology is advanced enough that they have learned how to do this more easily than using things like neutron stars. I think they have learned enough about physics to be able to do it much more easily than that.
Let me back up with you a little bit. What is it? Is it any one thing or is it many things? What convinces you that this whole UFO phenomenon is real, that we really are being visited? If I were to ask you for the best evidence that you have or what convinced you, what would you say?
Well, I've gone far past that. The UFOs being real. I did a debate this year earlier in Kansas City where that's what we talked about, and we had a tremendous amount of evidence amassed here. We have not only things like burned circles of grass and soil that's been calcified, and broken tree branches, and scars on the people, and pavement that's been lit on fire, and of course thousands of photographs and thousands of feet of videotape and thousands of feet of film and so on and so forth, even including the implanted devices that have been removed from abductees.
So it is the weight of a lot of evidence that...
Yes, there is a tremendous amount of evidence to show that UFOs are real.
By the way, Mark, you are in, right now, Gulf Breeze, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. I'm on Pensacola Beach, right out on the Gulf, and we just came in from the beach. We were sky watching, hoping to see one of the craft that they see here often. They've even named it here.
Oh?
They call it Bubba.
Oh, no. Bubba.
And I gave a lecture here for the local MUFON group today, and some of the people who attended the lecture have had as many as 180 sightings of a craft here.
That's a lot of sightings. Did you have the opportunity, Mark, to see any photographs?
Yes, we saw some astounding videotape for a couple of hours last evening that the people here showed us, and some of it was quite dramatic. And they saw these things from a number of different locations. They were able to triangulate and find out how high the objects were and so forth.
Does anybody in Gulf Breeze have any good reason for why Gulf Breeze as opposed to anywhere else?
Well, it's all speculation, of course. People have speculated many different reasons. One of the reasons why they appear to be here is there's a fellow there named Ed Wilson.
But Bob Kudelski comes out of nowhere, one of the leading scorers in the league, leading scorer on the team, and they trade him away. I know they want some defense, but how do you trade him away a guy who put the puck in the net for him?
I think we're going to be the only guy in the All-Star game. What's strange, to me what's strange about this is he goes to Florida now.
Another one that just came out about 3 weeks ago, which I haven't had the opportunity to read, but it appears that Ed sees these more often than other people, and sometimes they seem to appear out of nowhere when he happens to be there. So
there's been a lot of controversy surrounding him.
Yes.
What's your feeling regarding his credibility?
Well, I was unable to meet him when I was here. I was hoping to meet him, but he didn't come to the presentation, and I didn't get a chance to meet him. But I do know that some very good experts have studied some of the photographs that he has taken and have pronounced them genuine as much as they're able to do. Bruce Maccabee has looked at these things and has said that he can't figure out how these things could have been faked. And, of course, we have lots of other photographs here in this same area that were taken by other citizens here who, some of them didn't even know Ed Walters, and they were taken with different cameras at different times, and they look the same. And we also have a great deal of testimony from people that they have seen things here on a number of different occasions. I mentioned a while ago that the one couple here, the Morrisons, have seen UFOs on 180 different occasions.
Wow.
So that's, and on most of those occasions, Ed Walters was not anywhere near. So Yes, I'm convinced that they are seeing something genuine here now. Nobody knows exactly what these are. It could be some sort of military craft that's highly secret and that we don't know about. They could be alien. They could be something else that we're unable to even conjecture what they are.
Is there a military base close enough to offer an explanation of that sort where the secret stuff goes on?
Yes, there's Eglin Air Force Base is close here, but that's the case. You'll find that in most of the country. There will be a military base close by just about any place.
Indeed. All right, well, let us once again jump forward. You in the little things we ought to talk about here, they've got a section where it talks about 100,000 mile per hour flight, 180-degree turns without sound or damage. Well, obviously, if human biological animals went through that, they would be a puddle of biological soup.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So how in the world could that ever be done?
Well, if these things have some kind of generator aboard or whatever it is, something that creates a field around the craft that warps space-time, then that craft is totally enveloped in that field so that it's carrying its own little private universe around with it. It's outside of our normal space-time, and it's sort of like the idea of a fly flying around inside your car, and you're traveling down the road at 70 miles an hour, or 65 if you want to be legal. And this fly is just buzzing around your car. It has no idea that you're going that fast because it's totally encased inside the car. When you slam on the brakes because someone turns in front of you, the fly still buzzes around. That's totally unconcerned about what's happening outside. Even though the air outside is rushing by at 65 miles an hour.
That's a good analogy.
Now, I think that possibly this is the same way with these craft. They're inside this little bubble, this little private universe that's outside of our normal space-time. And inside that, it could be that even though it appears to us they're traveling at, say, 20,000 miles per hour, they may actually, to them, they may be traveling at 20 miles per hour. And so when they appear to stop instantaneously in reverse direction and travel 20,000 miles an hour in the other direction, it could be that they're making a leisurely turn and going back at 20 miles per hour to them. See, time is relative. That's one of the things that Einstein tried to tell us a long time ago, and that we're only just learning today, is that time is relative. Time is not what we think it is at all. In fact, it does not even exist as we think of it. It is an abstract concept that we describe us. Of course, universe can't do anything about it towards the future, but the quantum physicists are telling us that that's not really the case at all. In fact, as early as 1980, in Other Worlds, Dr. Carl Davies pointed out that he said that there seems to be no strong reason for supposing that the flow of time is any more than an illusion produced by brain processes similar to the perception of rotation during dizziness. In other words, he's saying that the stream of time is an artifact of our own consciousness. And so that, and this is exactly what a lot of people who have been contacted and who claim to have been taken up into these ships.
Well, that makes it quite a mass delusion then, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does. But now this is quantum physics. This is not some far-out New Age idea. This is something that's coming from the cutting-edge people in our universities who are studying subatomic particles, and this is what they're finding out.
Well, then, I once saw an intriguing movie about time in which it was kind of a romance, and I can't recall the name of it. I keep thinking of Time After Time, but that wasn't the one, in which a man literally thought himself into the past. And what you have just described would seem possible if what you're saying is correct. That would seem possible, that you could, with your own mind, if you knew how to do it, travel in time. How do you react to that?
I think it could be possible. I've recently been reading a book called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, in which he describes something similar to that. Dr. Fred Allen Wolf has a book called Parallel Universes, in which he describes what quantum physicists are finding out about the nature of the universe and about time. And what they are finding out is that when they do studies with photons and studies with subatomic particles, the observer in their experiments actually flavors the experiment, or actually determines what happens in the experiment. It's hard to describe, but they've done experiments to show that actually it is our own mental processes that are creating the outcome of some of these experiments. And so what they're extrapolating from that is that collectively and individually we actually create our own reality. And of course, if we are not the only beings in this universe, if there are others, then they're probably helping us and working with us and against us as far as that creation is concerned. Now, I know that's a pretty abstract way of thinking about things, but once again, this isn't something far out New Age. This is quantum physics. And what I've learned is that ufologists don't know about quantum physics. Physicists don't know about ufology, and the metaphysicians, the people who have been studying metaphysics and telling us for centuries that this is the way things are happening, don't know about either one of them, and haven't until recently. And they seem to all be converging on this one point, and the point is that space-time can be warped, can be distorted, it can be changed, it is elastic and linear.
Well, then it seems to me we could perhaps yield a very great deal by getting these groups together for sort of a let's talk about it sort of session. Has anybody done that, or is that underway now? Or
well, I think, yeah, that is being done to more of an extent now than it was in the past. I, for instance, have started a newsletter called Contact Forum, and the whole point of the newsletter is to get people to communicate with one another. You know, we have, in ufology, we have a bunch of factions. We have channelers who say that they're getting information from somewhere out there, and they're telepathically receiving this information and writing it down, and they're sharing it with each other, with other channelers. But the nuts and bolts ufologists, up until very, very recently, have not even looked at this information because they consider it to be unvalid, because it's not, you know, they can't put it in a jar and put it on the shelf.
I know, but you know, Mark, more and more with the people that I've interviewed, like yourself, in the last couple of months, I've found people turning to this same sort of area. So there's a movement underway in the UFO community, and not by everybody, but by now I think more significant numbers than ever. And you're about the fourth or fifth guest I've had that's talked about this sort of area. So you're beginning to get some company.
Yeah, I think that's true, and we're finding that with the newsletter. We're finding that we're getting people from all different angles, people with different perspectives, to join the discussion and to listen to what other people have to say. We have people who consider themselves contactees, those who consider themselves abductees, and they're talking to therapists and to investigators and researchers, and sharing all these different viewpoints. And I think my idea, and the idea of Pam Meyer at Wildflower Press when we started this newsletter, was to get to just shake the trees and let all the leaves come down, the ones that are truthful and the ones that aren't, and then we hope to end up with the truth in the end of that. So I really think that's a good approach.
Well, the nuts and bolts work has been going on for a long time, Mark, and sometimes when you don't find something, you've got to figure you might be looking in the wrong place.
That's right. That's one of the things that I told people in my presentation today, that back in the 70s when I really got into this thing, and even before that, when I was 10 years old, I saw my first UFO. And at that time, that was 1962.
Can I talk you into getting a little closer to the phone?
Yes, can you hear me better now?
Oh, that's so much better.
At that time, we had been studying these things for many years already, 15 or 17 years, And we still hadn't come up with any good answers. People had assumed that since they didn't seem to be from here, they must be from out there somewhere, but they didn't know where for sure. That was about the same time that Betty and Barney Hill were abducted in New Hampshire, and Betty asked her captors where they were from, and they showed her a star map. And Marjorie Fish, of course, compared the stars' positions in that map. Betty drew a representation of it under hypnosis, and Marjorie compared those with known star patterns, and she thought that maybe they came from the reticulum system, Zeta 1 or Zeta 2 reticuli. Well, that explained that particular sighting quite well, but it didn't answer a whole lot of the other questions. For instance, how is it that these people are able to interbreed with us as they appear to do? Why do so many of them look like this? How could there be so many? You know, Jacques Vallée has estimated that they may have landed here as many as 3 million times. And if they're all coming from 37 light years away at that other star system, how could that possibly be? And there are lots of other things that it didn't explain, like why do they come more often on Wednesdays than other days and so forth.
Is that so? They do?
Well, if you study large statistical studies of these things, the large statistical segments of data, you find out that if you plot these on a graph, you find out that there are more seen on Wednesday than any other day. There are more seen on Tuesday and Thursday than there are on Monday and Friday and so forth. And that wouldn't make any sense to me if they're coming from light years away. There probably aren't any Wednesdays in that other star system. But
no, but there may be a parallel reference of time of some sort.
That's possible, too, but there are other things, like I mentioned.
Can you share a few of the numbers with us? In other words, Wednesday by how many? Or what percentage?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think it's enough to be significant. It's like it's a couple of more percent on Wednesday than on any other day.
Huh.
It's not a huge spike in the curve, but it is statistically significant.
All right. A lot of
it also goes into other things like they're seen more often in July than in September than other months. Often on the 24th and any other particular day of the month and so forth. We also found in many cases the UFOs are seen in one particular state and not in neighboring states, as if they're observing state boundaries. And some of these things indicate to me that these things might possibly be human-oriented. They might be from our own future, for instance. In those cases, they would have reason to observe our own times and our own calendars and our own state boundaries and our maps and so forth. They would be able to interbreed with us. They would be able to walk in our gravity without problems. They would breathe our air without worrying about viruses and so forth. But people from other planets probably would not. They would be probably frightened to death to try to breathe our air for fear of viruses and so forth.
Sure. Well, this is an awful question, but it relates to time. Is there anybody in the United States doing any serious work on the possibility of time travel? Is there anybody?
Oh, yes, I think so.
I'm talking about nuts and bolts work here.
Yes, as a matter of fact, there's a man I met at Eureka Springs conference earlier this year. His name is Dr. David Froning, and David is a field propulsion engineer. He is one of the people who is trying to duplicate the things that the UFOs do. And he told me, after he read my hypothesis about warping space-time, he said, yes, that's what I'm talking about. And he said, our calculations show that there is no reason why, once we learn how to do this, we shouldn't be able to travel at literally 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Because we're not actually traveling through the intervening space at all. We are stepping outside of normal space-time and then stepping back into it at other coordinates. In a case like this, he said it would take much longer to get out of the Earth's atmosphere than it would to travel from here to, say, Alpha Centauri or a nearby star.
Well, again, I've got to ask, stay close to that telephone. It's important. Is it, I've heard, let's see, somebody else said it this way to me, that if you think of space as kind of a long ribbon, and you were to take that ribbon and double it back on itself, and then jump from one point of the ribbon to the other, you would have traveled a very great distance literally instantaneously. Is that a good analogy?
Yes, it is. In fact, I've seen Bob Lazar use that same analogy with a dollar bill and place a pencil at one end and say, now...
That's where I got it.
Yeah, there are two ways to get to the other end. You can draw a line along the length of this bill, or you can fold the bill over and then turn the power off, and you're pointed at the other end instantaneously. And we believe that that's probably how this is done. Now, a lot of people who have been contacted and claim to have been taken aboard these ships say exactly that. They say that they have been trained, they have been taught what the nature of time is, and they say that the people use analogies. For instance, Leah Haley, who you may have heard of,
yes,
was told that time, that space-time, you can think of it as a slinky, the child's toy.
Oh, yes.
Looks like a spring.
Sure.
Think of it as looking like that and behaving like that, so that it's in looping rings all the time. And there are different dimensions, and each one is a different slinky, and they're kind of lined up together there. And there are places where they overlap, and you can go to those places and go into a different time, and you can travel backwards and forwards at different rates, different curvatures and so forth, and then come back to your own dimension. And so that you're able to effectively travel, as I said, to fold space-time around you and then return to it at other coordinates.
All right. You mentioned the fact there was research in this area going on. Do you know if anybody has actually had any sort of mentionable success at all, even private words given to you that you could share with us?
Well, the concept of this, as I mentioned, time machine devices that enable a conscious being to travel in time backward and forward must be constructible if parallel worlds exist. And then he says, assuming that the general theory of relativity is correct, then time machines in parallel universes must exist. And he goes on to talk more about this. Now,
boy, I'd sure love to know how far it's been developed and what's been done.
Well, Carol Alley, Oleg Jakubowicz, and William Wicks verified the existence of backwards through time travel at the University of Maryland in 1985. They performed some photon experiments. You may have heard of this, where they had an experimental setup where they had two slots, and they passed a photon through one or the other slots, and they didn't determine which one it was until the very last nanosecond. And what they were trying to prove is that the photon was either a particle or a wave, so that it either went through one slot or the other.
Mm-hmm.
And what they found out is that it is both. And this presented a paradox to them, because in order to be both, then it had to travel backwards in time so that it could go through both slots at the same time.
Yes.
But nevertheless, this is what they found. And of course, it astonished them, and it has astonished a lot of the people who have since duplicated the same experiment and come up with the same results. And what it tells them is that the nature of time is not what we think it is at all, and that since these particles can apparently travel backwards in time, then anything can travel backwards in time once you are able to build a machine that's able to accomplish.
All right, well, here's a fairly standard question. If indeed it is possible, then the question is, well, then why haven't we been visited by many travelers in time? To which I can imagine your answer might be, we are being visited.
That's right. I think we are being visited now. I think we have been visited throughout our history, and I think that our visitors were probably here before we were here. They may have even had something to do with our genesis, with our beginnings.
Do you feel that their experiments, and I should tell you we're coming close to a break here at the top of the hour, but do you feel that their interest in us is genetic?
Well, I I think the interest of some of them is genetic because they've obviously taken lots of people aboard and subjected them to procedures that appear to have something to do with our genetics. They're taking sperm samples, they're taking eggs, they appear to be trying to interbreed with us.
Right.
And so they're very interested in our reproduction and in our genetics. There could be lots of different reasons for this. As I mentioned before, if they're able to warp space-time, now this probably means that they can literally be coming here from millions of different places, different planets from everywhere.
Sure.
Also different dimensions, including our own future and our own past.
All right, Mark, I've got to ask that you hold tight. We've got a 5-minute break here at the top of the hour, and we'll be right back to you.
Thank you.
Fabulous interview. Mark Davenport. We're talking about visitors from time, and we're talking about time. I'm Art Bell. Back now to Mark Davenport, all the way back to Gulf Breeze, Florida. And Mark Davenport, we're talking about time travel. We're talking about the secrets of the UFOs, how they do what they do, and much more. Mark, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Good, good. Fascinating stuff. I want to jump ahead to something, and then we're going to come back again to time travel. But I want to ask you about the Men in Black. I've been wanting to ask a number of guests about that, and I see that it's one of your categories of interest. So who are they? What do they do? Where are they from?
Well, probably a number of your listeners have had a UFO sighting. They've seen one of these things. Maybe they've been driving down a backcountry road in the middle of the night, and they saw one of these things and didn't know what it was. They went home, went to bed, never told a soul about it. The next day, some men in black suits come and knock on their door, and they say, "You didn't see a UFO last night, and besides, don't tell anybody." These are the Men in Black. They're very enigmatic characters who do all sorts of strange things like this. Generally, they threaten people. They want any evidence that you may have, especially photographs or pieces of metal or anything like that.
All right, but the key is these are men in black, human-appearing men?
Well, usually they appear to be strange in some way. Sometimes they don't appear to have any pores in their skin, and their skin is not the right color for flesh. Sometimes they're wearing sunglasses and hats pulled down low and collars pulled up high, so that they're as if they're trying to, cover up their real appearance. Sometimes they appear to have trouble breathing, as if their atmosphere is not right, and so forth. But generally, they appear humanoid. They have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and so forth. But they're almost always dressed in black. And they almost always have the same sort of a pattern. They try to tell people not to talk about their sighting, and they try to convince people that they didn't even have a sighting, and if there is any evidence, they try to take it away. Now, what I'm contending in my book is that if these Men in Black are connected with the phenomenon, with seeing the UFOs, if the UFOs are from another planet, it doesn't really make sense.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense to me anyway, because if somebody knocked on my door, strange looking, trying to convince me I didn't see what I was sure I saw, that would instead reinforce my belief that I saw what I saw.
Yeah, I would think so, but apparently what they try to do is intimidate these witnesses into not talking about it.
Well, that might work.
Yeah, and my hypothesis is that possibly some of these things are from our own future. And because of that, when people see them and they're trying not to be seen, then they can find out about that, and they can go back into time, and they can convince people not to talk about their sighting, so that it doesn't create paradoxes. The old paradox about what if you go back into time and you make sure that your grandfather and grandmother never met one another?
Yes.
What happened to you? Would you cease to exist? Well, we're not really sure. If according to quantum physics, there are parallel universes, so it could be that you only cease to exist in that one particular universe that you did that action. But we don't really know what paradoxes could happen. And so if people do develop the ability to travel through time, and some people claim that we already have done that, then there's going to have to be some sort of control. There'll have to be some sort of call it a cosmic police force, if you will, that will have to go back and fix the things that people mess up. And
well, is there not also the theory that time is somewhat elastic? In other words, if you were to go and do something that would cause a change or a paradox to occur, that even though there would be a temporary disruption, the flow would return anyway. In other words, maybe the couple divorced, and then the marriage between the two people that were supposed to be married to produce you would occur.
I have heard that in science fiction, but I've seen no evidence to support that from either physics or metaphysics.
All right. All right, so then the standard scientific theory then is a paradox could be a catastrophic event.
Could be, yes. And in fact, if you'll remember Alfred Bielek, who claims that the Philadelphia experiment, I'm sure you've heard of that.
I have interviewed Al Bielek.
He says that this ship, the USS Eldridge, was transported inadvertently from 1943 to 1983.
Yes.
In that story, and of course this is a very bizarre, far-out story, but Bielek is not the only person who claims that it did happen that way. According to him, the reason that they had to go smash the equipment aboard this Eldridge is so that a wormhole that they had inadvertently created between 1943 and 1983 could be destroyed so that it wouldn't swallow everything up. They didn't know what the consequences of this might be if they didn't stop it, nip it in the bud, so to speak.
Do you have any view, by the way, on the credibility of all that?
Well, Bielek is the first to admit that since he has been brainwashed following the secret government project, that he's not sure if his memories are correct or not. Preston Nichols, who wrote the Montauk Project, which is about the other end of this, the 1953 end, he will tell you the same thing. He's not really sure if the memories are correct or not. But there are several people now who are coming forward to say that, yes, something like this did happen. There was something wrong with time. People were messing around with time. They were also messing around with things like mind control and some really bizarre technology. So I think that something strange did happen. We don't know if it happened just as Bielek said or not, but something did happen, and time was involved with it.
All right. I want to talk about the government cover-up a little bit, but I want to preface my question about the government cover-up with the following. Recently, our government began revealing to us something that I think almost no American would have believed, and that is that our own government gave shots with radioactive material, plutonium, very poisonous material, injected American citizens. Now, I hear all the time, Mark, people say, look, the government could not possibly cover up. It's not efficient enough. Rumors would get out. The government could never cover up this whole UFO business. But, in fact, we have recent evidence that they've covered up something incredible, so why not?
Well, I have two answers to that. First of all, the government didn't cover up the UFOs. We've known about it all along. You and I know about it, and so does a good portion of the population. So they haven't covered it up. It's not a secret. It's only a secret to people who don't want to believe in UFOs. The second, and of course, the Roswell crash has now been almost 100% proven. There are hundreds of witnesses, and so it really isn't a secret.
And though, even though it's sort of an open secret, the fact of the matter is they still don't admit it, and they still laugh it off, and they still deride people who say the kind of things you're saying. So there is a cover-up that continues, even though everybody knows.
Well, absolutely. But it's interesting, you know, the U-2 spy plane did not exist, according to the government. Years after the thing was flown and even been captured, the SR-71 Blackbird did not exist officially. And in fact, Area 51 does not exist officially. If you try to delve into the official records and find out about that area in Nevada where these planes were developed and where now we're talking about the Aurora plane that's Mach 7 or something like that is supposedly being developed, they don't even admit that the facility exists. So It is a standard government procedure to lie about things like this. It's standard procedure. And, of course, you're talking about the people who were injected with radiation. It's common knowledge that the CIA, for years, gave people LSD. They have, our government has...
Yes, well, my point was, until they wanted us to know it.
Yes, we didn't know it.
We didn't know it.
And God only knows what it is that they're keeping from us that they don't want us to know. The government is very good at keeping secrets. The Manhattan Project, for instance, was kept a secret. And we have all sorts of technology of weaponry that is a secret.
Well,
I don't think they have any problem with keeping this a secret.
And even, as you point out, when it's openly known, they don't admit it. I lived for many years on the island of Okinawa, out in the Pacific, and every single day and night, many times, KC-135 tankers would take off and refuel B-52s that were en route to Vietnam. Now, every day, the Okinawan press, the television stations, would go out and they would actually film the 135s taking off. And they would go on the air with it the next day. This went on for years, and they would get a military spokesman who, while he was denying it, saying, absolutely not, they're not on the island, the video of the 135 taking off would be on the screen.
Yes, that's the standard procedure. That's the way governments work. That's the way military works. And anyone who's ever been involved in any intelligence agency will tell you that that's one of the first lessons that they learn, is that if you deny things often enough, people will believe the denial, and that's the objective.
Well, precisely. What is it Linda Corteil? Or is it Linda I guess Tile or Teal?
That's not her real name. Bud Hopkins gave her that name to protect her true identity. Cortila, I think, is the way he pronounced it.
Cortila. What is her case?
That's a fascinating case. She was supposedly abducted from her 12th-story Manhattan apartment by being taken through the closed window of her apartment and levitated to a hovering flying saucer outside. There were other witnesses to this. There was a woman on the Brooklyn Bridge her car was stopped and she saw this. There were 2 security men who were taking some kind of government VIP to a heliport for transport, and their car stalled apparently, and they saw this happen. And at first, Bud Hopkins did not realize this. When the girl came to him and told him that she'd had this abduction experience, he kind of filed it away with all the other hundreds that he gets and didn't think that it was anything too unusual until he had these other independent witnesses come and telling him about a similar experience, and when he started putting the dates together, he found that they matched. So this made it very, very important, not just because there were multiple witnesses, but because one of them was a very important government official. And the interesting part about this to me is that Bud has been criticized for accepting some of the testimony in this for the reason that there is a dock that should be in view of the apartment. It's a dock where workers, I think it's a newspaper place where newspapers are made,
right.
And these workers should have been out on the dock at that time, and they should have been able to see this thing. If my hypothesis is correct, it could be that one of these UFOs could be right in front of your eyes, and if it's encased in this field, enveloped in it,
it would be invisible.
It could be invisible under certain conditions. It could be invisible, so that the people who are in other directions and who are at further distances or nearer distances may have been able to see something there, whereas the dock workers may have seen nothing. Recently, Bob Lazar, who says that he was employed to reverse engineer these things, he was asked a question up at the little alien there near you. If you had one of these things and you had this gravity field around it, and you had the field to such an extent it was strong enough that you could actually bend light around it, could it become invisible? And he said, yes, it is. He says if you're underneath the thing and you're looking directly up at it, you see the sky above it.
Right.
He says that he's seen this from actual experience. So it could be that something like that did happen. There's another case that Bud's working on right now, the so-called Washburn family in Australia, where a man was taking photographs of his family on the beach, and they disappeared. And during their disappearance, apparently they were abducted for a period of a couple of hours. Meanwhile, nobody on the beach noticed anything, even though the father was down there frozen in time with his finger on the shutter of the camera. And so, once again, you have a situation where nobody really saw anything, and nevertheless, the abduction did occur. So it could be that it isn't that so much that they are invisible, but they appear to be invisible because you can see right from behind the craft. It could be right in front of you.
All right, there seems to be a strong hint that one way or the other, gravity is a factor in the propulsion system of these craft, or if it's time travel, again, that large magnetic fields are produced. There should be large amounts of electromagnetic radiation occurring in the vicinity of these craft or in the path of their travel, and one would imagine that that could be detected and measured. And if that could be done, I'm leading you down a big road here, Mark, why couldn't a person put together some sort of device that would warn of large electromagnetic radiation, almost an alarm? Does that make any sense?
Well, ufologists have been doing that since probably the 60s. They have been building these little magnetometers and having them on their front porches, and whenever the things go crazy, they go out and look for UFOs, and often they see them. So as far as that's concerned, yes, there are electromagnetic fluctuations that occur in the vicinity of these things. Now, some of the points that I've tried to make is that UFOs appear to have the ability to emit electromagnetic radiation of all different frequencies, from the lowest wavelength of radio waves up through microwaves, infrared, the whole total visible spectrum, ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays.
Do they shift through it? Do they shift through those spectrums, or are they in all spectrums simultaneously?
Well, at times they shift from one to the other. At times they're radiating different spectrums at once. It's kind of an electromagnetic soup of all different sorts of things. But it appears to me that it could be that almost all of this radiation, you see, electromagnetic waves, whether it be radio waves or gamma rays or anything in between, are exactly the same except for the wavelength. In other words, the frequency, the distance between one sine wave peak and the next. And so if these things are surrounded by this field that warps space-time, then they could have just simple heat being radiated from them. And as it goes through that field, the field itself could have a Doppler effect on it. It could actually change the wavelength of that so that it's a different frequency. So that sometimes when we see these things at night and they're glowing so brightly, we're seeing all kinds of different colored light displays and so forth, it could be that we're seeing nothing more than the heat that is subject to a Doppler effect from the hull of these things.
Huh. Boy, absolutely fascinating.
Of course, we have also measured all different frequencies of radiation. There have been many cases where people have been sunburned. You may remember the Cash Landrum affair down in Texas, where the percipients, they not only had ultraviolet, they were sunburned, but they also appeared to be subjected to either gamma rays or X-rays, some kind of hard radiation. They had radiation sickness and were hospitalized off and on for a period of years after that. There have been other cases where people have been subjected to extreme heat. There were a couple of sentries atop a fort in, I believe it was Brazil, back in the 50s, who they had to strip their clothes off. They were screaming because they were on fire. They were so hot, which could either be large doses of either infrared or microwaves. There have been many cases where radio waves have been detected. When one of these things is near, you can have a radio, and throughout all bands of the radio, there's nothing but static. There have been cases where even gamma rays apparently have been detected. Some of the gun camera film aboard the Air Force planes that chased these things, even though they never opened the shutters on the gun cameras, all the film was fogged inside. And so all frequencies of radiation have been detected. Now, how do they do that? Do they have some kind of transmitter in there that transmits all frequencies? And if so, why? So I think that probably what we're seeing is some kind of a Doppler effect coming through that field.
Well, a large magnetic field, a very large and powerful magnetic field, would probably radiate on most frequencies, wouldn't it?
No, not necessarily. And also, if we had, for a long time it's a common theory that UFOs are nothing but big magnets, and they were riding on the Earth's magnetic line of force. You've seen the demonstration where you take a piece of paper, put a magnet under it, sprinkle iron filings on it. You can see these little lines of force.
Yes.
On the paper. And the Earth it's just a big magnet, the North and South Pole, and it has these lines of force. For a long time, people thought that these things were magnets, and they were traveling along those lines. And the reason they were spinning was so they would flip over and get attached to the ground. That's not the case. Were electromagnetic only. Then the field, it's been calculated how strong the field would have to be to do that. And in order to do that, when these things stop cars, for instance, on the highway,
right.
The magnetic field would have to be so strong that it would not only leave residual magnetism, it would not only leave a signature in the metal, but it would also bend the metal itself. It would blow out all the circuits in all the radios. And incidentally, it would blow out the fuses in power grids that were nearby and so forth.
Almost like the EMF effect.
Yes, and we have not found that to be the case. We've measured the cars that have been subjected to this and found that the magnetic signature is no different from another make and model that's the same. We have also found that the cars can start by themselves after they've been stopped. And this is more common than most people realize. In some cases, the drivers, they're driving along this back road at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they see this light, and it starts to worry them, and pretty soon the light comes down and lands in front of them. Their headlights dim, and they go out, and their engine dies, and then the whole car is dead, and there they sit with their mouth open looking at a UFO in the middle of the road.
Perhaps a stupid question, but is there any difference between those people with modern cars and computer ignition systems versus the older?
I don't think any studies have been done about that, but I know that this is still happening. It was happening in the 50s, and it's happening now, so I would assume that probably that doesn't really have that much of an effect. But what we find is these people, they sit there for a period of, they're not sure, maybe a few minutes or even an hour or so, and then when the UFO leaves, the car starts running by itself. And sometimes if they're not paying attention, they can be in danger of having a wreck. They have to grab a hold of the steering wheel quickly because the car starts going down the road again. And we've had the same thing happen with the power grid. There were cases in Argentina where UFOs overflew a city, and all the lights in the city went out. And as the UFO left, the lights came back on, which is fine, except the power company officials never could figure out how that would happen because the power grid was designed in such a way that once it went out, it had to be restarted manually from several different locations by technicians. And of course, the technicians weren't even aware of it yet. Now, the same thing happened in Kuwait a long time before Desert Storm. There was a case where a UFO flew over some automatic oil pumping equipment, the type that was destroyed during the Gulf War.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff is designed so that it cannot come back on by itself for safety purposes. If a pipe ruptures or something like that, you don't want the equipment to come back on and pump the oil out on the ground.
No.
But nevertheless, it stopped while the UFOs was there, and it started up by itself without any help from any technicians.
All right, then again a question. Back to the power companies. Mark, I'm a ham radio operator, so I know something about this. During solar eruptions, severe solar eruptions, power companies experience surges in long lines that sometimes will kill power. So in other words, the energy from the sun during that eruption is sufficient to actually disrupt power companies. The kind of radiation that you're talking about
is so tremendous that presumably, if you were to look at power company anomalies, you might be able to come up with something. What about that?
Well, I think that may be true. In some cases, the disruption could occur because of radiation.
In other words, they keep fairly careful records, don't they?
Well, I can't speak for them. I'm sure that every power company is different, but I can say that I believe that most of these interruptions are not occurring because of large doses of radiation. I think they're probably occurring because a field that's warping space-time is coming in the vicinity of a trunk line. And I think that it's kind of like time is different inside that field. And if the field comes into contact with the line, then the electricity flowing through the line is flowing at a different rate than it normally does.
So it
slowed down tremendously so that...
So to us it disappears.
Yeah, the lights go out. There is electricity flowing, but it's flowing very sluggishly. Instead of flowing like water, it's flowing like honey or molasses.
All right, hold that thought, Mark, for just a second while I ID the radio station.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
With Area 2000, for a Sunday evening, I'm Art Bell. Good evening. My guest is Mark Davenport. We're talking about time, visitors from time, UFOs, how they travel, how they do what they do, and what might be. All right, Mark, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, great. Well, anyway, I was just, my comment about that, Mark, was just that it might be a fertile area of research for somebody to start looking into power company surge records or for any anomalies, particularly in the large systems that would notice something like that.
Yeah, I think that's true. One of the proposals that we set up a worldwide or even a nationwide work of highly sensitive and highly accurate clocks and tie them all to a central computer somewhere so that we can actually track the movement of these things as they, that apparently they create a temporal anomaly. Probably a good place to put these clocks would be in the houses of the abductees who say that they're being taken nightly or weekly or so forth. Another good place to put them would be in the aircraft that actually are sent to scramble to chase these things.
Right.
That you could determine by doing this, if you had enough of these in enough places, you could probably tie them together and use them just like a radar network. You should be able to see a path as these things cross.
Wow. That's an awfully good idea. A lot of people are doing abduction research now. I found that UFO researchers who have, started at the beginning many years ago, come to a point where they settle their mind that the UFOs are real. Then they begin to move into abduction research, and most of them seem to say that's where they think we should be concentrating now, on the abductees. Do you agree with that?
I think so, absolutely, because it reminds me of our SETI program, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, where we were spending millions of dollars to look clear out to the edge of the universe in hopes of finding signs of intelligent life by decoding radio signals. Meanwhile, UFOs are landing by the hundreds of thousands in people's backyards. And I think we were kind of looking in the wrong place there. And I think maybe we're doing that when we take soil samples and things like that. Now I do this. I'm not trying to run this down, but I do think that maybe we're concentrating too much on the effects of these things rather than the cause. And I do think that it's extremely important that we study the abductions and what's going on. And I'll go a little bit further and say I think it's very important that we listen to what these people are being told by these visitors. Now, back in the 50s, you'll remember there were the contactees like George Adamski and Howard Binger and the rest of them, and they said that they were taken aboard these craft and shown lots of things and told that we need to love each other and we need to stop with the nuclear business and that we need to not pollute our planet. That these utopian ideas. And, of course, they were laughed at by most of the population, and everybody thought they were nuts. And now we're finding out that we're in a situation here where if we keep up the way we've been going for the last few decades, if we keep it up much longer, we're not going to be able to survive on this planet. And so maybe what these people were being told, maybe they weren't nuts. Maybe they were contacted, and maybe they were being told these things legitimately, because now, since we didn't listen to the contactees, that was about the time back in the 60s when the abduction started in full force. And now we're finding, I've asked all the abductees that I've asked, which is the last 30 or so that I've talked to, I've asked them 3 questions. Do you consider yourself an environmentalist? In other words, are you concerned about what we're doing to our planet? Do you consider yourself a human rights advocate? Does it bother you that what we're doing to minorities and so forth? Do you consider yourself an anti-nuclear advocate? And without exception, every single one of them has said yes immediately to all 3 of those questions.
Recent converts, Mark, or had always been that way?
Well, it could be that they're selected because of their ideas, or it could be that their ideas are a result of programming. You know, David Jacobs talks about the anatomy of an abduction scenario where people are taken aboard and they're subjected to examinations. And one of the things that's done is there's this staring procedure where the so-called alien gets 2 inches away from their face and stares deeply into their eyes. And while this is going on, a lot of them report that they feel like information is being sort of sucked out of their brain, and other information is being put in there, injected into their brains. And consequently, after the abduction is over, a lot of these people are changed. They're changed spiritually. They become more spiritual. They appear to begin to have some sorts of psychic powers and so forth, and more ESP and things like that. And also, it appears that they're actually changing the way our attitudes about each other and about our planet.
All right. Let me lead you down a road. Would you agree that it is true that abductees frequently are abducted many times, or that even over a series of a period of a lifetime, or even beyond to the relatives of the abductees? Is that true?
Yes. Almost invariably we find when someone is an abductee, if you delve deeply enough into their family history, you'll find out that in most cases they were abducted from the time they were infants or children, and in most cases you'll find someone else in the family, the mother or the son or someone else who was also abducted.
All right, that being the case, Mark, it occurs to me that you could literally send a message to the aliens, perhaps through an abductee, and I wonder if that's occurred to you, and if it has, or it hasn't, I'd like to ask anyway. If you could send a message to the aliens, what would it be?
Well, this is being done now. There's a man named Daryl Sims who is I think he's the Houston MUFON director, and this is one of his main projects is to he puts abductees under hypnosis and gives them post-hypnotic suggestions so that the next time they're abducted, they will awaken during the process, and they will give a message to their captors, and they will also be able to remember things that normally they couldn't remember.
I'll be darned.
And his message is, Daryl sent me.
Daryl sent me?
Yeah, now my message would probably be different than that. I would probably say something like, what in the world, what in the universe are you doing? Why are you doing this? But
or provide coordinates and times for a contact?
Yeah, but of course, why they're doing this is, that's their reason, not ours. And if they wanted us to know, I'm sure they would have told us a long time ago.
And it may also well be that a post-hypnotic suggestion is as nothing compared to whatever technology they're utilizing.
Well, it could be. As I said before, if my hypothesis is correct, they could be coming from literally millions of different places. Each one of them may have a different agenda. In fact, each individual aboard each craft may have their own personal agenda. So it's hard to ascribe, human logic to them. It's hard to say that they have they all have a collective agenda, even though there does seem to be some sort of grand plan. You know, there are a lot of people who they believe that they have some sort of mission to perform, and that they're doing what they're supposed to do, and so forth.
Mark, I live in a little town called Pahrump, Nevada, which is about 65 miles west of Las Vegas, and just a hop, skip, and a mountain from the infamous Area 51. And I can tell you a lot of things are seen in the valley where I live, and I mean a lot of things from there on up north. And the attitude of the people where I live is, we see them, we don't talk about them. Well, I saw one. I saw a large, triangular, silent craft that passed over me at about 150 feet. It was very low, Mark, and very silent, going too slow for normal aerodynamic flight, and utterly silent. I could hear crickets at a quarter mile, and I couldn't hear this thing. This occurred several months ago, and I've seen other things in that valley, but that was the most significant. And I see in here you send up photos of asymmetrical craft, and I'm curious about shapes since my side.
Well, I've seen photos of craft of all different shapes. Generally, the shape has something to do with spheres, either completely spherical or disc shaped or some variation, an oblate or a toroid or something like that. And I think the reason for that is because that's the most efficient shape to use with a field, because fields are usually that shape. I have heard many instances of these triangular craft. As a matter of fact, Michael Lindemann and Ralph Steiner were there in Antelope Valley and saw a craft very similar to what you described, a huge, huge triangular thing.
This was huge.
Turned slowly on several different axes, as if it could rotate in any direction, and then kind of floated away.
That's the way I described it, as floating. Not flying, floating. Now, it did no unusual movements, and it just, I watched it, I don't know, for a good 3 or 4 minutes, just float right across the valley.
Yeah, that's been seen in that area by many, many people. As far as why it's shaped like that, I have no idea, really. And I don't know who built it. You know, there's a lot of government stuff in that area.
Oh, yes.
It could be something of our own. You know, if Lazar and others are telling the truth about the fact that we are reverse engineering these things, then it's very possible that we could have figured out how they work and how to get them to stay in the air, and we could have built our own. Or it could be that these are simply from some different place. As I said, once again, millions of different places they could be coming from. Or as Carl Sagan would say, billions of different places.
Do you, by the way, do you have any, I ask a lot of people about Carl Sagan when they mention him. He, of course, has kind of turned, as it were. And what do you think about Mr. Sagan?
Well, Mr. Sagan is a brilliant man, or Dr. Sagan, I guess it is.
Yes.
He is a brilliant man. As a matter of fact, I credited him in the acknowledgments in my first book, which is called Dear Mr. President, 100 Earth-Saving Letters, because he was one of the people who convinced the world that we should not use nuclear weapons because of nuclear winter.
Right.
And he has a brilliant mind, and because of that, I know that he knows enough of the evidence about UFOs not to make a ridiculous conclusion that he made in his Parade magazine article that they are hallucinations.
Yes.
So I think he probably has an agenda, why he did that. He has a reason for doing that. It could be that he is employed by the government. It could be that he thinks it's for the best, for some personal reason. I don't know, but I totally disagree. I agree with his article and everything up to the point where he makes that conclusion, and of course that's utterly fallacious.
Or do you think that he might feel that it's getting close now, and the social impact of a revelation, or perhaps even support from somebody of his stature, would be very harmful?
Well, if that were the case, then he probably should just not write an article.
Trying to be kind here.
But I do think that the government cover-up is rapidly breaking apart, and I think part of the reason for that is that I don't really think that our government intended to keep this a secret forever. And I think it isn't that they wanted us not to know anything about it. I think it's that they didn't want us to know too much too soon. And I think that they have changed now from a policy of complete cover-up to a policy of education. And I think you're seeing that now in all forms of media. You will see little hints now and again that these things are coming, that we all need to be prepared for it.
Yes, I think we're contributing to that right now.
Yes, of course.
Mark, I would like to open my phone lines, if you wouldn't mind. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'd love to subject you to a couple of questions. Would you be willing?
Oh, yes, I'd be glad to.
All right, let's do it then. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, 383-8255. Toll-free outside the state, 1-800-338-8255. Wildcard lines, area code 702-385-7214, and first-time callers, 702-385-7213. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Mark Davenport.
Good evening. This is Fritz. Mark, I haven't had a chance to read your book yet, but it seems to me you've done your homework. You mentioned David Furning, time travel, and conductee. Now let's go to the best source of it. What do you think of the Billy Meyer conduct case? I'm sure you have your mind expanded on this case. What is your opinion?
All right, Fritz, listen on the radio, please. He loves to ask everybody about the Billy Meyer case. Mark, what about it?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of people who have studied Billy Meyer's photographs have been baffled by how he could fake them, and I think possibly the reason for that is maybe they aren't faked. Some pretty high-powered photographic experts have failed to show how he could have faked these things, especially since the man only has one arm and he doesn't have. Steven Spielberg's people looked at these photographs and said, yes, we can duplicate them. It will cost about $50,000 a piece. So if he's doing this with a Polaroid camera and one arm by himself with very little funds, then he's more of a genius than we know. So I think that we should take a very serious look at these. I think they could well be genuine.
All right, fine, Mark.
Let me make one interesting point about Meyer.
All right.
He has said that the reason that his photographs are clear is that he is taking them at a time when he is instructed. You can take them now, and he has tried to take photographs when he's not instructed to, and they don't turn out. And I think maybe the reason for that is the field around these craft is being manipulated so that he can take good photographs.
All right. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Davenport.
Yes, Mr. Bell, I would like to ask Mr. Davenport if he believes that these sightings of UFOs or these entities have anything to do with biblical beings like angels or demons.
All right, thank you. Religious ties, Mark?
Well, I think there is very definitely a spiritual component to these things. I think they've been around, as I said, probably as long as we have. And I think that that what we're seeing now could be the basis of many of our religions, also our ancient myths and so forth. And I think that it's very possible that the angels of the Bible could be the exact same thing that we're seeing now, and we call them euphonauts or visitors. Or the Bible is full of classic UFO sightings and abductions. We have Ezekiel, for instance. We have Enoch. Well, that book that's apocryphal, but we have Elijah and Elisha that were taken up into something. We have the pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night that led people through the desert. We have the Star of Bethlehem and all sorts of instances of things that could be interpreted as classic UFO sightings and classic abductions. We have Saul's vision on the road to Damascus. So I think it's very possible that these things are connected. And who knows? Maybe these UFOs are messengers from God. Who's to say they're not?
Who's to say they're not? That's right. Line 1, good evening. You're on the air with Mark Davenport.
Haven name, Mark. I was wondering, it's been said that for forecast that June 5th of 1995, you're supposed to make contact with us. What do you think of that?
All right, thank you.
I've heard all sorts of dates since the 60s. I've been hearing dates when they're supposed to do this or they're supposed to do that, and almost universally they don't. I think there may be a lot of reasons for this. For one thing, most of these dates they're channeled information, and usually all this information is subject to the interpretation of the channel, so that the information is not coming, for instance, it's not coming to us in English, it's coming in thoughts, and we have to interpret whatever it is that we're receiving. And even assuming that the information is correct, the interpretation may be wrong. Right. And of course, we also know that these people aboard these craft are notorious for lying to us about lots of things, including times and dates. You know, a lot of people have sold everything they had and gone up and sat on top of a mountain at a certain date and a certain time waiting for the saucers to come pick them up, and they were still sitting there the next morning wondering, what in the heck am I going to do now?
Pretty cruel joke.
Yeah, so I wouldn't pay much attention to those dates.
All right. Good evening, Wildcard Line 3. You're on the air with Mark Davenport.
Good evening, Mark. How are you doing, Art?
Fine, sir.
Yeah, I'm calling from Idaho.
Okay.
I wanted to ask Mark what he felt about some of the stuff that I've been hearing. I listened to, when I was in Salt Lake City, K-Talk Radio, and they had this woman out in New Mexico who's publishing these journals called the Phoenix Journals, and I wonder what you felt about those and the validity of some of the stuff that's coming out through those journals. Are you familiar with them?
Yeah, I am.
All right, listen on the air, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I have read some of those things. Once again, I would kind of take it with a grain of salt, because even though I think that channeled information needs to be looked at seriously and studied scientifically, I do think that the great bulk of it usually it does not come to pass. There are all sorts of predictions about things that will happen. For instance, the photon belt, I think, was a big scare last year, or maybe the year before, where we were supposed to be coming into a period where the Earth would be, the sky would be light all the time, and electricity wouldn't work anymore. You know, there are all kinds of things like this that are predicted, and nothing ever happened.
Would you think the motive would be to confuse? In other words, if you send a bunch of people up to the mountaintop waiting for the saucers to land, and they don't land, the tendency of people is to just laugh it off, of course, and laugh at the person who went and laugh at the whole idea, and it makes the whole thing a little more laughable and more easily concealed.
Well, I prefer to think that that people are not able to interpret the information that they're picking up on. You know, there are a lot of people who are clairvoyant or audient and so forth, and they're able to pick up on information, and sometimes they get it right, and sometimes they don't, and they're the first to tell you that it's not really an exact science. It's not. There's not always a good interpretation, and I think that there is information there, whether it's coming from the collective unconscious, or whether it's coming from ETs, or whether it's coming from something else, from spirits or whatever. There is information there, but interpreting it and turning it into words and actual predictions is very, very difficult. And I think that that's probably more of the problem rather than deliberate deceit. I can't see any reason for that, because if they wanted to conceal themselves, they could probably just not say anything, and it would probably work just as well.
All right, we're so short on time here, we could do hours here. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Davenport. Where are you calling from?
I saw something about 3 Thanksgivings ago that was really blew my mind. I was traveling to Vegas, and right before Thanksgiving, it was on a Wednesday. I was going past Edwards Air Force Base about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I looked up ahead of me, and I saw up in the sky what I thought was a large crow or raven, something like that, black, kind of moving around in the air. And I was driving a
my 90 aerosol van, which has a high windshield. And so as I got closer to this thing, I realized there was something in front of it. It was like a black line in the sky. I said, well, it's a plane pulling a target.
Okay, we've got to hurry here.
And so anyway, these things drifted across the road, and then they just stopped dead in the air. And one was a plane, a black plane that looked something like a stealth fighter. And this black line was in front of it. And this plane just stopped dead in the air. There was no motion, no heat, waves, no noise, no nothing. And then the black line circled around behind the black plane and tilted on its axis, and another black plane appeared. It was, I guess I was looking at it from a different angle. I just sat there totally still with no engine noise, no nothing, and I was off the throttle. I had my window down a little bit, and I heard no engine noise at all, and they were just set in the sky, totally motionless. And as I drove under them, I tried to catch them in my rearview mirror, and they just disappeared.
All right. Well, thank you for the story. Mark, that sounds different then, but with some of the same components of what I saw. And this would clearly indicate the kind of technology that either we've developed and we're much further ahead than we thought, or they have given us. Is it your view that we have their technology?
I think that some elements of the U.S. government know one heck of a lot more about the technology than they're telling us, because I think as early as 1947, when one of these things crashed near Corona, and it was the people from Roswell Army Airfield recovered the debris and the object. I think since that time we've been studying these things very closely and trying to duplicate them, and it's very possible that we could have had some success at that. There are a lot of stories that we have been given technology in exchange for other things. It's possible that that could have happened. It would, as we said at the first of the program, it would follow the general modus operandi of our government. That's just exactly how the military works. It keeps things secret as long as it can to keep them out of the hands of the enemy.
Mark, we're out of time. We're out of time. I have to stop. I have no choice. But what I am going to ask is that you hold on the line for a moment, because I want to talk to you about doing another show. So would you be kind enough to do that?
I would be glad to.
You're a wonderful interview, and this was not enough. Stay right where you are, Mark Davenport.
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry that we don't have more time. We could, and I guarantee you we will do hours on this subject. This was Area 2000. I'm sorry. Time's up.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to the discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000.
Translated, we're going to talk about reincarnation, and we have an incident in that area. Otherwise, you would not have gone there in the first place. So you had heard that something was going on. I have no way of knowing how much you heard was going on, but clearly you went up there because you were personally interested, intrigued, wanted to find out more. And the way I look at this as I listen to you is that it frightened you or challenged you to the degree that you then turned around and blocked it out. Or in other words, you found more than you wanted to find.
Well, I can't say I found more than I wanted to find. I simply would put it another way, and that is that the intimidation and the fear effectively helped my memory last in detail. And I found what I found. Now, I can tell you, subsequent to that time, in the last few years, which only go back about 4 now, I've done additional studies that I am very cognizant of, and I know very well. But to go back to 1967, I can't give you the details that I can from today.
That's probably one of the first examined animal mutilation cases in the country, and that's why I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that. And I'm glad I did. That's a remarkable thing to have done, Doctor. And so now I guess we can move forward a little bit. When did you come back to this whole, in other words, a number of years obviously elapsed when you not only didn't think about it, but actively blocked it out, and then at some point you came back to it again. How did that happen?
The period of time from that early situation to my getting back into investigational work was a period of 22 years. And during that period of time, I would vehemently deny or refuse to accept the notion that there was anything peculiar or possibly involved in extraterrestrial behavior that could account for anything that had happened on the Earth, or that I was involved in. I just would say, hey, this is crazy.
22 years brings us to about 1989, and I think the beginning of your relationship with Linda Howe. Doctor, I must ID the radio station, so stand by just one moment. We'll be right back to you. You're listening to Dr. Altshuler, who, by the way, is with us from his home in Englewood, Colorado, and we'll be right back to him.
From Jackie Gong's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. It's Sunday evening. This is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Dr. Altshuler is my guest. He's done a lot of work in animal mutilation cases. A lot of modern work, and some a very long time ago, beginning with one of the first known examinations of a mutilated animal on September 9th, 1967. Now back to Englewood, Colorado, and Dr. Altshuler. Doctor, we're back on the air again. Was I right? Is that about the beginning of your relationship with Linda Howe?
Correct.
I'm curious, how did Linda even know to come to you, Doctor?
She had heard somewhat of a convoluted tale, but without going into detail, she had heard that I, in fact, had been present to examine the horse lady in Alamosa 20-odd years before. And that was really the beginning and the first relatively well-documented case of an animal death that had not been clearly ascribed to common or clearly explainable causes.
So she came to you based on not too much more than a myth.
Well, she came to me having heard my name and having heard that I had been present.
Yes.
And she called me, and she introduced herself as to her credentials and so on and what her interests were, and I refused to see her, which was the right decision, I can tell you, because at that time, my last desire was to be involved with any form of press, in any form, absolutely in any form. That was not my goal. I really like to remain in a low-profile situation and to do my work without fanfare, but just to do it quietly, to do it honestly, and to report what I find.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, she was persistent. And one day, she turned up in my driveway.
Oh?
And she said, look, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, just for a few minutes. And I felt obliged to be at least civil to her and invite her in my home, which I did. And we went down in the solarium in the house and sat down and began to talk. And we talked, I would guess, for about 3 or 4 hours. After a period of time, I felt a little bit more comfortable with her and was, in fact, convinced that Linda would not do anything to publicize anything that would be detrimental to me, to my work, my reputation, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt that I could trust her enough to be relatively candid, not completely so, but relatively so, and relatively open, which I was. And at that time, we discussed the case in Alamosa in some depth. And after that, she had continued. In fact, she actually had made a television series several years before about the alien harvest kind of. And she, I think, was well awarded for her work, which she certainly deserved. She did an excellent job in it. And she was in the mode of continuing her investigation in the phenomenon, and therefore asked if I would be of help to her if I could. And I decided in a quiet kind of way that I would try and see what I could do. And that's really how I got involved with her. And it began about 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago.
Doctor, how convinced are you that there is some or any connection between the animal mutilations, the ones you've examined, and the UFO controversy, or are you still very much in doubt about that and thinking about it?
Well, I'll tell you what I tell everyone. I will give you my findings. I will tell you objectively what I see. And then you are going to have to decide on your own what conclusion you come to. You have to decide completely on your own. In a situation where I am being questioned as you have to give an opinion publicly of what I believe and what the relationship may be with UFOs and cattle deaths and mutilation and so on, what I can tell you is that there are a number of findings that are very unusual. There are coincidental other situations that occur surrounding these deaths, which also are interesting, to say the least. And one can come to a logical conclusion in your own mind as to whether the relationship is a real one or not. I'm not about to tell you whether it is. That's up to you.
Well, I don't blame you.
And I can assure you that there are a number of findings that are really pretty unusual. It's pretty bizarre. And if we look at the findings that have occurred in these animals that we found, there are a number of them that are very, very difficult to explain in terms of what we as people, enormously capable as we are in a scientific mode, are capable of doing. They're relatively well-known material that simply would defy human capability. And the examples, or a number of them, would include one, that these animals are found in a relatively trackless area. They're found out and found dead, anywhere from 100 feet to several hundred yards or even miles from the nearest road or the nearest farmhouse or ranch home. And the animals are found without any tracks, vehicular tracks or human tracks of any kind, even though the ground may be wet. It's difficult to understand how that happens, but it does.
Is that typical, Doctor? More so than not, that they're found in
every case. I have checked into a number of cases where clearly the cause of death in the animal has been predator attack. I mean, it's obvious. it doesn't take a lot of imagination to figure that out.
Right.
Then there are other cases in which there simply is no explanation. The animals are found in a relatively, not absolute, but a relatively bloodless environment. An animal has a tremendous amount of blood, especially if you have a cow, a bull, any of the cattle. The volume of blood is enormous. And to find them in a relatively bloodless field with the animals having been cut open is a very interesting event.
Nothing that a predator, as far as you know, could even do.
Well, I think, a predator may have, may drink blood for sure and tear the meat. But what a predator will do as a rule will be, in fact, to go to the soft portions of the animal, the underbelly, even the eye perhaps and so on, but they will tear the tissue, and generally the tissue will be quite ragged in the area of predatory attack. I mean, it's pretty clear to me that they gnaw and they tear. They don't take a bite from a sharp knife. It doesn't seem like a practical way of nerve.
Doctor, are there frequently more than one animal in these trackless situations where they're way out in the middle of nowhere? Have there been multiple attacks? In other words, many dead animals, or is it typically one?
Well, it's very commonly one or two, but there have been cases, for example, a case a number of years ago that Linda Howe described eloquently in her book, the Wyatt Ranch, where there were 5 animals who were almost tail to head. 5 of them were all dead with similar findings. In a relatively bloodless area, without fat, with very similar types of incisional areas that were sharply veined, with coiling out. A rancher sometimes would describe the cookie cutter type of incisions, which simply meant that it looked like a cookie cutter that was round, that was stamped in the tissue, and made a rather sharply defined cut, particularly around certain parts of the body, more frequently the anogenital area. And these are consistent. The findings at the border of the tissue show rather clearly that there has been a cut at a sharp border with significant heat, because the changes are very typical heat. And there's no question about that. That is microscopically very clear. You can tell that clearly by looking at it.
All right, Doctor, tissue samples or even organs removed. A little of this, I suppose, for some of the audience is going to get a little gory, but I've got to ask, what about the cause of death of the animal? Is that, or is the tissue taking the apparent cause of death of the animal, or has there been any investigation into that?
Well, it's really a very good question. I wish I could give you an answer. I can't. I can only tell you that the incisions that have been made in some of the animals clearly could cause death. For example, in the horse that had been killed up in Alamosa,
yes,
the part of the animal that had been denuded from tissue was in the neck and what we refer to as the mediastinum, or portions of the chest. And that clearly would cause an animal to die. But it was in a bloodless area, bloodless field, which is really, to me, remains probably the single most enigmatic aspect of the entire event. The fact that there just isn't blood. Trackless, you can say, well, maybe somebody is very, very good and can cover up their tracks exiting from the scene of the crime, so to speak. But how they take blood away is really enigmatic. Another very unusual finding, and one that is consistent and seems to present itself many times, is the denudation of tissue from bone. In other words, the removal of tissue from part of the skeleton, leaving the skeleton white and clean. Now, this isn't easy to do. If you try and mimic this with our own capabilities, it isn't easy to do. It's very hard to do. I can assure you that I have personal experience in trying to remove flesh from bone tissue to obtain skeleton parts for the purpose of studying and learning bone anatomy.
Can you imagine a process that could accomplish that?
not anything that can be done in a matter of a few hours. I just can't envision it. It's taken me weeks to do it, and I mean weeks of boiling bone with lye and then scraping it and cleaning it and sanding and so on. It's really not easy to do.
Yes, Doctor. I recall when I was very young, I had a project in school. I decided I was going to get a bird and boil its flesh away and take in its bone structure as a project for school. And I boiled that poor dead bird for so many hours until my mom finally made me stop. So I'm in sympathy with that. It's very difficult.
Yes. And yet, we find these animals within a relatively few number of hours, perfectly alive, then dead, with clean bony bones. That is an enigma.
Here's another good question. Have you ever run into a situation where an animal has had a tissue sample taken and did not die?
I personally have not, but they have been reported that some animals have remained alive for a short period of time. Now, I think Linda Howe has more first-hand knowledge in this area than I do. I have been called virtually exclusively after the fact, after the animals have been dead. And I have not had personal experience with live animals that have, in fact, been so-called mutilated or killed. And I think Linda could tell you about that.
All right. Perhaps you can speak, though, to the samples that have been taken. From a medical point of view, is there any sense to the samples that have been taken? Can you ascribe any sense to the areas that the samples have come from, the size of the samples, or anything else medically?
Well, the size of the samples they're all fairly uniform, especially when it involves the anogenital area with the genital organs frequently removed. The tongue is not infrequently removed. The ear, sometimes the eye may be enucleated and removed. The skin and the flesh along the jawbone, especially the maxilla, the lower jaw, it can be cleaned of flesh and white, glistening white, clean, absolutely clean. Speculation. I have heard people continuously and seem to be curious in their asking, could this be some kind of genetic research? Are aliens removing these tissues and using them for research?
Yes.
Using them for nutrition?
If that were the intent, Doctor, would those samples be typical of what you would want for that sort of research?
That also is a very difficult question to answer. And the only reason I say that, not that I'm trying to be evasive, is that the genetic code, which has been described for many years, 30 years anyway. Watson and Crick did that eloquently a long time ago, and there's been a great deal of additional information in the last number of years, especially in the last few, regarding changes in the code. But nonetheless, the genetic code is uniform for tissue, be it from the eye, the rectum, anogenital area, chest, doesn't really matter.
All right,
how these particular areas, I don't know. One of the things that has been published, and I assure you not with my name on it, has been that the dissection has been so accurate that it's been able to dissect between individual cells. I have never seen any evidence of it. I've never seen it. I don't know how. If it were to be done, it'd be great. It'd be a very interesting thing for me to see. I've never seen it. And I think the people that have propagated this unusual, bizarre capability are looking for a very easy way to explain, well, this clearly is being done by alien technology. We don't have a technology to do it. True, we don't have a technology to do it, to dissect between individual cells. But I've never seen that. Why specific organs are taken around the anogenital area, the tongue, and the eye, and so why these, I don't really know. The question can come up over and over and over again. Why is this going on? There really are a number of factors that we have to consider. Number one, is it, in terms of what we know as people and investigators, could this in fact be predatory? Secondly, could it be cult behavior? Thirdly, could it be some form of investigation or research being carried on by federal agencies for whatever purpose?
Well, I think you dismissed the predator theory pretty well.
But not in every case. There are plenty of them that are, in fact, considered to be due to unknown causes, and therefore people conclude alien intervention, that are, in fact, predators. There are a lot of them that are, in fact, predators. I went down to a piece of North Open, it was clearly predators. It was obvious. Then the one for cult behavior, I am continually in the process of trying to learn more about cults because I know precious little about them. And there isn't that much known about them, except the fact that when cult sacrifices take place, they generally go for two areas from what I've been able to learn. One of them is the heart, and the second are the sex organs, because it gives courage and sexual prowess for the cultist to be able to be involved in eating or drinking the blood of the animal that is the sacrifice. But it seems to me that if cult behavior were involved in these situations, that they would have to do it very quickly, and certainly by now they would have been caught, and they never have been. There have been cults for sure that are involved in animal death and animal killing, and they have been caught and been found. I know that in England, about a year ago, I received a call from, I think it was an investigator from Scotland Yard, who called me about animal mutilation in England. He said, you know, we have very interesting events with these phenomena taking place, but 3 years ago we found a group of people that were, in fact, I think in cult behavior, killing these animals. They caught them, we arrested them, and they killed them.
As a matter of interest, in that case, since it is documented, what manner of mutilation was there? Were you privy to that knowledge? It would be interesting to know if the same sharp incision with high heat were used.
Well, there was no evidence of heat, but what's called ulcer. When he called me, he said that heat was, that he was calling because he was interested in seeing how the mutilations that were being reported from this part of the side of the ocean had any relationship to what he had seen in England. And these were clear-cut mutilations with blood all over the place. And you virtually can't do a human dissection or killing without having a lot of blood. It just cannot be done, and I know it. If it is, I'd sure like to know how to do it.
Probably not the cults then.
Well, you know, there may be a number of cases, but what I'm really trying to come down to is how do you explain those that are not explainable? There are those that are killed by sacrifice. There are those that have been killed by electrocution. There are those animals that have been killed by predators, for sure. There are those animals that die of natural diseases like bloat and other infections. There are conditions that occur in cattle. What about those cases where none of these take place?
Yes. I take it then in the last few years, you are frequently called when one of these comes up. You mentioned going once to Oklahoma. Do you generally get there far after the fact, too much after the fact to come to good conclusions, or?
Well, sometimes it's very difficult. I can tell you there are a number of major problems involved with this entire investigational effort. The first one is that the ranchers and the farmers are reticent, at best, to tell anyone about them. It is an economic loss for these people, and you have to recognize that that is true, and that's a major factor for them. They're losing substantial amount of investment when they have an animal killed.
And I'm sure they have no interest in publicity over the matter at all.
No interest in publicity. None. As a rule. They don't like to notify anybody, and when they do, they generally notify either one of two groups, either law enforcement groups or veterinarians. Now, let us take the example of the law enforcement people. The law enforcement people come out, and they say, well, you know, this animal is clearly killed by a predator. They are hesitant to look at any of the circumstantial evidence that would suggest probably not predator.
Well, of course, anything other than predator would probably necessitate some sort of further investigation.
Now, I will give you a case in point. I was called to see a case that was involved a horse, actually, in a county north of Denver. The rancher called me, and I went to the College of Veterinary Medicine, where the animal had been taken. I had a rather lengthy visit with the chairman of the Department of Pathology. And the only remains of that animal was kept that I was allowed to see was the head. Brought the head out, and I examined the head, and I took tissue, and I found some interesting findings, which were including the finding of heat application at the margin of the jawbone where tissue had been taken. And I asked the doctor, I said, well, could you tell me how you signed this case out after necropsy? And he said, well, this animal clearly died of volvulence, which is a condition where you get torsion or twisting of the bowel that can lead to bowel obstruction and can, in fact, lead to death. No question it can.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, would you mind showing me the slide so I could look at it? Because they're fairly typical when you have a volvulus and you have changes that are pretty indicative of that kind of catastrophic event in the bowel. And his reply to me was not unexpected. Well, we incinerated the animal. We didn't take any slide. And I said, well, why not? Because in my experience, I always take tissue, always, to try and establish what I see with my eyes in gross examination to substantiate the gross examination by microscopic evaluation as well. And his reply to me was, we didn't need to. We saw that the animal died of volvulus, torsion of the bowel, and there was no need to take microscopic tissue or take sections for microscopic evaluation. Now that would surprise me a little bit from a neophyte veterinary pathologist, but it shocked me coming from the chairman of the department.
When you talk to somebody like that, do you, in essence, hear an echo of your own self in 1967?
Absolutely. Unquestionably. Absolutely. I think you hit the nail squarely on the head. I think you're absolutely right. It's a threat. Look, let's face it. It is a threat to anyone who is in a position of either requiring continuation of tenure or in a position of balance where they could be ridiculed and criticized. And I can't blame them, because it is, in fact, it is a frightening place to be in situations where one can be threatened.
And that really hasn't changed, has it?
Well, it's changed a lot. I mean, if it hadn't changed a lot, don't think I'd be here talking to you.
Well, that's true.
And, you know,
But I'm talking now in terms of a doctor who might be encountering this for the first time. I would imagine his fears even today are going to be very, very much the same. So I suppose...
And they are, and I will tell you that the fear is unspoken, and the fear is not aired in public. And the fear, in fact, is sequestered in the deep recesses of their own minds and their own capabilities of hiding. And they do it very effectively. And I will tell you, I'm not going to give you names, which I will not do, but I will tell you this. That several years ago, I was invited as a guest speaker in a major city outside of the state of Colorado to give a talk discussing this very matter. And I presented, they were all physicians at the meeting. I presented the data. I was admittedly frightened. But I said, hey, you know, I've been invited to do this, and I'll do it. And I went. And I gave a paper, an hour paper, showing the slides, showing photographs, discussing the medical and technical findings, and allowing people to come to their own conclusions, but yet giving them the option of what their conclusions might be based on the information that I gave them. And at the end of the meeting, at the end of my presentation, which was, I think, just if I remember correctly, just before lunch. I didn't have too many people come up. They kind of disappeared into the woodwork with lunch. So that afternoon, we had a 2.5-hour workshop. There were, 12 or so 10 workshops. And every doctor that presented a paper during that morning session had a workshop for 2.5 hours. And I thought, boy, I blew this one. And I figured that nobody would be in the workshop. And I thought, well, I'll go there and I'll just see 1 or 2 people. Well, I walked down there about 15 minutes before it was due to start, and there was a large crowd. And I got down towards the room that I had been assigned, and I could not get in the door.
Oh, boy.
Got in the door, and it was just, there were people standing up. There was no seating, and this was 15 minutes before it began. And at the end of the workshop, 2.5 hours later, I cannot tell you, I can't begin to tell you the number of physicians that came up to me and told me about their own experience. And it was a revelation for me. I felt more that I was among my colleagues again, rather than felt like a complete outcast by noontime.
Well, that's remarkable.
I think that, but yet I would defy you to find any physician who has had any experience to go into the doctor's lounge, surgery, or anywhere else and say, guess what? This is what I believe, or this is what I saw, or this is what I've done. I'd never do it. And I don't know anybody of my colleagues, any of them that would, because it is a threat. And I think...
Sure, a good way to end a career.
Well, it leads to a lack of credibility. And that's why I have persisted, and I have been absolutely dogmatic in my own presentations of saying, these are the data. These are the findings. You come to your own conclusions. I'm not going to tell you what they are. Yeah, this is up to you. And I do that tonight as I have done it every other time.
Indeed, and I don't blame you a bit. Doctor, we are at the top of an hour, and we're going to do 5 minutes of news, so I would ask that you relax for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back to you.
All right.
All right, Doctor. Take care. Dr. Altshuler from Colorado. Animal mutilations, the subject. And this is some fascinating stuff. We'll be back to it in just a moment. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell. Good evening. Welcome back to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. My guest from Colorado is Dr. Altshuler, who's done a very great deal of work now since 1967, before anybody else really was doing it, on animal mutilations. And back now to Colorado and Dr. Altshuler. Doctor, are you still there?
Yeah.
Good. So you had a lot of physicians come up to you after your presentation, or in the second portion of it, and talk with you. Did any of them, or I guess a number of them, you said, admitted similar findings?
No, not. They were not involved in the animal death situation. They were simply involved in having expressed their own experiences, interpreting what I had told them about the possibility of UFO involvement, and they just simply told me about their own UFO experience, unrelated to the animal situation completely.
Well, let me jump forward a little bit and just ask you this. Have you had any experience with or looked into the human abduction aspect of this?
Well, I have to some degree, yes.
Are both of these areas, in your view, the animal mutilations and the human abductions, are they both continuing valid areas of inquiry with regard to the possibility of the connection to UFOs? Or, in other words, have there been, obviously you've reached no firm conclusions or none you're willing to talk about. Will you continue this research?
I plan to continue the research, and what I really have pointed out earlier is that I am allowing people, the audience, you and others, to reach your own conclusions regarding the relationship between these events and the possibility of unknown factors, including UFO factors. I'm not expressing my own conclusions in this regard. That those are mine and should not be.
All right. Yeah. Let me try this angle of attack. In the investigations that you've done of animal mutilations, how frequently have there been connected observations or reports of UFO activity?
Oh, I can't give you percentages, but out of the ones that have been clearly unexplained, that have not been predator or stratigraphic behavior or other natural causes, I would make an awful tough guess, probably somewhere around 50%. There have been a number of cases that have not been anything identified or anything unusual, no unusual light, and other situations where there have been spotted unusual lights that are unexplained, the observation of unmarked helicopters and so on.
That's a high percentage.
Oh, I would say it's fairly high, yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to decide where to go from here with you. I guess I will go here. A related field, Doctor, is this crop circle phenomenon. And in that phenomenon, a number of researchers are discovering molecular changes in the crops that have been bent down in these crop circles associated with high heat, which they speculate may be produced by microwave energy, and or that they are able to nearly or closely duplicate with microwave energy. Is there any indication at all that that the sort of cuts that have been made or high heat that's been applied to the animals is of the same nature?
Now, you've obviously been doing some reading. The answer is, again, very difficult, and I can tell you very quickly why. If you take tissue that is alive in any animal, be it a cat, a dog, a human, a horse, a pig, doesn't really matter. The changes that occur in the tissue due to heat are virtually the same. Now, whether it's due to heat created by microwaves, laser, unknown cutting apparatuses, electrocautery, doesn't really matter. The changes are the same, and for anyone to come and say this is definitely due to this particular instrument or technique is virtually impossible. You can, however, make some relatively good conclusions regarding burned areas. Mm-hmm. They're widespread and superficial. You know that the heat has been applied by a rather widespread form of heating, for example, spilling of boiling oil or the flames from a burning house that burned down, that kind of thing. If you find a very precise line that is cut and sharp and demarcated and has the changes of high temperature, you would have to conclude that somehow it has been applied by either an apparatus or a pinpoint dedicated blade or needle or beam that could in fact apply heat in a very precise fashion. And that seems to be what I've been finding.
What about the types of animals? Is there one type of animal more than another that is generally found in this condition, or does it run the gauntlet?
It runs a pretty good gauntlet, but the majority by far involve primarily cattle and horses. More cattle than anything. But there have been pigs, there have been cows, steers of all types, dogs, cats, rabbits, deer.
Would you think, on balance, that the incidences of this altogether are on the increase, on the decrease, or do you see a fairly constant number of them?
Well, there was a pretty substantial increase at various periods in the last 20 years, and I would say now that it's actually about a year and a half ago there was a marked increase, and then it kind of dropped off a little bit, and I think it's picking up again.
So it appears cyclical.
Pretty much, yes.
Are you getting any help now from other colleagues, or are you still pretty much out there on your own?
Are you asking about getting technical help?
Or consultation.
Somewhat alone at the moment, although there are a number of areas that seem to be beginning to have a little bit more of an open mind and an interest in investigational work regarding mutilation.
Well, I know this. The Bigelow Foundation, in an effort to get cooperation from veterinarians, has taken certain steps and is implementing a program to try to get better reporting on this, and that, no doubt, is going to help. And, of course, the other thing is the time factor from the time something like this is found until somebody like yourself gets to make an examination.
The Bigelow Foundation is clearly highly supportive of the investigation. And I think it's the only research-oriented organization that is willing to support and help establish, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the unusual nature of these killings. I mean, the Bigelow Foundation has been very supportive and really, I think, instrumental to try and come to some rational and good conclusions. Nobody else seems to be willing to do it. And that's very encouraging to those of us that are somewhat involved with the Bigelow Foundation and Mr. Bigelow himself.
Yes, very great deal of good work in this area. Do you feel more associated with this? In other words, when you hear of something, do you pop up that you're able to right away and head toward the scene?
I haven't done very much of that, but I think that may change in the future. At the present time, I've made several trips, not a great many. One of the biggest problems that faces me is the fact that I'm informed about these deaths days and in some cases weeks after the animals have been found.
Yes.
The most important thing that can really be done is to encourage people that have these things happen to them and to their animals is to notify me immediately, to make the time lapse between identification of a dead animal and examination much shorter. That would be of great benefit.
What about the hematology that's been done? In other words, with what blood there is available for you to look at, have there been any, have you noticed any strange changes at all that or anything remarkable about the blood?
I have not been able to do any immunologic studies on the blood because it's always too old. And the only findings are the ones that I alluded to at the very beginning of our talk tonight, and that is the finding of evidence of cooked blood. And this is pretty consistent in the animals where the heat has been applied. You can find the areas of blood vessels with the typical changes of heat application to hemoglobin.
But only in the localized area, in other words?
Absolutely, only in the localized area.
What about other things at the site where the animals are found? Have you noted any other unusual occurrences or changes or things in the area where the animal's found? Anything other than the changes in the animal itself?
Let me tell you what has been reported, and I haven't been at these areas long enough to witness this on my own, but reported has been the fact that animals that would normally be predators do not go anywhere near the carcasses of the animals that have been killed.
Oh, that's odd.
And that is unusual. They don't go and attack and eat the remains, they stay away. Even though the entire may be infested with coyotes and so on and other typical predators, they don't go near the animal.
Oh, that's downright bizarre.
Well, it's different.
Well, I should say, I mean, meat is meat, and I wonder what could be different about the carcass of an animal that has been affected as you've described.
Well, I wish you would tell me. I don't know.
Very odd indeed. What about any tracks, any indication of the presence of a human or alien or anything else around the animal?
Well, they're simply not there. There have been a number of reports where animals have been seen to be taken up off the ground and then dropped after death.
After death.
And these reports have primarily been as a result of hypnotic regression. But you have to remember one thing that's very important regarding hypnosis, and that is there are a tremendous number of myths that are associated with hypnotic regression. And the first one is that you can be made to do anything the hypnotherapist wants you to do. Absolutely wrong. You will never do anything that you don't want to do. Mm-hmm. Secondly, you're not in a trance. You're in a state of heightened awareness. You're aware of everything going on around you. And even more so than you are in complete conscious state. Thirdly, if the subject is particularly engrossed in the purpose of the hypnosis session, or if the subject is particularly fond of the hypnotherapist as a friend or somebody that they really trust and they want to please, confabulation under hypnosis is clearly a possibility and can be done very effectively.
Yes, I've heard that flights of fancy, actually, under hypnosis, or telling the hypnotherapist what the hypnotherapist wants to hear.
Absolutely. And as a therapist, it takes some skill and training to be an effective and a good hypnotherapist, to learn not to lead the subject and to avoid the pitfalls that would lead to confabulation. And these are not easy, but they're essential, especially when you get in the reports of somebody under hypnosis saying, I saw an animal that was raised up into a blue beam 5,000 feet above the ground and then suddenly dropped. You know, if you get that kind of information, one has to look at it with a bit of a jaundiced eye, in a sense. Mm-hmm. You have to really consider that this may or may not be true.
Well, have the animal carcasses, in the cases where there was allegedly it was dropped, are they typically in a condition you would expect a carcass to be in that was dropped from, say, 5,000 feet?
They're not dropped. I assume they're probably let down fairly slowly.
All right.
They're not multi-fractured carcasses with bones broken from head to toe. The reports that I'm aware of, and I'm aware of two of them, that the animals have been dropped down, not just plucked, but have been dropped down. And in one case that I know during therapy, the witness actually saw killing and torturing of the animal and described it with some emotion in terms of torturing of the animal. And, you know, I don't know whether to believe that or not. I mean, I've seen the tape. You know, it's possible. I'm not denying that it could well be true, but I'm not saying that I know for sure it is.
All right. You mentioned black helicopters, and we have a lot of them here in Nevada. Many black unmarked helicopters that zip about. And I see many of them in the little valley where I live, which is close to the test site, not, or rather, what's called Area 51. And I'm curious. This moves into the who's doing it category, and the one aspect we did not cover that you offered up was the possibility that our own government, for some unknown reason, is doing all of this. Have you seen any evidence that would lead you to that conclusion?
Well, I have to behave as a creature of logic. I think you would be the one that really should be interviewed by me regarding unmarked helicopters. You seem to know a lot more about it than I do. But I will tell you frankly that if you look at the fact that we know, not that we speculate about, then one can come to a reasonable conclusion. And the facts are, first of all, that unmarked helicopters seem to predominate around these animal deaths for some unknown reason. Secondly, are these simply a figment of the imagination of subjects, or are these in fact realities?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're the Air Force or the government or something of that type, because all aircraft in the United States have an N number that identifies them, and if they're unmarked, why, they're marked without marking. They have no N number to identify them. And if so, what are they doing there? Are they investigating the mutilations that are being done, or are they in fact doing them? I spoke to an investigator just within the last 2 days or 3 days that told me that, again, there's been a tremendous number of sightings of helicopters, but in only one instance does he know, that he's been involved in a lot of them, in only one instance does he know about helicopters arriving prior to the time of the mutilation. They all seem to occur afterwards. And I can't explain that either. The question that you have alluded to is, are these helicopters in fact part of a military plot or governmental behavior to do these mutilations, and if so, why are they doing them? Well, there are a number of different explanations. One of them is, yes, the government is doing them. My question to you is, why? Why in the middle of a field? The government owns a lot of property. Why couldn't they take animals and do their chemical warfare investigation and so on in a fenced-off area rather than inciting the wrath and the anger and the loss by farmers and ranchers? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, darn, Doctor, I was going to ask you that. It doesn't make any sense. No, that's right. They have access to all the animals you can imagine they would want.
Secondly, does the government have the technology to do all of these things? And if so, why don't we know about it? I think the government has incredible technology which the public at large are unaware.
Right.
But it really seems problematic for me to envision government personnel being able to kill animals without blood, with sharp dissection, with the typical burn patterns, with denudation of bone, the findings that are so typical, and yet I cannot see how we can do it. Maybe the government does something that I don't know about, and very likely they may.
But even again, presuming they had the technological means, why is an awfully big question.
And to me, the other thing that has been proposed, and I've heard this said, and I haven't said it, this isn't my thought, but I've heard it said time and time again, that the government is doing this because there is a reality of UFOs, and because they recognize the reality of it, they are trying to confuse the public by launching unmarked helicopters to raise questions, to try and muddy the waters with information that isn't true. Now, I feel that if I was to be asked, and I would tell anybody this feeling, if I were to be asked, well, do you really believe that UFOs exist? My answer to you is very simple. If you were to take every grain of sand in every beach in the entire world, think of how many grains of sand in one cup. But if you were to take it on every beach in the entire world, that you would not have the number of heavenly bodies in the universe by counting every grain. And I think that to be true.
So the pure mathematics, and I've heard Carl Sagan expand on this. Sure.
How can you rationally say we are the only forms of intelligent life in the entire universe? I think that's just that just really is not a practical statement. Now, if one says, well, are UFOs coming down, and are extraterrestrials and aliens coming down and killing our animals and doing these things, I don't know. I'm not going to say they are, and I'm certainly not going to say they aren't. I really don't know. And why? I don't know that either. We hear that it may be from genetic research. Who knows? They say it may be nutritional. Who knows? I don't. But I think those are plausible explanations that people come up with simply to try and find some reason to explain the unexplainable.
Well, if it were nutritional, one would imagine they'd take the entire carcass, or they would excise that nutritional aspect of it, not mutilate it the way
you're telling me it's occurring.
Well, let me clarify your comment.
Okay.
In terms of what I look at in my interpretation. Why would they take the meat and take the entire carcass? If they really need a nutritional basis from animals, they seem to thrive on taking fluid because there's no blood around. And maybe it's the blood that they alter in some way. I don't really know. And if that is true, what better animal would there be than a large animal and a large reservoir of them? Cattle would be number one on the list, in my opinion.
Okay, again, to the human abductions for a moment, there have been a lot of cases, or I guess some number of cases, of human abductions in which scoop-type samples have also been taken. And do you see any similarity, or have you even studied these cases for similarities to what you've seen done with animals?
I have seen a number of subjects with these scoop-like marks on their ankles and their lower extremities. And I've so far only had one person who said to me that they'd be willing to have me excise it surgically to examine it and see if I could find any unusual findings in it. And I haven't done it because she has not volunteered in reality. Just, I'll give you a piece of tissue. I don't really know that she would. But nonetheless, I have never examined the biopsy of a scoop area on the skin of a human. So I really can't answer that with any expertise. I simply don't know. My suspicion from looking at them and looking at them carefully is that one would find that the covering, the epithelium or the covering over the area of scoop excision would not be abnormal. The only abnormality that I would... Hello?
Hello?
No, I thought you were... I was cut off.
No.
The only abnormality that I can envision would possibly occur would be a thinning of the tissue directly underneath the lining, which is either what we refer to as the papillary or reticular dermis. But I don't know because I've never seen it. It would be a very interesting thing to do, and I would like to do it.
Indeed. All right, Doctor, we're going to quickly identify the station here at the bottom of the hour. Stand by just 1 second. Good evening, everybody. My guest is Dr. Al Schuler, and we'll be right back.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
It is on a Sunday evening. This is Area 2000. You're listening to Dr. Al Schuler from Colorado, who's done a number of examinations. We're going to find out just how many right now, of mutilated animals. Doctor, I've been remiss in not asking, in the years that you have become active, I presume since 1989 in contact by Linda Howe, how many of these mutilations have you encountered, have you examined?
I think somewhere in the 30 range. I haven't really made a count, but it's somewhere in there, 30 to 40.
30 to 40. The most common aspect of them is the heat or the type of incision or the missing blood, and that's the most common thread that runs through them?
I would say that is, yes. Now, out of all these that have done, not all of them have, in fact, been unexplained. I mean, a number of them have shown no changing whatsoever. So it's not uniformly that they're all typical. A fair number of them are, but some aren't.
Is there anything at all being published in this area, Doctor?
Well, not really. I'm currently writing a technical book to do this, and it's a labor of intensity. It's a lot of work.
How do you feel about doing that? Again, from the aspect of your career, your ongoing career.
If I were to do this under my name, I would write the book in a completely honest and objective fashion, which is the way I'm writing it. I'm not going to make speculation. I'm not going to do anything dramatic. I'm certainly not going to appealed to the nuttiness of a lot of people that are involved in the field. You don't believe me. That is probably the greatest and the most serious threat, I think, to the entire area of making any effort to study the entire UFO business, is that it attracts a lot of crackpots. And a lot of people are determined to become publicly known and to develop notoriety, and they do indeed accomplish that goal, and they do it at the expense of everybody who tries to do serious research.
Yes, you're right. It's a very serious problem.
So it's an incredibly serious problem, and if I go ahead and finish writing this, which I'm really planning on doing, it will be a book of hopefully of credibility, honesty, and objectivity. I will present data that is irrefutable. You cannot deny certain things that I will publish. I will have the proof of what I publish, and welcome anybody to see it. So I don't think I can be criticized for being honest and telling the truth.
Indeed.
I think I can be criticized for jumping to conclusions. I'm not going to do that.
Well, what kind of a response? You know what you're writing. What kind of a response would you expect from the scientific world from your publication? Do you expect it to generate more research and consultation? Do you think it'll bring a flood of that, or do you think they will simply absorb it and move on, or what kind of reaction do you think you'll get?
I really don't know. I would hope the former. I would hope that it would inspire other investigators to be involved and to help. That would be my dream.
Would you like consultation with other people who have perhaps also quietly for years done the same sort of thing? Because one could guess there are quite a number of people like that, since there have been so many incidents. Perhaps not people that have followed it and become involved as you have, but people who have done singular or even multiple examinations and have simply kept their mouths shut.
I would welcome it. It would be great.
Have you, other than this program that you're now done any public work like this? Have you appeared on radio or television otherwise?
Yeah.
And such rare incidents, do you find people do come to you after these sorts of appearances?
Not really. I haven't yet. And I would like to have some credible people approach me and be willing to help, because that would be I think it would be very good scientifically, and I certainly think that scientific endeavor by more than one investigator would give a lot more credence to all of the work.
Without asking you for specifics, because when I ask my question, it'll be obvious why you would not give them, but is there anything that you have encountered that you would be hesitant to or would not even talk about here?
Yes.
I had a feeling there might be. Is this something that would be contained in the book, or something that you will hold on to?
We'll hold on to it.
Well, all right, I guess I'll just have to let you hold on to it. Probably should have asked the question. Now I'm dying of curiosity.
Well, why don't you call me in my private line and we can talk about it?
All right. Do you continue to consult closely with Linda Howe? All right. What I would like to do, Doctor, if I can, is open some telephone lines and perhaps try a few questions from the audience. Would you be up for that?
Sure.
All right. Let's do that then. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, our number is 383-8255-8255. Toll free outside the state, it's 1-800-338-8255. The wild card direct dial lines are area code 702-385-7955 7214-7214. And finally, if you have never called the program at all, you are, of course, welcome at area code 702-385-7213. My guest is Dr. Altshuler, and he's in Colorado, and if you would like to ask a question, we are at your disposal. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler.
Yes, I'm particularly interested in whether there's a signature to the cooking of the blood, the burn marks, the cutting tools that might have been used in all of the earthly technology. Whatever tools are used, I would assume would have some kind of signature. Could you comment on that, please?
All right.
Whether there have been any studies along that line that you may have done.
All right, thank you. Any type of signature, Doctor?
Not really. I think when you're referring to signature, you're referring to some identification of the procedure. There certainly are signatures in that sense by human technology, for example, doing what we refer to as loop procedures that are relatively new in the last 5 years or so for removal of tissue in gynecologic practice. Mm-hmm. It's pretty typical what you see. Again, you get application of heat and very typical kind of findings. Some of these are precisely the kind of findings that you find in the animals that have been dissected. Laser that is used in human surgery a great deal today, in fact, very, very commonly, has a signature of its own in terms of changes that are identified microscopically, and these are not found in the animal. These changes are very different because it's a different kind of heat, and it's over a shorter period of time apparently, and at a significantly higher temperature very likely.
Also, I wanted to follow up. You mentioned that you took photographs of the original 1967 incident that got you involved in all this, and then did not have them developed, but alluded to the fact that years later you may have retrieved them. Is that the case?
That's correct.
So you have those photographs now?
I do. Yes, I do have them.
Would they be something you'd publish with your book?
Very likely, yes.
All right, very good. Good evening on the first-time caller line. You're on the air with the... Sorry about that, Doctor. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler.
Hi.
Hello there. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Reno.
Reno, okay.
Right. My question has to do, he mentioned that the predators left the animals alone that had been mutilated. My question has to do with what about insects? Do they come in and cover the animals?
That's a good question, actually. Yes, Doctor, thank you. Yes, what about that?
Answer is both situations. No bag, no mask.
And I just don't
Well, don't we have comment on any specific investigatory with the airline test and people set a prospectus, and even after looking at a prospectus, this thing is explained to
That is that the majority of the veterinary medical publications regarding predators attack involve predation by insects, not by large animals. There's an incredible possibility of large animal predators and this was a great surprise.
By the way, Doctor, do you have a working title for your book?
Well, I've been playing a lot of them. I've had a real plan with this title. The reason I say about it is because I'm debating whether to really talk about mutilations or simple animal death. I'm not really sure. I haven't come up with a title yet.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler.
Yeah, good evening.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Henderson, and my question has to do with the helicopters that apparently monitor the sightings or the mutilations. It is my understanding that they may be controlled by the Navy as opposed to the United States Air Force. Do you have any comment or any insight into that, please?
All right, thank you.
I've heard the same thing.
Oh, you have?
Yes. But I really don't know. I'll tell you, I think really that Linda Howe probably would know more about this and be able to comment on it with greater expertise and knowledge than I. I know several people that have particularly cited these helicopters, and there's one individual in the Alamosa area, actually, who's been very involved and who I've been in touch with a great deal, who has seen a lot of them. He has mentioned to me that they're primarily Navy. And I think they may well be. I don't know. They may be military. I don't know who they are.
There never has been any contact with anybody in these helicopters or known landing of one in the area of one of these mutilations, has there, Doctor?
Not contact, but I do know ranchers that have shot. In fact, I've met ranchers that have shot at the helicopter and have heard their bullets hit the helicopters. So they know they've hit them, but they've never crashed. And
gee, that's quite an action to take. I mean, one would presume, even without a tail number, that it's a terrestrial origin of the craft, and pull out your gun and start firing it at the thing is quite incredible.
Well, you know, the ranchers are very upset about this. Back in the early 70s, when there were quite a few of the mutilations taking place in Los Animas County down in Colorado, the ranchers would shoot at any airplane that flew by. They'd shoot at them.
Oh, boy. Well, that brings on another question, Doctor, before I let it slide. That is the frequency of these incidences with regard to geographic location. Now, obviously, there's more farming in the Midwest and West, and cattle ranching and so forth. But is there any one particular area more frequently plagued with this sort of thing than another?
You mentioned earlier there seems to be a cyclical phenomena regarding the event.
Mm-hmm.
There also happens to be a geographic frequency that occurs at different times. For example, Colorado was very heavily hit 20 years ago. Idaho, state of Washington, state of Oregon, Texas, Florida, Oklahoma, these areas come to mind quickly. Virtually, almost every state in the Union has been involved. And it's not just only in this country.
Well, that was going to be next.
They've been widespread. They've been pandemic. I have had a number of specimens that have been sent to me from British Columbia and from Alberta in Canada. They have been reported all over the world, all over Europe, Asia. It's a pandemic of phenomenon. It is just limited to Colorado, I assure you.
All right, very good. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler. Where are you calling from, please?
Yucaipa, California, by San Bernardino.
Yucaipa. All right, turn your radio off.
All right.
All right.
It's off?
All right, good. Go ahead.
Yes, my question to the doctor is, under hypnosis, did he discover that any persons or agencies who may have influenced his decision to remain silent? Two, have you been ever contacted by the MIB? Thank you.
All right, thank you. The first question I like. Was there anything in the hypnosis sessions, Doctor, that you went through that would indicate any outside influence?
Not really. Well, I will just tell you very briefly that I've had really 3 episodes that have been fairly widely set apart in terms of time over the last 4 years. And I needn't really tell you who the hypnotherapists were, but I know that you recognize the names if I were to say them. Nonetheless, I will tell you that the experiences for me were not pleasant. They were, I would say, to put it mildly, traumatic enough for me that I swear I'd never do it again. I don't really recall, in fact, I recall everything that happened during the sessions, but not any outside influence. We'll answer the second question by not answering, if you don't mind.
That's quite all right. We'll leave them intrigued. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Altshuler.
Yeah, as a avid outdoorsman, I go hunting in southern Nevada quite often, the central part. Is it only the cattle that seem to be mutilated, or could it be deer also?
Okay, well, we have, in effect, answered that, but listen on the air. Doctor, again, it's been quite a range of animals, though more frequently cattle and horses. Is that about right?
Correct. But deer have clearly been involved.
Deer have clearly been involved. All right, fine. Let's keep moving. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Altshuler in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please? Nowhere at all. Line 3, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler. Good evening.
Good evening. Is there any strange smell or odor connected to these?
I guess that's a reasonable question.
I think it is.
How about that, Doctor?
No, not really. As a matter of fact, the peculiarity is really the lack of odor.
A lack of odor.
Right.
And usually you're finding these animals after some time after the incident. How would you medically account for that?
I really cannot, because the animals that the case that I did examine that was pretty obviously predator had a significant odor to it. I can assure you.
So there was a normal deterioration. Well, for there not to be an odor, and I'm not a doctor, you would have to presume that a normal deterioration after death was not occurring.
Well, that may be a valid conclusion. I think that I have not examined enough animals at the site to really tell you from my own experience, but this is what I've heard, and I can only repeat that, but that's not first-hand evidence for me.
Uh-huh. All right. Good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Altshuler in Las Vegas. Where are you calling from, please?
San Diego.
San Diego. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering if any of these mutilations have happened to any sea animals.
Oh, that's a wonderful question. Thank you. Doctor, what about that? Sea animals?
I've asked the same question, and I have been told by Linda Howe that there have been such reports. I don't know of them, and they haven't been brought to my attention, but I understand there have been.
Fascinating. So there's really, though there are certain concentrations, there's no specific area of concentration. In other words, in the sea, on land?
Not really. And I really would have to defer to Linda's expertise, because she knows, she has kept a little bit more of an inventory record of these unusual mutilations than I have. But as I recall talking to her some time ago, that there was an incident or several of them of sea animals, but I just can't give you any particulars. I don't really know.
All right. Line 1, you're on the air with Dr. Altshuler. Good evening.
Yes, I'd like to ask the doctor, first of all, how does he spell his name?
All right. I can help you out there, or he can help you out. Do you have a question that goes beyond that?
Yes, I do. But I'm wondering, when he mentions the lack of odor on these animals, and also the fact that a great deal of the blood is missing, I'm assuming he's saying it's missing when they take these the parts. But what I'd like to know is, has anyone ever gone ahead and cut one of the animals up and taken pieces of the carcasses and taken them quite a distance away from where they were found and left them where they could readily be eaten by predators, just to see if they would be eaten by predators?
All right. We'll ask that and spell his name for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me give it, if I'm wrong, doctor, correct me. It's John H., middle initial H, last name A-L-T as in Tom, S-H-U-L-E-R. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, doctor. Now, with regard to her question,
yes.
It is so odd that predators have not approached the carcass. Have you tried anything of that sort?
Well, I haven't personally tried it, but I will tell you that the following tale. I don't know of anybody that has taken the animals after they've been found dead and move them to another area that is known to be loaded with predators to see if they come near the animal. I don't know anybody that's ever done that. And that really is not a bad idea. I think that's certainly a thing that should be done. However, I know of one of the more recent mutilations that took place in Colorado in the Alamos area with cattle. It was in a ranch where this particular rancher has now lost seven cows, which has been an expensive and devastating event for him. And the last one, there were coyotes that came within, I don't know what the range, I can't give you the exact feet, but very close to the carcass. Maybe 20 or 30 people would not go to the carcass itself. And they had seen the coyotes, and they'd seen them come up and then stop, and not any closer. Why? I don't know. But that's been an observation by Chris who told me about it, and I think he's really honest. I think he knows the ranchers really quite well.
Well, that's really bizarre and deserves more investigation. No question about that. Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Al Schuler.
Yes, hi. I'll tell you, I think that the government is doing it, and the reason I say that is because I know that they have UFOs because I was stationed at Dugway Proving Ground, and there's a mountain there called D Mountain, and I used to see the UFOs go down behind D Mountain, and one night a friend of mine and I were out at about midnight on a motorcycle, and we went up to the top of D Mountain and looked down into the valley where the UFO had just gone into, and there was nothing there. So that tells me that somewhere down there in that valley opened up and swallowed that UFO, and that was right on a military base. So you can't tell me that the military does not have UFOs.
I wouldn't tell you that, man.
I know you wouldn't.
Where are you calling?
You would.
Where are you calling from?
California.
California. All right. Well, do you have any questions for the doctor?
No, I don't really. I've heard about these mutilations for years, but has anything like that been done to humans?
All right. Thank you. Well, in a sense, I guess the answer would be yes. We've already commented on some of the scoop marks that have been observed on people who have claimed to be abducted. Is there anything beyond scoop marks that is to be observed, Doctor, about human abductions?
Yes, there are. I'd like to just have one quick editorial comment on the lady's comment. I think one of the questions that has come to her mind is, if mutilations have occurred to humans, have they resulted in human death? Because that's more frequently what one would think of.
Well, have we found any in the middle of fields, Doctor?
Oh, not to my knowledge, but I understand. And again, I'm quoting Linda, and I wish that she would be able to be on the program along with me, because it would be very valuable to have her input and hear her expertise. And I think she knows of some cases where human mutilation, or human death, I would rather say, have taken place under bizarre, unusual, similar circumstances. Now, in terms of your comment of have there been any other things that have occurred to humans that are really not explained, it really comes in the area of three things. One is the scoop mark. And I'm not talking about the psychological effect of abduction and so on, that this has been eloquently explained by a number of other people, investigators that have done a lot of work in the abduction area. The second one is the area in which people have had, quote, implants. And there have been a number of, I would like to say, claims of implants. And I saw a presentation by a noted author in the area of UFO work who claims himself to have had an implant. And when he showed this CAT scan on the screen, I couldn't see it. It could have easily been a part of a bone that was a little bit thickened. Sure. I wasn't convinced that he had an implant at all, but he claimed, swore up and down he did. There have been a lot of people that have claimed that have had implants, that have had nosebleeds following the event of implantation of an implant. Who knows what for? Nobody really knows.
Doctor, we are utterly out of time.
Okay.
You have been a pleasure to interview. And I would hope that perhaps at some future date I might do it again, perhaps with Linda Howe.
That would be very nice.
I'd look forward to that. Doctor, thank you.
All right, well, thank you, and have a good evening.
You too, sir. That's a Dr. Altschuler, I guess it is, and from Colorado. And I want to repeat this announcement now. All good things must come to an end. And so it is, sadly, with Area 2000. The Bigelow Foundation has announced it will cease funding the program as of February 6th. Therefore, that will be the last Area 2000. The reason for the series ending at this point is a concern that guests of the same caliber are increasingly difficult to find. If you'd like to express your feelings to the Foundation on this announcement, please call the Bigelow Foundation at area code 702-456-1606 or write the Bigelow Foundation at 4640 Southeastern Las Vegas, Nevada. We are thinking very hard about syndicating another program, not Area 2000. We would rename it. If you have interest in getting such a program on your radio station, please contact the CBC Radio Network. Their number is area code 503-664-8829. Repeating the number for the CBC Radio Network, we're thinking of syndicating it there. Area code 503-664-8829. I'm Art Bell. Thank you for being here, and good night.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. Welcome to Area 2000. This program introduces our listeners to the scientific approach to discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation during the work week, call Angela Thompson between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at area code 702-456-1606. That's Angela Thompson at area code 702-456-1606. And now, Area 2000.
Good evening. Welcome to another Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. And I want to remind our audience, following this Area 2000, there will only be two more. They will occur on January 30th and February 6th. And what's going to occur next is going to be, we're going to do another show, which we have now named Dreamland, and it will be a syndicated program, and you should contact your local affiliates about that. It'll be available toward the end of February. So good evening, everybody. Welcome to the program. So glad to have you here. We do have, fortunately, Linda Howe with us this weekend. Then we'll be speaking with Dr. Leo Sprinkle, who will speak on a couple of subjects, including UFOs, abduction research, and reincarnation, and he tells me he can mix them a little bit. So we'll get to that shortly. Right now, to Boulder, Colorado, the home of the National Bureau of Standards, WWV, which is also the temporary home of Linda Howe. So out to Linda. Linda Howe, good evening.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm glad to be back. It was a very rough week and a half. My mother has been very ill, but things have progressed, and I'm glad to be back on Area 2000. And while I have been gone the last week and a half, I have been trying to catch up on some very interesting news developments, and sort of at the top of my list is coming up Tuesday, January 25th, day after tomorrow. There will be a launch of a Titan 11G rocket
that will carry an unusual spacecraft called Clementine toward the moon. Clementine was designed and built by the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, also known as BMDO, which was formerly known as the Strategic Defense Initiative, or our Star Wars SDI program, which has now evolved and changed its name to the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. The Clementine mission is to map the entire surface of the moon and to study an asteroid called 1620 Geographos. I think that a very interesting footnote is that in the current astronomy magazine, they make the point that we have a clearer surface mapping of the planet Venus than we do of our own moon, which is only 240 million miles away. And it's also been a question in my mind, what stops our returning to the moon to do further exploration and mapping after the Apollo program ended in the 60s to the early 70s.
Is the mission defined beyond the mapping, Linda?
Well, the development of Clementine began in 1991 when NASA was suddenly reported to be concerned about the possibility of asteroids impacting our Earth with destructive force. NASA organized a study then called Space Guard to plot orbits of any possible Earth-crossing asteroids. And in fact, the then sitting vice president was put in charge of one of those programs to study the possibility that an asteroid might impact with our planet and cause a lot of destruction. Well, one such asteroid that has been identified as having an Earth-crossing orbit, not meaning that it is absolutely on target with the Earth, but that periodically it comes close to the Earth and is of some concern. This is 1620 Geographos. In August of 1994, 8 months from now, this asteroid will be the closest to Earth that it has been for a long time, about 4 million miles away. And at that time, the Clementine spacecraft is supposed to rendezvous and study the asteroid, which is especially interesting because it varies in brightness every 5 hours. It must be some angular piece of something that is tumbling and reflects the sunlight in different ways in a 5-hour period. Well, this past week, a source close to the NASA space program and the astronaut training program said, and this is a quote, "I can tell you right now there are structures on the moon and mining on the moon," unquote. There is no more elaboration or detail beyond that sentence. And I have heard allusions like this before, and it raises the question, is it possible that Clementine is part of the former SDI program, which we called Star Wars, because our government is trying to study another intelligence's activities on our moon? I don't know the answer for sure, but I know that I and others have had these provocative statements shared with us over the last decade about these structures and mining on the moon, and the question is, if there are structures and there is mining, who is there and what are they doing?
Well, yes.
Now, government knowledge about an alien presence interacting with our Earth might have begun as long ago as 1947 or even earlier, and the 1947 beginning of this is that alleged crash of some kind of disk or something silver north of Roswell, New Mexico. Last summer, United States Representative Steve Schiff of New Mexico, who is a Republican, had so many inquiries coming to his office in the form of telephone calls and mail that he contacted by letter Secretary of Defense Les Aspin and asked for more definitive information about these allegations of an extraterrestrial craft being found on the Brazo Ranch near Corona, New Mexico. When Representative Schiff did not receive an adequate response, he went to the General Accounting Office, which is the congressional investigative arm in our government, and he asked the GAO to put pressure on the Pentagon for answers. On January 12th of this year, this month, Representative Schiff was quoted in the Dallas newspaper as saying, it's the Dallas, Texas newspaper, as saying that both he and the GAO are frustrated by the Pentagon's, and this was the quote in the news story, stonewalling, the refusal since June of 1993 to provide any information about the alleged Roswell crash. Representative Schiff says that he does not know what crashed, but, and this is a quote from the news article, The issue is whether the government of the United States has been forthright with the American people, unquote, and if not, why not?
Linda, I don't know whether you knew it or not, but that made the front page of the Albuquerque newspaper.
No, I did not know. I'm getting this information from the Dallas News. I'm glad to hear it did make it. It should make the front page of the Albuquerque newspaper.
Well, it did, and I've got a copy, which I'd be happy to share with you.
Great. Well, now Representative Schiff says he wants to know why there appears now to be even stonewalling on his inquiries as a representative. He wants to know why there is a cover-up, and he says now the Government Accounting Office itself is curious about why the Pentagon is, quote-unquote, stonewalling and has not responded. I would say stay tuned for more developments on this story about congressional efforts to learn information not only about the 1947 Roswell crash, but other aspects that the military and other people have been trying to report over the last few decades about their own involvement with other kinds of alleged crash disks. This could be the beginning or the cracking, at least, of part of this story. And we'll see as we move along, maybe into dreamland, how this begins to unfold, not only with the United States Representatives' efforts, but also the Sergeant Clifford Stone that I had on Area 2000 3 weeks ago.
Well, it looks like exciting times are ahead. There's a lot going on.
Well, and residents in the San Luis Valley here in Colorado have been reporting strange moving lights above the Sangre de Cristo Mountains again, very similar to the reports in September 1967 when that Appaloosa mare named Lady was found dead and stripped of flesh from the neck up. On December 13th, some witnesses reported that a large round light went from a position in the sky down into the ground, which I had myself heard many reports from law enforcement as they tried to describe what they were encountering in the 70s in their efforts to investigate mutilations. And the next morning, on December 14th, which is now about a month and a week or so ago, near Eagle, Colorado, between Vail and Glenwood Springs on the ranch of Lloyd Gerard, 2 animals were found mutilated. One was a young 2-year-old female cow, dead, and the only thing that had been excised from the cow's body was what the rancher said was an 8-inch deep plug of tissue that had been removed from the brisket, something like a biopsy plug. There was no blood, there were no tracks, and that same day, another rancher in Costilla County, Colorado, 40 miles north of New Mexico, found a 1,700-pound bull dead with its testicles and rectum removed. No blood, no tracks, and up to a week after the discovery, predator tracks came up to within 8 to 10 feet of the body, but the bull has remained untouched. This animal was examined by a veterinarian who said he could not determine the cause of death. Dr. John Altshuler, the pathologist and hematologist in Denver, who was on Area 2000 last week, and who has worked with me since 1989 to examine the tissue from some of these animals, did receive 4 excision samples from the bull and confirmed that under a microscope they had been cut with high heat. In the month before December, there were 2 other mutilations in the Eagle, Colorado area, and in one of those cases, extremely unusual. This was investigated by the Eagle County Sheriff. 2 ranchers came to discuss this particular animal, and this was reported by the Eagle Valley Enterprise newspaper that a cow, a female cow, was found inside of a potato barn where the animal should not have been and had never been before. And when they examined it, one side of the jaw, the flesh was completely stripped, and the flesh was stripped halfway down the neck, similar to Lady in 1967. And in the removal of the tissue in the neck, they could clearly see that the esophagus and the trachea were also missing in that neck. And this has been reported in several animals now in my file since 1989, the removal of trachea and esophagus for whatever reason. So in this area of Costilla County up into the San Luis Valley, there have been many reports of amber lights, moving amber lights, all kinds of varying kinds of what we would call unidentified flying objects, and perhaps the most interesting report, and I will end on this mystery, because as of today it remains a mystery, but on January 12th, NORAD contacted the Rio Grande Sheriff's Office and said that from one of our infrared satellites, then moving over the southern Colorado area, however large that area is, that they had what was called a heat bloom, meaning a bloom of color on the infrared image, and said there was a significant explosion in the San Luis Valley. The Rio Grande Sheriff's Office and others went into the valley to investigate. As of this end of this week, Valley Courier newspaper had reported 3 stories on this, trying to find out what had happened. And as of today, there is no answer. What is it that NORAD picked up on infrared satellite over the San Luis Valley on January 12th that law enforcement have not been able to find an actual explosion? And 3 days later, on January 15th, 3 witnesses reported to the newspaper and to other investigators that there were 2 bright amber objects moving at night over the valley from Monte Vista south in generally the same area.
Linda, I wonder how we could follow up on that, how to get more information. That's fascinating.
Well, it is, and I will continue. In fact, I talked with a reporter tonight down in the San Luis Valley. He has sent me a package of photographs and other reports and newspaper articles, and it will be on my desk when I finally, if I can get back into Philadelphia because of all the ice and the snow. But I plan to be back there at the end of this week, and hopefully next Sunday I can even bring you more information about it.
All right. Well, hopefully you make it home very safely, and it's good. I'm sure glad you made it this week, Linda, and I wish the best, and I know everybody does for your family.
Well, thank you very much, and life must go on, and I'm glad we're back, and my mom is at least better.
Linda, thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Take care.
Bye.
That's Linda Howe from Boulder, Colorado this evening, and then hopefully next week back home in Philadelphia. And it is my understanding she will continue with us, by the way, in the new program coming up called Dreamland. All right, now, I think you'll find this a fascinating segment this evening. Dr. Leo Sprinkle is a Ph.D., Professor Emeritus Counseling Services at the University of Wyoming. He has many professional qualifications and has worked in all kinds of areas of psychology. He has worked in areas touching on ESP, hypnosis, reincarnation, UFO research. He has participated in many regional and national television programs, including ABC Television, that's incredible, NBC's Tom Snyder Tomorrow Show. He's been invited to speak at several international conferences. He and his family have developed and marketed a booklet and videotape on self-hypnosis procedures entitled Transforming, 2 words, Yourself. From Laramie, Wyoming, here is Dr. Leo Sprinkle. Dr. Sprinkle, good evening.
Good evening, Art.
Welcome to Area 2000.
Thank you.
Is that indeed where you are, in Laramie?
In Laramie, Wyoming, right.
It is beautiful country.
It is a little cool this time of the year, but very nice day today.
Doctor, I'm not sure exactly where to start with you. I would think perhaps in the reincarnation area, if you wouldn't mind.
All right.
What research have you done with respect to reincarnation, and what have you come to accept as a result of whatever you've learned?
Well, I started somewhat informally in the 60s because of some clients came in with concerns about why was a young man afraid of dogs, why was a young woman afraid of drowning, and so forth. And when I gave them hypnotic suggestions to go back to the earliest time when they were experiencing these concerns, they slipped into what seemed to be a past life. I didn't accept it in those days. I thought it was nonsense. But I listened to them, and I tried to work with them, and I found out that they got better, and so I said, well, even if it's nonsense, it's pragmatically helpful to the people. And so I kept trying to read and learn more that I could, and including Stevenson's 1966 book, Cases Possibly Suggestive Reincarnation, and I became interested, began to explore my own impressions of possible past life, but I was still skeptical about subjective views.
Doctor, if I can stop you for just a second. You said you regressed patients, and then you've noted they went in, or seemed to go into prior lives. What led you to that conclusion, and how did that occur if you were not setting out in a hypnotic session to do that?
Well, for example, a young man asked me if I could help him figure out why he was afraid of dogs, and so I said, well, sure, we can provide you with hypnotic suggestions to go back to age 10 or 8, 6, 4, find out if you were bitten by a dog or barked by a dog or some kind of traumatic event, and we can explore it, help you to ease the fear or the anguish about the experience, and then release yourself from this fear, which is standard practice for people with phobic reactions.
Sure.
And when I gave the suggestion to go back to various events earlier, nothing was found, and so I became somewhat impatient, and I gave him the suggestion, go back to the earliest time having to do with your fear of dogs, and he went back to what seemed to be an experience as a medieval woodsman in Europe who was being chased by wolves, pulled down and eaten alive. And he was groaning and moaning. He was obviously in great discomfort, and I suggested he come back to the normal state. He said, no, leave me alone. And he worked it through, and afterwards said, thank you very much, shook my hands, walked out of the office saying he now understood why he was afraid of dogs.
How were you able to place him in another life? And I can imagine at that moment, when you realized what it was, however it was you realized it, it must have been sort of chilling.
Yes, because I didn't accept the notion of reincarnation, and yet I accepted the notion that he was very emotionally upset and that he was responding to my suggestions, responding to questions. So I just kept it as an uncertain but helpful outcome to him. And then somewhat later, a young woman came in and asking me to help her figure out why she was afraid of drowning. And I gave her the same spiel. We'll go back to earlier times. And so I gave her suggestions to review experiences of age 10 and 8, 6, 4, 2, nothing that we could come up with, thinking that maybe she was an infant dropped by her mother in a bassinet or something. I once more gave the suggestion, go back to the earliest time having to do with your fear of drowning, and she started to groan and moan, almost falling out of her chair. She pictured herself as a man, a pirate, who was so obnoxious that his fellows keel-hauled him, pulling him behind the ship on a rope, almost drowning over and over and over.
Can I ask a couple of questions? When she slipped into that, or the first patient you had, were there any notable changes in their manner of speech, or exactly how did you say to yourself, good Lord, we're not in this life, we're in some other life? What did that for you?
Well, yes, it's not only their mannerisms and their bodily behavior, but also their talk. Not so much different in the sense that it was a theatrical drama, although I thought to myself, maybe they're conning me, maybe they are an actor or actress. But in the 60s, that just wasn't a likely thing to happen. And so I found out later, as I read other reports from other psychologists and psychiatrists, that this is what many people had found, that as they gave these kinds of suggestions, that people spontaneously slipped into what they felt was a past life experience. So I began to correspond with Dr. Helen Wambach, a psychologist out in California. Went out there during an American Psychological Association meeting and talked with her about her data from workshops. And so in 1978, joined a couple of dozen people who were learning how to present these workshops. And over the last 15 years, my wife and I put on 155 workshops or so to about 2,000 people. And so along with individual hypnosis sessions, I've also had the benefit of reading the reports from people who participate in the workshops. And even though there's a doubt and uncertainty about the images, it's quite apparent to me that most people are able to recall what seems to be past life experiences, and to recognize that that these impressions are so significant to them that they, whether they believe or do not believe in reincarnation, they recognize that their inner world is much more complex than they previously believed.
How many people, without the aid of hypnosis, Dr. Sprinkle,
do you suppose, become consciously aware of aspects of a prior life? I say again, conscious.
People report these poets and authors, Mark Twain, many, many others. A book by Head and Cranston called Reincarnation and World Thought provides a series of reports by people who, during reverie or daydreaming or dreams or meditation, whatever, recall what they feel are impressions of other lives, so that it may or may not occur on the basis of hypnosis alone. One expert, Dr. Stevenson, professor of psychiatry at University of Virginia, he's skeptical of use of hypnosis for adults. However, he does think that children spontaneously recall other lifetimes, and he's written several books on his studies of children throughout the world.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it, since it would be a fresher memory, if you could say that.
Especially between 2 and 5, 6, those years where children are less constricted in terms of what they distinguish between something that's happening inside or outside. So they seem to be much more willing to talk about those experiences. A nice little book by Peterson called Secret Life of Kids describes the paranormal psychic experiences of youngsters and how parents and teachers can help them deal with these experiences.
All right, Doctor, hold for just 1 second while we ID the station here. You're listening to Dr. Leo Sprinkle. This, of course, is Area 2000, 8:30 Pacific Time.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening. Welcome back. This, of course, is Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. My guest is Dr. Leo Sprinkle. And right now the subject is reincarnation. Dr. Sprinkle, with all the research you've done and all the studying you've done on this subject, how sure are you personally that reincarnation is a fact?
I always give myself a little skeptical view about it. If I'm on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say 9.
A 9.
Because I recognize the possibility that I may be wrong, that the process may be somewhat different than I envision it to be. But in terms of philosophy, in terms of impact upon a person's life, I'm very impressed with what happens when a person takes the philosophy of reincarnationism, because it seems as if it provides a person with a view of being a little more kind, a little more gentle towards others, because whatever we send out, if we send out hate and violence, we're likely to get it back. If we send out love and compassion, we're likely to get that back. So whether it's true or not, I like the philosophy of reincarnation.
Well, it is a nice one. When you say we get it back, do you mean in this lifetime or ultimately?
Necessarily. It seems like it's a long-range justice.
Yes.
I used to puzzle about that when I was a kid. You know, if God is good and God is love, then how can terrible things happen? Well, now I can see experiences in terms of people's lives that would suggest over a period of several lifetimes that whatever we send out, we get back. Or as the biblical phrase, as we sow, shall we reap.
I don't want to get off on this, but I am curious how you reconcile this with Christianity's view of of what happens to the soul. Do you find? Let me just ask: is there some way to reconcile the two?
Oh yes, a book by McGregor is a good one. Reincarnation in Christianity. Apparently, the early Christians, like the Jews, accepted reincarnation, but then the later Christians, in time of Rome, 523 A.D., it seemed as if the changing views about the resurrection versus reincarnation seemed to occur when the priests sought to have more power. And so those Christians who accepted reincarnation, those who did not, were at odds. And so one group of Christians killed out the other group of Christians. Good, compassionate attitudes.
I guess in one sense, one could imagine that the behavior in this lifetime, to connect it with something you said earlier, could in effect produce a heaven or a hell in the next lifetime, or
some succeeding lifetime?
Or in this lifetime. You know, Jesus was quoted as saying to the woman at the well, the kingdom of heaven is within. It may well be that we create within ourselves each lifetime what our concepts are about heaven and hell.
Yes. All right. I want to hopscotch around a little bit. I see here you've done some research on ESP.
Yes, back in the 60s when I was at the University of North Dakota, I assisted a doctoral student with his, or a master's student. He later went on for doctorate with his study, and done a few studies, various kinds, laboratory studies, but the primary interest has been in the application of these experiences to people's lives.
I have had one very strong experience with ESP, Doctor. It's only occurred once in my life, but it was unmistakable. And what I've always found curious is whether or not a person with this ability can nurture it, whether there are ways to improve one's ESP. Has there been any work done along those lines?
Dr. Charlie Tart, Charles Honorton, many others have conducted studies showing that, like most human abilities, sustained and disciplined approaches can be very helpful to people who are seeking to increase their ability, whether it's in regard to psychokinetic effects or telepathy or clairvoyance, precognition. It seems as if reinforcement of behaviors, just like any other learning skill, seems to improve the ability.
Well, my little experience came on me, and I had no control over it, and I couldn't stop it. When it went away, and I've never been able to get it back. So I had no idea what I did to produce it. I was in a perfectly reasonable, awake, conscious daytime state when it occurred, and afterwards I was kind of shaken, but otherwise normal. And so, what kind of state does one get in to encourage such happening?
Now, for most people, it's spontaneous, and they're not sure exactly what happened. You know, like a near-death experience, out-of-body experience, or an accident, illness. But for some people, through meditation and self-hypnosis, are able to get into what some people, athletes will call it the zone. Other people will call it altered states, where they feel as if time is standing still, that they are very much aware of what is going on inside them. They may or may not be aware of what's going on outside them. But many people believe that by fostering that internal meditative state, that they're able to increase the opportunities for psychic experiences. But other people say it doesn't seem to be something that they can produce consciously. They can produce the state, but then the effect may or may not occur.
Yes. Fascinating. If only we knew what tripped it.
Yes, indeed. Well, there seems to be a lot of studies going on, and of course, even though we're not privy to it, the rumors are that many military agencies are also interested in mind-altering conditions.
Is there any documentation that you're aware of people who are able to affect any sort of material object or actually do something, the old mind over matter business?
Yeah, there's some studies. Some parapsychologists claim that the PK, the psychokinetic effect, is not as strong in the mediums today as it used to be in Hume and some of the others who were able to produce ectoplasm or levitation or other things that were noted by many people around them. I've watched a woman who was working with Charles Honorton when he was still alive, and she was able mentally to move an object along a platform, along like a desk or a piece of wood.
Yes.
It took a lot of energy, and she got tired of it's just like an athlete, I have to practice several hours a day, and so some of the former Soviet people have been able to produce effects of moving objects, but the movies, where people are able to move cars and things like that doesn't seem to be within the realm of feasibility. But
Doctor, would this suggest to you that in human evolution we're beginning to, in effect, forget this ability, evolve away from it, or do you think we are evolving toward it?
There are some people who argue both ways. My own feeling is that it depends on what's encouraged. Many primitive societies keep track of one another through mental communication, and Ingo Swann's new book on the Nostradamus factor describes his growing up in a little town in Colorado, Telluride, where people would gather and say, "Oh, there's going to be an avalanche this afternoon. Yeah, I think it'll happen around 3 o'clock." And the society of the community, because it was of concern to them and the safety of the townspeople, would support their views and their actions, the subculture. So it seems to me that we have gotten away from that earlier notion with our interest in technical communication. Now I think, since technical communication is so well advanced, and people may be having a bit more leisure if economically we are able, I don't know whether that's going to happen or not, but if it does, it may provide more people with an opportunity not only to exercise the body, but also exercise the mind and the spirit, and it may well be that we will increase our interest in paranormal communication.
So in other words, it still may be there, it's always there, it's just whether we choose to pursue it or not.
Right. Same way with healing. I think people naturally have the ability to heal, but whether we will foster healing through physical or biological or psychological or spiritual means depends on whether we will focus on that level.
How much of disease, human disease, and discomfort do you suppose is controllable psychologically?
It's a marvelous question. I think we have so much more potential. There's an article in the current issue of the Regression Therapy Journal of the Association of Past Life Research and Therapies, in which a 10-year study was conducted with hundreds of people, showing that regardless of whether people had cancer or dandruff or whatever the condition might be, that through individual therapy, through individual focus, that about 8 out of 10 people reported some improvement. Some people reported dramatic improvement. Even if a person didn't change his or her condition, there seemed to be an ability to tolerate the symptoms and to live a better life as a result of that. So I think that in the next few years, as more UFO information comes out, as more ESP information comes out hidden in government files, I think that a majority of people will be more concerned about the possibility that we have a greater human potential than we previously realized.
Well, I guess you heard Linda's report, and indeed she was absolutely right on the money. There is going to be a new investigation by the GAO about the Roswell incident.
Yes, Linda's so capable, and she's done so much good work over the years. It's impressive to see how she keeps tabs on what's currently happening.
Well, do you suppose something like this could break it all open, Doctor? Have you given any thought to that? That the government, kind of like they decided with the horrendous nuclear testing that we've now found out they've done, that they may decide at some point just to let this go?
I think that's a good possibility. Of course, I used to think it was going to happen in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Now I'm hoping it's going to happen in the 90s, that government officials will recognize that the pressures on them to keep information closed is not as great as pressures on them to open it up. And it may well be, the rumors are increasing that perhaps in the next few years there will be a willingness on the part of governments to open up and share information with the public. I hope so.
I know that you've done a lot of UFO research, and I would ask you this. Is it your belief that we are being or have been visited by aliens?
Yes. I started in UFO research in the 60s when I finished doctoral studies at the University of Missouri. I went to the University of North Dakota and, with the help of Richard Hall, conducted a study of 250 NICAP members, National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, trying to find out if they were more open-minded or closed-minded than a group of professors there. And then I, in the 63 and 64, started a long-range study of people who described UFO experiences, asking them to take personality inventories. I did a 4-year study of 84 people, 64 to 68, and when I started another long-range study, well, Dr. June Parnell did her dissertation study, and I was convinced not only in the 60s that people were normal describing these events, but also that the objects that they came in contact with and the ETs that they came in contact with definitely showed that either extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional entities were interacting with us. So I've had that belief for many, many years.
So whoever they are here.
I think so.
My question then would be, who are they to us?
It's a good question, and I don't know the answer. A lot of people claim they know, and maybe they're right. It seems to me that the studies of people like Richard Thompson, who's written a book on the Vedic traditions, the ancient Hindu traditions, and Dr. Reverend Downing, Bible and Flying Saucers, it seems to me that, and Sitchin's books on the gods and humans, the best thing that I can come up with, based upon these ancient studies of ancient times, is that they've been around with humans forever, so that we are involved. Heaven and earth are conjoined, but right now not formally. I'm hoping that someday heaven and earth will be conjoined formally.
Well, I guess I asked you that because of the mix of your research. In other words, as you look at reincarnation and you look at the fact of some sort of presence here, do you find them connected?
I think so. And now many people I talk with are not so sure. They may be frightened by their experience. For example, one young man, during hypnosis session, helping him to explore his memory of an encounter, he felt like he'd been taken aboard a craft, examined, and felt very apprehensive and groaning and moaning during the session. When he returned to the normal state, his eyes were wide open, and he was aghast. He said, "Leo, do you think this is war?" And I said, "No, I don't think so. I think it's worse." He said, "Worse?" I said, "Yes, I think it's education." I really believe that UFO phenomena are being presented to us as a puzzle, so that each individual feels initiated and society feels stimulated, because we don't know what it means. And so we have to kind of band together in our fear and our doubt. And so the hypothesis that I like is that the UFO activity is a mirror, and it reflects back to us what we're like. If we project onto them that they're warlike, it may be a projection of ourselves. If we project onto them that they are here to eat us or to harm us or to control us, it may well be that this is a view we have about anybody with power and with the knowledge. It may well be that as we learn more about ourselves, then we will gradually be able to learn more about them.
I wonder if you remember a very old movie called Forbidden Planet.
Oh, yes.
Where the horrible monster that tracked them down was actually, I believe, a creation of one man's mind. And that's what was called to mind when you just said what you said, as though we project to them what we think they are, and that is, in fact, what they become?
It could be temporarily for each person. So some people have a terrible, horrible, painful experience. Some people have a puzzling, confusing experience. Some people have a marvelous, beautiful experience. So it may well be that there are various races, various civilizations who are coming to survey, and that's the explanation that some people accept. Or it may be that they're like teachers. I like the educational model, being a professor, and I think that some people hate their teachers, and some love their teachers, and some are bored and apathetic to their teachers. It may well be that that could be an explanation for why we have different kinds of UFO encounters.
Do you lecture on these subjects at the university in Wyoming?
Well, I'm no longer associated with the university. I left in 1959. The pressure's on me to keep quiet were getting fairly strong. So when the pressures affected my relationships with my graduate students, then that was too much for me. So I left in '89, went into private practice as a counseling psychologist. When I was there, I would give talks to students and faculty.
Well, one of my questions was going to be how this affected and has affected even since your career.
Well, in general, it's been okay. There have been a few faculty members who were very supportive. There were a few who were very critical. Most of them didn't give a damn. They were busy doing their own thing and trying to keep their research going. So it just depended upon the particular persons as to their reaction. In some ways, it was difficult to publish papers and to get the kind of increase in rank that I sought. But then, of course, that can happen to anybody, regardless of what kind of topics they're dealing with. But the marvelous thing has been that I've had an opportunity to meet with interesting professional people, and I've met with thousands of marvelous people whose courage and willingness to share information has really made them heroes in my eyes. I've received so much information and sharing from many women and many men all over the country and from foreign countries as well.
Given an opportunity to start all over again, would you pursue the same path?
Well, yes. I had a UFO sighting when I was a college student in 1949 at the University of Colorado, and my buddy and I, we didn't know what we were seeing. We tried to think of it as an airplane or a helicopter, and it shattered my notion of Western science. To see a flying saucer in daylight I hadn't been looking at people who claimed to see UFOs.
Yes.
And so then in 1956, when my wife and I had a sighting, for several years there, I'd kept quiet because I was shy, I was worried, I didn't want to talk about it. Finally, after the second sighting, I knew I had to conduct research, and I knew it was going to be lonely. So I made a conscious, deliberate choice to...
Can you give us some description of what you actually saw the first time? How much did you see? You said it was a daylight sighting. They're very interesting.
No, my buddy and I, Joe Wagner, were coming out of, I was a sophomore at the University of Colorado. I think it was autumn of 49. And we had gone to a meeting on general semantics, how people see the universe and reality. And we were coming out, and we were playing a little game, saying, what do you see over there? Well, I call it a tree. How do you describe it? Well, I say it has a trunk and limbs and leaves. And then we said, what do you see over there? What do we see? We looked toward the western sky, and moving from the south to north over the Arts and Science building, Helms Hall, was what seemed to be elliptical-shaped object. It appeared to be metallic. I wasn't certain if it was reflecting the light of the setting sun or whether there was some kind of internal locus of light, but there seemed to be a little blip of light on the edge of the object. About every second, blip, blip, blip. I tried to turn it into an airplane or a helicopter or a balloon, but it just wouldn't go. There was no sound that we could hear. Later, as we talked about it, it seemed to be about the size of a fingernail at arm's length, but we didn't know how large it was. We didn't know how far away it was. If it were the size of an airplane, it would be going faster than jets did in 1949. They weren't going very fast in those days.
Right.
But if it were a larger size, it would be going very, very fast. If it were a smaller size, of course, it could be going very much slower. So we didn't know what it was that we saw, but we talked about it among ourselves, but I didn't want to talk about it to anybody else. In fact, I went into kind of a little depression and lost my scholarship, and I was just bamboozled by it because I couldn't explain it and because I didn't want to think that flying saucers were real. But then in 56, when my wife and I saw a glowing light or an object over Boulder after the sun had gone down, well, then it moved, and I stopped the car. We got out, and it hovered and moved. It was below the Flatirons, the Rocky Mountain foothills, and no sound, so I knew it was no airplane or no helicopter, and it couldn't be a star or a planet below the horizon. So after that second sighting, I knew that flying saucers were real. I'm slow, but I've had two sightings, and I started to read reports, Frank Edwards, Kehoe, and others, and
it really sounds as though it had a very profound effect on your life.
That's right, And I've gone even farther in a little paper where I think that it had a psychological analysis, that it as I think that people who have sightings are not only looking at something physical, but they're also having a psychic experience. I think that they are having some kinds of mental communication, and this can be a very powerful influence on their lives. If they choose to, they can allow it to send them for a tailspin, or if they wish, they can be on a grand adventure.
Huh. I don't know if it's always grand. I know that a lot of people, particularly professional people, when they begin biting into all of this, find it's pretty sour indeed, because they get a lot of criticism from their colleagues.
Yeah, I think that that's part of the plan. There's a guy named Deardorff, Dr. Jim Deardorff, Professor Emeritus of Atmospheric Sciences at Oregon State, and he argues that the ET strategy for Earth would be to puzzle people and to provide information without physical evidence, so that they have to grapple philosophical with their experiences.
And the motivation?
The motivation is twofold: to get the information out to the general public, so that the public becomes aware of the ET presence, and yet minimize the interest of the conventional scientist and the conventional official. That way, the dominant culture remains unaware of the ET presence, even though most people, average woman and man, is aware that ETs are here. Then later, after the panic is more personal and private rather than collective and communal, well, then more and more evidence gradually would be introduced that would become more interesting to the conventional scientist, the conventional official. So it's more like a grassroots phenomenon, so that we bug the governments, and finally the governments accept the reality, and then the governments can turn toward the ETs. If the ETs came in, according to this hypothesis, and landed at the White House lawn, we'd either regard them as angels or devils, and either kowtow to them or else shoot at them.
I think we'd shoot at them.
Yep, I think you're right.
I've done a lot of programs of this sort, Doctor, and enough of the people that will call when commenting on a subject like this will say exactly that they would regard them as angels or devils, more likely devils, and would fill them full of lead. So what about the greater consequences, social consequences of contact? Would there be, in your estimation, panic, acceptance? What effect would it have, for example, on our modern society?
There's a nice little book by Lindemann on this, and also some studies back in the 30s and 40s, which would suggest at that time that we would panic. And I think we have. I think we've panicked at a slow level. I think that the Cold War, after World War II, was our subconscious recognition that ETs are here. And so that way we could blame communists or fascists, we could blame KPG or CIA or the devil or whoever our favorite bad guy is for why things are going so badly. But I think underneath we recognize that World War II, the ET presence was already being felt. So that now I think the Cold War is over. Cold World, that's a nice slip. Yeah, we're still a cold world.
Well, I hope you're right about that. Events in Russia are a little unsettling, actually.
Maybe we're going to warm up a little bit more, but it seems to me that now we're in a position to say, hey, we've got satellites out there, we've got rockets going out there, we've reached the moon, we can travel beyond. Now we're growing up. Maybe we are ready for contact, and I think that contact is not likely to be formal right away. I think it's going to be consciousness, dreams, meditation for a little while longer before there's any kind of formal contact. In fact, maybe we'll never see them. Maybe we'll just go out in a couple of 100 years and meet them out there.
I'd rather thought, Doctor, that it might develop about the way Watergate did, that some newspaper would start in on it, or maybe as a result of the Albuquerque investigation, or whatever, something like that would slowly pull the information perhaps from a willing government that would let it out bit by bit by bit, so it wouldn't be one single shock, and the revelation would come over a sort of a period of time. Would that make sense?
That sounds like a good scenario, yes. I can also see the possibility that think tanks could be set up and the UN could be involved so that all nations would be in on the game plan.
Exactly. As we head toward the new one world, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, right.
Doctor, we are at the top of the hour, so I'm going to ask you to hold on.
All right.
And we'll do a little news and come right back.
Thank you.
Dr. Leo Sprinkle is my guest, all the way from Wyoming, and we'll get back to him in a moment. You're listening, of course, to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell. Reminding you, we will continue with another program when Area 2000 ends. It is going to be called Dreamland. We'll be back. His expertise wide-ranging in areas like ESP, hypnosis, reincarnation, UFO research, and he ties it all together. So back now to Wyoming and Dr. Sprinkle. Dr. Sprinkle.
Yes.
Good. You're still there.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Gee, there are so many areas that we can talk about. I want to touch briefly on hypnosis generally, if I can.
Okay.
There are so many views with regard to hypnosis. Some people in your field believe that patients, in fact, are given to flights of fancy in a hypnotic state. What's your view?
Yes, it just depends on what one means flights of fancy. If a person means that people are more likely to lie than usual, well, I think that the best aphorism about hypnosis is that during the trance state, a person can do better whatever it is that he or she is trying to do. If he or she is trying to relax, he or she can relax a little bit better. If the person's trying to lie, the person can lie a little bit better. If the person's trying to be more honest or more aware, whatever it is that a person is seeking to accomplish probably can be accomplished a little bit better with the hypnotic techniques, resistance to pain, et cetera, et cetera.
So then the veracity of the person otherwise is very important.
Yes. People don't change all that much from altered state to the way they are in everyday life, although some people are so surprised that they can resist pain or that they can relax better, so they regard it as a very unusual state. But once a person practices, it's like watching an athlete to walk along and say, well, that guy's just a normal guy, or she's just a normal woman. And yet then we see him or her play tennis or swim or whatever. They display skills that are not commonly displayed by most people. Well, then we're very impressed with that. Well, the same way a person who goes into the trance state, most people are able to produce more effects than they previously were able to do.
Is there anything dangerous about hypnosis?
Yes, the danger is that we might forget to tell ourselves that we're in the trance state, and if we've been telling ourselves, I shall feel no pain, and then I come out without letting myself know that I am trying to do the same thing that I was doing before, there could be some danger, but the danger is in the suggestion or not recognizing that we are still following the plan. The danger is not so great in terms of the state itself. It's a very natural state. Most people go into what is called hypnosis every day, but most people don't call it hypnosis. They may call it relaxation, concentration, prayer, meditation, goofing off. It depends upon what a person calls that state, where they relax the body. They might close the eyes or look off into a distance and then go inside. It's really an internal focus, and that's what is the reason that most people are surprised that they can accomplish this, and they think that they're going to be out. They think they're going to be asleep.
And it's not that way.
No, most people are much more aware, in fact, than their normal state. They can listen to a concert, or they can watch TV if they keep their eyes open, or listen to a lecture. They can be much more aware than they are in the common everyday state.
Huh. That's fascinating. When you hypnotize yourself, in other words, when there is a hypnotist, these are very basic questions. I'm sorry I don't know a lot about it. But a hypnotist brings a patient out of a trance. when you hypnotize yourself, who brings you out, or how do you get out?
Most people who are unskilled would just go into a little nap, and then they'd wake up in the normal state. If a person is a trained self-hypnotist or meditator, then he or she could offer the statement, I will relax deeply and go deeper and deeper. When I return to the normal state, I can be alert, feeling fine, feeling good. It's just kind of the same thing a person would do under the state of recognizing whatever the person is focusing on.
Can a good hypnotist take a patient into a much deeper state than that patient could achieve by themselves? Or?
Under normal circumstances, it's easier because there are two jobs. One is to give the suggestion, and the other is to follow it. And so with my clients, some of them say that they can go into the trance state quickly and easily, but if I'm helping them, then they can focus on whatever it is that they wish to work on, whether it's to ease pain or whether it's to go back in memory, to remember where they left. One woman wrote to me recently, wants to know if I can find a watch that she put away. Some people give themselves terrible suggestions, say, I'm going to put this where nobody will find it.
I do that all the time.
And, of course, that means that they won't find it either, and then later they forget about it. If they give themselves a suggestion, I'm going to put this where nobody else will find it, but I'll be able to remember where it is, then they've given themselves a suggestion, they'll be able to recall where they put it.
So even in that apparent conscious state, you can do that?
Oh, yes. People all the time will tell themselves lousy things or good things. They'll tell themselves, I'm so miserable that I deserve a bad grade, or I'm such a poor student, or I deserve to get sick. They may not be consciously trying to make themselves sick, but if they give themselves little suggestions like that continuously, they set themselves up for a miserable time. On the other hand, other people give themselves a suggestion, I'm going to keep working until I solve this problem, I'm going to become a good athlete, a good student. That's the difference between people who have the winning attitude and the losing attitude.
All right, doctor. So then, could somebody, for example, give themselves a suggestion that they would see a UFO or have an ESP experience or something else of that sort,
right,
and make it so?
Yes, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a person can give themselves a suggestion that I didn't see a UFO, I didn't have a paranormal experience, and when they're questioned, well, they'll say, no, I didn't see a UFO. I've talked with a family of 5 or 6 people, and everybody except the father said they saw a flying saucer, and the father said, no, nobody saw such a thing. So the suggestion can work positively, and it can work negatively as well.
Wow. That's really something.
I know one time when I was at a New York TV program, during the break, one science writer noticed that I was rather sympathetic toward Betty and Barney Hill, and he accosted me in the hall, very tall, imposing man, and he said, you're a psychologist. And whenever I hear that, I know I'm going to get another lesson. You're a psychologist, as you know that people see what they want to see. And I said, yes, I think you're right. People do see what they wish to see. And he smiled, and I said, but I also think that people don't see what they don't wish to see. And then he glared at me because he realized that I was saying the other side of the coin, and both sides seem to exist.
Huh. A lot of people, a lot of researchers now in these fields tell me that they have turned to abduction research as the most meaningful way to proceed with whatever turns out to be the next step, or they think it's going to be the most productive of the areas. And I wonder what you have looked into with regard to abductions.
Well, that's what I used to think, too, back in the 60s. I was involved, along with Dr. Jim Harder, with the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization. We were talking to people in the 60s and the 70s. And, of course, now Dr. Jim Harder is interested in the statements by various people who mentally contact what seem to be ETs about other civilizations. And I'm interested in what people say about science and reincarnation, so that it's kind of fascinating. Back in the 60s, there were some people who didn't like our work in regard to UFO contactees and experiencers, and now, now this is considered big stuff, and we were too far out in those days. Now we're too far out because we're listening to what people say about their communications. Giles Hamilton works with people who describe what seem to be communications with ETs. So maybe in a few more years, we'll continue to move from the interest in flying saucers to abductions. Maybe there's something beyond abductions. We'll see.
Do you think the day may come when people who claim to be in touch on perhaps even a regular basis mentally with extraterrestrials or visitors or whoever they are will not automatically be a candidate for the straitjacket?
I think that it's already that way. You know, back in the 40s and the 50s, those of us who claimed UFO sightings, especially if we claimed more than one, well, we were psychotic. And then people said, no, they're not psychotic. They're not really crazy in a real deep sense. They're just neurotic. Well, then it was changed to they're kooks. So people who claim UFO sightings, we misunderstand. We don't know what the moon and the stars. We don't understand physical laws and astronomical phenomena. And then it was changed to, these people had child abuse, and that's why they think they were abducted as a child. I had, when I was 50 years old in 1980, I went through hypnosis with another psychologist, went back to what seemed to be a childhood experience of being on board a craft. Well, then people say, it must be child abuse. Well, sure, I was spanked by my dad, so must be that's the reason I had those experiences. Then the most popular hypothesis now is fantasy-prone personality, and so that's the one that has been current for several years, although several studies have now shown that those of us who claim to have UFO sightings, not only are we normal in the sense of psychological inventory results, but also we don't seem to be any more fantasy-prone than others. So now the latest thing is false memory syndrome. That's the popular one now. We have memories that we think tell us we had contact with ETs, and these are false memories. And so now we can breathe a sigh of relief and keep on sleeping for a while.
FMS, huh? False memory.
That's right.
Where I was headed with the initial question was, perhaps the attitude today is a little bit different, but for an awful lot of years, I suspect people who claimed these things were committed to mental institutions, and I wonder how many people in mental institutions perhaps really do not belong there because they're having some sort of real experience or internal experience, which is real, we just don't understand, and are not, as we understand it, mentally ill.
It's a good question. Of course, you might have to ask a psychiatrist that kind of question. Dr. Berthold Eric Schwarz, he's a MD psychiatrist. He did a study some years ago when he was still in New Jersey. Now he's in Florida, finding that not very many people where he investigated were claiming to have had UFO experiences. That didn't seem to be the main reason why they were inwards. That was more of a rumor than actually. Now, there are some cases. I know some friends who have said that that they've worked with people who have been institutionalized because of their claims of UFO experiences.
Or perhaps, Doctor, what some people describe as hearing voices and what no doubt we diagnose as schizophrenia of some sort or another. What about that?
Yeah, well, once again, I'm not a clinical psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't work with people in institutions, but my reading would suggest that you're right, that there are some people who are inappropriately diagnosed and inappropriately institutionalized when their experiences might be better considered as paranormal, as spiritual emergence. I think the new DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is used by the American Psychiatric Association and by other mental health practitioners for helping diagnose people's situation. I think that the spiritual emergence is rumored to be part of the new manual, which will come out sometime in a few years. And if that's so, I'll be pleased, because there are many people, in my opinion, who have near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences or spiritual emerging experiences which frighten them and temporarily cause them to worry about their sanity, but actually they may be healthier as a result of the events that occur to them.
On the other hand, if you began to hear a voice or something began to talk to you, clearly you would question your own sanity, and I would imagine if unresolved, it could result in real mental harm to you.
Well, there are studies by psychologists which show that in an average college population, there's a goodly percentage of people who report hearing voices, so it's not that uncommon. It's just that is the perception in TV shows that hearing voices is what drove somebody to kill somebody,
yes.
Rather than hearing a voice say, "Why don't you become an NFL star?" You know, I don't know if you've seen the book Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
Oh, yes.
But the author says that he heard a voice and he wrote down the story and he sold it for $1 million. That's the American way.
It sure is.
So hearing a voice doesn't necessarily mean that one is crazy, and it doesn't necessarily mean the person is going to do something violent. A person might do something beneficial to others.
All right. A lot of people believe that these are not visitors from other places, but either visitors from other times, including our future, or other dimensions.
Yeah, I like the idea. Mark Davenport has a good book on the idea of time visitors. I think that ETs represent both extraterrestrial physical locations and ultra-dimensional time dimensions. I think that we're encountering both. And that may be one reason why it's so puzzling as to what their purposes and what their powers are, as well as their origins.
Well, you are by far not the first person to say that to me. That, as a matter of fact, I would say a majority of researchers now are beginning to feel that both may be the answer, dimensions and, in fact, time and space.
Yeah, and it may well be that some ETs have the ability to present themselves in such a way that we think of them as invisible. You know, we don't think this is so strange about being able to hide craft from radar observation. It may well be that some entities are able to hide themselves from our visual perception.
How much do you think the government knows?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I suspect, on the basis of rumors, that governments all over the planet have been interested. Timothy Good's book, Above Top Secrets, shows some copies of forms from various governments of Africa, Australia, Europe, America, and so forth that indicates not only are governments interested, but keep a big communication series going in regard to UFO reports. I don't know if they have the final answer, but I suspect they have a lot better photographs.
No, a lot more than we do. Well, one great theory, Doctor, was always that, look, our government is at best mostly inept, poor managers, a giant bureaucracy. There's no way this kind of secret could have been held for all this time. But I think the recent revelations about the injection of plutonium and so forth pretty well crashed that theory. To me, it's obvious they can indeed keep a secret if they want to.
That depends on which part of the government one is talking about. It may well be that the government is, it's not a monolithic structure according to political scientists, and there are lots of different factions and lots of different levels, and it could well be that a small group has kept most of the information, and then other groups have been fed various kinds of misinformation, disinformation, lies, innuendos, and so forth that just make it all muddled, and so we don't have any idea of what is actually known.
Are you pursuing any avenues with the government to try and dislodge some information? Have you filed any Freedom of Information Acts, that sort of thing?
I haven't done so myself. Early on in the 60s, I would write to government officials. I would write to Air Force about such and such a case, including cases that APRO had submitted, and just got back either nonsense or generalities. And so I began to realize that it was just wasted time. I do write to our senators in Wyoming and representatives about the Roswell case and encouraging them to look into it and so forth. So I try to be a good citizen, but I don't really feel that my expertise is the political angle. My expertise is helping people come to grips with their own experiences.
And how much of that sort of work do you still do? And how do you find people? Do they find you, or how does it happen?
It works both ways. We have a UFO conference in Laramie each year. This next June will be our 15th year. The 1991 August issue of the Atlantic Monthly Magazine featured an article by Dr. Jim Gordon, a psychiatrist, a professor at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And each year we have about 150 people who come together to talk about their experiences. We'll have experts describe their research, but our bread and butter is several hours in which we allow interested persons to stand up for 5 or 10 minutes and talk about their experience, their sightings or their encounters, and what influence it's had on them. And many people say that this is very therapeutic, that they no longer become afraid that somebody's going to claim that they're silly or crazy or whatever. They may not go public, but they become more able to talk to anybody about their experience if the other person is interested in listening.
One would think, because of social pressure, that anybody having an experience would think several times before reporting it. Now, I realize you have people that are very open with you, but if you look at the general population and you consider how many of them percentage-wise would relate a serious experience, whatever it would be, you would think that number might be fairly small.
Well, millions of people, according to estimates, have had these experiences. And, of course, we know that there are some things that people are willing to talk about. You know, it used to be bad when I was a kid for people to talk about their illnesses. As I got older, it became popular for people to talk about their illnesses, especially...
As a matter of fact, for many, it's a hobby.
Right. And so I've joked about the idea that formerly it used to be people say, "What? You mean you think you've had a UFO sighting?" And now in a few years it'll probably be, "What? You mean you haven't had a sighting?" It becomes socially acceptable.
Yes. Yes. And do you suppose, again, I come back to this, that is the master plan, that the realization will be sort of a very slow, continued evolution with one more piece of the puzzle put in place?
I think you're right. I think that it would be, there's a book coming out by Royal and Priest about preparing for contact, and their view is that along with going out and watching, like CSETI groups, the Center for Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence out of North Carolina, Dr. Stephen Greer, these groups of people will go out and attempt through lights and chanting and consciousness exercises to make contact. It may well be that both physical contact and mental contact will become more and more significant over the next few years, so that people will prepare both by meditation and by joining groups and encouraging governmental release of secret documents.
Would it be your view that it would be the mission of Dr. Carl Sagan to regulate the rate of realization?
It's a good possibility. I met him in 1966 at this NBC TV program, and at times he seems to be very skeptical, but at other times, like with Phil Klass and others, there seems to be the statement made that, well, if there were evidence, meaning if there were physical evidence, of course, social evidence, testimony doesn't count for those people who consider themselves to be, quote, scientists. But if there were evidence that we were being visited, wouldn't that be marvelous? Well, you see, it seems to me that if it gets to the point where physical evidence were introduced, then the people who had said, well, yes, as soon as there's physical evidence, then I'll start to show an interest, then they can get on the bandwagon.
Well, he's made some statements which really do seem to try to slow it all up, put a cog in the wheel, and almost regulate the speed with which people begin to realize certain things. So hold on for just 1 second, Doctor. We're going to ID here.
Thank you.
All right. You're listening to Area 2000 from Las Vegas on a Sunday night. I'm Art Bell.
From Jackie Jackie Gong's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN, Las Vegas.
Area 2000 underway. My guest, Dr. Leo Sprinkle. The subject, UFOs, reincarnation, ESP, other dimensions, pretty much touching on all of it. Dr. Sprinkle, still there?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, all right. I guess I would ask this. How far from, and you almost answered it earlier, but if you had to make your best guess, when will we know or realize or the collective knowledge add up to, oh, yes?
I would say that the turn of the century is a good time to speculate about that. I did a study a few years ago in 1986 with a group of people asking them some questions about future forecasting, whether Ronald Reagan would be reelected as president. Majority of people said yes. Whether there'd be a atomic war before the year 2000, majority of people said no. And then the left-brain people versus the right-brain people had a different response to the question about formal contact. The left-brain people evenly chose several targets, whereas the right-brain types selected the years or a target that would correspond to the years between 1995 and 2000 for possible formal contact with ETs. And I just my own personal feeling is that 97 sounds like a good time to me. Now, some people think that there's going to be an announcement this year, but then I've heard that, in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. So I really don't know, but it seems to me that we're getting closer and closer to the number of people in the general public who accept the idea of ET presence. The government officials and conventional scientists don't accept that, but I think within the next few years, some rumors suggest that just like the Clinton administration has been forthcoming in terms of information about radiation tests,
yes,
it makes one wonder if the push is now to release government secrecy on all matters, not just UFOs or radiation, but all kinds of secrecy that we thought was so important during the Cold War and World War II. Maybe now we're big enough to, as a society, that we can handle how the JFK and the other murders were committed, whether there was conspiracy and so forth. Maybe we're growing up enough that we can allow ourselves to take whatever medicine we need to take.
Well, while it would be true that I think in America, because of programs like this in movies and the media and all of it, we're probably closer to being able to accept it without great panic. There would be an awful lot of the rest of the world that would not be so ready, wouldn't you think?
Well, I used to think that way until I was over in Germany in world at the Korean War and talking to people in the street, and I've gone to Brazil, Canada, and so forth. I'm inclined to think that here in the U.S., we're more afraid of ETs than down in Brazil, for example, or Africa, others. There's a story that goes around in different forms, whether it's in Mexico or in Korea, about the farmer who says, oh, yeah, one day we rule by the Koreans, another time we're ruled by the Japanese, Or in Mexico, it's the U.S. and the Mexicans back and forth across the border.
Right.
Most people who are concerned about day-to-day matters, I don't think that they're as frightened by who's in charge. I think that the U.S., we like to think of ourselves as number one in technology, number one in intelligence and culture, and I suspect that most primitive people already recognize the coming and goings of the gods.
Of the gods?
Oh, yes. And the gods have been around for thousands and thousands of years, and so if ETs come down in Brazilian rainforest or down in the Hopi Reservation in Arizona, that's not going to cause as much stir as it would on the White House lawn.
What would be your view with respect to the theory that these beings are our creator?
It's a good possibility. This is what some people have claimed regarding the biblical stories of Adam and Eve and the Elohim. Sitchin's books are excellent in this regard. It may well be that the Old Testament, New Testament stories are not only stories of humans, but also and angels, messengers of the gods, but also the pillars of fire, the clouds from heaven. It may well be that it goes back thousands of years, and we are the missing link between ape and starman.
Doctor, how important is the near-death experience and research in that area? Your view?
I think it's very important. I haven't done a great deal myself, but I've talked with groups of people who've had near-death experiences, and of course, Helen Wambach, when she came to our UFO conference one year, she'd had a near-death experience after a triple bypass heart operation, and she said, Leo, first thing I thought of when I came out of this tunnel and talking with a father figure who said, no, your work isn't done, you've been working on past life stuff, now you've got to work on future life. She said, the first thing I thought of is I got to talk with Leo and his UFO contactees about future impressions. And her companion said, no, the first thing she asked for was another cigarette. So it seems as if the near-death experience, like the UFO experience, is very transforming. For many people, what happens is they no longer fear death. They feel as if the soul is what's important. We are souls in bodies, not bodies who just happen to have souls. Many people feel as if their life has new meaning and that they take a new tack, a new philosophy in regard to themselves and relationships. Most people who come back say that love for self, love for others, love of God, creation, these are what's important, not material possessions.
And that would imply that that there is not predestination. In other words, and I guess that would be your view, that we can modify our lives as we will, or do you think it is all preordained?
I think it's both. Some people, one poet said it very nicely, that we can't choose the tide on which we ride, but we can choose the wave. And I think that we have some influence, some control. I tend to share the view of many mentors and teachers who say that rather than thinking each person on his or her own merit graduates, maybe we all have to graduate. And if that's true, ouch. We have a long way to go to become enlightened. But it may well be that there are groups of people who come and go, families, nations, and each individual life then would be important, just like one student in class is important, but not so overwhelmingly important. So I take the point of view that there are some influences that are greater than individual lives, but I also think that each individual soul has some choice.
How far back have you ever taken anybody into a single prior life, multiple prior lives? How far back have you ever gone with somebody?
Well, it depends upon one's view of time. For example, one psychologist I worked with who accepted reincarnation and was interested in, he and his wife attended our workshop and went back to what seemed to be past lives in which they were together. In an individual session with him, he went back to what seemed to be life as a snake. So he felt he had I've worked with people who felt that they were animals, mammals other than humans. I've worked with people who felt like they went back to another planet and were robotic. People who've gone forward in time. Wambach's workshops used to have a choice of like 1,000 BC or 2,000 BC. Some people feel like they've gone back to Atlantis. In fact, one young man wept because he felt as if he had been an important scientist who was more interested in power than he was in compassion and helped destroy Atlantis. And he feels like he's here as a psychologist this lifetime to help people become aware. And so that was, thousands and thousands of years ago. So I don't know what it means in terms of linear time, and I can't claim that I know that these people have experienced something that's true, but what I can claim is that they're very sincere about their reactions, their emotional reactions of fear or hate or puzzlement, very real to them, and the impressions, the images have had an important influence on their lives.
I've always sort of felt, what good reincarnation if there is no conscious memory of any prior life or experience or anything that would add up to anything? And I guess the answer is that it can be used, and you know how to do it.
Well, I think we all do, in the sense of lessons. When I was a little kid, I can recall thinking, oh, I know it's much better not to, I hit a bird with a stone, and I was pleased with my accuracy, but then I saw the bird dying, and I was saddened by it. And I thought, why do I have that feeling? Because I was taught that, get a gun and shoot animals. This is manly. And other things, I think that there are lessons that become important to us. We may not know where they come from, but it's the same thing as looking back on lessons we've had in the 5th grade and the 7th grade. We may not remember our transcripts from those times, but we still remember things about lessons that we've learned. It may well be that it's not so important to remember specific details as it is to remember the moral attitudes that we learn.
Yes, the example you gave was a good one. When I finally got to be 13, my dad gave me a .22 rifle. One of the first things I did in the first few days was I shot a squirrel. I, too, watched that squirrel die, and I have never, ever shot another animal, nor will I.
Yeah, because you realize the pain and suffering, and so that's a good example of a lesson that you didn't have to repeat over and over. Other times, we're like the guy who went to Italy and sang, and everybody said, encore, encore. He sang again, and encore, encore. Finally, he said, I'm tired, I can't go on. And the guy in the balcony said, you've got to keep it up until you get it right. Well, maybe that's the way it is with some of our lessons in lifetimes. We repeat until we get it right.
Yes, I wonder if in my next life I will have to again shoot a squirrel, or its equivalent.
But he won't have to.
Would it be your view that those sorts of lessons are carried forth?
Yes, one client of mine said it very nicely. He was a master's student in biology and geology, and he said vows are for humans like instincts are for animals. And I said, oh, that's very good. Instincts for animals can help them or they can hurt them in the same way as vows. If someone says, I'm never going to take another bite of lasagna ever, 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 well, if we wind up in a desert island, the only food left is lasagna, it might change our mind.
Instincts, I'd like to pounce on that one. It's a good one. Would you say that instincts are, in fact, not something carried deep in a genetic makeup someplace, but instincts are, in fact, in animals, evidence of some sort of reincarnation?
Or a morphogenic field like Rupert Sheldrake has hypothesized. It seems as if the evidence is very impressive to biologists that information in the cell doesn't always reside in the cell. It seems to come from outside. And so genetics may be important in terms of some of the conditions under which critters develop, but it may be that instincts go beyond the biological conditions. In the same way, our moralities may go beyond what we are taught as we're growing up, because I've talked with so many people who were taught to fear themselves, hate others, and yet still retained a sense of compassion and wondered, where did I get that?
Or in the case of the human, the fear of high places, or the fear of drowning, or the fear of whatever it is that was...
Fear of snakes, where did we get that? Because obviously some people have never come in contact with a snake, and yet there can still be that same attitude. Well, if we look back in the lifetime as primitive people, we probably died quite often as a result of snake bites. So it may be that these are subcultural or collective unconscious things, as Jung would posit, or it may well be that this is a result of past life experiences.
All right, Doctor, I would like to open some phone lines and expose you to the American public. How about that?
Really?
You can handle that? All right, let's give out the numbers then. Here they are. In the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, it is 383-8255-8255. Toll-free outside the state, you're welcome at 1-800-338-8255. We have the wild card lines at area code 385-7214. And finally, if you have never called this program, you're welcome in as a first-time caller at area code 702-385-7213. There, the mechanics are done. Let's do it. Wildcard line 3. You're on the air. Good evening with Dr. Leo Sprinkle.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Sprinkle. This question is about abductions, as opposed to UFO sightings, which may be accompanied by photo evidence or multiple witnesses. Is there any reason to take seriously or at face value the thousands of so-called abduction reports? Is there any reason to believe that ET entities rather than psychological aberrations are involved?
Thank you for the question. I think so, because there are so many people who report not only multiple abductions, but also there are multiple witnesses, along with the internal attitudes. There can be marks on the body. There can be missing time. There are a variety of things that would be considered circumstantial evidence by the skeptic, but nevertheless which would fit in with the overall pattern. And also the studies of Dr. Eddie Bullard and others show that the pattern is not something that is easily hoaxed or fantasized about, because there is a definite pattern to what people report happens to them. So regardless of whether one argues that this is a paranormal event by unseen forces as opposed to extraterrestrial entities, one still would have to account for a wide variety of evidence, regardless of what the source of the experience might be.
All right. Doctor, good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Las Vegas, Nevada.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I was wondering on the UFOs that you see those often out here in Nevada, or?
You're asking who?
I see them often out there. No, I'm not out there very often, but a lot of people who are out there, yes, every place on the planet has had many UFO sightings reported by various people, North Pole, South Pole, every major continent. There are a lot of reports in the southwest USA, whether that's because there's more activity out there, whether it's because the sighting conditions are better. That's hard to know, but yes, there are many people in Nevada who report UFO sightings.
I see. I was wondering, because me and my mother listen to your show very often, and we seem to see every now and then a weird object in the sky above, and it does come to display a spacecraft of some kind, but we can't really see if it's a UFO or one of our ships sometimes.
All right. Thank you, caller. It is true, Doctor. Here in the desert, we have a very, very high count of sightings. I mean, we just have all kinds of sightings.
Right.
And some of it, of course, may be U.S. government. Who knows?
Yes.
But there are a disproportionate number of sightings. Wildcard line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle. Where are you calling from?
Good evening. This is Fritz from Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay.
Dr. Sprinkle, whatever happened to Pat McGuire and his conduct, one of your prime subject in the late 70s? Whatever happened to him?
Yes, Pat went through a rough time. Pat McGuire used to have a ranch north of Laramie. He built a well on it to irrigate his crops of grain, and a lot of people would come out to the ranch to have sightings and encounters. He ran for governor at one point, lost easily to the other candidate, but then after that he felt like he was having a rough time, whether it was government interference or ET interference or mismanagement, according to some people. Hard to know why, but anyway, he had trouble maintaining the ranch. He and his wife, Wanda, divorced. He went from job to job. Right now, as far as I know, he's doing common labor kinds of jobs. The ranch was turned over to a holding company and then later given to the University of Wyoming as an experimental farm. So the well is still out there that pumped thousands of gallons of water a minute, and it's still a miracle as far as some people are concerned, but Pat himself has had a rough go of it the last few years.
Well, the audience is not aware that the EDs told him to dig a well because there was no water underneath, and everybody was laughing at him.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Fritz, thank you very much for the call. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm a first-time caller. I called the wrong number, but I had 2 points I'd like to make regarding Roswell. I find it kind of hard to believe that a spacecraft could fly through space and time and then crash in the desert.
Right. Well, it's worth noting, caller, that incident occurred many, many years ago, and so in other words, there's not exactly been a rash of crashes.
Okay. It just seemed a little strange. And I did have another point, Art, on the animals.
Yes.
Did you shot an animal the first time and you felt sick?
Yes.
I had the same thing happen to me when I first started hunting. I shot my first deer, and it made me sick, but I thought it would pass. And I shot another one the next year, and I've never hunted since. I just don't like the thought of killing an animal.
I understand. Thank you. And I guess, Doctor, that if there is reincarnation, that all of us would, as a result of its being a fact, have a particular reverence for life. Wouldn't that be the more natural thing?
I think in general it would be true. I think there might be some people who die as a result of violence who might come into the next lifetime angry and ready to commit violence. So there could be a lot of different reactions.
Well, I know some of those people.
Yes.
Good evening. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle.
Yes, Dr. Sprinkle, you've mentioned a lot of information, and you've mentioned royal priests. They've written a couple books, and much of their information is channeled information. What's your opinion about channeled information?
All right, that's a good question. Channeling and channeled information.
I don't know who the caller is, but his voice is very much like Dr. Jim Dierdorf.
Gee, I'm sorry, I released him.
Okay. I think that channeled information is like any other information. It's appropriate to listen, to look, to compare it with other kinds of information. Just like one historian is useful, 2 historians, 3 more. The more witnesses, the better. The more sources of evidence, physical evidence, biological evidence, psychosocial evidence, and spiritual evidence. So if I'm answering the caller's question appropriately, I think that all sources of information ought to be considered, none rejected just because of the source, but not necessarily accepted because of the source either.
All right, very good. Line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Dr. Sprinkle.
Good evening.
Just as a side note, Pat McGuire was a professional elk hunter many years ago. I do have a question, Dr. Sprinkle. I met you at the university in July of 1980. I was one of the 3 young men that came out to Pat's ranch and camped there for a couple weeks.
Oh, yes.
But I have a question. I just finished reading Revelations by Jacques Vallée, and he notes in there that while he was doing an investigation in France, a person he was working with confronted a French military person, and that French military person just basically flat out told him, we created this, it's a diversion, and we're doing studies on social engineering. I was wondering if I could get an opinion on that.
All right. Thank you, caller. Listen on the air, please.
Thank you. I have an opinion. I don't know whether it's the correct opinion or not. It may well be that the French and the U.S. and Belgium and other governments are doing this. However, it's puzzling to me when I talk with a person like Ida Kannenberg. She's written a book, UFOs and the Psychic Factor, another book, The Alien Book of Truth. She had her UFO experience in 1940, and this was somewhat before it was popular to talk about flying saucers. So I find the people who claim that the German rockets and the other World War II events are what caused people to socially and culturally become influenced into thinking that flying saucers and UFOs are extraterrestrial, and I just have my doubts about it because, according to my memory of a 1940 experience when I was 10 years old, that happened before I really felt that I was influenced by World War II stories of German rockets and so on. So maybe the Frenchman knows what he's saying, but on the other hand, I suspect that UFOs have been around longer than World War II.
All right, Doctor. Time is short. On our first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Sprinkle. Good evening. Where are you calling from, please?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I have two questions. I have what I just always called women's intuition, like knowing not to be somewhere.
All right, would you turn your radio off, please?
Sure. Not to go somewhere or not to do something, and
Right.
sure enough, if I follow that intuition, something happens that makes it, yes, it was correct thing to do.
Yeah,
And also, I have very strong feelings about being involved somehow with the Holocaust. I don't know why, and sometimes I think to myself that it's just that I think it's such a dreadful thing that happened, but then other times I have a real strong feeling that I was involved somehow. Now, I'm in my 40s, so it wouldn't seem likely, but can you give me any insight on those two questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
There's lots of information on premonitions, and many people describe their experiences and how helpful they've been to follow those premonitions. Other people have not followed their premonitions and have been bothered or wish they had. So I can appreciate why you'd say that.
Doctor, we're not going to have time to answer her question in depth. We're out of time.
Okay.
You have been a pleasure to interview.
Well, thank you, Art. It's been a pleasure to talk with you.
And I would like to do it again sometime.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Take care. That's Dr. Leo Sprinkle. I'm sorry, we're out of time. Just enough time to announce, as you know, the Bigelow Foundation has been very generous in the funding of this program. They're having difficulty finding guests of a continuing caliber, and so they have announced the last program is going to be February 6th. We are going to syndicate a new program and going to broaden it out a bit and certainly continue it. It's going to be called Dreamland. Repeating, it's going to be called Dreamland. And if you would like to hear it, then you should contact the station that you wish to carry that program. Contact the programming department or management of the station that you wish to carry it. Because it will be in syndication, that means that it, for example, may or may not even be on in Las Vegas. I don't know. It's going to depend on all of you. That's my suggestion. Contact the radio station that you would like to hear it on and ask them to carry a new program coming up between 7 p.m. and 10 p.m. Sunday nights called Dreamland. For the Bigelow Foundation, good night.
The preceding program was made possible by a grant from the Bigelow Foundation. This has been Area 2000, a program that introduces our listeners to the scientific approach for discussion of two particular subjects: UFOs and near-death and after-death experiences. To contact the Bigelow Foundation, please call during the week between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., area code 702-456-1606. Ask for Angela Thompson. That's area code 702-456-1606. And be with us next Sunday evening at 8 for another edition of Area 2000. And now, Area 2000.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Area 2000. I'm Art Bell, and you're now listening to the next to the last Area 2000. Sad. Anyway, good evening. I've got a special surprise for you this evening. Linda Moulton Howe is in the studio with us. She's actually here in Las Vegas. Hi, Linda.
It's nice to be here, Art, and remember, things evolve. You're planning to go into Dreamland with this, so it's not really so much a goodbye as it is sort of a twilight.
No,
one thing is shifting into something else.
Exactly right, and we're looking forward to having you on Dreamland as well.
Thanks, and I'm glad I was able to bring glimpses of other realities to you and hand it into your hands. The book is finally done.
It is here, and it is beautiful, and the cover is particularly nice. Gosh, the cover is beautiful. How did you come up with the cover, if I can start there?
Ron Russell is a very talented man in Denver, Colorado, and he has spent his life dealing with what I consider, and I think he does too, other realities in an art form where he uses some specific kind of pigment that I don't really understand, but you have to put them in glass, or they're on glass, and they are lighted from behind. And a year and a half ago, he gave me a transparency of one of his artworks, and he says, Linda, I want to give this to you to use in whatever way you want. And when I started working on this book, September 1 of 1992, his artwork just kept ringing in my head. And I think, in terms of glimpses of other realities, that he had created something that was just almost destined for the cover of this book.
So, in other words, that was the one that you ended up
That's
using?
right.
Oh.
That's right. And he had given it to me a whole year and a half before the book was even born.
All right. Well, let's talk about the book a little bit. Tell us about the book. What's in here?
Well, part of my own frustration of the last 14 years was trying to understand, starting with the physical bodies of animals that we've discussed on Area 2000 over the last few months, where there was this mystery of no blood, no tracks, all of the odd anomalies associated with animals. When I began that and was doing it purely from a journalist's point of view of focusing on what is this and what could be doing it, and is there an environmental contamination, and all those sort of practical questions that any journalist is confronted with, and then finding myself being led from that to the abductions, what the abductions gave insights back to the mutilations, that leading to the whole idea that there might be more than one kind of an intelligence that's interacting with our planet. What would that intelligence be? What might it look like? And all of the various drawings across the United States, Canada, and other parts of the world where people are drawing very similar types, not all the same, that reinforces the idea that maybe that there is either one or more intelligences interacting with our planet, or there might be one, but that it has a variety of tasks and is capable of making different types of biological, we'll call them androids, or some kind of worker bees to do various tasks on this planet, designed perhaps for different kinds of physical.
So then this book does what? It follows your line of investigation all the way through?
And, well, and even more so, I think now it's 14 years later, and after a while, it's just like anything. You begin to get a more distance on it, and it gives you a little wider perspective. I certainly don't have the answers to the major questions of who, what, or why, but what I am trying to do is to put into a cover a kind of distillation, a synthesis of the patterns. The patterns are there if you start looking at them, and what I've tried to do there are 300 images in this book, 161 are in color, and after a while, when you look at all of those images, and as the pages evolve, I think that it would be hard to come away from this book without at least saying there must be something more to all of these phenomena, just because the patterns themselves that are across the country, Canada, other countries of the world, something must be going on that we are missing as a species. That's my whole motive for doing this book.
Would the book make a good case, Linda? In other words, that but by the time you've gone through it, you've examined the evidence, lots of pictures, would you come to the conclusion that indeed there is something more?
Well, the people so far that have looked at the book have said one similar thing to me, and this was basically in the final stages where you send a book out to people who know maybe something and some who don't, and you get feedback before it's in this finished form. And I think the consistent feedback to me was, we've never seen this much data in these pages compressed before. Now, that's part of also the motive for doing this, is that because of this unique position I found myself in as a journalist who sort of stumbled into other phenomena that I did not know was there through these animals, that I myself kept feeling a frustration as a journalist, that even my colleagues would say, there's nothing to any of this. Why are you pursuing it? And I would say, but have you looked at the laboratory reports? Have you talked with scientists and medical people who are studying some of these phenomena, even if they're not doing it publicly? And that's the one thing I've been trying to contribute, is there are scientific investigations, whether it's in the crop circles or the animal mutilations or the human abductions. There are scientists who are intrigued. They are doing very valuable studies, even if you don't know who they are. And then I'm the journalist who I'm bringing back these patterns of discoveries, or at least trying to, and saying there is a pattern to phenomena here, and we should at least try to look at it in its bigger context. That's the one thing Glimpses of Other Realities, I hope it is doing. It's giving a larger picture of what many times in the past has been reported as an isolated story, an animal mutilation in Duluth, Minnesota. But what people didn't know was that the same year there were mutilations in 23 states.
Mm-hmm. I just opened the book randomly, and I came upon a couple of pictures of mutilations. So some of it is fairly rough stuff. But if you want documentation...
But very pristine. You couldn't say there's nothing gory about it.
Oh, no. But this is real stuff. I mean,
that's right.
These are real pictures. And the book is filled with them. And, for example, the crop circles. Boy, there are some incredibly well-detailed pictures of crop circles in here. Really well-detailed. So everybody should know that's what they will get. I'm kind of giving them a hint because we've got a big surprise for the audience, don't we?
Well, yes, and I want you to announce the surprise, but so that people will also understand that with the crop circles is the first presentation ever of the work of the biophysicist Dr. Levengood, who we've had on Area 2000,
yes,
and the work that he has done, in which he concludes that there are fundamental changes in the biophysical and biochemical structure of the plant that cannot be hoaxed. You can't change the molecular structure of a plant simply by walking on it. Something is affecting the molecular structure.
Well, as I recall, the only thing that he could get close with was microwave energy.
On one aspect of the changes, and that has to do with the cell pits. He knows that some kind of an energy has to be affecting the plants, or he couldn't have molecular structure changes in what was called the bract tissue. Mm-hmm. This is very delicate tissue that encases the bottom of seeds, like a wheat or rye or something. And because he has worked with seeds all of his life, it's that particular part of the plant that he has been concentrating on. He's done work on the stems, too. But this tissue that shows that there is some kind of a fundamental change at a level that no one walking on it could affect is one of the most intriguing parts of the investigation right now.
So people put their hands on this book as soon as they can. Now, if somebody wanted to get this book, Linda, how would they get it?
They can order it from Linda Howe Productions, Post Office Box 538 in Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. The address I've given out, or you can go into any local bookstore and simply ask them to order Glimpses of Other Realities, and they can get it just as well that way. It may take a little longer than Linda Howe Productions in Huntington Valley, but every bookstore in the United States has the ability to have Glimpses of Other Realities, and several bookstores already are carrying it, like the Tattered Cover in Denver and Oxford and Atlanta. So it's just a question of going into the bookstore and telling them to order Glimpses of Other Realities. And I will welcome everybody's feedback, and I will try to answer the letters personally.
It's a wonderful title, Linda. Do you think that's what we're getting? Are we getting glimpses of other realities, or, in fact, is it a reality in real time?
No, I personally feel that there is more complexity to this universe than we've been taught. Coming to the abductees, and they were probably the first to introduce this idea that we're in something like a radio station.
Sure.
And that this Earth and what we perceive to be this universe might be 91.3 on the dial. But that 104.5 is just a tune of the dial over.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
The quantum physicists for at least 12 years, 15 years, quantum physicists mathematically have been saying that if they go into the atomic structure of, let's say, a linear accelerator and what it is that they keep discovering there, that it forces them to begin to conclude that there have to be other dimensions, even if we can't articulate them, draw them, photograph them, or touch them. There's something about a mathematical structure that the universe itself seems to be forcing us to see. And this also is one of the underlying themes of the book, Glimpses of Other Realities.
And so that's all we get of it. If it's another dimension, we get a bit of a glimpse every now and then, somehow.
Yeah, and what if? This is a what if, because I don't know. But what if the whole phenomena of ghosts and poltergeists could be like sometimes we're listening to a radio station and another station suddenly is phasing into that station because we're in the stronger field of that particular broadcast for just a certain period of time on the road, and then it goes out again.
Correct.
Well, it's possible that ghosts are a reality, that poltergeist activity and various other things that people have seen over eons and have reported, and other people have said, well, it must be in the realm of hallucination or it gets put into mythology. What if in this next century what we're going to begin to find is that these other radio stations have their own distinct reality, just like the one we're living in, and that maybe there are other intelligences and other radio stations that know how to get into ours. But right now, we don't know how to get into them.
All right, for a second, let's assume that's true. If there were other dimensions or are other dimensions and we're getting glimpses and we wanted more, what path of investigation would we most effectively follow, do you suppose?
Well, there are several things. Bob Bigelow, the Bigelow Foundation, and I, tonight we were talking about the whole, I guess you might say, challenging area of remote viewing, which has been kicked around, and I know the government has used it and other people are experimenting with it in terms of accessing things that are at a great distance.
Tell everybody what remote viewing actually is.
Well, I have seen one of the famous remote viewers named Ingo Swann show me his own remote viewing work in New York last year. And what you begin to realize is that it is, as he's tried to explain it, you're given a coordinate, a latitude, a longitude. That's all the remote viewer usually has. Sometimes it may be a concealed photograph, but usually it's a coordinate. And it has something to do with the way that, let's assume, and I'm not sure that anybody fully understands how this works, but let's say that the planet has an electromagnetic grid to it. We may not be able to see it, but we might measure it, and that our brains are also acting on an electrical field, and there are measurable
it's a reasonable assumption.
Electromagnetic fields around the brain. It may be that some people have an ability to interface their electrical brain field and this electromagnetic field of the planet in such a way that with a coordinate, for some reason, they can go to that place and they will get, and these again are impulses. They are not visions, but they become, as he said, you go to the impulses before imagination, or you go to the impulses of thought that you get, like a quick intuitive flash, and they draw.
Would the remote viewer have to understand in his or her own mind what that coordinate means geographically? Would you have to be... No?
No. That's not the way it works. And why I answered with this is, you were asking, how might we access, let's say, another radio station that wasn't in this dimensional reality if we didn't have the technology to get there?
Right.
Well, the mind, as far as we know, seems to operate outside of time and space. It may be that this field that is both enigmatic and yet the remote viewers who do it say that it's really quite cut and dried to them. It is something that they have a focus, and their mind somehow goes to, they get impulses, and then they see or they begin to draw things.
So it's not consciously directed. In other words, it's just something, some ability the mind has.
Well, it's a receiving stimulus of some sort, and I really, because I'm not a remote viewer, and I'm not, you know, when you try to describe something you haven't experienced, it's difficult.
Very difficult.
I can only report what another remote viewer has said to me. But the whole idea of how do you access that which is in the unseen, well, that's one way. That's how remote viewing began in the Defense Department. It's now, you know, the famous book.
Can you tell us what's been documented?
Out there, when Bloom in New York did the book talking about the Army intelligence people in the Pentagon who were trying to use remote viewing to access Soviet submarines. That is now a story that has been reported, and apparently there was, for a period of time, our government was trying to access things under the sea using remote viewing, and in some cases were quite accurate.
Okay, when you say access, what was somebody able to do? The remote viewer sat there. They gave him the coordinates. Yes, he found the submarine. Was he in the submarine? Did he see what's going on? Did he get signals or?
The pages that I've seen from remote viewer notebooks, they're drawings, sketches. The whole time that they're getting these impulses in their brain, they're making sketches on a piece of paper.
Full pictures.
Some kinds. Some are more abstract and some are more literal, and this gets into this issue that even if we could remote view, let's say, another dimensional reality, it still could be argued that it was still a subjective interpretation on a piece of paper till we got there. But it may be that in the next 50 years that what we're going to see is what more serious consideration of how the mind might be able to interface with other realities. Clearly, our intelligence agencies have used and experimented with a whole variety of mind over matter techniques that's been documented since the 50s in a variety of books. How that will relate to our investigating, we'll call it the unseen, or other realities, or even other planets in this universe, I don't know, but it is one possible technique without having to go there physically in some kind of a craft.
Okay, I don't want to pry secrets from you, but is this the direction the Bigelow Foundation may be going in to look at or investigate remote viewing?
I don't know. I can't speak for the Bigelow Foundation. I know that they're exploring a number of areas of research, but this is just one of those provocative subjects that it comes up because it seems to be one of those areas right now where people are experimenting. I have a man who came to me 3 months ago, wanted me to participate in a program he's doing with remote viewers in which he wanted me to supply whatever I wanted to from the phenomena, for example, that's in glimpses of other realities, whether it was crop circles, animals, or something else. So I now have some photographs that no one knows but me what they are unless they violated and opened up the sealed envelopes. And I'm going to get a report back from remote viewers on what they interpret. So I think what this is coming down to is that at the end of this century right now, and glimpses of other realities is just one indication that we are definitely living on a planet in a universe that seems to be more complicated and has parts to it that we have not been able as a society, a global society, to discuss in a kind of open way that the universe may be different than we were taught. And I think we're in a revolution. We're not alone. There are other dimensions. Quantum physicists are saying that. And the next century, who knows? We may actually access some other dimensional reality.
So then, with this book, somebody could follow all of your investigations and come to some of the same conclusions independently that you did now. This book...
I don't know if they'll come to the same conclusions, but they will certainly be seeing as Volume 1, it's one of a Volume 2 set, and I'm subtitling this, Facts and Eyewitnesses. In this volume, everything in it is first-hand testimony, photographs, scientific investigations, lab reports, documents, but it builds up over, I think, the chapters to at least a point of view that maybe even our most ancient past is somehow very relevant to what's happening today.
So, it's $39.95. $39.95. It's a big book. I should tell you all, this is a big book, probably double the size of a normal book, or very nearly double. And it is a compilation of a great deal of evidence, a lot of it in pictures, and I think it's well worth your time and your $39.95. You ought to get hold of it, and now I've got a big surprise for all of you. For 50 lucky people out there, thanks to the Bigelow Foundation. If you call the Bigelow Foundation at 9 o'clock in the morning, not before everybody starts calling early, 9 o'clock, they won't give you a book before 9 o'clock. If you call them in the morning, there are 50 books to be given to the first 50 callers. That's really nice, isn't it, Linda? That's a big giveaway.
Yeah, I am grateful that the Bigelow Foundation is there and that they can do this, because I would welcome feedback from those 50 people who get this book. I really would like to know.
No, why don't we make that a condition?
you 50 lucky people are going to be required to feed back a little bit to Linda.
All right, that's a deal.
All right.
And the address again to give you feedback is Post Office Box 538 in Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, and the zip code is 19006.
Well, that's great, and maybe we could have the Bigelow Foundation in the morning give that information to the winners as they win.
And it's in the book anyway.
Oh, it's in the book.
Yeah.
That's okay,
How
great.
to contact the author is in the last page of the book.
All right, lucky folks. The number to call in the morning at 9 o'clock, not before, is area code 702-456-1606. Let me give that again. Area code 702-456-1606. That's the Bigelow Foundation. And what you're vying for is one copy of Linda's brand new book, Glimpses of Other Realities. And you had a segment set aside here, Linda.
Yeah, there were two things I was hoping Art to do tonight. And one was a quick update on that strange infrared satellite image that I talked about last Sunday.
Yes.
And I thought I would share an excerpt from the Denver Post, Thursday, January 27th, just 3 days ago. It is a large headline in the front section, and it says, Mystery Heat Source Sparks Wonder. Lights in the sky, strange helicopters puzzle San Luis Valley. It's like shades of 1967 all over again when that horse was found stripped of flesh.
Right.
People were reporting UFOs. There were all kinds of things going on in the San Luis Valley. Well, it's happening again. This particular newspaper story, written by Brad Smith for the Denver Post, starts out a series of sightings of unidentified helicopters, mysterious flares, and falling green orbs of light in the night over the San Luis Valley has some valley residents wondering what is going on. Military authorities say they can't provide any answers to the mystery, but the chief investigator for the Rio Grande County Sheriff's Office speculated that a cruise missile might have crashed and the wreckage was secretly removed. This is where sheriff's offices think when they're dealing with the strange, the unexpected, and possibly something from outer space. It all began January 12th when a satellite linked to the North American Aerospace Defense Command in Colorado Springs picked up an intense heat source emanating from the San Luis Valley. Such sightings were reported to the sheriff, and they went out to investigate, and they reported back that they could not find anything. Quote, from what NORAD told us, the satellite would not have noticed anything that was not bigger than a 3-acre fire. So whatever it was had to be larger than 3 acres, and they found nothing. At the same time that the sheriffs were out looking for this large, gigantic fire or explosion, a woman driving out of Monte Vista at 6:25 in the evening on January 13th reported seeing, and this is her quote, a soft green light that looked like a soft ball falling out of the sky in the same area. Her report was confirmed by another man who said the green ball appeared to hit the earth in the Rock Creek area, which is south of Monte Vista. On January 16th, the man who saw the green ball of light said that he saw 3 B-52 bombers flying high above that area. The 3 planes dived toward the Rock Creek site, flew over a low mountain called Greenie, and flew away. The next night, the sheriff's office got calls from 3 different people who said they saw a blue flare in the Rock Creek area. 4 deputies in 4-wheel drive vehicles went to the area but could not find anything. At night, on January 18th, Sheriff's Deputy Mike James was patrolling in the Rock Creek area and saw 3 helicopters flying about 100 yards apart. Because of the darkness, the deputy was unable to identify any of the helicopters. The following night, an anonymous caller who said he lived south of Monte Vista told the sheriff's office he heard 2 large explosions coming from Rock Creek. And the last report came January 21 when a resident of the Rock Creek area called the sheriff's office to report seeing a black helicopter flying overhead. The resident did not see any markings, and it was gone by the time the deputy got there. This is absolutely another example of exactly the same kind of phenomenon happening in a concentrated period of time. Green fireballs, black helicopters, animal mutilations in the San Luis Valley, law enforcement going out after things that aren't there. That happened also in 1967, and the green fireballs were what Lincoln La Paz, a scientist in the 40s to the 50s, was assigned to study in a project that has now come out in public as being called Project Gleam. So whether something now in 94 is reoccurring that happened in the 40s We don't know yet, but the same kind of phenomena is now being reported, and I will try to keep up on this story because I think it's really quite significant.
It is.
And I know Michael Lindemann is on tonight.
He is. Hold that thought for just one moment. Let me ID the radio station. We'll come right back.
All right.
From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This is Area 2000. Linda Howe is here in the studio with us this evening. And I've just told you, and I'll tell you again, about the big book giveaway beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning and going until we've given away 50 of her brand new books, Glimpses of Other Realities. All right, Linda, indeed, we've got Michael Lindemann coming up in just a moment, so go ahead. I think you've got a way of introducing him.
He's a dear friend and colleague, and he and I have spent many hours discussing why is there so much angry denial about the possibility of another intelligence being involved with our planet in some way. And when I was getting to the area of what's called an epilogue in a book, where you try at least to wrap up some of the thoughts and maybe leave readers with some kind of a launching off point, in my case, to the next book, Michael had written something for a presentation he was given, and he hadn't said it to me. And I asked him, I said, I think that is such a concise and focused summary for this moment right now. Could I use this, as your quote, in my epilogue? And I want to share with our listeners right now what I think is a very cogent and perceptive summary of the condition of our planet in relationship to this phenomenon. And this is from my friend Michael Lindemann. The inescapable profundity of the alien presence has become a source of social pathology in our times. As a culture, we have not yet learned how to tell the truth about something so huge, so strange, and so unexpected. Individuals who make an honest effort to deal with it often discover that their personal stability is at risk. Consequently, the alien presence requires us all to grow, to become stronger and clearer, and to help one another to find our way in the genuine world.
You will? Well, that's wonderful.
So, Michael, wherever you are, onward tonight with your own perception.
Santa Barbara, actually, is where he is, and we're about to go there. But you're not getting out of the studio without signing that book for me.
Good deal.
Here's the pen to use. And that's right, folks. I'm getting a book right now. And if you want one, you're going to have to call at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Bigelow Foundation, at area code 702-456-1606. And I think you'll find it indeed very rewarding. This is a fabulous book. There's a lot of documentation in it. A lot of times people complain that authors writing in this area do a great deal of speculation and very little documentation, and this book is full of documentation. So if you want to get a good glimpse of another reality and a wonderful book, then be on that telephone at 9 o'clock in the morning. Michael Lindemann was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in 1949. He became a conscientious objector as a university student during the Vietnam War, developed a lifelong interest in arms control, foreign affairs, and government policy. He earned a BA degree in psychology from Antioch University, followed by 2 years of study at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. He later combined his political and psychological interests as an educator, social analyst, and futurist, first as executive director of the Peace Resource Center of Santa Barbara, then as founding director of the 2020 Group, which is a private research organization studying forces that shape the future. Since 1990, Michael Lindemann has earned national recognition for contributions to the study of UFOs. He first examined the UFO controversy in 1989 from the angle of its possible connection to covert weapons development and social policy, finding substantial evidence in support of UFO claims. He founded the Visitors Investigation Project to conduct and publish UFO research. He has been on many radio and television programs to Santa Barbara, California, and Michael Lindemann. Good morning, good evening, rather, Michael.
Good evening, Art.
Welcome to the program. Good to have you.
Glad to be here.
Well, where to start with you? I guess perhaps you might want to comment on Linda's book, which no doubt you have not yet seen, or do you have a copy?
Well, I haven't seen the final copy, but I have had the pleasure of reading it through. In fact, I've read it through twice because Linda asked for comments from me, as she did from some other people. So I have had the great pleasure of at least examining the text, and I can echo very strongly the sentiment that you've expressed, that it is absolutely a magnificent book, and although the pictures are wonderfully illustrative of the strangeness and just a kind of scope of this whole phenomenon, I really do think the book as a whole breaks new ground. I think it's going to stand as a real basic contribution to understanding, and I just feel very proud of Linda and very glad to have played even a very small part in seeing this thing through, because it's a magnificent piece of work.
Well, look, Linda's still here in the studio, so after that rave review, I thought I'd let her say at least hello to you, and here she is, Linda.
Well, Michael is one of those colleagues in the world that is invaluable, because I trust that he'll always be honest with me if I send him something. And it is not easy material, and you need to have feedback from the outside world. And I value, Michael, you hear me thank you so many times for the edits on this book. And the other part of it is that his context has always been trying to deal with what are the bigger implications politically, socially, economically, religiously. If you take this book and you take what's in there and you say, here is a tremendous amount, at least, of evidentiary evidence. If this is real, what are the implications for our planet, and how do we get past the point where we are now, that we're alone in the universe, to we're not alone, and his statement that I read from the epilogue. And that perspective that Michael is trying to share, I think, is extremely valuable.
Well, that's exactly the road we're going to go down right now.
Onward, Michael.
Linda, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Take care. See you,
All
Michael.
Right.
Hi, Linda. Thank you.
All right. Well, there it is. And, Michael, that's exactly the road we're going to go down right now, or at least to begin with. If Linda's book, or a book like it, were to most of the scientific world, to make them stand up and take notice and virtually say, yes, there's enough documentation here that we've got a little more than smoke, maybe a little fire. There is something to this. What would the implications for society be?
Well, the problem that we face is that the implications are subliminally frightening before we ever actually think them through. And this has been true in science many times before. Thomas Kuhn wrote this book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, in which he put forward the concept of paradigm shift. And that has become almost a cliche, this idea of paradigm shift. But it is actually a brilliant description of...
No, you're going to have to explain it to me, Michael. What is paradigm shift?
Oh, we live in a paradigm of social agreements. A paradigm is a large framework of beliefs that comprise consensus reality. You and I are in a consensus reality.
Right.
And within a consensus reality, there are certain things which are true by general agreement, and certain things which are impossible by general agreement, and a kind of a gray zone where science and religion and psychology operate. But the gray zone is actually not terribly risky. The risks people take in science tend, frankly, to be very unrisky in terms of the structure of the paradigm. Because when a paradigm begins to actually be challenged, when the whole basic structure of belief begins to be challenged, everything we call normal, everything we call stable, we call predictable, all of it becomes shaky and scary.
Yeah.
And no one wants to be in that position. Now, I just lived through the periphery of the Los Angeles earthquake a couple of weeks ago, okay?
Right.
I'll give you an example here. You know, when the ground is actually moving under your feet, you really aren't a happy camper.
That's right.
And when paradigm shift occurs...
You're not a happy camper.
Everybody gets freaked out, and it's really very serious. Now, this kind of thing doesn't happen very often. But Thomas Kuhn, in this brilliant little book, which has become an absolute classic, it's not a very big book. Heck, I think you can read it in about 2 hours. This brilliant little book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. He wrote it back in the 50s, and basically what he said was, when this happens, the job of the established authorities is to resist it with all their might. They resist it with all their might. And it is almost as if they are genetically wired to defend the consensus against the hordes of heathen who are going to overturn everything we call real.
I'm curious, Michael, has there ever been an experiment where they have taken people and convinced them that the aliens have landed or the aliens are here, other than George Orwell's radio presentation? Has there been a modern a parallel to that in which we've had an opportunity to observe exactly how a small body of people might react?
That's a really neat question, and I wish I knew the answer.
Would you like to see an experiment of that sort?
Well, I think an experiment like that could be extremely valuable. My sense is that some studies, some covert studies, have been done. I have heard of studies, for example, that were done by the Battelle Memorial Institute back in the mid-50s. And they wanted to assess a number of different things. They wanted to assess, first of all, the reliability of UFO witnesses, and they were quite stunned to discover that UFO witnesses tend to be extremely reliable. If anything, they found out UFO witnesses tend to accurately report what they see.
Right.
That was very alarming for them, because they realized then that if there was a huge proliferation of UFO reports, the likelihood was there was a high degree of reliability there. But Battelle was also commissioned to do a number of more covert studies to assess how the society would react to some of these issues. And because those studies have been sequestered ever since, I don't know anyone who can authoritatively say what was in them, but the assumption has been that that they were not at all pleased by the way people would react. Now, the one model that is touted constantly is the one you've already mentioned, which we have the Orwell broadcast in Halloween of 1938. And it was, of course, it's hardly a scientific demonstration, but as a sort of a symbol of how people react, it was extremely impressive. People don't react well at all when the reality is suddenly challenged.
Right, but there's been a lot of sightings under the bridge since then, and a lot of information and a lot of programs like the one we're doing right now. And I guess the question is, are we better prepared today than we were then?
Yes, we are. No question about it. And partly I just think that society does evolve on its own steam. We have a certain fascination for this stuff. And to the extent that we are not viscerally threatened, I think we do actually want to know. And, of course, we have a popular culture that's loaded with aliens and spaceships and so forth, all of which is probably very useful. More than that, perhaps, there are intimations of a somewhat structured effort to bring us along. Now, the truth is, I'm not aware of a single smoking gun that we can actually trot out and say, see, the CIA did this, or the NSA, or somebody did that, or the president ordered that this be done. We would love to know that, because many people assume it's happening. I myself am rather convinced it's happening, but boy, it sure is hard to show it.
If you were to take, this is going to try and get you to answer a question you may not want to answer, but if you were to take 100 average U.S. citizens right now and subject them to the seeming reality of an alien presence, whether it was a landing or however you did it, what by percentage reactions do you think in a modern group you might expect to get?
It will depend on several things. I ask that question just about myself, Art. As much information as I have on this subject, I say to myself, if I'm truly honest, what would happen if I were sitting in my living room and a gray walked through the door, or through the wall, as they sometimes do? I think I would be extremely alarmed, quite frankly, and that's despite all my information. I think that we have a very low tolerance for strangeness.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's not true of everybody, but I don't think I'm particularly wimpy. Really don't.
Yes, if it were on a close-in personal level, I think you're absolutely right. But let me tell you something, Michael. I deal with current events and news on my syndicated program every night. I've done so for 8 years. The news has become it's almost to the point where the American citizen who's listening to the media is I don't want to say burned out, but close. It's as though every day the news tops itself with some spectacular, I call them head shakers, in which somebody goes in and blows up a whole bunch of people with an assault rifle or something. In other words, the news, we're almost numb. And if it were to suddenly come over the radio that the aliens have landed, I think that people would be able to take that sort of news delivered in that manner, but not the kind of thing that you just set up, not the scenario you set up. If a gray walks through the wall, I think I'd react just the way you suggested you would.
Yeah, and I think you're right. If it came across on the radio or the television as news, if a person were looking around and their immediate reality were unchanged, but the news was saying we got aliens on the White House lawn, you know, or whatever nonsense they came up with, I think the initial reaction would be a lot of curiosity, a lot of wonder, a lot of
everybody'd turn on CNN to see it.
I think you're right.
Instead of cowering someplace or becoming psychotic or some other outlandish reaction.
I think you're right. I think you're probably right about that. The question would be, what next? You know, if saucers started to appear overhead, that might change things dramatically.
Yeah, that'd be a different story. So that tells us, perhaps, just this little conversation, if it is an orchestrated thing, if there is a government cover-up, and if at some point they decide to make it public, I think you and I just decided the way they would do it.
Well, possibly. It has occurred to me that they might actually do something like that to sort of break it to us gently, as it were. I think we have a real problem, though, because we know now that it's possible to show us on film absolutely anything. In fact, we have such impressive powers of illusion now. I think in Las Vegas, people know this better than practically anywhere else in the world. The kind of stage magic which turns up there gives a strong indication of what is possible when a guy like David Copperfield, you know, literally jumps off the stage and starts flying around the room, and you know, this guy can't fly, but hey, that doesn't help. There he is.
Well, there's still a lot of people, Michael, that think we never went to the moon. The whole thing was done in a studio.
You're absolutely right. People do that. Well, you know, and my rejoinder to that is yes, and there are people who will tell you with shaking their fist that the world is flat. You know, the fact is humans can believe anything, and some of the things they believe are truly outlandish, and this makes our job, when we're dealing with other realities, as Linda puts it, it makes our job actually that much more complex. I think we're right at the edge of having to admit that we are neither particularly well prepared biologically, nor are we well educated to take this jump. And we really are going to have to stretch to do this.
All right. Suppose you were, Michael, in the government, well aware that we've had contact for quite a while.
Right.
And the government wants to reveal it. They say, listen, Michael, we want you to tell us the best way to do this with the least disruption. Tell us your plan. How do we reveal this to the American people? What would you do? Because they're probably going to come to somebody just like you.
Oh, boy. It's a perfectly fair question, and I'm thinking here, holy Moses, this guy's got some tough questions. What do you do, sit up all night thinking of me? It's a very fair question. What would we do? Well, I think we would have to, first of all, ask people to sit tight for some very important information, and then walk them through some historical background. I think that's very important. I think what happens right away is there's a breakdown in confidence, and what the people want is confidence that whoever is talking to them actually has the quote unquote answer. Now that's going to be very tough, And that has been a tough problem from the get-go, which is why I think the government has not done exactly what you say, and why, frankly, I am not confident that they're going to anytime soon.
Well, we do have the example, though, Michael, of the plutonium admissions. I mean, we gave shots to American citizens of plutonium. That's pretty incredible.
Right. Now, the problem there, or let's say the way they're getting away with this right now is they're able to say, yeah, but it wasn't us, and yeah, it's over. And yeah, after all, though it was morally disgusting and medically unconscionable, maybe the damage wasn't so bad. Now, those are those are pitiful, kind of be excuses. But the fact is that the Clinton administration can get away with this because they remain above it. They're above the fray.
Exactly. So why not UFOs the same way? Let me give you an example. Representative Schiff in Albuquerque, it was front page Albuquerque News, is trying to get the GAO to reopen the investigation of Roswell, and in fact, it looks like he may get it reopened.
Right. Schiff thinks there's a cover-up. I was in Schiff's office the other day talking with his aide, Mary Martinek, and Schiff, as just for his own personal attitude, doesn't really think there's a UFO involved here. What he's convinced of
is that there's a cover-up.
There's a cover-up. Well, you see, cover-up is becoming almost, like politically correct stuff to go after. And I think Schiff had a lot of persuasion from his constituency. I mean, down there in Albuquerque, every second person, believes in Roswell or knows somebody who was there, practically. So it is interesting and very favorable that he's doing this. I will be as interested as anyone, as interested as you, to see what the GAO actually turns up. But frankly, I am not hopeful. As I continue to look at the position the government would be in with this stuff, it seems to me that they are going to hold out as long as they can. If the alien presence itself, if the activity of alien intelligence remains as ambiguous as it is at present, I do not expect our government to talk about it openly.
But that would be, I thought, well, there's a way they could begin opening up sort of slowly and say, well, yes, we're releasing some documents, or maybe Schiff manages to get hold of some documents, and it starts to look like Roswell really was something. That'd be a way to start releasing information.
Well, I agree. I think Roswell is the ideal venue to do this, and if anyone's going to do it, this is a good way to do it. I think we have to acknowledge where the real problems lie. We live in a world today which is extremely shaky, and many, many people are turning to very rigid belief systems to sort of protect themselves against the basic uncertainty of life. What we see, above all, is a split between sort of rationalism on the one side and religious fundamentalism on the other. And I think our government knows that where the real problem lies is in a very large and growing group of believers, not just Christians, but believers literally worldwide from various religious persuasions, who will see this as the absolute proof of the end time, and that is a formula for disaster.
I would think there'd be a big difference, Michael, between two revelations. On the one side, aliens arriving in little saucers or something else from Zeta Reticuli, another place, without any connection to our beginnings. On the other hand, if it turns out that they would arrive and they are our genetic parents, then it seems to me you've got something that if you reveal it is going to cause a complete breakdown.
Well,
or nearly a complete breakdown. It would challenge every religious person out there.
I think the genetic connection, or the possibility that we are actually related to these guys, is actually becoming one of the central issues of this whole business.
It'd bring the house down.
Well, yeah, and it's of course that, as you've already pointed out, is a far cry from the possibility that one little saucer crashed in 1947. I think that the people who are the true custodians of this UFO information may very well know or strongly suspect that that is the bottom line. The bottom line is that we have a long-standing relationship with these things, may even be genetically, but very likely culturally related to them in some way. And it's a minefield.
Oh, look, I can tell you this. If little guys landed and they claimed to be our genetic parents, and it seemed to rule out the possibility of the Creator as we understand and think of the Creator, there would be an army of people with guns that would fill the little green guys so full of lead, you wouldn't be able to tell what they were anymore.
That's right. And I think all indications are that the aliens are in no hurry to reveal themselves, and that has been the only saving grace in our government's position. That it happens, that there is a synchronicity. I dare say not an agreement. Some people say, oh, they're in cahoots. Well, I'm not at all sure about that. But let's say that there is a similarity of objective or a similarity of position in this one instance. The aliens see that they're much better off not revealing themselves overtly, at least not in an organized way, and the government is in no hurry to bring this out as long as the aliens don't push the envelope. I really do think that the timetable is in the aliens' hands.
Okay, what is the timetable, Michael?
Well, if it's in the aliens' hands, then we really don't know. Now, we hear all kinds of guesses. And if you hear them from the psychics, you hear them from the channelers, you hear them from the abductees who are rather consistent in the things they're saying. You hear it from ancient prophecy. You hear it from it's amazing. It's coming from every quarter of the compass that we are in the time zone. We have entered the time zone.
Our lifetimes, right. Michael. Our lifetimes.
A lifetime before the end of the decade.
That's really exciting.
That is the pronouncement you hear time and time again. But I do not wish to associate my name with that as a prediction, only as a report of what others are saying.
All right, hang tough. We've got news at the top of the hour. We'll be right back. My guest is Michael Lindemann. There's more coming. Stay right where you are.
From Jackie Gons Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second to the last Area 2000, the series. We will beginning February 27th, a brand new series of programs, this time syndicated to be called Dreamland. And we're all very much looking forward to the beginning of that. I want to remind everybody that Linda Howe's book is going to be up for grabs in the morning, beginning at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. sharp. And if you call the Bigelow Foundation and you're one of the first 50, you walk away with a $39.95 beautiful copy of Glimpses of Other Realities by Linda Howe. The number to call at 9 a.m. and not before is area code 702-456-1606. That's area code 702-456-1606. Please be careful with your dialing. Back now to Michael Lindemann. Michael. Welcome back.
I'm back. Good to be here.
Yes, it's good to have you. You really are a fun guest. And by the way, I would love to have you on Dreamland, which is going to be a syndicated version.
Well, I'm looking forward to that, Art, and congratulations on the new show.
Thank you. So, where are we? Government cover-up. You are convinced, Michael, are you not? There is a government cover-up.
I'm absolutely convinced. In fact, it's one of the few things I think we can be absolutely dead sure of.
All right. That leads me then to say, how? How are we dead sure of that?
Well, we certainly have a great deal of documentary evidence demonstrating that there has been, from at least 1947, a great many sightings of craft and various kinds of recoveries of wreckage and so forth. The Air Force has been quite forthright about this. If we look only at the most simplistic reporting, which came out of Blue Book, we can say unequivocally that the Air Force knows that UFOs exist, and yet the language which has come from the Air Force and from the government generally has persuaded our public that UFOs amount to nothing, are at most fuzzy lights in the sky, mean nothing, and that anyone who sees a UFO is either a crackpot or a person of low IQ or low morality. So we've got this language in our culture that UFOs are simply an off-limits subject. Now, that was an extremely carefully constructed pattern of disinformation, and the real construction of that disinformation began in the wake of Roswell, but it was formalized into policy in 1953. We know this for a fact because we have the documents. When the Robertson Panel report, commissioned by the CIA, reported to President Eisenhower that the public interest in UFOs was the biggest part of the problem, they wrote in their report that the president should institute a policy of debunking, and it was set in motion from that day forward. Debunking became policy of government under that term, and that meant enroll educators and entertainers to help bring the message forward, create movies and other images that helped create the proper flavor, which is a flavor of absurdity and ridiculousness and triviality, and that has persuaded a whole generation of people to submit to this. I became extremely impressed with the quality of this effort when I recognized myself to be a victim of this, of the success of this operation, that I could live 44 years as a reasonably impaired, reasonably attentive patient and be absolutely unaware that there was anything to this subject. Shocked the daylights out of me when I first figured it out in 1989. And I know that there are millions of people across this country and across the world who are still in that condition of denial because they've been trained from birth that this is the way it should be. And believe me, that is a cover-up.
Who do you think knows the truth? Does President Clinton, every time he stands up in front of us, know what's going on? Does he know all this is happening? I mean, who knows?
We have indications that every president since Truman has been briefed to an extent, but I have no reason to believe that Clinton is particularly well briefed. I would imagine, and this is only a supposition, that President Bush was much better briefed because there are indications he was in on the secret from very early on, from the early to mid-50s perhaps, and particularly because he served briefly as director of the CIA and had other strong connections to the intelligence community. He would have that kind.
Okay, what I'm trying to get to is, where is this held, do you think?
It is held in compartments throughout the intelligence and the Army, or the military intelligence and the civilian intelligence community, but it is so highly compartmentalized that I do not believe more than a handful of people in this country really have direct access to all the information. We instituted, in the wake of World War II, a new kind of institutional secrecy, the compartmentalization of top-secret material, so that need to know became a kind of lock-and-key mechanism. And even if you held the highest top-secret clearance that we have, Art, there would be many secrets to which you were simply not allowed.
Well, the big war cry, Michael, has always been, look, our government is lousy at keeping secrets. But I think the recent revelations about the plutonium and all the rest of that put that one in the dirt, because in fact they did keep that horrible little secret for until they decided to release it.
Quite frankly, one of the best pieces of disinformation they ever put out, Art, was that the government can't keep a secret. That's just one of the wonderful ways that the public is persuaded that nothing this area is.
No, we just have proof. We just had proof they can keep a secret.
They absolutely can keep a secret. As a matter of fact, I'd like to throw out another proof that they can keep a secret, which I think will take a lot of people won't really look. Just last November, we commemorated the 30th anniversary of the death of President Kennedy. And millions of words, once again, were written about the tragedy and so forth. And what we were shown, once again, is that the prevailing wisdom concerning the death of President Kennedy is just plain absurd. We have lived 30 years from that day, one of the greatest tragedies in American history, and we do not know the truth. Everyone listening probably has their pet theory, and some of those theories may well be true, but the fact is that the public conversation about President Kennedy's death remains absolutely confused and murky and untrue. It is shot through with disinformation. If you don't think we can keep a secret, ask yourself, why have we never learned what actually happened in Iraq?
Well, that is the mission of disinformation, isn't it? In other words, they pile on, for example, with Kennedy. If somebody stepped forward and had a press conference and said, here's the absolute truth, here it is, and it was actual truth, it would be just one more theory.
I was absolutely right about the beauty of disinformation. Winston Churchill put it like this. When the truth is important enough, swear the truth at that side of war. Okay? The man, of course, as the leader of Great Britain during World War II, knew that the stakes involved. And I think that those are exactly the stakes we're talking about, and they are the stakes with respect to the UFO question. If indeed our supposition is correct that UFOs have the capacity in their very existence to topple what we mean by consensus reality, by God, those are high stakes. And yes, they will tell every kind of lie imaginable.
Well, one way I think I would do it if I were in the disinformation game would be, Michael, I'd stage some incredibly, seemingly viable incident, and I would let the world focus attention on it for a little while, and then I would show it to be a hoax. And then, worldwide, people would throw up their hands, and they'd say, boy, what a bunch of junk, and they'd literally dismiss it. That's the way the government was able to label the Davidians as cult people, and just the rabble Americans mentally dismiss it, a bunch of crazy cult people. They can lay labels on things, and that kind of disinformation campaign would be very, very terrible.
That's very thoughtfully against the platform
with those two words in it.
It takes, because we have to take the American to look at the phenomenon and realize that those two jokers couldn't possibly have done it. And yet, we do know that there have been some hoaxes, and even they have done some hoaxes, but some people more clever than they have done other hoaxes, which are quite impressive. The fact is, the press wanted desperately to blow this thing away because it was just a very nagging mystery, and they jumped on this flimsy, foolish story with glee, and they festooned it across the English-speaking world. I saw it in papers literally from all over the country, front-page stuff. My Lord, we would kill to get that kind of a story about a genuine UFO. But, trot out two drunken jokers who say they've made a few crop circles, and you get everyone writing, front-page stories. It's unbelievable. But the fact is that the press, if I may say so, meaning no disrespect to the press, but the press is, in effect, a tool of consensus reality. That is very much their job. And we saw a perfect example, but I think we can do that with UFOs, and it poses a danger, because I think we can use it as a manipulative tool if the government feels that they need to put some sort of a spin on UFOs for political advantage. I have been warning in my lectures that is one of the great dangers of dealing with this subject on the confused level that it is.
All right, so now let me hit you with a really rough one,
right.
Michael. Suppose that I represented the government entity that knew all this was going on. Mm-hmm. And because of the work you do, I came to you and I said, look, the reality is, yes, we're in contact. Yes, they are our genetic ancestors. And I'm sure you would agree, Michael, wouldn't you, that information cannot get out right now, that it would be very, very damaging, and there would be worldwide strife, and we'd, in all likelihood, end up with anarchy. Therefore, we would like to enlist you to help us. What would you do if you got such an offer?
Well, of course, that was the dilemma that was posed very, very well, I thought, in that television program Intruders on the CBS network in 1992.
Same idea.
And as a matter of fact, some real live UFO investigators have been approached in very much that way. Jacques Vallée is one of them, who has actually been approached in a more or less that way. To be perfectly honest, I think I would turn the offer down, Art, and I don't think I'd have a terribly hard time doing it. And I'll tell you why. Because I think that at bottom it's an extremely cynical offer. I think our government is absolutely up to me.
But here, let me convince you. We do have contact with these aliens. We're proceeding. There will come a time when we can tell, but not right now. It would be dangerous for them, dangerous for us. Many people would die. There might be riots. Mr. Lindemann, we really need your help.
All of those are suppositions, and yes, indeed, there may be some risks involved. However, I think where a government has failed miserably is in giving people the benefit of the doubt they are actually capable of dealing with this. Sooner or later, they're going to have to try it. The government does not have
an easy way out. And all you're really telling me here is that they are looking for another way to buy more time. If the government did come to me, that would be my signal that I'm actually rattling their cage. And quite frankly, Art, that's fine with me. I think American people deserve to know and are capable of taking it. I have much more faith.
All right, then let's move on. Suppose you refused it, as you just suggested you would.
Yes.
What would you then do? Would you go to the press and would you tell your story? Would you blow the whole thing wide open?
Well, I'm not sure if that would actually work, because clearly, if they came to me in that fashion, they would know that they had perfect deniability. So I don't think I would have any grand leverage at that point. It would.
Well, you would have, though, a lot of hard information, and how could you continue doing what you're doing without telling that story?
Oh, I would probably tell that story, yes, but not with any great hopes of toppling the government or making a huge splash. I could make up that story right now.
Suppose I said, fine, you go public with this, and A, nobody is going to believe you, and B, we're going to ruin you.
Actually, that would be highly believable. That they could ruin me is beyond dispute. If they choose to, yes, they could do that.
Would that stop you? Yes.
Yeah, it probably would.
That's a good answer.
I don't think tattling on them is particularly important. I think what we're really after here. Are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
I was having a hard time hearing you there. I think what we're really after here, Art, is simply continuing the education process. And I believe that the people are meant, in this nation at least, to lead the government, not the other way around. And in a national security state, which regrettably we have become, the government takes upon itself to lead the people, but that's backwards, and it is not meant to be. I really do believe that education is the answer. Thomas Jefferson said exactly that. He said, if the people are not well informed enough to make good decisions, then by God, inform them. Do not make their decisions for them.
Well, this is a little off topic, but not far, because it relates to where we're headed, Michael. A lot of people think we're headed for a police state, virtually a police state. And the indications are that we have gun control bearing down hard on us at the moment. We have crime that's so far out of control that the government just about must respond. Where is this going? If you look down the road with present trends continuing unabated, where are we going, Michael?
Well, I happen to feel that most of the efforts of our government are genuinely well meant, and though I don't want to sound too partisan, I actually have high hopes that President Clinton will continue along the path of demonstrating that he is actually a man of genuine intelligence and goodwill. By no means a perfect politician. I don't think such a thing exists. But I think we do have a chance of doing better than we've been doing. I do not, frankly, subscribe to the notion that we're headed for a police state. I do, however, know for certain that we are headed for a world of grave instability. And even the best government faced with instability on a grand scale becomes extremely defensive, paranoid, and sometimes dangerous. We're not immune to that. I think that the American people, in terms of growing up, have to recognize that all around the world, societies are being shaken to their roots. My Lord, we just saw the second greatest superpower on the planet disintegrate. And if we think we're immune, we're dead wrong, and we're putting ourselves in grave danger. But I would not pin it on the government to say that they're the problem and they're the enemy. Not at all.
Well, they're being reactive, Michael. But the present trends in society, particularly with violent crime, are horrendous, and the government's going to be forced to respond to that, and it's going to be with possibly, in some occasions, with some force. I mean, we could have cities out of control. You can imagine that, in fact, some of our inner cities right now, Michael, are almost out of control. They're sort of an anarchy, or almost anarchy.
Oh, I agree with that. Now, the question is, is the government to blame, or is there any way the government can actually respond? I happen to think the government does not have a lot of options, and actually they look very insecure and very inadequate to the task. We're in for some very tough times here, Art, and yes, to some degree the government will probably be tempted to crack down very, very hard.
Sure.
But I think the real difference is here, in terms of philosophy or worldview, is the government populated by people who are genuinely evil and kind of power mongers, or is it populated instead with quite ordinary, average people who have chosen the path of government as their job and who are faced with horrendous challenges?
Yes, that generally would be my view.
I choose the latter view.
So do I.
That does not actually make for a prettier picture in the short run. We must face the fact that things are going to get very, very dicey. And if you throw aliens in that,
well, that's
crazier.
Exactly. Okay, now I want to do that. I want to throw aliens into it. At some point in a disintegrating social structure, would the revelation of an alien presence be possibly unifying if things were really rough?
My belief is that they will hope against hope that will be its function, and that makes their job of handling the aliens so very, very delicate.
Yes.
Because aliens can either tip us over the cliff,
right,
or they can be the linchpin that pulls us together. And I do believe that if a story actually comes from the government, it will be a calculated effort to unify behind this enormous new reality. That's the only thing I can imagine that they would try to do.
Would you suppose we'd be unifying because of the information or because of a perceived threat?
Well, I think the threat angle is going to have to be handled very, very carefully. If they simply told the bald-faced truth about, for example, our military capability as against the aliens, that would be, that is a formula for disaster because our military capability is zero. Okay, we have no capability against them, and we've known that for 40 years, which is probably the biggest nightmare we've got in terms of telling a good story. But the question is there a military threat? And the answer may well be there isn't. There have been several assessments down the years, starting back with the Robertson Panel report, where they have said, and they've said this several times since, there does not appear to be a military threat. And therefore, the question is, are we actually not threatened by destruction so much as we are threatened by strangeness? We are threatened by beliefs that don't hold up against this.
The reason I mentioned this is several times during his presidency, Ronald Reagan referred to the possibility that humanity or the world would be unified because of some external threat or alien threat.
He did say that. In fact, I think he said it at least 5 times in various public venues.
Yeah.
And people have held that up and said, isn't it puzzling that Reagan would say such a thing? Well, maybe it is, maybe it is not. It might have just been a figure of speech. The fact is we don't know if there was any grand design behind this. But I think the sentiment does speak to a probable reality. We are in this position where if we remain as divided as we are going to slowly self-destruct. And there are many people who know that. And there are some people who think that the real interest of the aliens in this planet is to see what the silly old humans are going to do. That maybe this is just a fascinating little corner of the universe right now, because these humans with really great capability and great promise are right on the edge of not being able to make up their mind whether they want to live or die. I really do think that that's one way of typifying the condition on this planet. And maybe there are aliens who are just here to see get their licks while the getting's good.
Sure.
Maybe there are some who are standing by to see if they can lend a hand or step in if it gets absolutely catastrophic. But all of that is wild supposition. The fact is, if we look only at the human situation, we are right on the edge between being able to move into the 21st century with terrific momentum and terrific promise, or kind of teetering off the cliff and just
kind of like the Bills in the second half.
Right. Bombing ourselves back to the Stone Age, as it were.
Yeah.
I think anyone in government today has taken on the most thankless, difficult task they possibly can. It's a nightmare.
Would you, if you were in government, would you want to have it? Would you want to be deciding what to do about all this? I suppose you would, actually. You spend all your time thinking about the future and about this sort of thing, so my presumption is that you would want the task if it were given to you.
My philosophy of politics would have to be to trust the people, to rise to the occasion. I do not believe we have any other viable option. I cannot say that strongly enough, and that is why I am absolutely in favor of full disclosure. It must be done with wisdom and with care. You can't just throw it like a cream pie. But we cannot afford to allow people to languish in non-information, disinformation, and just sort of wild misapprehension about what's occurring. People know things are going on, Art, and the longer we don't tell them, the less trust they will have. Our trust in government today is at an all-time low.
It is, yeah.
Frankly, that mistrust is absolutely appropriate and well-deserved. Government has no right to expect the people to trust them the way they have been behaving. But at any moment, a government can say, all right, clean slate, we're going to start again to trust the people. And because we will trust the people can decide whether to trust us. I don't think we have any other choice. It's going to get very ugly if they don't take that step.
Present trends noted. Are we, in your opinion, headed to the end of this century? You gave two possibilities. One, that we go over and we learn and we progress and we prosper. And the other, that we fall down and fail at the last moment. What would you have to predict right now?
Truth is, it's a toss-up. All my indicators are that it is absolutely a toss-up. But I am, you might say, wired for optimism. I do believe we will pull it out, but by the skin of our teeth. It's going to be very scary, and there's going to be a lot of damage.
Going to be a close one. All right, Michael Lindemann, hold on for a moment while we ID. Be right back to you.
From Jackie Gong's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN, Las Vegas.
Fascinating discussion this morning. This evening. Sorry about that. I work 5 days a week. Say morning. It's hard to say evening, 1 day a week. Michael Lindemann is my guest. He looks into the future. And doing that for us this evening. Michael, are you there? Sure. Good. Well, at least you're optimistic about it. I'm happy to hear that. An awful lot of the people that I've talked to that have gone down the road you and I just went are not that optimistic. And some of them predict very dire, terrible things. I will choose to hope that's not true and that you're right. Do you really conclude that based on present trends? If you only had to read our future based on present trends, would you be optimistic? Or is your optimism born of the fact that there will be a miracle, we'll pull ourselves out, just general optimism?
No, I don't. I'm not counting on miracles. I really do think it's up to us. However, I do think that there is, first of all, a gigantic resilience in the basic forms of life on this planet, including human life. People discover when they're in their worst condition just how much they can take, and it is constantly amazing what people can take. But what I think we must recognize is the amount of destruction that can come from our unwillingness to get serious. The amount of destruction is truly awesome, and it is coming. All the trends are very ugly. So we must, sit up, take stock, pay attention, and get down to business.
Would you like to see a great public uprising demanding to know the answer on UFOs? If that could be generated, would you think it a good idea?
Yes, I would. I think symbolically it's extremely important, and I think it can actually happen. In a certain sense, it is occurring, and it's occurring at a very small scale now, but it's beginning to build. But I think it goes further than that. I think that the idea of revealing the truth about the alien presence is extremely important. But I think, too, we have to reveal the truth about a great many other things. And our government has become so used to operating in a caretaker and kind of a paternalistic capacity that they have forgotten how to actually follow the lead of the people. And we have to redo the American constitutional framework. We don't need a new constitution. I think it's very important for people to understand. Our constitution is just fine, but we have to get back to doing it the way it was written. Now, as for the alien business, I do think that is going to strongly restructure, above all, our religious beliefs. It's going to take a tremendous amount of wisdom and patience and forbearance to get through that little upheaval. It's going to be quite nasty.
Well, I just can't imagine how you would get around that. There would be people who would respond with anger and violence and every manner of disruptive behavior you can conjure up. I just know it because I talk to these people all the time.
You're absolutely right. That's the best we can hope for, Art, and I don't think... The question is, how long can you put it off, and is that your only option, putting it off? As a matter of fact, I do believe that our government has seen it that way, that is why we've heard nothing, because they see no option between putting it off on the one hand and that kind of uncontrollable chaos on the other. So I think people have to recognize that they have the capacity to rise to the occasion and get through this, but if they follow the path of least resistance into their fear, into their reactivity, then things get extremely ugly right away. And that is what makes this subject so troublesome.
Yes, I agree with you. And I agree that's the direction it would go. So then I conclude a reasonable person could be talked into continuing this until some way could be devised to do it in some way that wouldn't disrupt everything.
That is right, and that is exactly what has been done. But I think there has been, however, forward movement in the fact that human beings can be gradually acclimatized to practically anything, and I think that is the state we are currently in. Although, if you threw it at us right away like a live grenade, there'd be violence in every direction. As it is coming out, step by step, little by little, we are laying the groundwork for more complete revelations in the future, and that is why I, who speak, with a certain amount of criticism about the government and about the government handling of things, regard myself, Art, as loyal opposition. I believe I am serving a function which is in a certain relationship to the government's function of resisting revelations. I'm saying, look, we must reveal, this is real, and what we get is a dynamic tension which moves the social conversation forward. And I do believe that is happening all over the country. But what we must do to make it work is to up-level the credibility of the UFO argument itself, so that we have more people of the quality of a Linda Howe, for example, who does the extraordinary field work and brings a very high degree of integrity and rational effort to the subject.
All right, you've read her book.
Yes.
How do you think it's going to be greeted, since it represents a lot of documentation? How's it going to be greeted in the scientific community, do you think?
Well, it's interesting because one of the people that she showed it to was an eminent scientist who took it very, very seriously. He was not at all predisposed to believe this stuff, but when he looked at it, he said, "My Lord, this is very impressive and it's very depressing." He said, in effect, that wasn't the exact word, but he said, "This gives me the impression of a very unfriendly universe." And but I think what that points up is that it is profoundly impressive and will indeed cause people to stop and look and assess. Now, Linda was quite shocked, as a matter of fact, when this man, I believe, I don't want to be out of line here, but I think it was Fred Allen Wolf who did that. Linda was quite dismayed, actually, that Dr. Wolf's assessment was that this demonstrated, a kind of a malignant kind of force operating in the world.
Right.
But I think we have to recognize that the material is viscerally very, very agitating. I mean, it's difficult stuff. Even if the agency that is actually causing this is benign. We know so little. We are so new at this. Barely out of the cradle on this one.
But if you look at her book carefully and you read the documentation, I understand how he came to that conclusion. There are things that are very difficult for us. Sexual organs removed from animals. I don't need to go through the list. You know what it is. And a lot of it does seem
frankly, very disturbing. I mean, would friends do that?
Not necessarily, but again, if we look at what we have done in the name of testing, a popular cosmetic, not to mention what we've done in the name of feeding ourselves and one another, we would have to say that the aliens have nothing on us in terms of butchery, in terms of grotesque behavior, in terms of what would appear to be gratuitous grossities.
Exactly.
Humans have written the book on that subject, and we must never forget that nothing we have seen, not the worst possible thing we have seen from the presumed alien side, is any worse than average day-to-day human behavior.
But if it does turn out to be negative, and if there was a revelation and it was a negative revelation, that we had something to fear, that we represented basically food or something awful like that to them, then wouldn't we get a War of the Worlds sort of reaction?
Yes, we would, and I think we have to be very, very careful not to jump to those conclusions. I think that frankly, I don't think that's what's going on. Now, the perception of that is easily put out, and there will be demagogues. I mean, this is the kind of thing that a fanatic of any kind grabs onto and says, waves it in people's face and say, you see, they're here to eat you, or they're here to carve up your children in small chunks. That kind of nonsense. And there will certainly be people who do that. There are people who are doing it now. I really don't believe the evidence suggests that at all. I think what the evidence suggests is a profound mystery which requires that we be much more conscious and much more discerning, much more sophisticated to even grasp the nature of what we're looking at. If we would accept this as a challenge to grow rather than as a reason to fear,
sure,
we would be miles ahead, and God willing, we will do that.
Well, God willing, we will. You're right. I guess if I were to ask you for the date by which all of this might occur, or consciousness, the dawn of consciousness about the present, might finally collectively reach some crescendo and everybody says, aha, yes, it is true, there is something to this, they are here, that kind of a slow building revelation, you think that might occur before the turn of the century?
Well, I can only offer a guess. What I say is there's a tremendous momentum occurring, and all the people who are, you might say, casting prophecies seem to be in general agreement that we have reached that period of time when something has to give. It has to happen. So I would say yes, by the end of this decade, we are going to know a lot more than we know now.
Well, then it's going to be a very exciting time to be alive, isn't it?
Kidding. Yeah, absolutely right.
Although you also have to imagine, Michael, what about this question, that each generation, particularly the ones that usher in a new century, probably start saying exactly this sort of thing as you approach the millennium.
You're right. Millennial expectations are, I mean, the human mind is capable of a great deal of fabrication of grandiose suppositions kind of run off the tongue like water. And I have, whenever I make a serious statement like that, I have to back up and say, hey, I could be completely full of it, Art. Let's face it, and none of us should get up on our high horse and say it's going to happen at, August 10th, 1995, or any kind of nonsense like that.
In other words, don't sell the house and get ready to greet the visitors.
That is correct. But we have to look at trends and probabilities. I think the trends are strong. I think the probabilities are relatively high. But, right, if you're talking about changing your bank accounts or something, hold your horses.
All right, what I would like to do is open the telephone lines. Michael, would you be up for that?
Certainly.
All right, it's a short segment. Stand by just 1 second. Michael Linneman is my guest. He's a futurist, and he's a fascinating guy. If you'd like to speak with him, let's do it in the metropolitan area of Las Vegas. The number is 383-8255, 8255. If you're calling from outside the state, our toll-free number is 1-800-338-8255, 8255. The wild card lines, area code 702-385-7214. And then, of course, finally, if you have never called the program, we have a first-time caller line at area code 702-385-7213, 7213. And if you're ready, Michael Linneman, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, here they come. Wild card line 3, good evening. You're on the air with Michael Linneman.
Good evening, Art. Good evening, Mike. How are you?
Hello.
I find your conversation about paradigm shifting rather fascinating this evening. Michael, I was wondering if you're familiar with some of the writings of Carl Jung on this subject, and also French astrophysicist Jacques Vallée.
Yes, I am.
How do you feel about their whole thought? With Jung feeling that it's this transition period going into a new age, and it's actually psychic phenomena that we're experiencing, and Vallée, who felt that it was some sort of paradigm-shifting mind control type thing done by those who oversee the world.
Right. Well, now, you've raised a very interesting question. Vallée is one of several people who has suggested that all of this represents what he calls a control system, and that the control system is actually being operated by the beings we call alien. He's not at all convinced, by the way, that those beings are flesh and fluid creatures that like ourselves, but they may be operating at a different level of reality. He's very open to the concept of extra-dimensional beings, parallel universes, and so forth. And once you start talking about that, you get into a realm where the language of Jung may be virtually, just a modification on the same theme. We have only lately begun to become familiar and comfortable with the concept of parallel universes and other dimensions. But one thing's for sure, when Linda Howe says other realities, she is opening up the door to all of that. And we are, I think, looking at more than a 3D event here, an event that is simply physical like ourselves. No, we're really dealing at a realm where the human mind is challenged to rethink itself entirely. And all bets are off as to just exactly what the limits of reality may be. This is the thing that's the hardest of all. We're very used to, thinking in terms of physical stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I experienced something this fall. Linda Howe was talking about green balls of light flashing across the sky in January in Colorado. And there was a large sighting in Salt Lake City. I'm surprised it didn't make the news back this September. And I was up in Park City, Utah, and they saw it for miles coming across the mountains, and it was sighted by numerous people and also by the planetarium in Salt Lake City. And I felt, it was just a weird feeling after seeing it, because it didn't look like anything that was of a meteor or anything of that nature.
Well, events like that are being reported all over the world, and of course with as little to go on as what you've just reported, we'd say on the one hand it was profoundly impressive, but on the other hand profoundly mysterious. We don't know what it was. But we have to accept the possibility that we're right at the edge of redefining reality, and that is what we mean by paradigm shift. Because reality, the way we've structured it and agreed about it, that doesn't work anymore.
Unfortunately, with paradigm shifts, there's also a lot of social turmoil that goes on, and it's just a shame that we're going to have to go through it.
So. All right, caller, we've got to leave it there. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. That was a good call. All right, on the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Lindemann. Good evening.
Oh, hi, Art. Good to hear from you in waking hours.
Where are you in waking hours? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Carmel, California.
Carmel.
I'm just picked up your show right now.
Okay.
And in fact, I went looking for you when I went to the Union Plaza Hotel when I went to Las Vegas. Couldn't find it at all.
Well, we're here. Trust me.
I'm sure your guest is most astute and really quite a bit on the ball. But it really doesn't matter if aliens are here or if they're not. What's the difference? If they're here, they're already having an influence. If they're not, then there is no influence for them to be had. So it all sounds like just a bunch of long-winded talking to me.
Well, it's nice that you think I'm astute but long-winded. Okay, fine. Actually, I think it matters quite a lot, because if aliens are not here, then we have what Carl Sagan calls a mass hallucination, which means that humans on a very large scale are imagining something quite coherent and quite distressing that has no external trigger. Now, that in itself would prove to be at least a psychological phenomenon of great interest, if not great importance. However, I do think the evidence is overwhelmingly strong that we have, in fact, an alien presence here. And quite frankly, the implications of that are very, very important, as we've been discussing. If you're not convinced of that, then perhaps we would have to go a few more rounds with you.
Well,
but
Michael,
it is not trivial.
Excuse me, Michael?
Yes.
You did mention the psychological impact of the belief that there are aliens already here and present and contributing to our society.
Uh-huh.
Well, if they're here, that's great. We should find out who they are and get them to spill all the beans that they've got to tell.
Well, it's good that you...
Perhaps maybe they could give us the final clue to perhaps fusion for unlimited power.
Well, one would hope that they can teach us a great deal. If they are benign and willing to come forth, then perhaps you're right, and that would be the upshot. Unfortunately, there are some other... You seem to be very well adjusted with the possibility that this could happen.
But these are non-trivial events that you're talking about, caller. You suggested it wouldn't matter. If any of the things you just described were to occur, it would matter a lot, wouldn't it?
It doesn't matter at all, because if they're here and they're having an impact and an influence on our society and our well-being and our level of intelligence, understanding, then we're lucky. If they're not here, and it's just a mystery or a made-up thing that is mostly made up of psychological impact, as Michael says, well, then it's just it's something that's generated and created by people's imagination.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. It's a remarkably well-adjusted point of view, isn't it?
Either that or pretty heavy-duty denial. I'm not sure which one, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
I have found that a lot of people, as we've discussed, respond with anger. And I suppose what we might have just heard was a bit of a controlled anger and denial.
Well, I don't want to analyze the guy.
Sort of a who cares?
There was a kind of an internal contradiction in what he was saying. I don't think it takes any proof at all to say that this would be important. I mean, for example, if we go to the furthest extreme of what we've talked about earlier, that we are actually someone else's lab experiment, I think that has highly disruptive possibilities. And the fact is, it's just barely possible that may be.
Or we're in somebody else's pantry.
Yeah, right.
2 is equally disturbing. Line 2, good evening. You're on the air with Michael Lindemann.
Hi, Michael Lindemann. I got 3 things, 2 of them to do with UFO. January 30th, 8:34 p.m., we had a mild quake here in Las Vegas, or motion. The water in the toilet was moving, and the lamps were moving, and my little iron thingy that I have near my bed moved. That was at 8:34, and when that happens to that extent, usually they have a 5, at least a 5 in L.A. Okay, on to the UFOs. The Roswell incident is a very, very definite piece of information that should have been followed on by everybody that is in the scientific community, and also don't forget there was 10 to 15 students on an outing looking for butterflies or whatever it was, and found the UFOs first, and they were all shooed away. Plus the other people that serviced the military, like carrying the UFOs off, supposedly, and so on, all of those people are beginning to die off, and I think that Roswell incident should really be investigated with extreme vigor to whoever can afford it. Do you think so?
All right.
I absolutely do think so, and I'm also happy to say that good work has been done. Now, there will be a new book by Kevin Randall and Don Schmidt very soon on the Roswell incident, which will break new ground. I strongly recommend your eyes peeled for it in April. Approximately, it will be out. In July, approximately, the Showtime Network will air a 2-hour special on Roswell, which I strongly urge people to be on the lookout for. I've seen some of the advanced footage, and I'm very impressed.
Do you know what the name of it is going to be?
I think it's just going to be called Roswell.
Roswell.
And I think people should know that it is a somewhat fictionalized scenario, but based very, very closely on the known evidence. Now, as for the fact that witnesses are dying off, you're quite right, caller, but there are more today still, more than 30 living eyewitnesses, first-hand eyewitnesses to the wreckage and or the bodies. And what we're trying to do now is arrange a way that these people can speak with impunity to the Congress. Now, I'm also very encouraged by the work of Representative Stephen Schiff from the Albuquerque District of New Mexico, who has asked the Government Accounting Office to look into the allegation that the Pentagon is holding information on Roswell. The GAO's first foray against the Pentagon turned up the fact that the Pentagon would prevent them effect, leave us alone, you know?
Well, do you remember, Michael, when the whole Watergate thing unwound?
Yeah.
Is it not possible that this story could unwind much the same way, and the foot in the door, the break-in in the building, in effect, is Roswell?
Yes, that is just possible. If there were any one case that could do it, Roswell would be it, no question. And I have great hope. Roswell could do it.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to let this one get away. There were connections and stories about Bobby Ray Inman, who was appointed nominee to be the defense secretary, and comments he had made about flying saucers. And I'm curious how you view his very strange press conference dropping out.
You know, it's a mystery. What can I say? I thought his appointment was strange. I was most interested to see what would come out in hearings, because Inman does have a reputation as something of a loose cannon, actually. He's a quirky kind of character, although he's very well connected. It's hard to know why exactly, except that maybe his very deep covert connection to some of these extraordinary realities gave him the impression that the heat he might take in the Senate during the confirmation would just be very, very difficult and embarrassing. And he took, in effect, the easy way out by making himself look like a fool.
Uh-huh.
But that's a guess. I don't know. The man's mind is extremely twisted.
Yeah, it is amusing. All right, we're woefully short on time. Let me try to get one more in here. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Linneman. Good evening.
Hello, Art. This is Philip from Bonanza. I have a question. In Revelation, it describes an evil force coming before Jesus, and I was just wondering what the chances are that UFO technology might be the vehicle for this evil force.
All right, Michael?
Well, we're going to have to contend with a variety of prophecies of that sort. Not only Christian prophecies, but prophecies from other traditions, which interestingly all seem to come to focus during this period of time. I have no opinion on the ultimate truth of Revelations. What I do know is that many people are likely to see it in the way you have described it. However, if I had to make a guess of my own, I would say let us not assume that this is a sign of the end time. It is. I rather suspect it is not a sign of the end time, but rather a sign that we humans are, as we have done many times in the past, we are looking at a new take on reality. Now, this has happened before, and we've survived it before, and it has always had religious implications. But for those of the faithful who need some reassurance, I personally feel, it's only my own testament, if you will, that nothing that is happening today with respect to the UFO phenomenon, nothing at all,
Mike,
is going to change our basic relationship to deity.
All right, we've got to hold it there. Michael, our time is way up.
Okay.
You've been a pleasure to interview again, and I would like to interview you yet again on Dreamland coming up.
I look forward to it.
Michael Linneman, thank you. And I want to remind everybody, call tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to get a copy of Linda Howe's new book, free of charge. It's normally going to cost you $39.95. $39.95, but the first 50 people to call the foundation will get a free copy at area code 702-456-1606, area code 702-456-1606. Remember, to get Dreamland in your hometown, contact your radio station, whatever your local radio station is, even here in Las Vegas, and tell them you want them to carry Dreamland. Take care till next week, everybody.